Chapter 1 on the program. With the first glimmer of sunlight slowly rising from the east, the night gradually receded away. In the remote and small rural area of Jiang City, a family inn by village, a young and beautiful hostess had long since gotten up and started preparing breakfast. Delicate sandwiches, hot pure milk. Xiao-jin looked at the breakfast she had made for her lover and a happy smile spread across her face. Don't sleep in. It's time for breakfast. Xiao-jin walked into the bedroom and came to her husband's ear, speaking softly. Yi Fusheng lazily opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was his wife who made him live a secluded life, and a warm current rose in his heart. How many people looked forward to a peaceful life in their hearts? Now Yi Fusheng had already lived it. But a year ago, his life wasn't like this. A few years ago, Yi Fusheng accidentally obtained the system sign in function. As long as the sign in, you can get all kinds of generous rewards every day. Luxury cars, watches, land. A year ago, Yi Fusheng had already stood at the pinnacle of this world, with so much property that he couldn't count it, and he had assets all over the world. There was only one word to describe it, and that was rich. It could be said that Yi Fusheng possessed wealth that many people could not earn in several lifetimes. Even those bigwigs in the business world had to look at his face. As long as Yi Fusheng is willing, he can directly take money to smash a beggar into a business predator, or he can make a business predator become a beggar. But except for his own enemies, Yi Fusheng was too lazy to do such a thing that dropped the price. It can be said that supermodels and stars all over the world want to become Yi Fusheng's sweetheart. Outsiders were afraid that it would be hard to imagine that the goddess that they were pursuing so hard was acting like a dog licker in front of this man. However, Yi Fusheng only regarded it as a passing acquaintance, just a passerby in this life, and did not have a confidant over the years. During these days of having fun outside, Yi Fusheng missed the opportunity to see his mother one last time. It was also on this day that Yi Fusheng suddenly came to his senses. Even though he was rich and powerful, he acted as if he was a slave to money. Even though he was sober, he had already missed the chance to see his mother for the last time. This made Yi Fusheng very remorseful, and he bought drunkenness daily, so it could be said that there was only a small amount of blood inside the alcohol. He learned that his mother had left him a letter before she died. It was hoped that he would be able to marry and have children and live an uneventful life. Later, he met this woman of his destiny, pure as a little white flower, Xiao-jin. This is what allows Yi Fusheng to get out of his life of buying drunkenness all the time, and soon launches his pursuit of Xiao-jin. Xiao-jin, who was as pure as a white flower, was soon taken down by Yi Fusheng, a veteran of love affairs. Yi Fusheng treats this relationship seriously, and after getting together with Xiao-jin, they soon get married and live together. However, Xiao-jin was unaware of Yi Fusheng's true identity and status. In Xiao-jin's eyes, Yi Fusheng was the love of his life and an extremely popular teacher at a private school. While Yi Fusheng went to work and went to school, he himself was at home taking care of the household chores, cleaning the house clean and tidy, and occasionally opening a live broadcast to subsidize the household. After Yi Fusheng woke up, he sat at the dining table and ate the loving breakfast that Xiao-jin had made for him with a face of enjoyment. Even if this breakfast was ordinary, it was priceless in his eyes. To know, before Yi Fusheng met Xiao-jin a year ago, a breakfast was a lifetime salary for a laborer. But compared to the loving breakfast that Xiao-jin had made for him, he felt that those were all trash. Because that extravagant breakfast was laced with the dirty stench of money, while Xiao-jin's love breakfast was filled with Xiao-jin's love for himself and the smell of home. After having breakfast, Yi Fusheng was going to get ready to go to work. His home, which was more than 20 kilometers away from the city, took more than an hour by car, which was why Yi Fusheng woke up so early. He had to get up early every day to take the bus to work in the city. Although Yi Fusheng's property was able to buy the entire city of Jiyan without a problem, Yi Fusheng still liked it here, because apart from the presence of Xiao-jin here, this home was the only legacy his mother had left him. In the past, his own self was lost in money and power. Now he was going to accompany his mother's only legacy as if he was accompanying her. Wife, I'm going to work first. When I'm off I'll accompany you to the flower field. Husband, pay attention to safety. Come back early when you're off work. Don't go out and fool around. Xiao-jin looked at Yi Fusheng with an unwilling face, stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Yi Fusheng on the cheek. Yi Fusheng felt the residual warmth on his cheeks, rubbed Xiao-jin's head, and reluctantly opened his mouth. Don't worry, where would I have the guts to do that? Just when Yi Fusheng left his home for about 10 minutes or so, a few vans stopped at the entrance of Bai village. A group of people got out of the van, holding cameras, fill-in lights, black cloths and a series of tools for filming. Friends of the audience, hello everyone, welcome to the 20th installment of Private Money Battle. This time we have come to the home of a young rural couple. Let's look forward to seeing how much private money can be searched in the home of this young couple. Please wait and see. A young and beautiful female host held a microphone and introduced herself to the camera. The entire crew followed the host's pace into the White Village and arrived at the entrance of Xiao-jin's house. looking at the surrounding greenery, and then looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky. The hostess couldn't help but take a deep breath and spoke to the camera. I have to say, the air in the countryside is just better than that in the city, and I feel like I'm in a paradise outside of the world right now. Just as the host was lamenting, an untimely voice appeared inside the live broadcast room. Host, you quickly get out of the way. Although you are a beautiful woman, I'm tired of watching 20 installments. There's a big beautiful woman behind you. Don't admire a beautiful woman in front of me. The host had black lines on his head. When the program first started, the viewers in the live broadcast room had been screaming to see themselves. Sure enough, men were fickle. But at this time, the host also noticed Xiao Jin behind himself. Who are you guys? Xiao Jin opened her mouth to ask with a puzzled expression. She had just been watering the flowers and plants outside her yard when suddenly this group of people came to her with large bags carrying a bunch of things. This array of them startled Xiao Jin. Hello, this lady. We are the program team of Private Money Battle. Before you have thrown information to our program team to sign up for the program. After our screening, you have been successfully selected by our program team. And you are the lucky family of the 20th period of our program team. The host opened his mouth and introduced himself. Chapter 2 Lucky Audience. It was then that Xiao Jin remembered. The variety show Private Money Challenge. This was a variety show that had just recently been exposed to fire, because it was related to family and private money, plus the fact that it was not only broadcast live on the TV station, but also synchronized live on all the major platforms. It attracted a large swath of viewers. The ratings had occupied the top 10 in the country since the first installment. When Xiao Jin was alone at home, she would also watch it after cleaning up her chores. Once, in a moment of boredom, she had a whim and provided her family's information to enroll. I didn't expect to be so lucky to be chosen. This made Xiao Jin very surprised. This is too lucky for me. Xiao Jin opened her mouth with a surprised expression. I believe you should be our regular viewers and know the rules of our program. But I still have to introduce it to the viewers in front of the camera. As long as we don't receive any private money in this lady's home, it's considered a success in combat, and we'll fulfill this lady's wish at that time. And if we search for private money, then it's considered a failure in combat, and there won't be any rewards at that time either. No problem. Xiao Jin spoke with a face full of excitement. Since you agreed, then we now have our cameraman to give the camera to this lady. Only halfway through the host's words, the cameraman had already pointed the camera at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, who appeared in the camera for the first time, was a bit nervous. When she signed up, she had only tried it out with a bored mindset, not realizing that one day, she would actually be chosen to successfully appear on the show. Between the start of the program and now, a large number of viewers had already gathered in front of the live streaming platform or television. I've already prepared the melon seeds, sitting and waiting for the wonderful expression after the male host goes home and sees his private money searched out. Upstairs, you can't have this kind of idea of watching the show. I held the idea of watching the show with my wife last time. I didn't realize that the tricks my wife learned on the show. Searched out all my private money for several years. Be careful when you do the same. Ha 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 ha. The kind brother upstairs is so miserable. Just as everyone was still talking to each other, Xiao Jin had already appeared in the camera. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Jin. I am the mistress of this family. Xiao Jin shyly waved her hand at the camera. The blush on her face was heartwarming to look at. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This young lady is also too cute. The popular female stars can't compare to her. Yeah, if I had such a beautiful wife, not to mention private money, I would stay home every day and not go out to accompany her. Upstairs, don't talk about private money. Do you have a wife? Ha ha ha. Single dogs still fantasize about having a wife. Quickly get out of the way. Let me tell him that his penis doesn't have this life. The live broadcast room was accompanied by Xiao Jin's self-introduction, and the heat was suddenly high. Seeing this, the host immediately opened his mouth and said, "This lady wonders what you would wish for if the challenge is successful? As long as it's reasonable, the program team will definitely help you fulfill it." Though the talk was what it was and the program group's rules were the same, but from the start of the program until now, no group of families had ever succeeded in the challenge, so the reward could basically be taken as a gimmick. If the challenge is successful, I hope that the program group will let me and my husband go on a trip because my husband has to go to work, and taking a day off from work is going to deduct a lot of salary, and our family's budget doesn't have that much. Xiao Jin spoke with a face full of anticipation. The host froze for a moment when he heard Xiao Jin's wish. It wasn't that the wish was too difficult, but it was too simple. It was because previous guest families either wanted a car or a house, and Xiao Jin just wanted to go on a trip with her husband to be by her side. However, the host's professionalism was still there, and after a brief moment of stupefaction, he immediately spoke. "Don't worry about this, wife. As long as the challenge is successful, our program team will reimburse you for all expenses, including the round trip." "Good. We will definitely succeed in the challenge. Qiu Jin clenched her fists and spoke with confidence, because Yi Fusheng was the best man in the world in Qiu Jin's heart. Since the marriage, Yi Fusheng on the payroll card to Qiu Jin. Every month only 1,000 pocket money. In addition to the transportation back and forth, at most buy clothes, the rest of the pocket money will be saved. Sometimes they want something, as long as say a word to Yi Fusheng, will save up pocket money used to buy things for her. And Yi Fusheng outside does not smoke, do not drink and have no friends of the opposite sex, at best. Sometimes school dinners will be, but say a word in advance, and their own every day in the home to clean. Any corner, their own then Yi Fusheng clear much more. So the family cannot have pocket money. The camera turned and the host appeared inside the camera, holding the microphone and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a good look forward to see if we can search inside this wife's home to find her husband's pocket money. Please leave your views in the comments section. Laughing me to death. Just this countryside. Even if there is private money, how much can there be? Upstairs, you look down on people living in the countryside? What's wrong? I'm wrong? For a moment inside the live broadcast room suddenly quarreled. The smell of smoke. Seeing that the situation was not right, the host immediately moved the topic exclusively and opened his mouth. Now that our big battle has officially begun, we have invited our 5 professional inspectors to launch their search. After entering the courtyard, the audience who were still clamoring just a moment ago were instantly captivated by the camera. The yard covered an enormous area, and there were 4 sets of bungalows inside the yard. However, soon the viewers inside the live broadcast room began to tear themselves apart again. This courtyard looks quite big. But what can there be in the countryside that's worth anything? I still say that even if there's private money, there's not much of it. That's right, it's not that I'm looking down on the countryside, but I agree with the upstairs. Even if I sold this courtyard, I wouldn't be able to afford a room inside the city. It looks like there's not much to see in this installment. It'll be over soon. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately lost their sense of anticipation, watching the program's heat rapidly declining. The host's back is full of cold sweat. If this is at this rate of decline in heat, and then go back to their own bonuses for this month will certainly be gone. Fortunately, the director gave the host a look, and the host quickly understood and pulled Qiu Jin into a family chat, because a large group of fans were attracted by Qiu Jin's face value before. They hoped to be able to leave some more viewers with Qiu Jin's face value. Chapter 3, Ordinary Family? Sure enough, as Qiu Jin reappeared within the camera, the drop in heat in the live broadcast room slowed down quite a bit, and even showed some signs of picking up. This lady, I don't know how you and your husband met. Is it convenient to share that with the audience in the live broadcast room? There's nothing to share. Not to share. In fact, the process of how my husband and I met is very simple. We just met on the campus road, and then fell in love at first sight, developed a relationship of lovers to marriage. Hearing Qiu Jin's words, the audience inside the live broadcast room immediately wailed. Is there any mistake? Met inside the school. How come I haven't met such a beautiful big beauty inside the school? That's right. Where is love at first sight? I only believe that there are the 4 words love at first sight in this world. The host also didn't expect the process of Qiu Jin and Yi Fusheng's acquaintance to be so uneventful, ending the topic so quickly. Previous families could at least talk for more than half an hour when they encountered this kind of issue. Then may I ask how long have you been married to your husband? Still, the host immediately threw out a second question. More than a year. It will soon be my husband and I's 2nd wedding anniversary. And by the way, my husband and I's wedding anniversary is still his birthday. Qiu Jin spoke with anticipation. It looks like your husband proposed to you on his birthday. You should love your husband very much. The host asked. Yes, when I was inside the campus there were dozens of boys pursuing me, but I didn't have any feelings for them at all until I met my husband. And as soon as he pursued me, I fell straight into it. And when he proposed to me, I said yes without the slightest hesitation. Qiu Jin shyly opened her mouth. There was another burst of ghostly cries in the comments section. Is there any mistake? Dozens of boys pursuing without feeling anything? This really isn't a joke? Upstairs, the pattern is small. On this madam's face value, I would believe it when I say there are hundreds of boys pursuing. Upstairs, I seriously doubt that your eyes are blinded by beauty. Some more personal questions. May I ask who does the housework in your family? The host asked. Of course I do it. My husband has to go out to work to earn money. He works too hard. I need to make the house clean and cozy so that he will feel comfortable when he comes home. Many men in the comments section who were squeezed after marriage cried at once. I'm tired of saying the word envy. This wife's husband saved the galaxy in his previous life. Right, otherwise how could he be so well off? When I heard this wife say this, I directly threw the towel in my mother-in-law's face and loudly told her that she would do all the housework in the future, washing dishes and mopping the floor at home, and that the hospital's Wi-Fi is quite fast now. Ha ha ha. Upstairs your family status is also too low. I directly called my wife. She was out eating chili. now said she will be right back to cook for me. Upstairs, how can you have the nerve to laugh at people? Don't you know what eating chili fries means? Asterisk 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 I just went to the internet to check it out. The clown is actually myself. Do not look at it. I will go out and kill this pair of dogs and men now. While Chiu Jin and the host were chatting, about half an hour passed. At this point, those 5 prosecutors had not reacted until now. One should know that the prosecutors would be the first to speak if they had any findings. And inside the previous 19 programs, even the longest time was only 10 minutes. Now half an hour had passed, but the inspectors didn't even make a sound. Could it be that this time, it was really going to be challenged successfully? Then right at this time, Chiu Jin still had a sweet smile on her face, and humanely opened her mouth to ask, "It's been half an hour. The inspectors should be looking for almost everything, right?" Hearing Chiu Jin's words, the host almost cried. "Sister, which pot you're not talking about?" Originally, the host wanted to use Chiu Jin to continue attracting ratings, but now he could only harden his skin and cooperate by saying, "It's almost time. I believe our inspectors should have found something." As he said that, the host's mouth couldn't help but twitch a bit. It looked like the program group had indeed chosen the wrong family this time, and it looked like the ship was about to capsize. At this moment, the audience also reacted. Just now, their attention was all on Chiu Jin, and only now did they remember that there was a prosecutor. It's been half an hour of inspection. Are these inspectors any good? Upstairs, I know you haven't watched the program. The inspectors are definitely okay. Most likely the program group chose the wrong guest this time, and really haven't found the private money yet. Indeed, I guess the program group is going to turn over the car. The longest the inspector has ever spent is 10 minutes to find out. I told you that this poor countryside can have any private money to hide. The viewer's attention was once again put on the private money, and there was a lot of talk, with everyone thinking that this time the program might come out with the first family that succeeded in the challenge. Although it sounded as if it would be great, a successful challenge would also mean that there was nothing to watch in this episode. Just at this time, the camera suddenly panned to a middle-aged man who had a strange look and was lying on the ground. This man was also one of the inspectors. When the camera turned to him, some viewers in the live broadcast immediately commented excitedly, "This is the president of the Treasure Appraisal Association, the closed disciple of Ancient Dragon Pavilion's Palm Eye Ancient Master Su Jingtian. Is this prosecutor bullish? These few names like you who are not in the circle may not understand, but there is a sentence you may have heard. And then let the experts of the Treasure Appraisal Association to help the treasure friend to look at the goods. The treasure friend to go in for 3 to 5 years, that is a small matter. This Treasure Appraisal Association is so horrible? The last time Master Su in the inspection of a family, the male owner of the private money to buy a bowl, looks very ordinary, but the Ming Dynasty years, when the bowl was collected by the hostess after the male owner directly rolled his eyes, fainted on the spot. Master Su was lying on the ground looking at those stones so carefully. Is it possible that he has found something? The viewers in the live broadcast room burst with anticipation. Even the host opened his mouth with a look of anticipation and asked, "Inspector Su, I wonder if you found anything?" Su Jingtian raised his head and glanced at the host, then calmly shook his head and spoke. No. The host was devastated. However, professionalism was still required, and the host led the camera towards the house. The other inspector inside the house was Wanta Group's financial department boss, Manager Lin. I can't believe that Manager Lin of One Answer Group has also come to this episode as an inspector. I wonder if Manager Lin has realized that as the old head of the finance department of the Wanda Group, she has a very sharp eye. It's been half an hour, so I guess it's hopeless. Chapter 4. The pattern is small. At this moment, Manager Lin was looking at the man on the wedding photo, and at the first sight, Manager Lin was also mesmerized by the man's handsomeness. Suddenly, an image flashed in her mind and Manager Lin's heart trembled. She remembered that the chairman of her Wanda Group, Mr. Wang, had a group photo on his desk, and the man left on the top of the group photo besides Mr. Wang seemed to be the appearance of this male host. The most crucial thing was that inside that group photo, Mr. Wang seemed to respect that man. No, accurately speaking it should be scorn. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room also saw Yi Fusheng on the wedding photo. So the man of the house is so handsome. This face value can kill a piece of fresh meat. No wonder the mistress didn't agree when more than a dozen suitors pursued her, but agreed when the mistress pursued her. In my place I would agree to marry a mistress. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Yi Fusheng's handsome appearance on that wedding photo, no one even noticed the wonderful expression that flashed across Manager Lin's face. However, very quickly, Manager Lin dismissed the thought in his mind. It must be that he had looked away. Who was Mr. Wang? That was a big shot in the business world. A big shot whose wealth ranked in the top 5 in China. And the man who owned this room was just an ordinary person living in the countryside. How could he possibly know Mr. Wang? The two people's life trajectories would be completely different. Simply not people from the same world. The host unwillingly approached several other inspectors, but from their mouths, the news was still the same. Nothing was found. This made the host very devastated. However, Xiao Jin was very excited and opened his mouth to ask, "Is this considered a successful challenge for us?" At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was also in an uproar. "I told you that the program is going to flip out this time. It's true that it's a countryside place that's poor as hell. How could it have private money? Upstairs, don't beat all of us country people to death with a stick." Just as everyone thought that the program was going to roll over this time, at this moment, Master Su outside the courtyard suddenly shouted out in excitement, "Found it! I found it!" The host hurriedly brought the cameraman out of the house, and the camera focused on Su Jingtian. "Master Su, what have you found?" The host nervously opened his mouth and asked. In fact, this time, the reason why the program team chose the countryside was also for the sake of innovation, wanting to see how the effect of searching a family program in the countryside would be, and if the effect was good, the next few issues would focus on the family in the countryside. If the results were not good, the next few episodes would focus on families in the city. At this moment, Su Jingtian did not answer the host's question, but stood up and looked at Xiao Jin with a grave face as he opened his mouth and asked, "Mrs. Xiao, these stones that paved the road in your house are worth a lot of money, right?" Xiao Jin shook her head somewhat blankly and spoke, "These stones were all given to me by one of my husband's friends, and quite a few extra ones were still thrown in the river at that time." Hearing this, the host's face suddenly turned green and white, very ugly, and the audience in the live broadcast room also laughed. Master Su is looking away, isn't he? What can a few stones be worth? A few stones can also be used as private money? Master Su really has his head on a swivel. There are stones everywhere in front of my house. If Master Su puts it that way, then wouldn't I be carrying a huge amount of money? Su Jingtian, however, shook his head. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he opened his mouth to the camera. "No, this madam has been deceived by her husband. These stones are not ordinary times. To be precise, this is called Qingyuan pebbles. The price is not calculated by the caddy, but by the piece. Each piece starts out at hundreds of dollars. A piece of stone is worth hundreds of dollars? Are you kidding? Upstairs, you're out of your depth. Top quality Qingyuan pebbles are indeed worth hundreds of dollars apiece. If so, calculate. This pavement are Qingyuan cobblestone. Then this road densely so many stones, is not worth millions? One road is worth millions. Where is the one who just mocked the poor countryside? Does it feel like a hot pain in the face?" At this moment, Xiao Jin spoke with a shocked face. "Master Su, are you mistaken? These are the extra scraps from my husband's friend's project. This lady, I Su Jingtian how to say also in the Treasure Appreciation Association when the president when more than 10 years, has seen countless exotic treasures. How can look away? And I also deliberately took pictures sent to my master ancient master to see. He also think that this is Qingyuan pebbles. This lady, treasure identification is my specialty. There is a saying on the internet, don't challenge my rice bowl with your hobby. If I can't even see this, wouldn't I be smashing my own rice bowl?" This, Xiao Jin's head was a bit dizzy, unable to figure out the current situation. At this moment, the host seized the opportunity and spoke in an excited tone. "Fellow viewers, since doing 19 episodes of the program, I haven't encountered such a large amount of private money." At this moment, the other inspectors also came over at the director's gesture. "I can't believe Master Su found it so quickly. It looks like this family is not ordinary. The secret money is actually hidden so secretly. I have to go back and take a look again to prevent missing something." And the viewers in the comments section were also pumped up like chicken blood. "Look at this missus, she's completely unaware of it." But that being said, the missus is too cute for not getting the situation right. Nonsense. Who can instantly accept that the stones paved in their own yard are worth millions? I guess if the wife's husband comes back, the washboard will have to break several knees. Right at this time, Su Jingtian's phone suddenly rang. "It's my teacher's phone." The camera instantly focused on Su Jingtian. "Hey, teacher, what's wrong?" "Xiao Tian, those stones just now." We looked away. An old man's remorseful voice came from the phone. Hearing the old man's words, the program team as well as the hosts couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Jin also laughed and spoke. "I told you, how could the stones in my yard be worth so much money?" As soon as Xiao Jin's words fell, the old man's voice on the other end of the phone became agitated. "Those aren't Qingyuan pebbles, they're jadeite." Jade. Hearing the old man's words, the faces of the crowd once again became brilliant. Not Qingyuan pebbles, but even more valuable jadeite and jade. The audience in the comments section also exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Does Master Gu mean that the price of these stones will double again? Upstairs, your pattern is small, more than doubling, at least several times. Then this yard of jade and jadeite, how much must it be worth? Chapter 5 Shock. At this moment, Su Jingtian took a deep breath, and with an apprehensive heart, He picked up a basin of water and sprinkled it onto the stones in the courtyard. After rinsing it once more, Su Jingtian once again took out a magnifying glass to scrutinize it. He then felt a fiery pain on his face and muttered somewhat unacceptably. Really looked away. It's actually really jade and jadeite. To know. Not long ago he also said a netword popular phrase, do not take your hobby to challenge my rice bowl. The results of the next second his rice bowl was ended. And also by their own master to the end. You should know that you are the president of the Treasure Appraisal Association. And your master is the eye of the ancient dragon pavilion. From the beginning, both himself and his master actually looked away. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Master Gu recognized in time that it wasn't Qingyuan pebbles but jadeite and jade. I can't imagine that Master Su and Master Gu actually had moments of looking away. It's not Master Su and Master Gu's fault. Who would have thought that the stones laid in the courtyard would be jadeite and jade? Yeah, how could a normal person do that? I guess the wife's husband might be an invisible rich man. Master Su, you said that this courtyard is full of jadeite and jade stones. How much would it be worth? The host spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Although these jadeites and jades aren't quite top-notch, a piece is worth at least $1,000. The live broadcast room immediately exploded. $1,000 a stone? Then this courtyard is densely packed with at least 10,000 stones. Wouldn't that be a 10, 100, 1,000, 1 million dad? Upstairs, be a man to have backbone. How can you so casually recognize the male host as a father? That is my grandfather. You cannot mess up the generation. Ha ha ha. Who said before that the countryside is poor and cannot search for private money is who? I'm afraid that people's private money you cannot earn in this life. Silly eyes. At this time, the staff of the program was also shocked and immediately took pictures of the courtyard and sent them to the official bib of the program. Shocked. The private money worth $10 million is actually a stone. Such a headline instantly triggered the entire internet, and was reprinted and spread at an extremely rapid speed. Many netizens who hadn't been watching the live broadcast also hurriedly turned on their cell phones or TVs to watch the live broadcast after seeing this message. The program's ratings instantly got a boost and were still growing rapidly. At the same time, in Yanjing, a company called Dreamstar Jade House, after a young girl swiped this scarf, she immediately showed it to the old man beside her, and opened her mouth to ask, "Old man, look at this. Are all the country people so rich now?" The old master disdainfully opened his mouth and said, "Silly child. How can anyone be so extravagant? It must be someone who wants to clamor for attention." However, after the old master glanced at the photo on the little girl's cell phone, he immediately trembled, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. This is, the old master, who had a face of disdain just a moment ago, suddenly snatched the little girl's cell phone at this moment, his eyes staring at the picture in the cell phone with a deadly stare. "Old master, what's wrong with you?" The little girl was startled by the old master's demeanor. The old master's breathing became short of breath as he zoomed in on the picture, pointing in the picture and speaking, "In addition to the ordinary jade in here, there are also ice jadeite and goat jade. These are all top-notch jades and jadeites." The little girl was also wide-eyed, knowing that she grew up living in the jade line. Even if she wasn't interested, she knew what this represented from her childhood. To know that it wasn't a matter of one or two pieces in here, but a large swath of a large swath. How extravagant this must be. I'm afraid this person isn't the richest man in the world, right? The little girl's eyes widened and she couldn't help but mutter, "Quick, good granddaughter, tell Grandpa how to contact this family. Grandpa wants to acquire their family's jade and emerald." The little girl was a little shocked, knowing that her own master's vision was extremely high. Ordinary jade and jadeite couldn't even enter her master's eyes. Usually it was others who begged their family's jade house to acquire them, wanting to gain fame in the circle. Now her grandfather was actually taking the initiative to acquire them. After the little girl was shocked for a moment, she opened her mouth and said, "Old master, I don't know, but there is a program group that is broadcasting live in the courtyard of this household. I want to go to the program group's live room to brush the gift. The program group should be able to see it. Just do it. Be quick." The old man narrowed his eyes. If he was able to discover it himself, then other sharp-sensed peers would surely be able to discover it as well, and he had to grab a head start. If it was just ordinary ice jadeite and Hutyan jade, the old master wasn't so excited. Even if the quantity was high, it was all ordinary goods. But the old man just carefully examined. These jadeite and jade is simply the best of the best, and a large number, if you can all buy back, after processing and polishing, and then open an exhibition, then their family's jade line will certainly be able to pressure other peers in the circle. This was also the reason why the old man would be so excited. At this time, the staff of the program were all happy, especially the director. "I didn't expect this time to come to the countryside family to do a program." The ratings actually far exceeded the past. Before, the ratings at its peak was ranked in the 8th in the country. Now it has been ranked in the 7th in the country, and the ratings are still growing. so that today's ratings are likely to break through to the top 5 in the country. Just at this moment, a screen full of special effects suddenly appeared inside the program's live broadcast room. This was someone brushing a super rocket, and it was still a continuous brush. This immediately drew the attention of the audience in the live broadcast room. Immediately, the user who had brushed the rocket spoke. Dreamstar Jade Firm is willing to purchase the sheep's fat jade as well as the icy emerald inside the courtyard for 30,000 grams. I hope the program team will contact this owner. For a moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room were silent. They were shocked by this price. $30,000 for a gram. Is this a joke? I googled it, and the highest icy jadeite in sheep's jade is just over 10,000 a gram. Upstairs, that's you being insular. What you checked online, that's the market price. The price of the very best goods in addition to the insiders. It's impossible for others to know. I now seriously doubt that upstairs and just brush gifts or the program group to find the trust. Just as someone suspected that this so-called Dreamstar Jade War firm just now was a trust found by the show's team. The live broadcast room was swiped by a bunch of rockets again. Hailong Jade Firm is willing to buy it at 31,000 per gram. Qingyuan Jade Firm is willing to acquire it at a price of 35,000 per gram. Linglong Jade Firm is willing to acquire it at a price of 40,000 per gram. Chapter 6 $150 million. At this point, the audience was dumbfounded, and the comments section of the live broadcast had fallen. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that these are the tokens that the program group found? If this is a trust found by the program group, how much blood money must be spent? At this moment, the staff of the program group was not in the mood to pay attention to these speculating viewers, because in these few short minutes, these jade houses had swiped more than 100,000 gifts. It was important to know that the highest harvest of gifts that the program crew had received so far since the start of the broadcast was only worth $10,000. And this $10,000 were all crowdfunded by fans. But now, a dozen jade houses had swiped more than 100,000 in just a few minutes, and they swiped the gifts for just one purpose, and that was to purchase the sheepskin jade and ice jadeite from this courtyard. The host didn't dare to hide this news and immediately spoke to Cho Jin. Ma'am, there are more than a dozen jade houses that are willing to purchase your home's ice jadeite and sheepskin jade at a price of more than 40,000 gram. More than 40,000 gram? There are several hundred grams here. If it's more than 40,000 a gram, isn't that worth more than $4 million? These few inspectors locked eyes for a moment, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Immediately afterward, they immediately reacted, gently and slowly moving their feet, fearing that they would trample the icy jadeite and goat jade under their feet. To know, this is the value of 41,000 grams of ice jadeite and mutton fat jade. If you accidentally step on the broken words, then cry cannot even come to cry. Only manager Lin was still frozen in place without reacting. The host's eyes skimmed another comment in the comments section and immediately opened his mouth to remind him. Manager Lin, there's a boss in the live broadcast who wants to acquire it who said that you stepped on a piece of imperial green under your foot. Ah! Manager Lin subconsciously screamed out, and the audience in the live broadcast room heard this sound as their blood boiled. Brothers, I feel like I can do it again. Brothers, I feel like I'm done. Asterisk. Upstairs, so fast. I suggest you come to my side to see. I am the attending physician of Kyoto Men's Hospital. At this time, Manager Lin was also blushing. She realized that she had just lost her temper. How to say that she was also a person who had gone through a great deal. Even the office of General Manager Wang, she often went there. But the fact that she had just stepped on the imperial green under her feet made Manager Lin look like a frightened rabbit. The other inspectors' faces were the same as Manager Lin's. This time it was considered a disgrace to the family. Right at this moment, the live broadcast room brushed another 10 consecutive rockets to dominate the screen. Dreamstar Jade Firm is willing to acquire the piece of top-grade imperial green that Manager Lin just stepped on under his feet for 100,000 grams with a guaranteed $15 million. The live broadcast room, which had just been discussing Manager Lin's embarrassment out of the blue, instantly became silent, and the host even lost his temper and shouted, asterisk. Manager Lin, that piece of imperial green you just stepped on under your feet is worth $15 million. The other inspectors were dumbfounded, each with their mouths wide open and unable to speak. Ah! And Manager Lin had only just slowed down for a moment before she couldn't help but scream out again. Immediately afterward, her delicate body trembled continuously. 15 million. Even if she was the manager of the finance department of the Wanda Group, her annual salary was only 1 million. If she had just accidentally stepped on that piece of imperial green, then wouldn't she have to work for 15 years without food or drink in order to pay off her debt? Thinking of these, Lin Manager's petite body trembled even more violently. Even the pair of long legs also cannot help but constantly trembling. and although the audience in the live broadcast room was initially shocked and speechless, they quickly slowed down. After all, it's not a big deal to watch, just such a small stone, actually worth $15 million. Poverty limits my imagination. Let's not talk about you. Look at Manager Lin's appearance. Her long legs are constantly trembling. Even Manager Lin was shocked, seeing Manager Lin's legs constantly trembling. I feel like I can do it again. Lin Ching was crumbling inside at this moment. This was truly a shameful situation, even though she had behaved so poorly in front of so many viewers. If there was a crack in the ground right now, she would definitely drill down without hesitation. So what? Manager Lin, don't be nervous, the hardness of the jade is okay as I recall. It shouldn't be bad to step on. Seeing Manager Lin in this state, the host hastened to comfort him. Really? Manager Lin asked. It should be. The host froze for a moment, then replied without a bottom. When Lin Ching heard this, she was on the verge of crying in anxiety. Just at this time, a hand suddenly reached out and took Lin Ching's arm. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was suddenly envious and jealous. They wanted to see whose salty hand it was that actually dared to take advantage of their goddess Lin. Fixing their eyes, they found that it was Mistress Qiu Jin's hand. Qiu Jin smiled sweetly at Lin Cheng and opened her mouth to comfort her. Miss Lin, you don't have to worry about this road. My husband and I walk it every day. It can't be stepped on. Hearing these words from Qiu Jin, Lin Cheng then felt that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. And with Qiu Jin's support, she trembled as she left this piece of ground that was covered in jade and jadeite. Just as Qiu Jin and Lin Cheng were talking, the dozen or so jade firms within the live broadcast were still battling it out. Dreamstar Jade Firm is willing to buy all the jade and jadeite in Madam's courtyard for $80 million. Hailong Jade Firm was willing to buy all the jades and jadeites within Madam's courtyard for $100 million. Qingyuan Jade Company is willing to buy all the jade and jadeite in Madam's courtyard for $120 million. Linglong Jade Firm $150 million to buy all the jades and jadeites within the wife's courtyard. These jade firms kept on raising their prices like crazy. The viewers in the live broadcast room were already dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the fact that the accounts of these jade houses had official certifications, they would have thought that this was a trust brought in by the program. This is already a small goal and a half, right? My monthly salary is only 5,000, and I only earn 60,000 a year without eating or drinking, which means I'd have to work and fight for 500 years to earn this piece of stone. Upstairs you'd have to start working in 500 BC. Don't talk about it. The stones casually laid in other people's yards are what I can't earn in hundreds of lifetimes. I suddenly feel life is so boring. The viewers in the live broadcast room were discussing how long it would take them to earn the jade and jadeite on this piece of ground. The jade houses were also silent, as if $150 million was already the limit of what they could drive. The host struggled to make his voice sound less shaky. Ma'am, there are jade houses willing to offer $150 million to buy your yard of jade and jadeite. Do you know if you are willing to sell? After doing so, the host couldn't help but gulp. She herself didn't even realize that her address to Qiu Jin had unconsciously changed from you to you. These stones are that valuable? Qiu Jin hadn't reacted at this point. Chapter 7, the program continues. Instead of not reacting, it would be better to say that she hadn't accepted this fact yet, because she had no idea from the start that the stones in her yard could be that valuable. However, after learning about this small goal of 1.5, Qiu Jin's expression looked a bit dumbfounded. Knowing that the money in the salary card that Yi Fusheng had turned in had been deposited by Qiu Jin into the payment bag, the fact that she could see a few cents rise every day could also make Qiu Jin happy for the whole day, and she planned the money very reasonably. The rent should be paid, the water bill should be paid, the water bill should be paid, the food should be eaten, the drink should be drunk, basically used for living expenses. Every month she will limit a certain amount. If the family's living expenses this month exceeds this amount, then the next month she will reduce expenses. See, the favorite clothes will also hold back not to buy. Cosmetics, skincare products she will save a little use, even if it is used up but also cannot afford to make up. However, if Yi Fusheng knew about it, he would still secretly buy it for Qiu Jin as a monthly surprise. Although Qiu Jin is sometimes stingy with herself, she has never treated Yi Fusheng poorly, and every time she sees handsome clothes, she will buy them for Yi Fusheng. In fact, Qiu Jin also fantasized about what life would be like if one day, she and Yi Fusheng became rich. Now on hearing that someone offered $150 million to buy the jade and jadeite in the courtyard, Qiu Jin couldn't help but stretch out her hand and wiggle her fingers while muttering, if we had this $150 million, wouldn't that mean that my husband and I wouldn't have to do anything in this life, and we wouldn't be able to count our money every day? Qiu Jin spoke excitedly. Seeing Qiu Jin happy like a little girl, the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but praise her. Mistress is too cute even with this look. That's right. There are some women who pose as cute at this age that I just want to vomit. but this cute look of mistress makes me feel as if I've returned to my school days. Not to mention you stinky men. I'm a woman who thinks that Mrs. is too cute. I'll be a fan of Mrs. From now on. Xiao Jin could never have imagined that she would actually gain a large number of fans by accidentally saying the words in her heart. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all focused on Xiao Jin, and no one cared about the jade and emerald in the courtyard anymore. It was a good thing that the hosts finally reacted to the fact that they were supposed to be discussing these jades and jadeites at this time. Mistress, the jade and jadeite in your courtyard, are you still selling them? At this point, the host spoke to Xiao Jin, not even daring to take a breath. Xiao Jin put on a very serious look and contemplated for a long time, then shook her head and spoke. I'm not selling. Hearing this, the program team present as well as the audience in the live broadcast room all froze. This was $150 million. Ma'am, forgive me for being presumptuous, why don't you want to sell? The host couldn't hold back his inner curiosity and opened his mouth to ask. Actually, it's not that I don't want to sell, it's just that for something that big, I have to listen to my husband, who has always made the decisions on the big things in the family. Xiao Jin opened her mouth to explain. Although it was true that with this $150 million later on she could do nothing and be able to live the life she wanted, this was indeed very tempting to Xiao Jin, but she felt that this matter couldn't be decided by herself alone. She had to listen to Yi Fusheng. This was her responsibility and duty as a wife. Hearing the reason Xiao Jin stated, the program team present as well as the audience in the live broadcast room immediately stood in awe of Xiao Jin, and her petite body seemed to have become very large all of a sudden. It looks like the wife is not only beautiful, but she also respects her husband. Before I was envious of Mrs. being so well off, now I feel that Mrs. being well off that's what she deserves. Mistress, since you're not willing to sell then our program continues to pick up the segment? The host opened his mouth at this time in a respectful tone and asked, but hasn't our family already failed the challenge? Xiao Jin pouted somewhat aggressively and spoke. I also want to experience the feeling of failing a challenge to be able to search $150 million of private money in our house. I just beat my husband into the hospital, and before he went into the hospital, he didn't say whether or not there was $150 million of private money in the house. The same thing happened to the one in my house, except that I didn't do anything about it, and after forcing him to ask a few questions he said he was going to send me to a psychiatric hospital. At this time, the hearts of the program team sank. It was important to realize that the show's ratings were now in the top 5 in the country. If they were able to keep the program on the air, they might be able to squeeze into the top 3 in the country. But looking at Xiao Jin's meaning, it seemed that she had no desire to continue filming. Moreover, the program team didn't dare to force Xiao Jin, knowing that the wife's husband was definitely not an ordinary person who could so casually lay valuable jade and emerald as stones on her own yard. At least the program team knew that they couldn't afford to offend. But soon, Xiao Jin looked as if she had changed her mind. Although there's no more rewards, but I think it seems good to continue. You guys work harder. Find all my husband's personal money. When he comes back in the evening, I'm going to point to his personal money. After the physical evidence is found, let's see what he'll say. If he dares to deny it, I'll let him sleep in the living room for a week, said Xiao Jin waving her small pink fist. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but swipe their gifts when they looked at Xiao Jin's adorable appearance. The staff members of the program group also had happy faces, and one by one, they took out 200% of their energy. Since the wife has agreed for the program to continue, I will now announce that so far, the jade and emerald stones within the courtyard that Inspector Su has found are worth $150 million. Congratulations to Inspector Su for breaking a new record. This is a lot of pressure on a few of us now. Several other inspectors congratulated each other. Su Jingtian himself, on the other hand, was mortified. It was because even though these things were said to have been found by him, he didn't realize that they were that valuable, but rather he had looked away. If it wasn't found by the jade dealer, then it was estimated that his own valuation would be 100 times lower. Although it was said that this $150 million had set a new record for the show's crew to scavenge out their private money, for Su Jingtian, it wasn't something to be proud of. On the contrary, it put him to shame. I believe that you all will be able to break my record. This family shouldn't be that fake. Everyone looked more closely. There might be something else to discover. Su Jingtian smiled awkwardly and opened his mouth to encourage. Upon hearing this, the other few inspectors also dispersed to continue looking for private money. Su Jingtian was right. Would a family that was able to spread $150 million worth of jade and jadeite in their courtyard be as simple as it appeared? There must be something else, just that one didn't realize it. At the thought of this, the few remaining inspectors were all energized. Chapter 8, Mouton Winery. Come on, I've got something. Suddenly Inspector Jin Yu-jin's voice reached the ears of the crowd. Inspector Kim, what have you discovered? The host and cameraman immediately came to Jin Yu's front and asked with an excited opening. It was important to know that at this time, The program's ratings had already reached the 4th place and would soon enter the top 3. It was important to realize that this was all the benefit from the private money that had just been found. If it was also possible to find a second wave of private money, or even a third or fourth wave, then it wouldn't be a problem for the program to get to the number 1 ratings in the country. At this moment, Jin Yu was standing in front of a piece of cabinet, and when he saw Chiu Jin walking towards him, his eyes stormed out a light and he opened his mouth to ask, "Ma'am, do you know that there is a secret room behind this cabinet?" Secret room. When the crowd heard these 2 words, their eyes instantly glowed. One must know that normal people wouldn't install secret rooms in their homes. Basically, it was only those rich people's homes that would build secret rooms in order to put some valuable collectibles. I'm afraid that the private rooms inside are worth a lot of money. Perhaps it was possible that it was even more valuable than those jades and emeralds outside. I know, that's the wine cellar I built when I married my husband. Xiao Jin's face was filled with happy smiles. Wine cellar. This family was truly extraordinary. Actually building a wine cellar at home to store wine. The host, on the other hand, had a sinking heart, because according to the rules of the program, private money included private money and valuable items, but all this had to be without the wife's knowledge. Now that the wife knew of the existence of this wine cellar, wouldn't that mean that it couldn't be counted under the category of private money? Mistress, since you have specially built a wine cellar, the wine in this cellar must be very valuable, right? The host tentatively opened his mouth and asked. No, the most expensive ones are only a few $100s. That's because when my husband and I got married, his friends gave him too much wine, so that's why we specially built a wine cellar to preserve it. Xiao Jin shook her head and spoke with a serious face. Hearing these words from Xiao Jin, the host was instantly relieved. Maybe it's just that the wife doesn't know the value of the wine, and with a bit of luck, she might be able to find another valuable privy just like the jade and emerald outside. As Jin Yu pressed the switch, the door to the wine cellar opened and the crowd walked into the cellar. It's only Detective Jin's keen insight that can detect a wine cellar that hidden. Anyone else might not be able to see it if it was placed in front of him. The viewers in the live broadcast room lamented as they watched the screen. The arrangement inside the wine cellar was very minimalist and well lit. It looked atmospheric and didn't feel dull. The host couldn't help but swallow his saliva and opened his mouth to ask, "Ma'am, so much wine. This is at least a few hundred bottles, right?" Xiao Jin shook her head and opened her mouth and said, "To be honest, I'm not sure of the exact amount. This is all from my husband's friends when we got married, and some of it is from my husband's online purchases, and I had to unpack the courier, and together with the ones that I drank away before, there might be a few thousand bottles." Thousands of bottles. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. I'm really envious looking at Mrs. This. Thousands of bottles. Even if a bottle is only $100, that's still worth tens of thousands of dollars. Mrs. Husband's friends are too generous. Upstairs, are you forgetting that, Mrs.? Her husband is worth $150 million just for those jades and emeralds spread in the yard. Her husband is not an ordinary person. So her husband's friend will be an ordinary person? What a good point. Give me a dozen of such friends. At this moment, the camera pointed its lens at the wines on those wine cabinets. The audience in the live broadcast room also immediately recognized how much these wines were worth. Brothers, I'm a roughneck. I don't know red wine, but I just googled these wines and they really aren't worth much. The most expensive ones are just a few $100s. I thought I would be able to see some precious red wines at my wife's house today. It looks like I won't have the chance. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The crowd was full of anticipation as they prepared to see how valuable the wines in the wine cellar were. But after searching and looking around, the most expensive ones were only worth a few $100s. Although this ending disappointed the crowd, the program still had to go on. Ma'am, earlier you said there might be thousands of bottles. Do you and your husband drink it every day? Yeah. Before we got married we drank a bit of red wine every day at dinner, made dinner a candlelight dinner, and lived a romantic life every day. Xiao Jin had a happy expression on her face. Although Xiao Jin felt that this was very happy, at this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room began to wail, letting such a beautiful beauty like Mrs. drink such cheap red wine. This is simply trampling on the madam. Only an 82-year-old Lafite is worthy of Mrs. S. beauty. Mistress, divorce your husband. I have hundreds of millions of dollars. I guarantee that you'll have a good life with me. Upstairs, are you kidding? Mrs. Her husband, if he is willing, their family can immediately become billionaires. Do you think your billionaire status is tempting? That's right. And Mrs. Their family, if they sold that yard of jadeite and jade, that's $150 million in cash. Even if you are a billionaire, can you take out that much cash? Some people have small grids. Just as the live broadcast audience pinched each other, Jin Yu suddenly picked up the red wine on the wine cabinet, squinted his eyes and carefully scrutinized it for a moment, and then turned his head to look at Xiao Jin and opened his mouth to ask, "Ma'am, do you know how much this bottle of red wine is worth? This bottle of red wine I remember not too long ago is what I unwrapped and put here. It was my husband who bought it online. It seems like a bottle is just a few dozen dollars. Xiao Jin recalled and opened her mouth. A few dozen dollars a bottle. This is too much of a drop. It looks like Detective Jin also has times when he looks away. The viewers in the live broadcast room were discussing the fact that Jinyu also had moments of looking away. But Jinyu spoke up with a smile on his face. Ma'am, you've been tricked by your husband. Take a closer look at what kind of red wine this is from the winery. The photographer immediately aimed the camera at the wine, and the name and origin of the wine on it appeared clearly in front of the camera. What does this have to do with a winery? Xiao Jin opened her mouth to ask with a puzzled expression. Right at this moment, someone in the live broadcast room shouted out, asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the wine produced by Mouton Winery. Mouton Winery. What kind of earthy name is that? Upstairs, I can only say that being uneducated is horrible. Mouton Rothschild Winery is just an abbreviation. The full name is Mouton Rothschild Winery, which became one of the top 5 wineries in 1973. Then how does this wine compare to Lafite? Although the ranking is in the same class as Lafite, the price point of the wine is basically much more expensive than Lafite. A bottle of wine is worth more than $50,000. Chapter 9, Right Half. The viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Earlier, there were still people clamoring that only Lafite was worthy of the wife, but the price of a bottle of red wine that the wife casually drank was going to dump Lafite by a large margin. Brothers, I just went to ask my friend who sells red wine, and the answer I got from him was the same as what the brothers upstairs said. Mrs. Every day to drink a bottle of more than 50,000 drinking with her husband. This life is no longer envy can be described. Mrs. S. Life, my dream. Is it really possible to buy that expensive red wine online? Upstairs, you don't know doesn't mean no. Don't be sour. People's life is not something we can imagine. The viewers in the live broadcast room revealed envy and jealousy one by one. On the other hand, the host and the program team were incredibly excited. The host and director looked at each other and saw each other's excitement in each other's eyes. They both smelled the scent of another large sum of private money. Inspector Jean, the netizen said that this bottle of wine is worth $50,000. I don't know if they're right. The host opened his mouth with 2 eyes and asked, half of it is right, and half of it isn't. A mysterious smile appeared on Jean Yu's face. What do you mean? The host opened his mouth with a puzzled face and asked, look at the character's head printed on this red wine bottle. It's the legend of the winemaking world. Patrick Leon, Master Patrick Leon. The crowd instantly shifted their sights to the character avatar that Jean Yu was talking about, which was the avatar of an old man. The audience in the live broadcast room froze. Patrick Leon. Who is Master Patrick Leon? I don't know either. Don't ask me. From what Detective Kim said, it must be a powerful figure. Not only were the viewers in the live broadcast room confused, the program team and the few remaining inspectors were also confused. Inspector Kim, can you introduce Master Patrick Leon's origin to everyone? After all, many of the audience members don't recognize him. The host spoke curiously. The host is still my goddess, really thinking for me. Upstairs, are you an idiot? Can't you see that the host is also confused? You're such a lickspittle. None of your business. I call this deep love. What do you know? Saying this dog-licking brother swiped a gift, euphemistically saying that he was thanking the host for the gift he swiped for his own sake. Under the leadership of this dog-licking brother, many viewers also swiped a wave of gifts. However, these viewers weren't doing it for the host, but for the knowledge paid by Jean Yu's ensuing science. This is not forced. It all depends on everyone's self-consciousness, and it's not a few dollars anyway. And Jean Yu, as the program's inspector, is also considered to be the staff of the program. She also did not rush the science, but hanging everyone's appetite, and so on the gift brush almost, this time slowly open mouth to introduce up. Patrick Leon Master is the winemaker of Mouton Rothschild. In addition, he also served as a consultant for many of the world's top wineries, served as the chief winemaker and general manager of France's top winery Mouton Rothschild for 20 years, but also a member of the board of directors of Mouton Rothschild. The most important point is that Master Patrick Leon only brews 100,000 bottles of red wine every year. For him, quality is the most important thing. Because of the scarcity of quantity and the fact that it's Master Patrick Leon, the price of this bottle of red wine is far more than 50,000. Inspector Jean, then how valuable is the price of this bottle of red wine? The host's voice trembled a little as she opened her mouth to ask. It was hard to hide the surprise on her face. It looked like another large sum of private money was going to be unearthed. Now this bottle of red wine can be said to have a price. The only thing I remember from the auction 3 years ago was that a bottle was as high as 200,000, and I just counted. There are 10 bottles here. Jean Yu reminisced and opened his mouth. A bottle of 200,000, a total of 10 bottles. This is worth 2 million. Upstairs, this price is still only 3 years ago. You have to know that there is a word called inflation. These 3 years have passed. I estimate that at least a 10% premium. The billionaire who said he wanted his wife to divorce and eat with you before came out. People's wives and husbands want more than 200,000 yuan for a dinner. Do you think you can afford it? Why don't you say anything? The previous billionaire at this time has pretended to be a dead man silently exited the live room. MS. Jean, are you mistaken? This is really what my husband bought online. Xiao Jean was too surprised to speak at this time. Ma'am, I understand your thoughts. It is difficult to accept for a moment, but please don't doubt my vision. In fact, I have another identity. I am the disciple of the world-famous wine sommelier Ron Wiegand, and I myself have taken the wine sommelier WSET Senior Sommelier Qualification Certificate. Detective Kim turned out to be so outstanding that he also took the WSET Advanced Sommelier Qualification. I know Ron Wiegand. His prestige is also reputed worldwide. That means there's absolutely no way Detective Kim could have looked the other way. But this is only worth more than $2 million of private money. It seems a bit far from the jade and emerald found in the courtyard outside just now. Some people had already started to compare these 10 bottles of red wine with the jade and emerald found outside the courtyard just now. Short-sighted. You have to realize that these 10 bottles are only a part of what's within these wine cabinets. There might be more valuable red wines than this. That's right. Don't be so hasty to jump to conclusions. There's plenty of red wine. Slowly look over. The viewers in the live broadcast room were getting more and more excited about how much private money could be found within this wine cellar. At this moment, Xiao Jean was still frozen in place with a dumbfounded expression, not having slowed down yet. Jean Yu, on the other hand, continued to check out the other red wines, roughly looking at a large circle after opening his mouth. Ma'am, I looked around. There are at least more than 10 kinds of red wines within this wine cellar produced from the world's top wineries, and all of them are personally brewed by the world-famous winemakers. This, how can? Xiao Jean was still hard to accept for a moment, and the director, the host, and the other staff in the live broadcast room were all excited. It looked like this 20th installment would seal the show and push it to an untouchable height. It might even be able to give Capture the #1 ratings. Inspector Jean, can you give a rough price for this batch of red wine? The host asked with unspeakable excitement. Of course, it's my honor. Jean Yu also spoke with a face full of excitement. Although she had taken the WSET Senior Sommelier's license, this was also the first time she had seen so many top-notch red wines in front of her, and every bottle was the work of a top master. It was an honor for every wine sommelier. Chapter 10, 173 million. Wines produced by Chateau Romanée-Conti. Wines produced by Chateau Merlot. Wines produced by Chateau Rippon. Wines produced by Chateau Latour. Wines produced by Chateau Valandro. One by one, the names of the world's top wineries were reported out by Kim Yu. While introducing them, Jean Yu was filled with shock. Even her master would be shocked to encounter such a scenario. To know, there are a good number of red wine is no longer can be described as priceless. Belonging to the money cannot be bought. Must have a certain status. For example, the Romanée-Conti winery's top red wine, in general, is not for sale to the public, only to some of the world's top pyramid of people to provide. Occasionally it would be sold also at the World Wine Exchange, and those who attended were only qualified to purchase a few bottles. Even Mr. Wine of the Wanda Group only had 3 bottles to purchase at this kind of exchange, and inside this cellar, there are actually more than 10 bottles of this level of top red wine. All of this in front of him was like a dream for Jean Yu. Even with his own eyes, Jean Yu quietly pinched his arm and realized that he was not dreaming before believing. As for the audience in the live broadcast room, one by one, they all frantically swiped up the screen. As for Jean Yu, at this time, she had already found the program team to bring the computer. Eventually, she looked at the camera with shocked eyes and opened her mouth. There are a total of 470 bottles of red wine in this wine cellar. The most expensive one is worth $300,000. The cheapest one is worth $180,000. A total of $173 million. Although I've known for a long time that this wine cellar isn't simple, I didn't realize that the wine in this cellar is actually worth $173 million. Wouldn't that be worth more than all those jades and emeralds in the courtyard? What about the one who just said he wanted his wife to get a divorce? Now that his family's private money has added up to more than $300 million, why didn't he say anything? The billionaire who quit the live broadcasting room long ago was driving. Just at this time couldn't help but sneeze. The result was a head-on collision into a tree. Fortunately, the speed of traveling is not fast, or else it would have been a car crash. While Jean Yu was introducing these red wines and their prices, the show staff also took photos of each wine and accompanied them with Jean Yu's introductory text. The theme is then, shock. invisible rich country home within the private wine cellar actually found this. This proper title party attracted the attention of many people. Clicked on the content of a look, immediately caused a huge amount of downloads as well as reproduced in the network, caused a furor. At this moment, a Chinese and Western culture wine exchange is being held in Hangzhou International Center. There were many international famous wineries and winemaking masters participating in this exchange. Suddenly, no one knew who had sent a video to the exchange group. After seeing the content of the video, all the famous figures attending the exchange meeting stared with wide eyes. This is Patrick Leon, Master Patrick Leon's work, and this is Master Bernard Noblet's early works. It's long since disappeared from the market. He's retired. I didn't expect to actually be able to see his early works here. The entire exchange was suddenly thrown into a frenzy. Even though there was a leader speaking on the stage, none of these people were in the mood to listen to what that leader was saying, and one by one, they all lowered their heads and looked at their cell phones. However, soon, they reacted and made excuses to leave the stage, and after coming to the door of the exchange meeting, they took out their cell phones to make a call. Quickly report to the chairman. Our Ramanikkanti Bernard Noblet Master's early works actually appeared in China. I've already sent you the photos. It didn't take long for the chairman of Ramanikkanti to personally call. I order you, at all costs, you must take down this batch of Bernard Noblet masterpieces. You know that this phase of the work is the Queen's favorite drink, but unfortunately, it has long been gone, and even our winery cannot be copied. It wasn't just such a call. There were also a series of staff members from Chateau Merlot, Chateau Ripon, Chateau Latour and others who would be attending the exchange. They had reported their findings to the chairman of their respective wineries. The chairman of these wineries also gave a dead order one by one to buy this batch of red wine at all costs. On top of that, there were also staff members from the top wine clubs in the country who were also reporting on the situation. Mr. 1. I found the early works of Master Bernard Noblet of Chateau Romanée-Conti, as well as Chateau Merlot, Chateau Ripon, and Chateau Latour on top of a variety show. What? There is actually a Romanée-Conti Chateau Bernard Noblet Master's early works. That is my father's favorite wine in life. Just before he died, his mouth has been chanting. If he can taste it again, he will die without regrets. The last time I encountered it, I remember that it was in the auction 5 years ago, but at that time, I did not have the money. There is no way to complete my father's wish, but this time, it is necessary to buy it at all costs. After January is the anniversary of my father's death. Then I will take Master Bernard Noblet's work to pay homage to him. It didn't take long for these staff members who came to participate in the exchange to realize that Bai Village in Jiyang City wasn't far from Hangzhou, so they drove to Bai Village themselves. After all, they had all gotten a death order from their top bosses, and if they were preempted by other peers, then they wouldn't even have the face to go back and repeat their orders. At this time the host also felt that it was time for him to come forward and announce the summary of the second discovery of the private money. Viewers, this time, Inspector Jin's first cash privy money is worth a total of $173 million, once again setting a new record for our program, and at the same time breaking the value of the privy money that Master Su had just discovered. Just as the host was unspeakably excited as he announced the results, Xiao Jin spoke incredulously. In that case, my husband and I have to drink more than $100,000 worth of red wine every night? Ma'am, isn't it good to live like this? This is a life that many people in the world dream of. The host said, it's not that such a life is bad. It's just that I think this is too extravagant. Is this wine really that expensive? Xiao Jin was still having trouble imagining it. Ma'am, as I said, please don't question my profession. Jin Yu smiled. The viewers in the live broadcast room were playful when they saw Xiao Jin's expression. Mistress is too cute with this look. No wonder Mistress is so pretty in bed. People with good luck don't look bad. I'm also envious of Mistress's life. I don't know when that deadbeat in my house will let me live it. Still, there were different voices in the live broadcast room. Some people suspected that the price of the red wine couldn't be that high. A bottle of red wine costing more than $100,000 is definitely a hype from the program. That's it. My yearly salary is only enough to drink that much of a bottle of wine. I don't believe it. The program group is definitely treating the audience as cuties. I don't believe a bottle of wine is that expensive. Chapter 11 Vintage. There is always controversy where there are people. Just as different sounds were being made within the live broadcast, a roar of engines came from outside the house. A luxury car stopped outside the house, and then the people in the car got down and rushed into the courtyard impatiently. These people were none other than the representatives of the major top wineries that had come to acquire wine. The program team thought they were some kind of lovers at first and wanted to stop them, but after some negotiation, the program staff in the courtyard didn't dare to stop them at all and put them inside the wine cellar. After learning that a whole bunch of representatives from the world's major top wineries had come, Xiao Jin instantly froze in place with a dumbfounded expression on her face. To be honest, she was a little unsure of how to receive them. but out of politeness she still went up to greet these representatives. "Greetings, beautiful madam. I am the representative of Chateau Romani-Conti. In your cellar, there is our chateau's former master vintner, Master Bernard Noblet's 1980s work, which I'm willing to recycle at a price of $4 million a bottle. Hello beautiful lady, I am the representative of Chateau Mouton Rothschild. We are willing to recover our chateau's 1981 wine for $1.5 million. The viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Just now after going through Jean Yu's mouth, they learned that when these wines were worth more than $100,000 or $200,000 a bottle, it was already amazing enough. But now these wineries were actually recycling their wineries' wines at 10 times the price. What is this world like? More viewers now felt that these people must have been found by the program's team and used to hype up the show, wanting to increase the show's ratings. These people must be actors found by the program group to try to hype up the show. The program group is purely treating us viewers as cuties, playing around, even if they want to hype it. Let's be more truthful. At this moment, Jean Yu couldn't help but look at these representatives of the major top wineries with a puzzled face. What do these representatives want to do? But soon, a brilliant light flashed from Jean Yu's mind, and then her eyes widened. Vintage. Speaking as a professional, I actually forgot this most important thing. Jean Yu's entire body was constantly trembling in place. She had just remembered this matter, and she had actually forgotten that the highest point of the wine's value lies in the vintage in which it was brewed. At this moment, Xiao Jin's heart was even harder to calm. She hadn't even fully accepted the facts that Jean Yu had just said, and now the prices offered by the representatives of these wineries were even more unimaginable to her. If a night of just drinking more than $100,000 of wine, then for Xiao Jin, it would just feel like a luxury. But if one knew that the red wine drunk was worth millions, then such a life could no longer be said to be luxurious, but rather corrupt. And the live broadcast room, because at one point, they suspected that these people were actors that the program group had found and used to hype up the show, feeling that the program group had insulted the viewers' intelligence. Therefore, for a moment the audience within the live broadcast room cursed the street, cursed the program group, cursed the director, and the staff and director of the program group were full of grievances. They really didn't know that things would turn out like this. At first, knowing the identity and status of these people, in addition to learning that they were here to acquire wine, they felt that it would make the program more interesting to watch, so they let them in. As a result, I didn't expect these people to open their mouths with sky-high prices. If the director was given another chance, he would have said nothing to let these winery representatives in. At this time, one of the rash staff members in the program team, ignoring the identity and status of these representatives, directly rushed forward and grabbed the collar of one of the representatives and opened his mouth to say, "You guys are here to make trouble, right? Are you treating us like monkeys? If you're here to cause trouble, then I'll have to ask you guys to go out." Before speaking, there were also a few rash staff members who had also gathered around. The director saw all this in his eyes and didn't stop it. "No, how could we possibly be troublemakers? I'm really a representative of Romani-Conti. This is my business card. I'm the manager of one of the top wine clubs in the country. If you don't believe me, you can go online and look it up. There's information about me online." For a moment, the scene was in chaos. The staff at the scene didn't believe in the identity of these representatives at all, and decided that they were here to cause trouble. And just as they were about to kick them out, a voice suddenly appeared and stopped them. "Wait a minute, they're not here to cause trouble. What they are saying is true." At this moment, the one who opened his mouth to mention these representatives to relieve them was none other than Jean Yu. For a moment, everyone's eyes gathered on Jean Yu. No matter what, Jean Yu was also a member of the program's team, so when the program staff heard her words, they couldn't help but freeze and stop their hands. "Inspector Jean, do you mean that what they said is true? A bottle of wine is worth several $1 million? The host opened his mouth full of doubts and asked. Jean Yu took a deep breath, nodded heavily and opened his mouth. "That's right, this is all my fault. Just now I forgot that the most important thing about wine is the vintage." The director, seeing that things had taken a turn for the worse, immediately eyed the host. "Excuse me, Inspector Jean, can you give everyone a little bit of information?" The host asked Jean Yu in front of the camera. "Wine in the process of brewing, there are many factors that will affect the taste, such as temperature, humidity, the process of making, which every step will affect the taste, but these by the master brewer hand, are able to control. The only thing that cannot be controlled, that is the year of brewing, because every year the difference in climate will affect the taste of the grapes, which is beyond the control of the master winemaker. If you can encounter a perfect time to make the perfect wine, which is unattainable for every master winemaker. Just now I only noticed the master's avatar printed on these wines, but I forgot the year these wines were brewed." Jean Yu patiently pontificated, giving the reason for this. These red wines, in addition to the works of the masters, The most critical thing is that many of them are now difficult to see on the market. Once they appear or in those auctions, able to buy none of them is not a wealthy tycoon, but these tycoons buy, basically are used to collect, cannot afford to drink. Like this bottle of Bernard Noblet masterpiece in 1980. The last time it appeared was in a foreign auction 10 years ago, when a mysterious tycoon to $3 million. Now they are willing to pay $4 million to buy back is not surprising. Hearing Jean use popularization, the knowledgeable representatives present nodded their heads, while the viewers in the live broadcast room were a bit confused. It's a bit incomprehensible, but it feels as if it's very powerful. Mere mortals like us may not really know the value of these wines, so that's why the eyesight determines the pattern. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Chapter 12, this is all a small matter. There were many viewers within the live broadcast room who still didn't believe it and raised their doubts, and there were also a small number of viewers who chose to believe it. Just at this moment, someone within the live broadcast room suddenly swiped another rocket frantically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ever since watching this variety show, I realized that there are so many tycoons in this world. That's right, I don't even think of money as money anymore. Even though I only have $1,500 a month, it doesn't stop me from eating instant noodles with 2 eggs now. Upstairs, you're bloated. You dare to eat instant noodles with 2 eggs. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room was lamenting that these tycoons didn't treat money as money, someone else started to brush up rockets. One brush was 500 rockets. That was $50,000. If this was in any other live room, then there would definitely be people shouting. But seeing someone brush rockets within this program, the audience was about to go numb. At this moment, a bunch of officially certified accounts flooded into the live broadcast room. Romane Conti Winery, dear Mrs. I am the chairman of Romane Conti Winery. Our winery representative Phil is on your side. What she said are the meanings of our winery. I purposely came to express my sincerity. If Mrs. is willing to let us recycle that batch of wines, the price can be opened with you. In addition, we are willing to send Mrs. a VIP lifelong membership card for our winery. Free experience of our winery. And we are willing to send you a VIP lifelong membership card, VIP lifetime membership card to experience our winery services for free. Hangzhou Wine Club, dear madam, I am the boss of Hangzhou Wine Club, Wang Yin. I would like to acquire a bottle of Chateau Romani Conti Bernard Noblet masterpiece, which was my father's favorite wine when he was alive, and a month from now it will be the day of his sacrifice. I would like to bring it to pay my respects to him at that time. In an instant, the official authentication accounts of more than 10 of the world's top wineries as well as top wine clubs all spoke, and the gifts they swiped alone amounted to more than $1 million. The official authentication accounts are all blown out. Could it be that what those people said is true? It's been said that eyesight determines pattern. Your poverty limits your imagination. I told you that the program group is definitely not speculating. Even if they really wanted to speculate, how could they act out such a tie script? Mrs. Life, my dream. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room was in shock, the hosts noticed that Xiao Jin suddenly had moist eyes. Mistress, what's wrong with you? The host was instantly flustered. Nothing, I just saw that Mr. Wang's speech just now and remembered my father. When my family's condition was poor, my father accompanied me to do the green train, didn't close his eyes for 2 days and 2 nights to send me to school, fearing that I would encounter any dangers on the road, and also ran all the way to see me from time to time during the schooling period. It's just a pity that I won't be able to see him anymore. Xiao Jin rubbed her eyes and spoke with a sad face. The host seemed to be infected by Xiao Jin's emotions as well. Ma'am, if your father knew that you are so happy now, he would definitely not worry about you as much as he did when you were studying. The host comforted. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room saw Xiao Jin in this state. There was a flurry of talk. Mistress is also too filial, but it's a pity that her father has already passed away. Upstairs, what do you know? The adult world isn't that simple. She must have just made up random excuses in order to sell red wine. That's right, so that it can be sold at a higher price. It's called a marketing ploy. I'm willing to call the wife an Oscar-winning actress. A portion of the people brought up the tempo and began to speak ill of Xiao Jin. However, those rich people in the live broadcast who wanted to buy it didn't care. If Mrs. really sold the wines with this kind of marketing tactic, then they couldn't be happier. At least being able to buy the wine their wish would be accomplished. Mrs. So are you preparing to sell these wines? The host asked. No, I'm not planning to sell. As a result, Xiao Jin's answer instantly made the speculative audience in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. What is the wife thinking? If she sells a portion of these red wines, won't she become a billionaire? Upstairs, you know nothing. In the wife's mind, money cannot compare to her romance with her husband. Even the host couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Mrs. Why don't you sell? Although the price they offered makes my heart flutter, I have to ask my husband's opinion. Xiao Jin opened her mouth with a serious face. the live broadcast room was silent. It was this reason again. Those viewers who had previously speculated about Xiao Jin's malicious intent were also dumbfounded and no longer pitched a fit. Right at this moment, Xiao Jin uttered an unexpected sentence. Although I won't be selling these wines, I'm going to give away another free bottle to that Mr. Wang so that he can pay homage to his father. Giving away a bottle for free. This was a bottle of wine worth $4 million. This was equivalent to giving away $4 million for free. Mistress, this is too generous. This is $4 million. The pattern upstairs is small. For us, it's $4 million. But for Mrs., it's a filial piety. That's it. That's it. Thousands of gold can't buy you filial piety. The host couldn't help but open his mouth and asked, Mistress, didn't you say you had to ask your husband's opinion before? I do listen to my husband if it's a big deal, but I know my husband, and if I'm going to do this kind of thing to help someone fulfill his filial piety, my husband will definitely support me as well. Xiao Jin said, Mistress is so gentle and kind. Those who slandered Mistress as a marketing ploy before and said she was acting stand out. Take a good look at someone as kind-hearted as Mistress. Would she be acting? Road to fan. I'll be a fan of Mrs. From now on. Right at this moment, Zhang Lei, the representative of Hangzhou Wine Club, received a call. Mr. Wang. Yes, yes, yes. Not knowing what was said on the other end of the phone, Zhang Lei handed the phone to Xiao Jin with both hands and spoke with a respectful face. Ma'am, our Mr. Wang would like to ask you to take the call. Xiao Jin was very unaccustomed to seeing Zhang Lei treating himself so respectfully, but she hesitated for a moment, nodded, and took the phone. Respected mistress, first of all, please let me express my gratitude to you, a favor that cannot be repaid. Since your wife doesn't accept money, then please accept our club's diamond card. In the future your wife and your husband will be exempted from all purchases at our club. In addition, your wife, you and your husband will call me at any time if there is anything wrong. Mr. Wang on the other end of the phone couldn't hide his excitement as he spoke. Then thank you for Mr. Wang's kindness, but this is all a small matter. Mr. Wang doesn't need to take it to heart. Xiao Jin said politely out of politeness. Mistress, this is too generous. $4 million worth of wine. Give it away even if it's not. And still say it's a small matter. How is this generous? This is clearly Versailles. When can I live like Mrs. 4 million becomes a small matter. Chapter 13, Stopping Recycling. Wang Yin was able to receive the wine of his choice and was already satisfied at this point. As for the other wineries, none of the clubs were red-eyed when they saw this scene. Ma'am, you still have so much stocked wine on hand. Just sell us a bottle. Even one bottle. Yes, the price is whatever you want, as long as you are willing to sell it. This one winery and club was indeed sincere in wanting to purchase it, as it was too collectible. At this moment, in addition to these wineries behind-the-scenes bosses paying attention to the situation, the Queen, who was far away in the British Wheel, was also watching the live broadcast. She was also attracted by the video that introduced the wine. When she was young, she had drunk Master Bernard Noblet's 1980, and that taste was still unforgettable. The Queen of England felt that if she could taste it again, she would die without regret. Before she has been concerned about the market whether there is still Bernard Noblet Masterpiece 1980, but has never appeared on the market. There might still be some rich people who still had it on hand, but they were all secretly collecting it, unwilling to bring it out for the world to know. Alas, if I could taste it once more, then there would really be no regrets in life. Queen Yingluan regretfully spoke. At the side of Queen Yingluan, there was also a blonde girl in her early 20s, holding her arm and speaking. Sister, if you like it, then let's buy it. Well, then, Queen Yingluan was just about to open her mouth, when she suddenly saw a special mark on top of the bottle, and instantly her eyes widened and her body trembled. Immediately stopped the acquisition behavior. Have Chateau Romanicanti stopped the acquisition? Queen Yingluan shouted in agitation. Her sister beside her, on the other hand, was taken aback by this agitated look. The blonde girl looked at her sister with this agitated look hard to understand, knowing that ever since her sister became the Queen of British Wheel, she had never lost her temper like this. Even before she took the throne, nothing seemed to be able to make her show such uneasiness. Sister, what's wrong with you? The blonde girl opened her mouth with a face full of doubt and asked. Queen Yingluan pointed at the wolf head mark on the bottle that was not already noticed and opened her mouth. On the spot I had just taken office. Our country suffered a terrorist attack as well as a threat from a neighboring country, and was momentarily caught in a desperate situation. It was that man who stepped in to help solve the problem. And after the incident, this batch of wine and liquor was personally delivered to that man by me at the same time as I gave that man 10 mines. That man? Sister, is it really him? The blonde-haired young girl also got excited, her eyes revealing a feeling of longing in an undisguised manner. Not bad, it's him. I made these marks with my own hands. Queen Yingluan spoke with a firm tone. It's really him. The blonde girl had lost her composure at this time, trembling all over, and the whole person sat on the ground as if she had lost her soul. The Queen of England did not know that in addition to the 10 mines and wines that she had sent out, her sister had also contacted that man privately, and only after sending her precious first night did that man agree to help, or else the 10 mines and this batch of wines would not have been able to impress that man at all. Although I said that I gave up my body, but I have never regretted it, even if that man, after never appeared in front of himself, but that man's figure has long been firmly engraved in their hearts. At this time, Xiao Jin was very difficult, because after she said that she would send a bottle to Wang Yin of Hangzhou Wine Club, other unwilling wineries and clubs began to play the bitter card. This was the most difficult way for her to refuse. This group of people just saw that Xiao Jin had a good heart, and only by playing the bitter card would she relent. Otherwise, even if you stumble over a mountain of gold and silver in front of her, she would only say, "I have to ask my husband for his opinion." Seeing Xiao Jin's face full of hesitation and difficulty in choosing, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all furious. These shameless ones are too good at acting. They're forcing misses to sell the wine to them. Isn't that so? They're just looking at mistress's kindness and want to take advantage of it. Just when Xiao Jin was having trouble refusing, someone in the live broadcast room suddenly swiped another rocket. This brother Xiao Jin of Chateau Romanicanti had spoken again. This time, however, the words that came out of this official account made people's eyes widen in surprise. Chateau Romanicanti renounces the recall and is deeply sorry for the trouble it has caused his wife. Chateau Ripon renounces the recall and is deeply sorry for the distress caused to his wife. Chateau Latour renounces the recall and is deeply sorry for the trouble it has caused the wife. With Romanicanti, the Xiao Jin brother, being the first to speak, the other chateaus and clubs all hurriedly followed in line, as if they had negotiated, and together gave up the idea of recycling that batch of wines. These representatives who were sent here were immediately dumbfounded. The bosses had clearly given a death order earlier, that no matter what, they had to acquire this batch of wines back, or else they wouldn't have to go back. But now these bosses behind them actually took the initiative to give up the recovery. What was going on here? This doubt appeared in the minds of the major representatives. Not only the major representatives, those viewers in the live broadcast room were also looking confused. What kind of operation was this? 1 second, they were playing the bitter card in trying to recover at all costs, but the next second, they suddenly gave up and apologized to Xiao Jin. Just as everyone was puzzled, the cell phones of these representatives rang at almost the same time, only to see their faces stony and constantly nodding. After hanging up the phone, they came to Xiao Jin's face with respectful faces, and one by one, they apologized again on behalf of the wineries or clubs behind them. Although these representatives didn't know what was going on here, but they realized a problem. The wife's husband who was able to collect so many wines that drove them crazy at the same time could definitely not be as simple as just an ordinary tycoon. It was important to know that the wealth of the group of bosses behind them stood at the top of the world's handful of people, but when they called, their tone of voice was incomparably grave, and could even be said to be scornful. This issue was not just something that these representatives had thought through. The director of the program also thought about this question, his head filled with cold sweat. Although it was said that the number of people watching in the live broadcast had now broken through the 50 million barrier, and would soon reach the #1 spot in the ratings. However, the director of the program team was not happy at all, but instead panicked. Just as he was worried, the program's investors were calling one after another. Even he, a small director, could figure this out. Would those capitalist investors behind him not think of it? Director Lin, what exactly is the situation on your side? Director Lin, no matter what happened before, from now on, everything has to go according to the wife's wishes. Don't ever piss her off. Director Lin, if something goes wrong, you're the first to die. These calls brought incomparable pressure to Director Lin. When he looked at Xiao Jin again, his eyes became panicked, afraid of upsetting Xiao Jin. Chapter 14, Watering the Flowers. Those winery representatives immediately left after apologizing a bit, as if this place was like hell, not willing to stay for even a second longer. The viewers in the live broadcast room also froze. There were only a few pop-ups, and it was as if the millions of viewers had turned into only a few hundred viewers left. The first wave of private money found before was enough to shock people. This second wave of private money directly silenced people, rendering them speechless. After the winery representatives left, the staff of the program once again did a count based on their offer. After some counting, it was discovered that the several hundred bottles of red wine within this wine cellar were actually worth $1.23 billion. The host's hands were constantly trembling as he held the tallied figures after getting this offer. "Ma'am, can I publish the value of the privy found this time?" the host asked. If it were in the past, she would have definitely followed the rules of the program, not even bothering to ask the host family, and directly announced the value of the privy. But this family was different. It wasn't an ordinary family, and the host was also afraid of offending Xiao Jin and making her unhappy, so she asked. Seeing Xiao Jin nod her head, The host was relieved, and then turned to the camera, and opened her mouth. This time the privy is a wine found by Inspector Jean. At the beginning there was an error in the price we calculated, but now based on the offers from the major chateaus, we recalculated, and this time the privy is worth a total of 1,230,000,000 dollars. As the host spoke, she kept suppressing her inner excitement and tried her best to choose to calmly announce the result, but her voice still trembled a little, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were all plunged into shock after learning this specific amount. Unable to slow down for a moment, a wine cellar with a few hundred bottles of wine was actually worth $1.23 billion. Just how horrible is this family? I don't know if I'll be able to see what $1.23 billion looks like in this life. Upstairs, don't even think about it. I'm a bank employee, and I haven't seen what $1.23 billion looks like even after doing this for most of my life. Upstairs bank brother, if this $1.23 billion in the bank, how much interest a year? If only at an annual interest rate of 0.3%, there is $369 million a year, and if it can be operated well, the interest is at least 20 million or more a year. Asterisk. Doesn't that mean that if you put this money in the bank you won't worry about food and drink in this life? Upstairs you are too short-sighted. This is poor people thinking. Rich people will not deposit in the bank, but will use money to generate money. Not to mention those ordinary viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked by the $1.23 billion. Even these few inspectors from the program team were shocked. It was important to realize that these few inspectors were not ordinary people, but elites from all walks of life. Take manager Lin for example. She was the general manager of the finance department of Wanda Group, with an annual salary of millions of dollars. Her eyesight and pattern was much bigger than ordinary people, but she had never thought that she would be able to have $1.23 billion in her life, because this number was too far away from her. Even if she didn't eat or drink, she would have to work for more than 1,000 years to earn $1.23 billion. Xiao Jin slightly opened her red lips wide, and her entire body was also in a state of shock. The inside of our family's wine cellar is actually worth $1.23 billion. Xiao Jin was still a bit unresponsive, feeling that this was all like a dream, but she was clear that she wasn't dreaming. This was reality. Xiao Jin even couldn't help but want to take out her cell phone to call Yi Fusheng and ask him what was going on. However, due to the reason that the program was still live, it wasn't very convenient to call, so she just sent a message to Yi Fusheng, and Yi Fusheng hadn't replied until now. But with the second wave of private money being found out, the program group didn't stop, but was going to continue broadcasting. This was a decision made by the program team after receiving Xiao Jin's consent. Although it was said that this family was surprising and horrifying, the program team couldn't suppress their inner curiosity and wanted to continue digging into the private money within this family to see what other surprises it could bring. Several inspectors continued to search. At this moment, Inspector Yang Huiyang, who was the science officer, suddenly stood still outside the courtyard, looking at the delicate flowers in front of him with an appreciative face. Inspector Yang, could it be that you have discovered something about these flowers? When the host saw Inspector Yang standing in front of the flowers, he couldn't help but ask. There's nothing to discover. These flowers are just ordinary flowers. Inspector Yang shook her head and spoke. However, soon after, she turned her head to look at Xiao Jin and asked, I think Mrs. Yang should be a flower lover. To be able to take care of these flowers so well, you shouldn't have put in a lot of effort on weekdays. Xiao Jin smiled and said, it's okay. Anyway, I'm usually alone at home with nothing to do, so I cultivated these flowers by hand. No. To be able to take care of these flowers so daintily, Mistress must have put her heart into it. I wonder how Mistress cultivates them during the weekdays. Inspector Yang asked. Just the wine that I usually don't finish. Xiao Jin first froze for a moment, then still truthfully told the truth. As soon as these words were said, the gazes of everyone on the program team gathered on this Xiao Jin's body, and the scene was suddenly silent. The wines that you normally didn't finish? These wines were worth millions of dollars even if they were cheap. To actually use these wines to water the flowers? Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Jin's small face slightly reddened. Realizing that she seemed to have said something wrong, she hurriedly opened her mouth and added, no, I mean if my husband and I don't finish the wine, then only then will we use it to water the flowers to avoid wasting it. To be honest, this matter of Xiao Jin might as well not be explained. The viewers in the live broadcast room heard this and immediately ghosted. Mistress is showing off her wealth, right? It's much more high-end than those vulgar women who show off their bags and cars. Mistress that is showing off wealth. This is clearly the presence of teaching Versailles. Inspector Yang couldn't help but feel his face twitching a bit when he heard this, and spoke. It is indeed a good choice to water the flowers when the wine has expired. But in fact, I have some methods here that can help your wife's family preserve the wine that has been opened. Ah, like this? But my husband said that wine will affect the taste no matter what method is used after it's opened. So if I can't finish it, I'll water the flowers the next day when the alcohol has evaporated. Cho Jin said. The audience in the live broadcast room once again felt stormed. If you can't finish it, you'll have to wait for the alcohol to evaporate before watering the flowers. This kind of behavior can't be described by the word luxury. This is the real rich. The life of the rich is beyond our imagination. I remember that the most expensive of those wines cost $4 million a bottle, right? I can't even earn $4 million in my entire life. And people actually take $4 million of wine to water flowers. I can't watch it anymore. I'm going to lose faith in life if I watch this program again. Chapter 15, King of the Tables. The viewers in the live broadcast room on this side were wailing and lamenting. On the other side, Inspector Fu had also searched for the third wave of private money. The host hurriedly brought a cameraman to Inspector Fu's side. Inspector Fu, I wonder what you found, the host asked. Look here. Inspector Fu pointed to the bottom of the table under the television. Xiao Jin couldn't help but frown at this scene and spoke. I clean every day. There shouldn't be anything underneath this table. Inspector Fu shook his head and spoke. Sometimes people can be deceived by inertia. Because you clean every day, so sometimes you can overlook something. Saying that, Inspector Fu pulled out a watch from behind the foot of the table. The cameraman immediately focused the camera on the watch. The entire body of the watch was a golden yellow color, but it was not vulgar, and the delicate pattern on it, as well as the dial, were setting off the watch's value. Taking a closer look at the dial, it showed the year, month and date respectively, and at the bottom of the dial, it showed a very fine picture of the stars. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The workmanship of this watch is also too delicate, right? Is there any big brother who can introduce what kind of watch this is? According to my observation, this should be the king of watches, Patek Philippe. The king of watches? Patek Philippe? I'm uneducated. So let's start with. The viewers in the live broadcast room were exclaiming in the comments section. Inspector Fu. A viewer in the live broadcast room said that this watch is a Patek Philippe. I don't know if he's right. The host glanced at the comments section then asked. Right, this is Patek Philippe, Inspector Fu said with certainty, but there doesn't seem to be a Patek Philippe logo on this watch? The host took a closer look at the watch and then opened his mouth to ask. Instantly, the audience in the live broadcast room also noticed. Right, oh, how come there's no Patek Philippe logo on this watch? Upstairs is cheating. Vulgar. You even said you're uneducated. How could you possibly recognize it? Brother, this really doesn't have a Patek Philippe logo. How do you know it's a Patek Philippe? Just as the audience in the live broadcast who recognized it as a Patek Philippe didn't bother to answer these vulgar questions, Inspector Fu opened his mouth and said, it's not that there's no logo, but it's that he doesn't bother to show it, because just by looking at the dial, you can tell that apart from Patek Philippe there are only a handful of companies that can make a watch like this. Saying that, Inspector Fu's hand gently pressed an inconspicuous button, followed by a crisp mechanical sound from within the dial. Ka-ching! But as this crisp mechanical sound rang out, the parts within the dial, other than the pointer that indicated the time, actually began to move, and then a symbolic symbol was formed, the Calderaba cross. This was a symbol synthesized from a knight's sword and a priest's cross, and it was also the exclusive symbol of Patek Philippe. The crowd was instantly mesmerized by the change. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A big man is a big man. Even without the Patek Philippe logo, he is still able to recognize that this is a Patek Philippe. Oh, I have said, this is Patek Philippe. General vulgar people simply cannot see. Patek Philippe's strength simply do not need to show to the outside world. Know its value of people. Naturally will buy to collect. Inspector Fu, how much do you think this watch must be worth? To be honest, I'm not sure. I've seen a lot of similar watches, or exquisite decorations before, and among them, there are also famous watches like Patek Philippe, but I haven't seen such exquisite workmanship, so I'm not able to estimate the value. Inspector Fu shook his head and spoke, but I'm sure this is definitely a global limited edition or a specially formulated edition. Inspector Fu spoke with a certainty in his tone. Global limited edition? A special edition? This was too extravagant. One must know that even an ordinary Patek Philippe watch was not something that an average family could afford, and many people, even if they were poor, could not possibly afford it in their lifetime. And this one in front of him was most likely a global limited edition, or even a specially formulated version. So this price was indeed hard to estimate. The host couldn't help but frown. In that case, even if this private money was found, it couldn't be valued. So what was the point of finding this private money? Is there really no way to value it? The host couldn't help but ask. It's true that there's no way to value it, but based on my experience, this watch is at least worth more than $100 million. Inspector Fu sighed and spoke. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was once again shocked. It was important to realize that the private money found before, whether it was jade and emerald or those wines, were only able to reach hundreds of millions because of their quantity. But this time, the private money found was only a watch that was able to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The difference was something that any normal person would be able to understand. Then Inspector Fu shook his head again and spoke. Regarding this aspect, I'm not an expert and can only give an approximate value, but I believe that there are many viewers inside the live broadcast room, so perhaps there are professionals who can give a specific price. The host's eyes lit up. This was a good idea, knowing that the audience inside the live broadcast room has now reached millions, and is even breaking towards the 10 million mark, which contains people from all walks of life. Maybe there really is a person who has relevant experience who can give a reasonable price. Therefore the host opened his mouth to the camera and said, since Inspector Fu has no way to give a specific price, then this watch will be priced by the viewers who are watching the live broadcast. The viewers in the live broadcast room exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We mere mortals don't even know what this watch is called, and we're still asked to price it. If this is set lower, then wouldn't that be an insult to this watch? Wasn't there a great god who recognized this as a Patek Philippe at a glance just now? Come out and set a price for this watch. The watch god who was previously suspected of fooling others also spoke up at this moment. Before pricing this watch again, I would like to say one thing. Sitting here all of you should not be clear about Patek Philippe, right? So I'll first give you all a little bit of popularization so that no one will say that I'm fooling people again. This watch god first expressed his inner dissatisfaction, and then began to popularize it. Patek Philippe, English name, Patek Philippe, is a famous Swiss watch brand that began in 1839. The world's top 10 famous watches, founded by Mr. Patek, Antoine Norbert de Patek, and Mr. Philippe, Jean-Adrien Philippe. It is the last independent watchmaker in Switzerland, producing its own from start to finish. And the noble artistic realm and expensive production materials have shaped the enduring brand effect of Patek Philippe. Watch God. You this wave of copy and paste 6 it is clear that it is the words above. You copy word for word. These we check You are to give me some popularization. We cannot find the information on the internet Chapter 16, true or false? Ahem. Then let's tell you all something you don't know. The watch god was also a bit embarrassed, not realizing that what he had copied and pasted from Duonyang had actually been discovered by everyone. If you say you want to go to Patek Philippe to buy a watch, the staff will definitely ask you first if you have ever bought or owned a Patek Philippe watch. And if you say no, then the staff will first give you an estimate of your assets. And if you don't have enough assets or status to qualify, then you won't be qualified to buy a Patek Philippe, or you will only be able to buy the most junior Patek Philippe. The live broadcast room was silent. Are you kidding me? It's been 0202 years. You have to know that the concept of customer as God has long been deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. After hearing the watch god's popularization of Patek Philippe, everyone was a bit skeptical. Only after a while did the crowd slow down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do I feel like the watch god is fooling people again? Shoo, you can't say that the great god is fooling people again. Later on the great god will not say anything if he gets angry. But this Patek Philippe's approach is simply unheard of and unseen. That's why people are big gods and know things we don't know. We're just ordinary people. Guys, it's normal that you don't know. Let me start by telling you the concept of Patek Philippe's advertisement, which is that you have never owned a Patek Philippe. You're just helping to keep it for the next generation. Then I'll tell you the incredible thing. That is, the watchmaker of Patek Philippe must be selected from the watchmakers who have the world's top technology, and then trained for more than 15 years before they are qualified to do Patek Philippe. And every Patek Philippe is purely handmade, a piece of which will need to consume at least 5 years of the watchmaker's time. Titanic, everyone should know. This is a movie adapted from a real event, in which there is a Patek Philippe watch, after decades of sinking on the bottom of the sea, salvaged and found that the time of the watch is actually not the slightest difference. If you have to ask me why I know these things, it's because I am also the custodian of a Patek Philippe watch. Toward the end, this watch god silently bragged to everyone about this incident. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Invisible pretenses are the most deadly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No wonder people know it so well. It turns out that they also own a Patek Philippe. Upstairs, people big god have said, no one can own Patek Philippe just for the next generation to keep. You did not hear the big god said he is also a custodian? Great God, can you show me your Patek Philippe? There were even quite a few teenage viewers in the live broadcast room who started to express their favoritism towards the watch god. But just at this time, someone else raised an objection. Big god, don't show off with us. You've been talking for half a day and you still haven't said how much this watch is worth. Don't be anxious, everyone. Before I tell you the price of this watch, let me first popularize the style of this watch with you. This watch should be Patek Philippe's 5175. In this watch, there are many small parts are to rely on the watchmaker to install up by hand. There are many small parts, The naked eye cannot see clearly. In the tens of thousands of parts to install up, cannot make a little mistake. If a little mistake, then this watch is ruined. Which leads to this watch. The production consumed a lot of financial resources, manpower, energy and material resources, which led to this watch having almost zero error. Big God, you've said half a day. You still haven't said how much this watch is worth. Even if you say it more clearly, it's impossible for us to own this watch. The audience in the live broadcast room was about to be exasperated by the watch god and their blood pressure came up. After speaking for half a day, he still hadn't gotten above the point of their concern. Ahem. That what? Everyone don't rush. Let me first load. Not right. I'm thinking of giving everyone first popularize the basic knowledge. Now the focus comes. This piece of Patek Philippe 5175 value should be 180 million. But this is only the original selling price. Now even 100 million 80 million can't be bought anymore. Hearing this price, the staff of the live program couldn't help but swallow their saliva. A watch worth $180 million. It was made of diamonds, right? No, even if the entire watch was made of diamonds it shouldn't be worth 180 million. Right at this time, Xiao Jin couldn't help but open her mouth and say, "Wait, are you guys mistaken? This watch is a fake." When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Mistress is joking, right? This would be a fake? Right. If I had said at first that the watch was a fake, then I would have believed it. But just now when a wine cellar worth more than $1 billion came out of the madam's house, and now you're telling me that this watch is a fake, I wouldn't believe it even if it killed me. I think the wife must be angry with her husband, hiding so much private money at home and not telling him. If it were me, I would also be angry. Mistress, I know it's hard to accept, but the internet users have already authenticated it. It's a Patek Philippe. It can't be a fake. Inspector Fu said with a smile, but I really didn't lie to you guys. This really is a fake. Xiao Jin huffed and puffed and opened her mouth, although she knew that Xiao Jin was angry, but as the crowd looked on, they still couldn't help but feel that she was cute. Mistress is just too cute when she's angry. Why wasn't I that lucky to run into Mistress earlier? In the future, I'll also find a wife like Mistress. Seeing that everyone didn't believe her words and was even commenting on her angry appearance, Xiao Jin was a bit helpless and came to the TV table, pulled open the drawer of the TV and spoke. My husband likes to collect these things, and will bring a piece back every now and then. When the camera was aimed at the drawer, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The entire drawer was actually stuffed with watches, and it wasn't just one drawer, it was a table full of drawers. All of them were watches, a whole few hundred watches. If these watches were piled up together in a stall, it was estimated that many people would not think that this was a Patek Philippe, but just some ground floor goods. This, I'm afraid I'm not dreaming, right? Upstairs, you're not dreaming, this is real. I look at these watches as if they're all shining with gold, a very valuable look. The gods quickly come to popularize it. The great god of watches emerged at this time and began to wail. Don't call me. I feel like I just showed off that I have a piece of Patek Philippe, just like a beggar showing off his assets in front of a rich man. This drawer just blinds me. Patek Philippe Henry Graves, Patek Philippe Super Complication Pocket Watch, Vacheron Constantin Constantin Tour de Isle, Chopard Super Ice Cube. I feel like my eyes are going blind. God, so are these watches real or fake? Someone asked the doubt in many people's hearts. Chapter 17, Prince Wang. At this moment, this watch god was also a bit messy. He gave an ambiguous answer. In my opinion there should be two possibilities. One is that all of these watches are fakes, and the other is that these watches should not be fakes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 666. Saying a bunch of things is the same as not saying anything. Is this the difference between a great god and an ordinary person? Ahem. I haven't finished yet. Everyone should know that poor play with cars, rich play with watches. If we say that this drawer of watches are all real, maybe the position of the richest man should be changed. The watch god typed out a shocking sentence. However, what he said was also reasonable. After all, a Patek Philippe watch was worth more than $100 million, and now there were several drawers and hundreds of watches. So if all the watches were real, then the position of the richest man should indeed be changed. I now feel that the wife's husband is likely to be one of those famous rich second generation, such as Wang Gongzi of Wanta Group and Qin Gongzi of Magic City. Upstairs, I advise you to go to the hospital to have a look at your brain. Although it is said that these people you are talking about are the top rich second generation in Huaxia, but do you think that their families would give them so much money to buy these watches? Said as if it makes sense. Not right. Doesn't my words mean that I agree that I think I need to go to the hospital to look at my brain? But it makes sense. If I were the richest man, if my son spends money like this, I'd definitely slap him around and kick him out of the house. Listening to what you guys are saying, Is the wife's husband's status more powerful than these rich second generation? The viewers in the live broadcast room were immediately curious about the identity of the wife's husband and were discussing who exactly Chiu Jin's husband was. And at that moment, Chiu Jin was still explaining that the watches were all fakes. My husband brings these watches back every now and then, even if it's not enough. He throws them everywhere every time, causing me a lot of trouble when cleaning. Chiu Jin even frowned as she said that, but she looked cute. Although Chiu Jin's mouth was smacking of trouble, she still helped Ji Fusheng put away all these watches. It was obvious that Chiu Jin still loved Ji Fusheng. The staff of the program froze in place, looking at Chiu Jin's serious expression. It seemed like she was telling the truth. However, looking at these watches in the drawer, each piece was like an exquisite work of art, not like a fake at all. Inspector Fu couldn't help but frown. But I don't think these watches look like fakes. Inspector Fu was fortunate enough to have seen a few of the watches inside the drawer, and they were all genuine and looked practically identical. The host at this time saw the statements of the live broadcast audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I see that just now there is a netizen speech. Very reasonable. Even if it is the richest man, it is not possible to spend tens of billions of dollars to collect these watches. So the authenticity or falsehood is still relying on everyone's own judgment. The host was very witty and gave the initiative to the audience to determine the authenticity, so that the program team would not need to be subjected to such great pressure. The host's words also caused the live broadcast audience to ponder. Indeed, even a tycoon could not spend tens of billions of dollars on collecting watches. Could it be that these hundreds of watches were really all fakes? At this time, at the entrance of the famous private club in Hangzhou, Yanlin Club, a Ferrari 488 stopped at the entrance with a handsome drift. As the door opened, a young man with sunglasses, a pair of beach pants and a pair of flip-flops got out of the car. From the passenger side came down a young and beautiful female netizen. Subsequently, there are several luxury cars parked at the entrance of the club. None of them is the match between the broad young man and the female netizen, but the most eye-catching was the owner of the Ferrari 488. The pedestrians exploded when they saw this young man. Asterisk. Mr. Wang has brought a female netizen to shop again. Mr. Wang is just deep in love. Every time he is surrounded by only female netizen-style women. It's simply a model for our generation. Some people are born in Rome, unlike us, who are born as cattle and horses, under the attention of 10,000 people. Mr. Wang walked into the private clubhouse with a few companions with a bunch of female netizens. However, most of these female netizens were still trying desperately to stick to Wang Gongzi, just to get closer to him. In response, many people expressed their disdain, thinking that these women were all gold diggers. Only Wang Gongzi felt that these were all good girls. They just wanted to make money. What wrong could they do? After coming to the clubhouse and sitting down, Wang Gongzi suddenly found a female netizen looking at her cell phone a bit mesmerized. What are you looking at, Mr. Wang asked as he approached the female netizen's side. Young Master Wang, I'm watching a variety show that looks for private money. I just found out a few $1 million worth of wine before, and now I found a watch that's worth more than $100 million. It's quite interesting. The female netizen saw that Wang Gongzi had noticed her and immediately opened her mouth to introduce herself. Once Wang Gongzi heard this, he immediately became interested and took the woman's cell phone over. After looking at it for a while, Wang Gongzi opened his mouth with a face full of disdain and said, "A group of, this drawer of watches is clearly fake, still want to discuss it. What a waste of time. Wang Yang really powerful. Other people discussed half a day. Wang Yang a glance to see that this is fake. That's for sure. With Wang Xiao's identity, I don't know how many watches I've played. Can you not see the real or fake?" Hearing Wang Gongzi speak, these female netizens hurriedly patted Wang Gongzi's ass. Wang Gongzi was being patted on the back by a group of beautiful women. Although he was used to it, he still felt that the whole person was floating. He grinned and opened his mouth. It's just this kind of program group that needs to discuss the truth and falsehood. Today, this young master will enlighten this group of program groups and viewers, so that they will know what is called a fiery eye. Subsequently, Wang Gongzi logged into his account and came to the program group's live room. As soon as he entered the live room, he saw Chiu Jin, and the whole person froze in place. It was too beautiful. It was important to know that after Wang Gongzi returned to China after completing his studies, he didn't know how many teenage netizens he had had contact with, and he was basically immune to beautiful women. Any beautiful woman looked the same to him in his eyes. There was no difference. The reason why he still took these female netizens with him every time he went out was because he had to let others know how pushy he was. Now the moment he saw Chiu Jin, Mr. Wang instantly felt as if he had found a feeling like his first love and began to be moved. In addition to her beauty, Chiu Jin had a charming aura that attracted Duke Wang. Duke Wang subconsciously looked at the female netizens around himself and made a comparison with Chiu Jin. He suddenly understood how it felt to give up a forest for a tree. But that was no longer realistic because the other party was already married. It was realistic to know that China had a marriage protection law, and as a top-rich second-generation, Mr. Wang was not one of those foppish kids in the novels who could not possibly do something like digging up someone's corner. If he did such a thing, his old man, Wan Ta Group Wang would be the first to beat him to death. Chapter 18 The Story Behind the Table. Although Wang Gongzi's heart is moved by Qiu Jin, but the words spoken in this live broadcast are not at all merciful. A group of people. These watches are fakes, and they have to discuss it for half a day. Are they sick in the head? Wang Gongzi opened his mouth in beautiful Chinese language. To know, with Wang Gongzi's identity, talking is not afraid of offending people at all, often tearing up the internet with those stars in the entertainment industry, and at the same time also practiced a pair of good eloquence. When the live broadcast saw that Wang Gongzi actually came to speak, it immediately exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Young Wang actually came to see the program too. Wang Xiao is as straight as ever, directly scolding the program team. Upstairs, you're a dog licker, aren't you? Young Wang is scolding everyone. Although Mr. Wang scolded everyone, there were still many people licking him. There was no way around it. This was banknote ability. At the same time, as Wang Gongzi entered the live broadcasting room, he also attracted a lot of famous figures as well as netizens. Netflix in Mao, Wang Xiao is just overbearing. Family members, I agree with Wang Xiao. These watches are definitely all fakes. Netizen A Mao, support Wang Xiao. There are many people in this world who can take out $10 billion, but I've never seen anyone who can take out $10 billion to buy a watch. Magic City Qin Gongzi, old Wang is right. Only the top rich second generation in our circle combined can almost buy such a drawer of watches. So these watches are definitely fake. No way. This is definitely real. There's no way I can look away. With a bunch of netizens as well as influential rich second generation speaking, the watch god from before was still refuting their points. Wang Gongzi was instantly displeased. No one dared to refute himself wherever he went, and the ones who dared to refute him were all affected by his own outbursts of black information affecting his future. I say this is fake, not to mention the other. Take Patek Philippe 5175, when a total of 3 pieces, one of them in the hands of a certain Middle East prince. There are 2 pieces were in the stock god Warren Buffett as well as Patek Philippe's own collection of the tube. This extra is not a fake is what? Wang Gongzi said aggressively. Not only Wang Gongzi, but also other top rich daughters were also on the same side as Wang Gongzi, citing examples to say that these watches were all fakes. In response, the program staff didn't dare to say anything. Wang Gongzi's live broadcast was both good and bad for the program. The good thing was that it brought the program's popularity to the next level. The bad thing was that Wang Gongzi's remarks just now made all the viewers think that the program group was a bunch of idiots. The watch god who had just spoken did not say anything at this time. Originally, he was confident in his gaze and even decided that Qiu Jin's husband was definitely not an ordinary person. But at this moment, he looked at the examples cited by these top-tier rich daughters and began to wonder if his gaze was wrong. Although he said that he was a professional in playing with watches, but the eyes of these rich daughters should be wider than his own. And Inspector Fu also felt a fiery pain on his face at this time. It was reasonable to say that he shouldn't have seen it wrong, but with Wang Gongzi and these top-rich second-generation speakers, the audience was also more willing to believe Wang Gongzi and their words. Therefore, Inspector Fu could only bow to the camera as well as Qiu Jin and say, "I'm sorry, I was the one who looked away. Madam was right. These watches are all fakes." The viewers in the live broadcast room were a little heartbroken for Inspector Fu. He was old and had to be hit in the face in public. It could be said that his reputation was ruined. As for that watch god, people were supposed to speak on the internet. No one knew who he was. As long as he didn't say anything, soon the netizens would forget about him. At this time, Qiu Jin, however, smiled and picked up Inspector Fu and spoke. "It's okay. These were originally fake." Looking at Qiu Jin's smile after telling others that these watches were fakes, the viewers in the live broadcast room felt a wave of emotion in their hearts. One must know that if these watches were all real, they would be worth tens of billions of dollars. But if they were all fake, they would only add up to a few tens of thousands of dollars. This difference between tens of billions and tens of thousands of dollars could be said to be a world of difference. Anyone else would definitely be depressed due to the huge difference, but Qiu Jin was still able to face life with a smile. This quality alone is enough for people to learn for the rest of their lives. At this moment, in the capital city of Yanjing, amongst a top auction house, Taiyi Auction House, a young girl, Qiu Linlin, was watching the program Private Money Battle and couldn't help but laugh when she saw Duke Wang and the other rich second-generation people opening up a can of worms. Beside her was a middle-aged man in his 50s who was the president of Taiyi Auction House. Taiyi Auction House was not only the top auction house within China, but it also had an honorable position in the world. Even on weekends, Taiyi Auction House worked normally. There were many auction items inside that came from all over the world. The reason why so many people would choose Taiyi Auction House was because Taiyi Auction House represented the authority of the auction houses in Huaxia. Seeing his daughter smiling so happily, Xiaowen couldn't help but rub his daughter's head and opened his mouth to ask, Lin Lin, what's so happy? It's just that I saw more than a dozen rich second-generation people appearing inside a program spraying people, and I feel especially funny. Xiao Linlin said with a smile, although Xiaowen had little interest in this kind of thing, but in order to go along with his daughter, he came closer to look at the cell phone and said, is that so? Then Dad accompany you to watch it as well. As a result, Xiaowen saw the Patek Philippe 5175 on the camera and froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. Dad, what's wrong with you? Realizing that her father was out of sorts, Xiao Linlin thought that something was wrong with his body, and quickly asked. It took Xiaowen several moments before he was able to regain his senses, taking a deep breath and trying to calm himself down, but his voice was still a little shaky. That didn't turn out to be really that piece? Dad, what are you talking about? Are you talking about this Patek Philippe 5175? Although this watch is worth a lot of money, it should only be considered as a medium item inside our family's auction house, right? The young girl, Xiao Linlin, voiced out the doubts in her heart. Xiaowen took a deep breath. His face was a bit hesitant. In the end he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth with a serious face. Lin Lin, you have also become an adult. There are some things that you have the qualifications to know. Xiaowen knew deep down that sometimes telling his daughter the truth of the matter and letting her have a more insightful broadside was the only way to protect her. What made things so horrible? Xiao Linlin was a bit confused. It was the first time she had seen her father put on this face in front of her. The story of this watch in the first place was indeed horrifying. Because of this watch, hundreds of people died, and a force that even the officials couldn't deal with was completely wiped out by a terrifying figure. Xiaowen fell into deep memories. Dad, today isn't April Fool's Day either. Don't scare me. Xiao Linlin couldn't help but speak with the corners of her mouth twitching a little. Hundreds of people died because of a watch. What a joke. A force that even the officials couldn't erase by some horrible character. This could only be seen in novels and movies, right? Xiao Linlin thought that her father was deliberately scaring himself to joke with himself. Chapter 19, Mr. 1. Something big has happened. The story happened 2 years ago. The #1 drug lord in the Golden Triangle, Palin Jenny, had a crush on a Hollywood actress, and after learning that the actress liked Patek Philippe, he threatened Patek Philippe to use the Patek Philippe 5175 as a template to make a one-of-a-kind timepiece. But Patek Philippe refused because they knew that Parente Jenny would not pay for the watch. The result is to anger Parente Jenny. He directly led his men to Patek Philippe's old boss's daughter kidnapped. He had his men kidnap the daughter of Patek Philippe's boss, killed all his bodyguards and servants, and finally warned the boss of Patek Philippe that if he couldn't produce a unique watch within half a month, he would kill his daughter. As a result, Patek Philippe's boss had to call on the entire company's watchmakers to make the watch in half a month. That is, this Patek Philippe 5175 Love. However, after getting this watch, Parente Jenny did not release, but also threatened to give Patek Philippe's old boss a lesson. Patek Philippe's old boss immediately panicked and hastened to report the case. The international officials immediately sent a large number of people out, but even the trace of Parente Jenny was not found. To know, he is a drug lord in the Golden Triangle. If it is so easy for people to find their own nest, it would have been destroyed. Later, after being introduced by someone else, the old boss of Patek Philippe personally went to beg a terrifying figure, paying a great price, and within an hour of the other parties promised to step in. Parente Jenny's forces were wiped out, and the daughter of the old boss of Patek Philippe was also successfully rescued. Xiaowen told his daughter truthfully about this incident as he remembered it. Xiaowen's body trembled more than once when he mentioned that horrible figure. After listening to the story, Xiao Linlin became curious about this terrifying big figure her father spoke of. Dad, does the story end here? Almost. Later on, Patek Philippe also gave this one-of-a-kind love to that big shot, but that big shot was not short of money, so he asked us to act as an intermediary and acquired that watch at a price of $800 million. Speaking here, Xiaowen gulped. It is also because of this that I was fortunate enough to have seen the watch AIE and know what the difference between it and the 5175 is. Dad, then according to you, this Patek Philippe in this live broadcast can't be a fake? Xiao Linlin revealed an interested smile. A fake? This is an insult to the love intention watch. This is a perfect work of art that took the entire Patek Philippe watchmakers half a month to handcraft. There is no way a fake can imitate it. Xiaowen became emotional when he said this, and it was the first time Xiao Linlin saw her father become so emotional. Dad, then can you see if these watches are fakes? Xiao Linlin asked curiously. Just before when the camera was pointed at the hundreds of watches in that cabinet, Xiao Linlin purposely took a screenshot. Seeing this picture, Xiaowen couldn't help but tremble. Patek Philippe Henry Gress Ultra Complication Pocket Watch, sold at our auction house for $140 million. Frank Muller's Eternitas Mega, sold at Revel Auction House for 130 million. Brigitte Marie Antoinette Inno, 160, 44 years in the making, sold for 200 million at the auction house in Kondo. All of these watches are basically world customized models, which are difficult to buy even with money today. Although I didn't see all of them, I estimate that the watches in these drawers combined are worth at least 80 billion guaranteed. Chiu Wen's voice constantly trembled as he uttered these last words. As for Chiu Lin, she couldn't help but stare in disbelief, and even the cell phone in her hand almost fell to the ground without holding it steady. It was important to realize that the auction house that their Chiu family operated plus other industries was estimated to be worth around $5 billion. In Yanjing, even looking at the whole of China is also considered a prestigious family. In the rich and powerful circle is also considered famous. But people's collection of watches alone is worth 80 billion. The difference is simply a world of difference. Chiu Lin is not the kind of brainless rich second generation. On the contrary, because in the auction house of the ears and eyes, her eyes are broader than the average rich second generation. Can it be that this madam is the wife of that big shot? When Chiu Lin's gaze once again looked at Chiu Jin within the live broadcast, her eyes completely changed and became horrified. It was also at this moment that Mr. Wang and the other rich daughters within the live broadcast room all happened to be spraying people, saying that the watches were all fake. Seeing this scene, Chiu Lin thought of something interesting. If Duke Wang, Duke Qin, and these rich daughters knew that these watches were all real, what kind of wonderful expressions would appear on their faces? A smile appeared on Chiu Lin's face as she thought of this. Being the same rich second generation in China, and with the Chiu family being the authority of the auction house, Chiu Lin was considered to be acquainted with Duke Wang. Chiu Wen, on the other hand, couldn't smile at all and couldn't help but frown when he saw that Wang Gongzi said that these watches were all fakes. This kid surnamed Wang knows how to cause trouble for his father. If he upsets this madam, maybe that big shot will raise his hand and destroy Mr. Wang's Wanta group. Hearing what Chiu Wen said, Chiu Lin couldn't help but shiver. She had almost forgotten that big shot was a horrible person who uprooted the entire power of a big drug lord within an hour. Forget it, for the sake of the favor we owe to the Wang family, I'll notify old Wang. Whether he dies or lives depends on old Wang's own luck. Chiu Wen, after agonizing for a while, still clenched his teeth and prepared to remind old Wang of the Wanta group, lest old Wang die an unexplained death at that time. One must know that this was a risk he was taking to offend that great man's wrath. At this time, inside Hangzhou Wanda General Group, the chairman, Mr. Wang, was sitting on his chair looking out the window at the sweeping view of the mountains. Mr. Wang looked at the sweeping view of the city and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. He was over 100 years old, and had experienced many great storms and waves before he had achieved what he was doing now. But when he stood at this height, he became more and more cautious, because only after reaching this height did he realize where the scary parts of the world were. Don't look at himself now as the richest man in China. If one accidentally offended what should not be offended, then his own business empire will instantly fall apart. Just as Mr. Wang was feeling a lot of emotions, the door of his office was suddenly pushed open. Mr. Wang turned his head to look at his secretary and couldn't help but frown as he let out a cold snort and said, "Chen Liang, didn't I tell you? No matter what happens, you have to be calm." Chen Liang was his secretary, and during the decades of stormy times as he climbed to become the richest man in China, Chen Liang had always been his right-hand man, accompanying him. Therefore when he furtively barged into the office, old Wang only reprimanded him. This was only Chen Liang who had this treatment. If it was someone else who was so fussy, he would have been fired on the spot. Mr. Wang, something big has happened. Chapter 20 How to Get Forgiveness? Hearing these words, old Wang immediately felt bad. To know Chen Liang in his own side with his own so long, he knows the character of Chen Liang. Can hear in his mouth out of a big deal? That means really out of a big deal. But at this time, old Wang was still considered calm. What happened? Don't be anxious, speak slowly. But Qian Liang couldn't even take a breath, and hurriedly said, Wang Xiao has offended someone who can't be offended today. This little brat, he's out there all day long, and every time he causes trouble, he makes me wipe his ass. So now I'm calling him and telling him to come back to the company and work, or I'll kick him out of the house. Hearing that it was his son who had caused trouble again, old Wang cursed in anger. Qian Liang couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at old Wang's furious expression and opened his mouth to say, Shouwen from Tai Auction House called and said that young Wang might have offended a big shot who owns a Patek Philippe AIE. Hearing these words, even old Wang, who had experienced great storms, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink, and then his entire body trembled, his eyes filled with scorn. This rebellious son, I will personally strangle him to death today. Although he said so on his lips, old Wang still asked about the whole story, wanting to see if there was any room for redemption. After learning the whole story, Old Wang was so angry that he directly smashed the cell phone he was carrying. Immediately afterward, he held his anger and walked to his desk, picking up the landline on his desk to call his son. At this time, Mr. Wang was still hugging the female netizen and drinking wine in the private club, because he had just shown his face in the live broadcasting room, and was patted on the back by those people around him. At this time, Wang Gongzi was in the right mood. Just at this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked at it and instantly changed his face. Why is Pops calling me from the office landline? Is it hard to tell me to go back to work again? Thinking of this, Duke Wang asked everyone around him to be silent, and at once the entire box was so silent that even if a pin fell, it could be heard clearly, and it was at this time that Duke Wang picked up the phone. Before Wang Gongzi could open his mouth, Old Wang's angry roar came from the other end of the phone. Asshole! Retrograde son! It's fine if you seek death yourself. Don't drag the Wang family into the water and cause the family to die. Just picking up the phone was a scolding, which caused Mr. Wang to be confused. The gazes of the surrounding people all became strange. The one who dared to scold Wang Gongzi like this, other than his old man, Wanda Group Chairman Mr. Wang, there was no second person. The surrounding people very knowingly moved their gazes elsewhere, lest Duke Wang be embarrassed. And Wang Gongzi was also dumbfounded as he opened his mouth and asked, Pops, I just come out every day to drink and have fun with my friends. It's not like I'm doing anything. Why are you so excited? Although Wang Gongzi looks arrogant to outsiders, but in front of his own father, Lao Wang, he is as good as a cat, because he knows that all he has is given by his father, Lao Wang, and if he doesn't have Lao Wang, then he is nothing. So don't say on the phone, even in front of a bunch of people being scolded by the old king, Wang Gongzi didn't dare to lose his temper with the old king. Rabbit cub, think about what you've done. Don't even know how you died when the time comes. Old Wang hated the iron and opened his mouth to scold. Pops, give me a hint. I really don't know what you're talking about. And our Wang family is now the richest family in China. Who could be that powerful to destroy our Wang family? Duke Wang was still in a daze. Little brat, I think you're just dizzy from drinking. There are plenty of people in this world who can exterminate our Wang family. People can uproot our Wang family with one hand. If they want us to go bankrupt, they can mess with the Wan Ta group in an hour. Like that wife's husband. Old Wang had sort of vented some of his anger at this time, so he prompted his untalented son. That madam's husband? Just as Mr. Wang was filled with doubts, he suddenly remembered that he had seen that amazing wife in the live broadcast room earlier. Pops, did you make a mistake? Isn't that the script for the program? Script? It's even if your rebellious son doesn't have eyes for himself. The people's several drawers of name lists are worth more than $80 billion combined at least. This is just a toy that is not worth mentioning to them at all. Think carefully about how to dispel his wife's dissatisfaction. Otherwise, when that big shot gets angry, don't implicate the Wang family. Old Wang hung up the phone in a huff after giving some warnings. In response, Mr. Wang didn't even dare to say the word no. Even after Old Wang hung up the phone, Wang Gongzi froze in place, and his cell phone fell to the ground with a snap. His mind was swirling with Old Wang's words. Those watches are worth more than $80 billion. Unworthy toys. Seeing Wang Gongzi sitting on the sofa in a state of disorientation, those female netizens didn't even have the courage to ask Wang Gongzi what was wrong. It was still the few rich daughters beside him who spoke up to break the silence. Young Wang, what happened? The tables in that program, they're all true. Mr. Wang lost his mind and spoke. Hearing this, those rich second generation as well as the female netizens all looked at each other. Those watches are all real? Then wouldn't it be that those drawers of name watches are worth tens of billions of dollars? A cold smile appeared on Mr. Wang's face when he heard this. Worth tens of billions? Those can be world customized versions. One watch is worth several $100 million. Those few drawers, conservatively worth more than $80 billion. Hearing Wang Gongzi say this, the few rich second generation beside him were dumbfounded, and those female netizens couldn't help but tremble. 80 billion? Young Wang, you're not kidding, right? Yeah. How would anyone take out $80 billion to buy a watch and then later throw it in a drawer like trash looking like a fake? Wang Gongzi shook his head and opened his mouth. The pattern is small. Just because you guys can't imagine it doesn't mean that such a person doesn't exist. This wife's husband is a terrifying big shot. People want to make my Wang family go bankrupt. It's just a matter of moving a finger. Speaking here, Mr. Wang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. If it wasn't for old Wang telling himself, then he would be like a frog in the bottom of a well right now, offending someone who shouldn't be offended, and by then he wouldn't even know how to die. Letting the Wang family go bankrupt was just a matter of lifting a finger? Hearing these words, everyone in the box was as if they were struck by lightning, their entire body frozen in place. Seeing his companions reveal such an expression, Wang Gongzi shook his head with a bitter smile. His own reaction after receiving old Wang's call just now should have been the same as theirs. Just now, We said which are all fakes in the live broadcast, and also sprayed the viewers and the show's crew in the comment section. So maybe the madam is already unhappy. What do you guys think we need to do in order to get that madam's forgiveness? Mr. Wang suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 21, Apologizing Across the Net, Up. Duke Wang actually wanted to apologize? The crowd was dumbfounded to see Duke Wang sprouting the idea of apologizing. In their impression, Duke Wang was a straight-talking person who dared to offend anyone no matter who they were. Such a person actually wanted to apologize? Young Wang, there's no need to apologize, right? You only said that all those watches were fake, and the ones you scolded were all those arguing viewers and the program team. A rich second-generation companion persuaded. In Wang Xiao you didn't mess with that missus. Even if you messed with him, it's her honor. Ordinary people who want you to mess with are not qualified. A group of people were persuading each other, wanting Duke Wang to dispel the idea of apologizing. However, Duke Wang shook his head while speaking seriously. No way. This madam's background is too terrifying. If I don't go and apologize, maybe our family's business is going to be destroyed by this loser of mine, and my old man will kill me then. As he said this, Duke Wang's face was filled with scorn. The surrounding associates couldn't help but gulp when they heard what Duke Wang said, as well as seeing the expression on his face. I didn't expect that Duke Wang would one day apologize to someone else. It looked like he had really messed with someone he couldn't mess with this time. Young Wang, why don't we go apologize in person? After all, apologizing in person is the most sincere. Apologize in person? Are you kidding me? The distance is so far, it'll be dark by the time we get there. Why don't we apologize directly online? As long as the apology is sincere, that lady shouldn't care. After some discussion, Mr. Wang finally decided to apologize online. After all, it's too far to rush over. However, the online apology should also be apologized with sincerity. First of all, he should apologize by picking up the brush gift in the live broadcast, so that people will notice him. At this time in this private club's box was quiet. The music had all stopped, and no one was drinking the open wine. Everyone kept quiet and watched as Wang Gongzi edited his apology. Every time he finished editing a sentence, Mr. Wang had to deliberate over and over again and ask the people around him for their opinions. After all, this was his first time apologizing, so he was not experienced enough. And at this time, inside the Wan Ta group, after Chairman Wang hung up the phone, his face was still pale. To know, Wan Ta group has experienced a lot of trials and tribulations over the years, but he still broke through time and time again. And several times he almost had to be dragged in front of the King of Hades, but he was still trembling a little in fear at this moment, because he knows that although his status position can be called the richest man in the country, but this is only on the surface. In front of that person is not worth mentioning at all. As long as the other party was not happy, moving his finger could make his hard-earned business empire collapse overnight. What do you think I should do now? Just thinking about that person's existence, my entire being can't help but start to fear. This time, if we don't handle this matter properly, it's very likely that our Wang family will suffer from extinction. Chairman Wang asked his right-hand man, Qian Liang, with a frightened heart at this moment. Qian Liang lowered his head and pondered later. Then a brilliant light flashed in his eyes and spoke. Chairman Wang, I think you're just being obsessed with the authorities. To be honest, this time, this incident is nothing more than young Wang mocking the crew and viewers in the live broadcast room. And there's no desire to anger Mrs. As long as Mrs. doesn't get angry, that person shouldn't be able to take it out on us as well. Chairman Wang sighed deeply and spoke. That's a good point. I was the one who thought too much. It looks like as long as we address the root cause of this matter then it shouldn't be a problem. In that case, then I'll personally make a trip to the door to apologize. Mr. Wang thinks like me. Then go and bring that little brat along with you right now. At this time, the staff of the live program looked at the soaring popularity in the live broadcast room, but their mood was not happy. The popularity of the live broadcast room would be soaring right now, and that was because of the fact that Wang Gongzi's mocking meal just now had attracted the attention of many people. But the people who came in were basically mocking the program staff. These showrunners are really playing people like, even if they want to write a script, they should also write it in a more realistic way. This director is afraid that he is not brain damaged, right? Never watched this program again. And the program's director and staff couldn't help but frown when they saw all these comments, an annoyance in their hearts. The reason why our program was so hot before was because it was real and grounded. Right, now there are actually people saying that we're scripted and we have no way to refute it. It's so irritating. Then why don't you go and spar with Wang Xiao? That way the number of people who come to spray our program group will only increase. But there are good things and bad things. So let's look on the bright side. Isn't the popularity of our live broadcast getting higher and higher? Look away my ass. The popularity is indeed higher, but these people are all here to scold us, and as soon as they've had their fill of scolding, the popularity will diminish. So what's the use of such popularity? The staff members of the program were also upset. Many of them were dissatisfied with that Wang Gongzi, but they only dared to whine now. After all, Wang Gongzi was not someone they could afford to mess with. The director's gaze signaled the host. Since the focus was now on these tables, then it would be good to end this topic as soon as possible so that everyone's focus would shift. The host saw the director's eyes nodded and spoke to the camera. I'm very sorry, viewers. Since these tables, only when the host's words had just gotten halfway through, he saw that someone in the live broadcast room had swiped 1000 rockets and dominated the screen. Just now it was my youthful exuberance, no eyesight, denigrated the program team, but also pissed off the wife. It is my fault. I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to the program team and the wife, and then will also be online public apology. I hope that the wife can forgive me. The 1000 rockets were just an appetizer, and in the next few minutes, rockets kept popping up in the live broadcast, with only one purpose, that was to apologize to his wife, hoping to be forgiven by her. In these few short minutes, nearly 1 million rockets had been brushed. The audience within the live broadcast room had been dumbfounded. Which tycoon is this hogging the screen? Everyone, look, isn't that Young Wang's account? Young Wang's account? How could it be? It must have been stolen. Just as the audience in the live broadcast was still discussing whether this account was being used by Wang Gongzi himself, the live broadcast had already been dominated by his apology for swiping $2 million in gifts. Not only that, Wang Gongzi even issued an apology to his wife on top of the major platform software. At once, the netizens have exploded, feeling like discovering a new continent. Chapter 22, Apologizing across the internet. Below. Shocking. Wang Xiao actually apologized to someone. What's the story here? Wang Xiao apologized all over the internet. What's going on here? Was Young Wang's account actually stolen? All the major platform software were filled with such hot searches. After all, it was too much of a shock for a top domestic rich second generation like Wang Gongzi to apologize so sincerely. Several inspectors frowned up their brows full of doubt after seeing Wang Gongzi's apologizing remarks. What in the world was Duke Wang up to? The gazes of several inspectors looked towards Inspector Lin. Inspector Lin was the manager of the finance department of the Wanda Group, which was the closest person to Mr. Wang among them, and Inspector Lin shook his head helplessly. Although he was also an employee of Wanda Group, he didn't know what kind of personality and temper Wang Gongzi had on weekdays, and he only understood what Wang Gongzi was like through the internet. After all, he couldn't be seen inside the company. However, when Inspector Lin looked away, her whole body suddenly suffered a lightning strike and froze in place. She saw the wedding photo on the wall. In the middle of the photo, besides Cho Jin, there was also a man who was so handsome that he made people want to marry him. Inspector Lin suddenly figured out why Mr. Wang had apologized all over the internet in such a high-profile and sincere manner. It must be this man. Before, Inspector Lin had felt that the man in this wedding photo resembled the man in the photo on Chairman Wang's desk. Only at that time, Inspector Lin only thought that he had misremembered and didn't think much about it. Nowadays, it seemed that it must be because this man was too terrifying and possessed energy that could threaten the Wang family immensely, which was why Mr. Wang ran out and apologized again not long after the mockery show. At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room had all looked dumbfounded. Wang Gongzi had actually swiped 2 million in the live broadcast room just to dominate the screen with the apology so that his wife could see it. And not only that, he also apologized on major websites. While the crowd had not yet reacted, someone else began to furiously brush up the rocket screen. And the content was all about praying for his wife not to be angry and wanting to be forgiven by her. Suleiman Tesco Waziheo deeply regrets the remarks he just made. If he accidentally angered his wife, please ask for her forgiveness, and has now released apologetic remarks on all major platforms. Tao Baoma Feifei deeply regret the remarks he just made. If he accidentally angered his wife, please forgive her, and has now issued an apology on all major platforms. Hongda Group Lu Ziki deeply regret his earlier remarks. If he accidentally angered his wife, please forgive her, and has now issued an apology on all major platforms. A stream of apologizing remarks continuously filled the live broadcast room. All of these apologizing people were not the ones who had just followed the comments and mocked the show's crew after Wang Gongzi's comments, and they were all from that circle of the top rich second generation in the country. I don't know how long it took before the commotion within the live broadcast room slowly calmed down, and the viewers were already dumbfounded. That wave of gifts just now swiped at least tens of millions of dollars, for the sole purpose of apologizing to the wife, wanting the wife to see their words of apology. What is this situation? I feel as if this world isn't quite real. Am I dreaming? You're not dreaming. These top rich second generation are just apologizing to their wives, wanting their wives to forgive them. Can it be that these rich second generation are all seduced by their wives' beauty and want to please their wives? Upstairs, I'm amazed at your brain circuits. Can't you see that these rich second generation are treating Mrs. with fear? Doesn't that mean that Mistress is not an ordinary person? and her background makes these rich second generation feel scared. Not bad, that's what it means. The viewers were dumbfounded after getting this conclusion. They didn't expect that besides being beautiful, the madam actually had a terrifying background. Not only were the viewers dumbfounded, the director of the program was also dumbfounded at this time, because his phone call never stopped for a moment. The program's investors kept calling. Director Lin, the situation on your side is too horrible. The sons of several of the richest people in the province are actually apologizing. Why don't you end this episode? Director Lin, 10 million, 10 million, 10 million. Don't make the wife angry. Otherwise I'll be the first to pull out. Don't drag me along if you're going to die. The director kept answering the calls from these investors, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a napkin. After dealing with these investors with great difficulty, Director Lin also felt like he was in a state of Alexandria, as if an invisible mountain had been placed on his shoulders, pressing him to the point where he was about to lose his breath. Director Lin tried to calm himself down, and then waved at the host, calling her to the side. At this moment, the host was also in a daze. It was important to know that as a professional host, she was able to remain calm and her professionalism no matter what she was faced with. But what happened today was too bizarre, which made the host lose her ability to think. Only after being called aside by the director did the host slowly come back to his senses. Don't be nervous, calm down, we'll find a chance to ask the wife what's going on, said Director Lin, patting the host's shoulder and handing her a bottle of water. The host took a deep breath, nodded, and after taking a sip of water, gathered enough courage and walked towards the wife, came to the wife's side and opened her mouth and said, "Ma'am, just now, in just a few minutes, there are rich second-generation people from all over the country who swipe tens of millions of dollars in gifts in the live broadcast room, with the purpose of apologizing to you." Ah, so much money. Xiao Jin was a bit dumbfounded. After all, she couldn't earn much money in a month, and automatically ignored the host's last sentence. The host reminded again with a stiff upper lip, "The purpose of them doing this is to apologize to you." Apologize to me? Why would they want to apologize to me? Xiao Jin opened her mouth with a face full of doubt and asked, "Because just now, they felt that they had spoken out of turn and might have offended you." "What does it matter? I didn't even care. I didn't expect them to turn out to be such polite people." Xiao Jin opened her mouth with a sweet smile. The live broadcast room exploded again at the sight of Madam's smile. The wife's family has private money worth billions of dollars. She actually still thinks that tens of millions of dollars are too much. This still doesn't let people live. Upstairs, you're too vulgar. How do you only know about money? Like Mrs. So beautiful smile. Even more money can't buy. Why is your focus all here? Quickly go to see the internet. Now there is a lot of speculation on the internet about the wife's husband. I guess these rich second generation apologized all because of the wife's husband. Chapter 23, Go kneel and apologize. At this moment, because of the incident of those rich second generation apologizing in the live broadcast, it caused an uproar all over the internet. The top rich second generation threw away tens of millions of dollars just to apologize to their wives. What exactly is the reason that actually made these top rich second generation apologize? The reason behind the apology: Madam's husband, the person behind Mrs. If this one is blocked, it means my content is the truest. Shocking. This Mrs. actually gained 10 million followers across the internet through a show. This online debate grew louder and louder, and almost the entire internet started to pay attention to this matter. Only that people started arguing about why Wang Gongzi and the other rich daughters had to apologize, but now they started arguing about what the wife's husband actually was. Some people said that the wife's husband is the second generation of red, so these rich second generation do not dare to mess with them at all, for fear of eating the country's rice. Some people say that the wife's husband is an invisible tycoon. The hands of the wealth is amazing, but these assets are not convenient to show in front of the crowd. There are also some people whose ideas are even more outrageous, saying that the wife's husband is actually a cultivator of immortality, for fear that the wife will be unhappy with her husband, and then all these families will be destroyed by the wife's husband with a slap on the wrist. Various claims are now flying all over the net, even one more outrageous than the other. Some claims simply do not take other people's intelligence seriously. The netizens are discussing very intensely, and those rich second generation who finished apologizing all over the country are holding their cell phones at this time, full of tension. After hearing that their wives didn't take what happened just now at all to heart, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, and had a kind of feeling of survival after the robbery. The reason why they would follow Mr. Wang to apologize was because they received a call from the elders of the family. If they didn't apologize and obtain their wife's forgiveness, then they would be kicked out of the family. However, because of this, these rich second generation people had kept their eyes open from then on, so it turned out that there were still such terrifying characters existing in this world, making the elders of the family worried without even seeing them. At this moment, inside the private club, Wang Gongzi was holding his cell phone with a tense face, and after hearing Chiu Jin say that he didn't put his heart on it, the whole person immediately danced with his hands and feet, happy as a child. Great! Madam has forgiven me. The surrounding companions and those female netizens had an indescribable feeling in their hearts when they saw Wang Gongzi in this state. Before they saw this scene, they had always felt that as long as Wang Gongzi didn't make a fool of himself, then he was walking sideways in the country. They didn't expect that Wang Gongzi would actually have to apologize to others one day, and would be as happy as a child after obtaining the other party's forgiveness. But what shocked them even more was that there was such a terrifying figure in this world, so much so that it made the top capitals in the country bow their heads. In addition to the shock in those female netizens' eyes, there was also envy. The envy was Chiu Jin. They knew that it was impossible for them to become a woman like Chiu Jin in their own lifetime. It was because young Wang, whom they desperately wanted to please, had to apologize and bow their heads to others. Young Wang, since the matter is settled, let's have a drink to celebrate, a female netizen said with a smile as she poured wine into Mr. Wang's cup. Right. It's time to celebrate. Duke Wang raised his glass with a face full of joy. Bang! Just at this time, the door of the box was suddenly kicked open. Duke Wang was about to lose his temper to see which ungrateful guy actually dared to kick the door of his box. You special. Dad, how did you come? Wang Gongzi directly stifled his dirty words in the middle of his sentence, because the person who came was none other than Chairman Wang of Wanta Group, his father. Just when Wang Gongzi hadn't figured out the situation, Chairman Wang saw the wine glass in his hand and directly came up to slap Wang Gongzi's face. You unfilial son, you actually have the mood to drink here. Chairman Wang was the only one roaring in the entire box. Everyone else looked dumbfounded, not expecting Chairman Wang to be so out of character, not giving his son any face at all. On the other hand, Wang Gongzi was covering his face without the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Instead, he even opened his mouth with an aggrieved face and asked, Dad, what are you doing? The matter has already been resolved. Mrs. has already forgiven me. Rebellious son, rat-eyed and short. Mrs. forgave you doesn't mean that Mrs. S. husband forgave you. You go to the door with me now to apologize. Kneel down and apologize. Chairman Wang added one more sentence afterward. Kneel down and apologize? Mr. Wang's eyes widened with incredulity. Dad, this isn't that serious, right? Knowing that he, Wang Gongzi, was a celebrity known all over the internet, apologizing online was already disgraceful enough, but to go to the door and apologize on his knees, how would this make him meet people in the future? Snap! Wang Gongzi, who had just questioned, received another slap from Chairman Wang. Do you think you are qualified to stand and apologize in front of that person? Chairman Wang didn't care if his son was happy or not. He directly told Chen Liang to take him away. The remaining group of people in the box were dumbfounded. Today, they were considered to have gained a better understanding, not expecting that the chairman of the hallowed Wanda group would actually have such a grumpy side. What's more, they didn't think that Wang Gongzi, who was so dashing and not afraid of anyone outside, didn't even have a word of dissatisfaction after being slapped twice by Chairman Wang, and behaved like a child. Not only was Wang Gongzi taken by Chairman Wang to ask for an apology on his knees, but the same thing was going on all over the country. Those rich second-generation people one by one were educated again by their families and brought them ready to go to the wife's house to kneel down and apologize. Those who were closer thankfully drove there, while those who were farther away directly chartered a plane to go there just to apologize. These rich second-generation people want to cry without tears, did not expect just a few comments on the internet, actually ended up in such a miserable end. If I had known what to say, I wouldn't be cheap to comment. A few of them even held a grudge against Wang Gongzi in their hearts, or else he would have been the first to take the lead in mocking the program team, and they wouldn't have been idle and bored to go and join in the fun. At this time, the program site, just when everyone hadn't come back to their senses, Inspector Fu's gaze went to the several drawers of famous watches, and his heart was shaken beyond belief. He himself had felt that these watches were real before. If that was really the case, then these watches were at least worth more than $50 billion. If that was the case, just how rich was the wife's husband? Several $100 billion? Several $1 trillion? If that's really the case, then the position of the richest man in the country should perhaps be changed. No, that's not true. Maybe the position of the world's richest man should be replaced. After a while, the viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly reacted to the fact that since Mr. Wang apologized, it meant that those tables were all true. Therefore, the viewers in the live broadcast room kept on asking the previous watch god to come out and estimate the price. However, the watch god went offline and didn't seem to see the viewers. Chapter 24, Strange Token. When the audience saw the watch god playing dead, they also probably guessed that the watch god was afraid, and he didn't dare to estimate the price at all, because Mrs. Husband's identity was too terrifying. Therefore, the viewers had asked the program team to find an expert to estimate the price, but the program team didn't dare to they were also afraid, especially the director. His cell phone didn't stop for a moment. He didn't even need to look at it to know that it must be those calls from the investors. The investors were making these calls to tell Director Lin. Surely, definitely, respect the wife's idea. Therefore, at Director Lin's gesture, the host turned his head to look at his wife and asked, "Ma'am, do you still need to continue looking for the next wave of private money?" "Of course I need to keep looking. I want to know how much my husband is hiding from me. When he comes back I won't cook for him for a week and starve him to death." Xiao Jin spoke up in a huff. "Mistress is cute as hell even when she's angry. Not burning rice for a week. Mistress is still too kind. If my husband hides it from me, I'll never burn rice for him in my life." "Upstairs, you're dreaming. Do you think your husband will be as rich as Mrs. Husband?" After the host heard Xiao Jin's will, he didn't hesitate for a second and spoke directly to Inspector Lin. "Inspector Lin, it's up to you to announce your findings next." This watch valuation thing was directly skipped by the program team. What a joke. In case someone's wife's husband was unhappy, then this program might not be available in the future. And at this moment, the camera focused on Inspector Lin. This was the first time that Inspector Lin was that nervous. You know, in the shopping mall, she was a strong woman, and had experienced countless big storms, but she still couldn't help but be nervous in the face of what was going to happen next. "Ma'am, the private money I found out is in you and your husband's bedroom. It shouldn't matter, right?" Inspector Lin opened his mouth to ask with a nervous face. After all, the bedroom that was considered a private space after all. And the director had also said that no matter what was done next, Xiao Jin's opinion must be asked first. Hearing Inspector Lin's words, Xiao Jin's small face couldn't help but blush slightly. The thought of her in Yi Fusheng's bedroom being seen by millions was a bit shy, but thinking that since the program had already started, she should abide by the rules of the program. Therefore, Xiao Jin nodded slightly with a red face and opened the bedroom room door. "Please come in." The audience in the live broadcast room immediately boiled over. "I didn't expect to actually be able to visit the bedroom of the madam and her husband in my lifetime. I wonder how different the bedroom of the wife's house is from the bedroom of an ordinary family. I'm really looking forward to it. Maybe Inspector Lin searched something unseen. Upstairs, if you say that, you don't want to see tomorrow's sun. Asterisk. Woe is me. Is it too late for me to retract now?" The crew followed Xiao Jin to the bedroom. The bedroom was probably only about 20 square feet, and although it wasn't big, it was very warmly decorated. The overall color of the entire bedroom was on the pink side, and within a corner of the room, Barbie dolls were placed all over the place, while the walls were filled with photos of Xiao Jin, from the beginning of the youthful campus until after the marriage. The host couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Ma'am, these walls are full of your photos. Aren't there any photos of your husband?" "No, all these photos have to be hung by my husband. He said he hopes to see me every day when he opens and closes his eyes. Sometimes when I make breakfast in the morning and am not in the bedroom, he wakes up and sees the photos and can see me." Xiao Jin smiled sweetly and opened her mouth. "Mistress, you and your husband's relationship is too enviable." The host said, "We have my husband's photos at home, right in the nightstand. There is a photo album of him. Sometimes when he is not at home I will sleep with the album in my arms. That way it feels like I am hugging him." Xiao Jin's small face slightly blushed as she opened her mouth. The host blushed, feeling as if he was forced to eat a handful of dog food. The audience in the live broadcast room also burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, everyone, look at the host's face. She should now be regretting asking such a question and being forced to eat dog food. Stop it. I was also forced to eat dog food because of the host. The baby's heart is bitter, but the baby doesn't say anything. A bunch of mundanes. Feelings will only affect the speed of me pulling out my sword. Has a give." At this moment, the camera moved away from Xiao Jin and pointed at the only object in the bedroom that appeared somewhat out of place. That was the bed of both Xiao Jin and Yi Fusheng. This bed, although it was also covered in pink and tender, with a wooden platform placed underneath. Looking at the overall shape, it was as if it was the bed used by ancient emperors to sleep in TV dramas. The host's eyes lit up. Her intuition told her that this was most likely the fourth wave of private money that Inspector Lin had found. So the host spoke up. "Ma'am, your family's bed looks quite special. This bed is a gift from my husband's friend, but I think it's too ugly. So wrapping it up like this makes it look more comfortable." Xiao Jin laughed. "Ma'am, actually, the private money I found is related to this bed." Inspector Lin suddenly smiled and spoke. With that, Inspector Lin leaned over and fished out more than a dozen tokens from under the bed. These tokens had words engraved on them, which were Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, Qilin, Tao Tai. Seeing these tokens, the viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Before the crowd could react, the cameraman very knowingly focused the camera on these tokens, only to see that these tokens had words engraved on the front, while the backs were carved with living statues. looking as if they would rush out at any moment. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath at this moment, as if they had lost their souls. After a few moments, the audience in the live broadcast room began to talk. What are these tokens? Why do I feel like I've lost my entire soul just by looking at them? Asterisk 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 me too. I thought I had just been possessed by a ghost. Although I don't know what these tokens are, they are definitely not simple. Not only the audience, but also the staff of the program present had all just watched a little out of breath. Even Inspector Lin, who had discovered it a long time ago, didn't look at the tokens carefully when she just found them. She just felt that she had never seen this material before, so she felt that this thing wasn't simple. She was also mesmerized while looking at it just now. Seeing them in this state, Xiao-Jin smiled and opened her mouth. Everyone doesn't need to be afraid. I was just like everyone else when I just saw this. I'll just get used to looking at it after a while. Hearing Xiao-Jin's voice, the crowd then slowed down. Mistress, do you know what material these tokens are made of? Inspector Lin couldn't help but ask. Xiao-Jin shook her head and opened her mouth. I don't know. I only know that my husband said that if those tokens go out, they can command the world, and no one would dare to disobey. Chapter 25, Master Guyan's appraisal result. Seeing how serious Madam is, she won't believe what her husband said, right? Ha ha ha, Mrs. is also too simple. Even my 3-year-old daughter wouldn't believe such words. Although this token looks strange, but if it says to command the world, I don't believe it. Madam's husband must be teasing her. Inspector Lin of course didn't believe it either, and only thought that Xiao-Jin was joking. Mistress, then do you know how much this token is worth? This I know. My husband said that these tokens aren't worth much. No one will buy them. Fusheng did tell Xiao-Jin these kinds of words, but it wasn't that no one was willing to pay money to buy them, it was that no one had the guts to dare to buy them. Hearing this, Inspector Lin had a smile on his face. Ma'am, you should know the rules of our program. If it's obvious that something is valuable, but you don't know the price, it's considered private money. Inspector Lin was confident that this fourth wave was worth a staggering amount of private money, because he himself has never seen this kind of material, and the words carved on it also demonstrated that these tokens are not simple, combined with the mysterious identity of the wife's husband. In the eyes of Inspector Lin, this is definitely another private money worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But at this time there is another difficulty, that is, it is impossible to determine the value of these tokens in the end. How much money? Even Inspector Su was unable to confirm it. For a moment, identifying the value of this token seemed to be at an impasse. Right at this moment, Inspector Su suddenly opened his mouth and said, perhaps I can make a call to my master, Gulong, so that he can come and palm his eyes to see just how much this thing is worth. Hearing this, the crowd was delighted. However, the host still opened his mouth and inquired, Ma'am, do you think it's okay to go by what Inspector Su said? Xiao-Jin nodded. After receiving Xiao-Jin's consent, the host immediately spoke to the camera. Next, we will contact Master Guyan, the palm eye of the Ancient Dragon Pavilion, and he will judge the value of these tokens. So please wait and see. Ancient Dragon Pavilion palm eye? Master Guyan? That name sounds so archaic. Who is Master Guyan? Is he famous? Ancient Dragon Pavilion. Chinese heritage has been 200 years of history. Is the country's top 3 antique store? An ancient Yen master is in charge of the Ancient Dragon Pavilion, but also the Ancient Dragon Pavilion Shifai, when also as a heavyweight guest on the CCTV program, in the circle of antiques is known to all the masters. If I heard correctly just now, that Inspector Su is the disciple of this Gu Yen master? That's right. I have to say that the program group still has some strength, being able to invite elites from all walks of life to join in as inspectors. Just as someone in the comments section was popularizing and discussing Grandmaster Gulong, Inspector Su had already called to contact Guyan. While making the contact, Inspector Su scrutinized the tokens once again. The material of these tokens is something that even I haven't seen before, and the craftsmanship on them is very fine, so perhaps the price far exceeds those jades and jadeites. Inspector Su spoke with a certainty in his tone. It could be seen that Inspector Su was still harboring a grudge over the fact that he had looked away. Xiao-Jin couldn't help but be a little skeptical as she looked at Inspector Su's serious expression. Can it be that these tokens are really that valuable? Meanwhile, Inspector Su had already contacted his teacher, Grandmaster Guyan, and adopted a real-time live broadcast as well, so that Grandmaster Guyan would also be able to take a closer look. Inside the screen, Master Guyan had a head full of silver hair casually draped around. Wearing a Chinese mountain suit was also difficult to hide the dashing temperament of his body. If he were to put on a Taoist uniform, saying that he was an immortal might even be believed. I didn't expect Master Guyan to still be so dashing at his age. Master Guyan must have been a handsome man when he was young. It's a pity that I was born late, otherwise I would have gone after Master Guyan. Don't just look at Master Guyan's appearance. His ability to identify treasures in the country is one of the best. He said the words basically represents the authority. Looking forward to how the conclusion given by Master Guyen. The viewers in the live broadcast room all looked at Master Guyen with bated breath, looking forward to the results he would give. Master, I've encountered a difficult problem on the program set. I can't tell exactly what material this thing is made of. Please take a look. Good. Master Guyen spoke with a serious face. Previously, both himself and his disciple Su Jingtian had looked away, and this matter had made him a little mindful of it. So this time, he took out 12 points of his spirit, ready to see what exactly it was that had made it difficult for his disciple again. The moment Master Guyen saw the token, he suddenly trembled, and then his eyes became ulcerated, looking as if his soul was lost. The crowd suddenly reacted to the fact that they had gotten carried away looking at the token before should be the same look that Master Guyen had now. I didn't expect that Master Guyen would actually be struck as well. This further made the crowd feel that these tokens must be worth a lot. Master! Master! Seeing his master turn into this appearance, Inspector Su hurriedly called out a few times, only to see that Master Guyen suddenly winced, and then his eyes regained clarity as he spoke with an odd expression on his face. This thing is indeed not simple. Master, then how much do you think this thing is worth? Inspector Su asked. These things shouldn't look like antiques. They were produced in the last few years. As for this material, I remember that it should be the latest high-tech synthetic material from abroad. The name doesn't seem to have been taken yet, but it's also quite valuable. Almost 8,000 apiece. Guyen opened his mouth with an odd expression on his face. Hearing this, the others hadn't reacted yet, while Inspector Lin opened his mouth with a smile on his face. 80 million apiece. There are more than a dozen pieces here. Wouldn't that be several hundred million again? The crowd was silent when they heard Inspector Lin's words. 8,000 pieces could be heard as 80 million. Ordinary people couldn't do that. Inspector Lin deserves to be Inspector Lin. Big breasts and that. Ahem. Inspector Lin. Just now Master Guyen said $8,000. Not. The host reminded at this time with an embarrassed face. $8,000? Inspector Lin froze in place. This is a big loss of face. It seems like he has lost his face for the second time today. How could this still marry someone in the future? But one piece was worth $8,000, and a dozen pieces would be almost $100,000. This made Inspector Lin disappointed beyond measure. But other people, Master Guyen, represented an authority, and it was basically impossible to look at it wrong. At this moment, the host spoke in a joking tone. I thought these tokens could set another record. Looks like I've disappointed everyone. Shou Jin, on the contrary, still had a face of novelty and said, then this is also worth 100,000. My husband still told me it's not worth much. No way. This must also be considered private money. Chapter 26. A bed worth $3 billion. The fourth wave of private money ended with $100,000. Just as Inspector Lin was about to put the token back in its original position, Master Guyen suddenly widened his eyes, trembled, and shouted, wait! Everyone around was startled by Master Guyen. Inspector Lin was even more startled and almost threw off the token in his hand. Master, what's wrong? Inspector Su couldn't help but ask. Quickly, let me take a look at this bed. Lift up the sheet spread on it, Master Guyen said emotionally. Inspector Su looked at the boss with a difficult expression on his face. This was, after all, the boss's bed with her husband, so she had to be asked for her opinion on this. Ma'am, you see, it's fine. Eldest smiled. Inspector Su nodded and asked the cameraman to focus the camera on the bed, then lifted the sheet spread on it, and on the other side of the video, Grandmaster Guyen's eyes were staring at the bed with dead eyes, and his entire person couldn't help but tremble. This, if I'm not mistaken, this is the sunken fragrance wood dragon bed, known as the No. 1 dragon bed in China. Grandmaster Guyen opened his mouth with excitement. The number 1 dragon bed in China? Hearing this, the crowd froze in place, while the viewers in the live broadcast room became active once again. Dragon bed? I remember, isn't it the bed that the ancient emperor slept on that is equipped with the qualification to be called a dragon bed? There are a lot of dragon beds in ancient times. To be called the first dragon bed in Huaxia, in addition to the value of this bed being not expensive, what this emperor did is also very relevant. No wonder those rich kids of Wang Shao have to apologize. The original wife's husband is an emperor. Upstairs, don't talk nonsense. This is not the feudal era. You're going to be dragged out to eat a gun for saying such things. At this time, several inspectors were filled with shock. They knew that a dragon bed meant that this must be a valuable antique. Not to mention the first dragon bed in China. Then which dynasty's dragon bed is this? Before Inspector Su could speak, Inspector Lin couldn't wait to ask. And just as the words fell, the video suddenly disconnected. The crowd was dumbfounded. What was this? Right at this moment, Inspector Su glanced at his cell phone, let out a sigh of relief, and opened his mouth to the crowd. My master said that it's easy to look away when looking through the screen, and he's going to come over here to see for himself. The crowd froze in place. Master Guyan's position in the antique circle is a high position. He can personally come to the scene. It looks like he attaches great importance to this dragon bed. I don't know what age this dragon bed is. If this is really the first dragon bed in China, the country knows that most likely to take it away, right? Che, this is the personal belongings of the wife and her husband. Even if the state takes it away, it will give compensation. You know a fart. This, forget it, I still don't say it. I don't want to eat the state rice. During the time waiting for Master Guyan to arrive, the remaining inspectors were all still searching to see if they could find more. After roughly half an hour, a Mercedes-Benz C63 arrived at the program site. Master Guyan got out of the car and immediately ran inside the courtyard. As for Inspector Su, he had a bitter face, knowing that before, Master Guyan was a full 80 kilometers away from here, and being able to arrive within half an hour, he definitely deducted a lot of points on the road. These points are of course by himself as an apprentice to help deal with. The crowd saw Master Guyan arrive, also went up to say hello. After all, this was an old-timer. When Grandmaster Guyan walked into the bedroom, the first thing he looked at was the dragon bed, and his breathing couldn't help but become rapid. Ma'am, can I remove these sheets to see the full picture of this bed? Grandmaster Guyan respectfully opened his mouth and asked. Madam frowned and opened her mouth. Yes, but this bed shouldn't be what you call some kind of dragon bed. This is a gift from my husband's friend. I still have always disliked this bed for being ugly. I recently looked at a new bed, and I still plan to change it, and my husband even said that if he changed it, he would throw this bed away, so as not to waste the space in the house. The crowd was speechless for a while. Guyan Master but in half an hour rushed 80 kilometers of road over, although it is not identified clearly, but look at Guyan Master, this look. This bed must be worth a lot of money. Say throw away on throw away. This is the life of the rich? After getting the boss to agree, the site staff carefully take the bed sheet together with the quilt on the bed to open the whole bed of the whole appearance in front of the eyes of the crowd. The whole bed is pitch black, but with a bright light, fine workmanship, carved with a number of floating images of dragons, and these floating images are alive, as if they are real dragons. In addition to this, the crowd also smelled a light fragrance, which was refreshing. This made the crowd affirm in their hearts that this bed was definitely not simple. The heart is more and more looking forward to the appraisal result of Master Guyan. An ancient Yen master is also took out a special treasure magnifying glass affixed to the bed to observe carefully. After not a while, ancient Yen master suddenly laughed out loud, his eyes filled with tears. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to see the incense wood dragon bed in my lifetime. Seeing Grandmaster Guyan acting so excited, the hearts of the crowd trembled. Could this really be the first dragon bed in China? Master, this bed? Can't be wrong. This bed is the first dragon bed of China. The bed is carved with 72 dragons as well as 36 floating clouds, all made of incense wood. It's worth a fortune. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Master, then how much is this dragon bed worth? Inspector Su opened his mouth to ask. The crowd's spirits perked up as they perked up their ears and looked at Master Guyan. How much? It would be vulgar to talk about money for such an item of great historical value, but just with the workmanship and incense wood materials of this bed alone it's worth 1 billion. And if you add in the historical value, it's worth at least 3 billion. Just with the workmanship and materials alone it's worth 1 billion. If you count the historical value, it's worth 3 billion. After Master Guyan quoted such a price, the scene was awfully quiet, and the crowd didn't even dare to breathe. Not only that, the comments in the live broadcast room were not brushed for a while. So my husband and I lie down and sleep on top of $3 billion every day? The boss found it unbelievable. And after a while, some viewers in the comment section finally came back to their senses. What kind of world is this? I can't earn 3 billion in 10 lifetimes, and people lie on top of 3 billion and sleep every day. Don't get excited, everyone. It's not that I'm saying, could this be Master Guyan looking at it wrong? After all, Master Guyan is old. It's normal if he's looking away. How could a bed be worth $3 billion? Yeah, I don't mean to offend. I'm just guessing. Master Guyan gave such a high price. It won't be Alzheimer's, right? There were quite a few people in the audience within the live broadcast room who felt this way. A bed worth $3 billion? It must be that Master Guyan looked away. And then Master Guyan didn't even look at the remarks in the comments section, took a deep breath and walked to the front of the boss, and opened his mouth with a solemn face. Ma'am, on behalf of the Ancient Dragon Pavilion, I'm willing to offer 3.5 billion to buy this bed. Chapter 27, 4. 3 billion won't be sold. When the crowd heard Grandmaster Guyan's words, they realized why an old-timer like Grandmaster Guyan would rush over in such a hurry. It turned out to be this idea. Master Guyan wanted to make the first move, but at this time in the live broadcast room, there were people brushing up rockets to dominate the screen. Yenqing Golden Court is willing to purchase the incense wood dragon bed for $3.6 billion. Capital City Xiang Pavilion is willing to acquire the incense wood dragon bed for $3.7 billion. Deep City Qingfeng Shaozhai is willing to acquire the incense wood dragon bed for $3.8 billion. In an instant, famous antique stores all over the country have bid. All want to acquire this incense wood dragon bed. See, antique stores all over the country want to acquire the incense wood dragon bed. This shows that Master Gu Yan did not look away. Grandmaster Gu Yan deserves to be Grandmaster Gu Yan. Even though he has gotten older, his eyes are still sharp. I'm sorry, Master Gu Yan. Just now I thought that you were blinded by your old eyes. From the incense wood dragon bed was identified by Master Gu Yan a moment. In just a few minutes, spread throughout the country's antique world. These antique stores also have screen to report their prices want to ask for purchase. And the audience in the live broadcast room also looked dumbfounded. 1 second also thought that the ancient yen master old eyesight blurred to look away. The next second was these antique stores with the actual action to hit the face. Moreover, these antique stores are so rich and powerful that every time they offer at least $100 million more. Not only that, these antique stores have been on the head, and soon the price came to the 4 billion mark. The host was shaken beyond belief at this time. She turned her gaze to the boss and tentatively opened her mouth to ask, "Ma'am, there are already curio stores bidding up to 4 billion now. I wonder if you're selling." The host's voice was constantly trembling as he said this. Reasonably speaking, with his professionalism, he shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. But things were just too shocking for her. Didn't it say 3 billion just now? How did it become 4 billion? Xiao Jin's red lips were slightly open, her face full of shock. At this moment, Master Gu Yan's mind collapsed. He had rushed 80 kilometers in half an hour. This speed was comparable to an airplane, and he didn't know how many tickets and violations he had eaten along the way, with the purpose of just wanting to make the first move and take down this sunken fragrance wood dragon bed, but did not expect the industry competitors actually found out so quickly. Looking at the bidding of the competitors within the live broadcast, Master Gu Yan suddenly clenched his teeth and resolutely opened his mouth and said, "Madam, I, Ancient Dragon Pavilion, am willing to bid for $3 billion to acquire this incense wood dragon bed. As long as Madam is willing to do so, we can sign the contract right now, and the $3 billion will be able to be directly hit to Madam's account. This bed is also too golden, actually worth $3 billion. This is afraid that it is more expensive than gold. Is that the point? The point is that one of these antique stores is richer than the other. People's Gu Yan masters $3 billion said to take out. This is $3 billion in cash, not assets. The key is that this $3 billion price wife is not necessarily agreed to sell. I still see for the first time so many people, begging to buy the same thing, usually say that the customer is God. Today is completely the opposite. The crowd gathered their eyes on the boss's body. The camera in the live broadcast room was also aimed at the boss. Everyone was looking at the boss with bated breath, waiting for her answer. This was a small goal of 43. Many people would never earn that much money in their entire lives. As long as she was willing to nod her head right now, $3 billion could be credited to her account. Instead, Ran Xiaojin said an answer that was unexpected yet reasonable to everyone. "No, I have to ask my husband about this matter. I can only sell it if he agrees." Xiaojin spoke with a serious face. For a moment, millions of grass mud horses marched through the hearts of the crowd. After waiting for half a day, they waited for such an answer? The host even wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. So scared that even the microphone almost fell to the ground. A bed. As long as the wife nodded she would get $3 billion. She actually refused. And the reason for the refusal was still the same. It had to get her husband's consent. Didn't mistress say earlier that that bed was uncomfortable to sleep in and that she was ready to throw it away? Why aren't you willing to sell it? Rather throw it away than sell it? Mrs. You're confused. Confused my ass. That's because mistress wants to respect her husband's idea. To be able to marry a woman like mistress in this life, that's simply the happiest thing in the world. Inside the live broadcast room, apart from these heatedly arguing viewers, there were also the owners of the antique stores who had made bids before. After receiving the answer, they all looked like they had lost their souls, and their entire body collapsed to the ground. Gu Yan's bid of $3 billion was rejected. Why is that? No way. We can't just give up. Since the wife wants to listen to her husband's opinion, let's go to the site and find her husband. Not bad. We are bound to get this bed. We must arrive before the others. Let's charter a plane and leave now. At this moment, Master Gu Yan opened his mouth with an unwilling face and asked, "Ma'am, are you really not selling this bed? If you decide that the price isn't right, we can discuss it again. No need. It's better to wait for my husband to come back before we talk about this matter." Xiaojin shook her head and spoke with a resolute attitude. Master Gu Yan couldn't help but frown after hearing these words. his eyes looking at the incense-wood dragon bed with reluctance. This incense-wood dragon bed was right in front of his eyes. If he didn't take it down, then he wouldn't be happy in his life. To know, this has the name of the first dragon bed in China. In the eyes of outsiders, maybe it is only worth $4-3 billion, but in the eyes of the antique store, this bed, even if it is worth $5 billion, is also worth it. Because once you take this incense-wood dragon bed, it represents a curio store has the treasure of the store. Even if the business is worse in the future, it is not possible to close down. Even if it really closes down, it is not possible to go bankrupt. These are the worst end. As long as you take this incense-wood dragon bed, can build a good reputation, then very soon, this antique store will be able to become the leader of the antique world. This is the reason why so many antique stores are crazy about it. Although Master Gu Yan was old, he was still ambitious, and he also wanted to take this incense-wood dragon bed. After contemplating for a moment, Grandmaster Gu Yan suddenly left the scene of the program and came to an unoccupied corner to make a phone call. Meanwhile, in the office of the director of a cultural relic bureau in the capital, He Haifeng was sitting on his desk, drinking tea and correcting documents. Just at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. "Old brother, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Is there anything you want me to help with?" He Haifeng was very direct. He knew that Gu Yan hadn't contacted him for so long that he suddenly contacted must have something to help himself. So he didn't say any nonsense and went straight to the point. Chapter 28, The ignorant have no fear. It is not that their relationship is not good, but their relationship has been so good that there is no need to say those false words. Ancient Yan and He Haifeng, two people were young when they were soldiers, went to the battlefield. When the two people have saved each other's lives, at that time, the two people have established a deep friendship. Afterward, although the army, but the two people's contact has not been broken. Gu Yan's son inherited his father's business, became the chief eye of the ancient dragon pavilion, at the same time took over the ancient dragon pavilion, and He Haifeng received above the leadership of the importance of the military back into the Bureau of Cultural Relics, but by virtue of their own ability, step by step on the position of the secretary. After the two came back, although the contact is not broken, but because each has their own things to be busy, so may not have sat down for a long time to chat together. Although He Haifeng entered the Cultural Relics Bureau, but Gu Yan never looked for him to help him in his career to do any favors, because he did not want the purest friendship to be adulterated by interests. However, what Gu Yan didn't know was that He Haifeng had always been secretly helping out in secret. Otherwise it would be impossible for Ancient Dragon Pavilion to leap into the top 3 antique stores in the country after he took over. "Old Hai, there's something I want you to help with. Ha ha ha, for so many years never heard you say you want me to help with anything. This is the first time you've opened your mouth. Say it, no matter what it is. I'll help you on the mountain of daggers and the sea of fire." He Haifeng laughed out loud. "My side found the incense-wood dragon bed. It's the one known as the first dragon bed in China. I want to buy it, but the mistress doesn't want to sell it. She said she wants to listen to the idea of the male owner. So I want to ask you if you can contact the male owner and help me put in a good word to get the mistress to sell this incense-wood dragon bed to me." "Old Hai, for so many years, I have never said that I need your help with anything. This matter is about whether or not the ancient dragon pavilion can become the leader of the antique world, so I hope that you can give me a hand." Gu Yan spoke with a grave face. "Wait a minute, what did you say? Incense-wood dragon bed?" He Haifeng, who was originally full of smiles, suddenly stiffened his face and became full of panic. "Can't buy it. This bed, you must not hit it." He Haifeng emotionally opened his mouth. "Why?" Gu Yan was full of doubts, not understanding why his old friend became so emotional after mentioning this bed. "Old Yan, since we've known each other for so many years, it's reasonable to say that you've never asked for my help. This is the first time you've asked for my help. It's reasonable to say that I have to help you no matter what, but this is the only thing that won't work. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't help you either. Even if I step in, that person won't be able to give me face. If you must buy this bed, I'm afraid that you'll offend that person, and at that time it's even possible that you'll be able to toss the entire ancient dragon pavilion into it." He Haifeng warned with a grave face. "What's the situation?" Gu Yan on the other end of the phone was a bit confused, not knowing why his old friend was so emotional. "Is it hard to believe that there's some hidden agenda here?" Gu Yan cautiously opened his mouth to ask. "Do you still remember a year ago, when the 8 warrior nations returned my Chinese artifacts?" Gu Yan couldn't help but stare, with some doubts in his heart. "I remember. Why are you mentioning this matter? Do you know why the 8 warring nations returned our Chinese artifacts at that time?" He Haifeng didn't answer, but instead asked Gu Yan in return. "Wasn't it because our country has been strong in the past few years and they sent it back in order not to offend our country?" Gu Yan spoke with pride in his heart. Both Gu Yan and He Haifeng had a sense of pride when mentioning their country. "It's true that our country's national strength has strengthened over the past few years, but things aren't that simple. Our country asked these countries for our cultural relics back 5 years ago, but it was rejected by them on the grounds that these relics were all private items. He Haifeng shook his head and spoke in a serious tone. At that time, when I learned this news, my heart was incomparably sad. The country's cultural relics were drifting out, being played with by those foreigners as playthings. My heart was incomparably angry, and at that time I swore that I would definitely recover all of these cultural relics. Later, a leader gave me a lead and took me to visit a big shot, who, after knowing our intention, volunteered to help, saying that he could recover those artifacts within a day. At first, I still scoffed at that big shot's claim, thinking that the other party was merely talking big. One day, even if those countries were willing to return them, there was no way to complete the transportation process alone. However, I realized that I was wrong. My thoughts were too naive, and it was from that day onwards that I realized that there are people outside of this world, and there are heavens outside of this world. He Haifeng spoke with incomparable emotion. What exactly happened that day? Gu Yan's curiosity was aroused. That big shot, just a sentence. Those collectors and capitalists personally did private airplane to send back on that day, as if what he said was the meaning of God. The other party dared not disobey. Hearing this, Gu Yan's heart was shocked beyond measure. It's hard not to believe that sedum wood dragon bed. That's right, that incense wood dragon bed was also one of the cultural relics recovered at that time. In order to express our gratitude, our Cultural Relics Bureau gifted that incense wood dragon bed to that big shot. Hearing this, Gu Yan immediately changed his face. In other words, Mrs. S. husband is that big shot. Gu Yan was immediately in a cold sweat of fear. He was someone who had seen the world and knew that a single word could make those capitalists and collectors personally make private jets to escort the artifacts over to the horror there. From a certain extent, this can be more horrible than the national level, and oneself actually still fantasize about acquiring other people's things. This is simply the old man eating arsenic, tired of living. No wonder at the beginning, He Haifeng said that he wanted to acquire this incense wood dragon bed, and might take the ancient dragon pavilion into it. It turns out that the owner behind this incense wood dragon bed is actually so horrible. Thinking of this, Gu Yan felt a pang of fear. Fortunately, he didn't force himself and didn't get any wrong ideas. He just called He Haifeng and wanted him to help put in a good word. Gu Yan felt immensely grateful for the decision he had made. At this time, in the antique world, Big Brother's exchange group is quarreling. Gu Yan glanced at the words argued by this group of people on his cell phone and sneered. The ignorant are fearless. Chapter 29, This bed makes people uncomfortable. On this antique world Big Brother exchange group, everyone pulled out was a Big Brother with a prominent reputation in the antique world, and their status was no worse than Gu Yan. But at this time, they are quarreling. This group was originally established last time to participate in the exchange. At that time all the people are harmonious, but now flip-flopping. If it wasn't for the fact that they were facing each other through their cell phones, they would have been at each other's throats. The reason for all this was because of this incense wood dragon bed. There is no way, after all, this incense wood dragon bed, if who can get their hands on it. It represents who is the leader of the antique world. Also because of this group of Big Brother one by one are shameless with the shrew scolding street like in the group on the noise of the fire. Purple Sun Pavilion's wine pidden. Do you want to be shameless? I've just offered $3.5 billion and you still want to add. Oh, what do you want face for? Those who have money get it. If you don't have money, don't push. Look at that poor look of yours. That's right. If you don't have money, get lost. You're not qualified to participate in this fight. Sir, namely, who are you saying has no money? Spit out the 300 million dowry money that my grandson just gave to your granddaughter and pay it back. Otherwise, our two families will end our friendship. So what? You think I'm afraid of you? Surname Lin. Your Lin family that kid my granddaughter cannot see. Before I was in your face before agreeing to the marriage. Otherwise on your flower grandchildren, I would have smoked him to death. You surnamed Li. I remember what you said today. Wait for the next time. Just when everyone was bickering and getting a little fired up, Gu Yan suddenly ran out to pull up the hatred, and said a sentence that made everyone very annoyed and feel inexplicable. Ignorant people have no fear. A group of ignorant old men are still arguing over here. Even if that bed is sent to you, do you dare to take it? Surname Gu, who are you cursing? You're the most shameless in here. The first one to sneak to the scene, wanting to make the first move, and when everyone was still quoting, you directly increased the price by 300 million to 4.3 billion. Your behavior is too shameless. That's right, surname Gu, you wait for me. I've rushed over from my private jet now. When I arrive, I'll be the first one to pull out your hair, let you become bald. Oh, how about scolding you guys? I scolded you guys are still not convinced? Do you guys know who the owner of this kind of incense wood dragon bed is? Facing the abuse from multiple bigwigs, Gu Yan expressed great disdain and continued to taunt. Surname Gu, make it clear. That's right, If you are using such despicable means to fool us because you want to compete for the sunken wood dragon bed, we won't let you off easily. A bunch of ignoramuses. I don't even bother to talk nonsense with you. It's better to let Director He come and talk to you. Director He? Director He of the Capital City Cultural Relics Bureau? Director He, can you explain what this goo is selling? Right at this moment, He Haifeng directly initiated a group voice, pulling everyone in. As soon as they came in, the crowd immediately shushed He Haifeng. It couldn't be helped. If the antique world of China wanted to make a big move, it couldn't bypass He Haifeng's approval. So everyone had to give face to He Haifeng unless he didn't want to mix in the antique world of China anymore. Everyone, from now on, don't even think about acquiring the incense wood dragon bed. Don't even have that thought. He Haifeng didn't pay any attention to them, but went straight to the point. The crowd's faces changed. Director He, why is this? Yes, Director He, you have to give us a reason, or else our hearts will be hard to be at peace. He Haifeng hesitated for a moment, then spoke seriously. I can tell you all, but this reason can only be known by you. If it gets out, I can only say that the consequences will be your own. Hearing He Haifeng speak in such a serious tone for the first time, the crowd couldn't help but stare, feeling that what they heard next might be buried in their stomachs for the rest of their lives. Still, curiosity drove them to listen to Director He's next words. This matter has to start from a year ago. Accompanied by the story He Haifeng told, the faces of the crowd gradually changed, and when they heard the end of it, they had cold sweats and pale faces. The crowd finally understood why Gu Yen scolded them for being ignorant before. Now know the story behind this incense wood dragon bed. The crowd heart fear. Several of them had previously gotten up the idea that they would get their hands on the incense wood dragon bed no matter what. Now they were glad that they hadn't started to act. Otherwise that would simply be death-seeking behavior. And at this time, the program site. Although Qiu Jin did not have the slightest hesitation to reject the price offered by Gu Yen, but hadn't slowed down yet, because as soon as she thought that the two of her and her husband were actually sleeping in a bed worth $3 billion, the boss felt like she was dreaming. And the host, after announcing that this wave of private money was worth $3 billion, also asked in a joking manner, Madam, I wonder how it is like for you and your husband to sleep in a bed worth $3 billion? In fact, sleeping in this bed is not comfortable. Before, when this bed was just delivered to our home, I lay on it all feel very bad, and even have to have nightmares, after every time I have to my husband to hold me to fall asleep. Speaking at the end, the boss suddenly blushed. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately felt deeply struck, especially those single dogs who felt like they were force-fed a handful of dog food. Hang on, I can't eat the dog food stuffed by my wife anymore. Good-looking person, rich family, and in love with her husband. Such a life is too enviable. The host also smiled and spoke. Mrs. Many people envy your romantic and loving life with your husband. No, what I said is true. This bed is really uncomfortable. If you don't believe me, you guys lie on it and feel it. The madam opened her mouth with a red face and said. Hearing this, Inspector Lin's eyes immediately lit up. Mistress, is it really possible to lie on it and feel it? It was important to know that this dragon bed was worth $3 billion. Even a bed made of gold couldn't be that expensive. For an urban beauty like Inspector Lin who pursued a high quality of life, being able to lie on it and feel it would be heaven. Yeah, what does it matter? The madam graciously opened her mouth and said. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded. Mrs. This is too generous. This is a private item. This can be shared with others. I think if another woman looks at Mrs. Husband, maybe Mrs. will also share her husband with another woman. That's right, if you ask me, Mrs. This is not generous, but too stupid. While the viewers in the live broadcast room were discussing what the boss had said, Inspector Lin had already acted with a face full of contentment and lay down on the bed. A faint scent of incense wood drilled into the middle of Inspector Lin's nostrils. Inspector Lin instantly felt relaxed all over. Was this the dragon bed worth $3 billion? It didn't feel like it was any different from other beds, just an extra relaxing scent of incense wood. Thinking of this, Inspector Lin closed his eyes. Chapter 30, the 9 to 5 saying. It should have been pitch black after Inspector Lin closed his eyes, but a scene suddenly appeared before him. Wind and rain, lightning and thunder. In the midst of the layers of dark clouds, 9 huge figures could still be seen right in the middle of the clouds. Inspector Lin subconsciously wanted to get a better look, but just then, a burst of dragon roars rang in her ears. 9 huge dragons with hideous faces lunged towards Inspector Lin with their teeth and claws open. Aha! Inspector Lin screamed in terror at this horrifying scene. And the viewers in the live broadcast room were thinking about Inspector Lin after hearing his screams. Just came in. May I ask if this is a normal program? Inspector Lin gives everyone benefits every time. I love it so much. Brothers, I feel like my body is going to fail at this rate. While everyone didn't react to what was happening, the boss suddenly reached out and hugged Inspector Lin. Only then did Inspector Lin slow down, and the moment he opened his eyes, he immediately got out of bed, his eyes looking at this dragon bed in horror. Thereupon, Inspector Lin turned his head to look at the boss, gulped and opened his mouth. Mistress, you're right, this bed is going to make people uncomfortable. The crowd was still laughing because of Prosecutor Lin's reaction just now, but stopped after hearing what she said. Earlier, the boss had said that this bed would make people feel uncomfortable when they lay on it, and Prosecutor Lin had gotten a shock after lying on it. Could there really be something wrong with this bed? The host muttered. Inspector Su, who was on the side, expressed his disdain for such words. Ma'am, I'm a materialist. I wonder if I can lie on it and experience it. Madam nodded. After receiving the boss's consent, Inspector Su took a deep breath and slowly laid down. This was, after all, a dragon bed worth $3 billion, and it was too attractive to him. He didn't believe what the boss said, nor did he believe what Inspector Lin said. In his mind, this world was about science, and, the moment he closed his eyes, wind and rain, lightning and thunder. Amidst the layers of dark clouds, 9 huge figures could still be seen right in the middle of the clouds. Inspector Su subconsciously wanted to get a better look, but right at this moment, a burst of dragon roars resounded in his ears. 9 hideous-looking dragons lunged towards Inspector Su with their teeth and claws open. However, Inspector Su's reaction could be even more intense than that of Inspector Lin. His entire body suddenly trembled violently and fell off the bed, and even after he fell off, his entire body was still trembling continuously, not because of pain, but because of fear. Inspector Su's pupils contracted and he gasped loudly. This was the reaction of a normal person after being frightened. Can anyone explain what the hell is going on here? Are Inspector Su and Inspector Lin acting? That's not right either. The program has enough heat, there's absolutely no need for them to do this. Could there really be something odd about this dragon bed? The viewers in the live broadcast room were abuzz with discussion. The host also carefully opened his mouth at this time and asked, Inspector Su, what just happened here? Dragons! I saw 9 dragons about to tear me apart. Inspector Su reacted fiercely and spoke. Wait a minute, what did you say? You saw 9 dragons? Grandmaster Gu Yan instantly lost his composure and spoke with a face full of shock. Inspector Su nodded, and Inspector Lin on the side followed suit. Grandmaster Gu Yan, is there something to be said here? The host opened his mouth with a puzzled expression and asked. There is. Of course there is. There's a big saying in here. This is the 9 to 5. 9 to 5? The viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Master Gu Yan, what do you mean by that? The host continued to ask. And yet, Grandmaster Gu Yan didn't pay any attention to the host, but instead came to the front of the boss and opened his mouth with a grave expression and asked, Mistress, can I lay down on it and feel it? Although Madam didn't know what was going on here, she nevertheless nodded her head. Master Gu Yan laid down on the bed, and after closing his eyes, he behaved similarly to Inspector Su, trembling violently. However, his treatment was much better than Inspector Su's, and a staff member saw him in this state and immediately helped him up. After all, Master Gu Yan was very old. If he fell off the bed and his old bones couldn't withstand it, then the program team would have to take some responsibility. After Master Gu Yan opened his eyes, his pupils were constantly trembling, and one could see the fear within Master Gu Yan's heart. Not only that, even after getting out of bed, Master Gu Yan didn't slow down for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but Grandmaster Gu Yan slowly opened his mouth and said, 9 to 5. It really is the 9 to 5. With that, Grandmaster Gu Yan began to explain the meaning of the 9 to 5 in his own mouth. In our Huaxia, 9 and 5 is representing the Son of Heaven, where 9 represents the ultimate, and 5 represents the 5 dragon veins of Huaxia. When the phenomenon of 9 dragons appears, it represents the appearance of the 9-5 Supreme, which is the Chinese nation's Qi automatically electing the nation's true Son of Heaven, who will exhibit at the time of the nation's distress to save the nation. The crowd's eyes widened. This was the first time they had heard of such a statement. If it wasn't Master Gu Yan in front of them, but someone else, perhaps they would have been drowned in a mouthful of spittle long ago. And the reason for this was to treat everyone as a little cutie, playing around. But the fact that these words were coming from Grandmaster Gu Yan's mouth meant that there was a certain amount of truth to it. Master Gu Yan, then is this phenomenon because of this incense with dragon bed? No, as I said before, this is because of the appearance of the nation's true destiny, and this sunken incense with dragon bed is just the carrier. Master Gu Yan shook his head with a grave face. Then who is this true fate? Madam subconsciously opened her mouth to ask, but when the words had just come out of her mouth, she realized that the gazes of the crowd had all coalesced on herself. It wasn't that everyone thought she was the true match, but that her husband had a great possibility. Could it be that everyone thinks my husband is the one? Boss opened her mouth to ask with an incredulous face. The crowd subconsciously nodded. After all, The boss's husband had never appeared in the crowd's view, and after a series of apologies from Wang Gongzi's top-tier rich second generation, the wife's husband left a mysterious Nguta back in everyone's mind. And at this time, the comments section also exploded. Is there any mistake? The real man has come out. This kind of thing is put out in the open to say, will this program be blocked? This is not a feudal society anymore. No, no, no. What Master Gu Yan said also has a certain degree of truth. For example, I have 5 dragon veins in China. Upstairs, who are you? Understand so clearly. I am a disciple of Taoism. I can count. If you don't believe me, you can give me your birth date and 8 characters. I will help you count. Chapter 31 3 Ancient Swords. The crowd was shocked beyond belief at this time. Not only because this bet is worth $4.3 billion, but also because of the identity of the host. The identity of the male owner is still mysterious. No one knows. The most crucial thing is to be able to have the 9 to 5 this kind of luck attached. Although I don't know whether what Master Guyan said is true or not. If it is true, then the identity of the host can be said to be horrible to unimaginable. The repercussions of this incident were just too great, and the program team immediately arranged for the inspectors to divert their attention to find the next privy. Inspector Lu's area of specialization was biology, and right off the bat he saw a few carp kept in the yard. He didn't care at first, but after finding a few waves of private money, he immediately went to check it out. But what he saw were just ordinary carp. This made Inspector Lu Cheng's heart disappointed beyond measure. He knew that if he couldn't find any shocking private money, he would definitely be at the bottom of the list. Therefore, Lu Cheng finally found 3 long swords in the small house next to the residence. Lu Cheng brought the program team to the room and pointed to the 3 long swords hanging on the wall and spoke. This is the private money I found, and these 3 long swords look like they should be antiques as well. Lu Cheng's direction of study was biology, and he was confused about history, let alone about antiques, so this was all his guess. And when the viewers in the live broadcast room saw these 3 long swords, they started to talk about it. Stop it, now I feel like everything in Mrs. Family is worth money. These 3 long swords look so familiar. I'll go check the information, brothers. The one upstairs is going to start pretending again. Everyone get out of the way. Ma'am, can I take these 3 long swords down to have a look? Lu Cheng carefully opened his mouth and asked. Xiao Ji nodded. When Lu Cheng took down the 3 long swords from the wall, the camera was aimed at the 3 long swords. Although it was said that these 3 long swords had been purposely cleaned, the crowd could still feel the ancient aura from them. Mistress, do you know the value of these 3 long swords? Lu Cheng couldn't help but ask. If Mistress knew, then this could not be considered private money. Xiao Jin shook her head, then nodded again and spoke. My husband told me that although these 3 long swords were passed down from the family, they are not worth much, and the last time my eldest uncle's children came to our house as guests, my husband even gave these 3 long swords to my younger brother as toys. At this time, the host laughed and couldn't help but flirt and open his mouth. Ma'am, maybe in your husband's eyes, there is nothing worth anything at all. Even if 100 million, 200 million is nothing more than a small amount of money in your husband's eyes. Xiao Jin instantly felt speechless, but what the host said did make sense. I don't know how many times I have been cheated by my husband. Every time he said something was worthless, it was worth a lot of money. It's fine, ma'am, we have professionals here. Just ask them to appraise it. The host smiled and spoke. Xiao Ji nodded. At this time, Master Gu Yan hadn't left yet. Originally Inspector Su wanted to go up and see what age these 3 long swords were, but Master Gu Yan had already gone up and was ready to appraise them, so this disciple of his could only play his hand. Gu Yan stepped forward, gripped the hilt of the sword, and slowly drew the sword out. Ding! A cold light flashed, and the crowd instantly felt a violent murderous aura permeate the entire room. Even the viewers who were separated from the camera couldn't help but shiver coldly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I was actually scared to pee by an ancient sword. Upstairs, don't feel ashamed. I was just scared to pee at my in-laws' house as well, and now well, I was kicked out by them because they suspected me of being a coward. By the looks of it, this ancient sword is by no means extraordinary. Not only the viewers in the live broadcast room, many of the staff at the scene had been scared to death and their backs were in a cold sweat not daring to move. Especially the host, because of her proximity, she had actually been scared to death just now. After a long time, the host only slowed down. Her face flashed a touch of redness, glanced around and realized that no one had noticed her, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. After all, everyone's attention was on this ancient sword. Master Gu Yan, may I ask if you can see the true identity of this sword? The host opened his mouth and asked. Master Gu Yan took a deep breath and slowly spoke. This is definitely a matching sword from the Qin dynasty period. Asterisk 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 a sword from the Qin dynasty. This is thousands of years old. No wonder Laozi was scared to death just now. A sword from the Qin dynasty period must have killed countless enemies. No wonder it has such a strong killing aura. There was no one in the live broadcast room to taunt the viewer who was scared to pee, because quite a few of them were scared to pee just now. After learning that this was a matching sword from the Qin dynasty period, the crowd immediately felt that it was only right that the sword carried such a strong killing aura. Only Qiu Jin opened her mouth with an incredulous face and asked, "Master Gu Yan, you didn't make a mistake, did you?" Because of this sword, hubby had even taken it to his cousin as a plaything back then. If it was truly a matching sword from the Qin dynasty period, how could it be treated so casually? Although Master Gu Yan was questioned by Qiu Jin, he was not chagrined. Instead, he still spoke with a patient face. "Ma'am, although it is said that Qin Shi Huang's burial chamber has not been discovered yet, there are quite a lot of records about the Qin dynasty that have been passed down, such as the Qin dynasty's matching sword." Saying that, Master Gu Yan turned his head to Inspector Su and spoke. "Xiao Su, turn over the information about the Qin dynasty's matching sword." Inspector Su nodded and ran to the side alone to open his laptop, and before long, returned with the laptop in hand. "Ma'am, look, this is the record that the National Museum has about the Qin swords, and there are more than a dozen Qin swords collected within the National Museum." Saying this, Master Gu Yan pointed to the contents of the notebook. The camera also focused on the contents on the notebook, and Qiu Jin's eyes widened as she looked at the contents on the notebook. This was because the notebook had the Qin sword from the museum's collection, and from a general point of view, it was almost identical to this ancient sword in her own house. At this time, Grandmaster Gu Yan also added, "Everyone can look at the hilt of this Qin sword of the wife's family. This is the Qin dynasty script before the 6 kingdoms were united, and the engraving means king, which means that this Qin sword, most likely, is the matching sword of the first emperor of Qin, Qin Shi Huang's matching sword." What a joke! It was already shocking enough for this sword to be an ancient sword from the Qin dynasty period, let alone being the matching sword of Qin Shi Huang, to realize that this was something in two entirely different senses. "Master Gu, then how much do you think this matching sword is worth?" The host opened his mouth with a slightly trembling voice and asked. Chapter 32 Taiyao Sword. Hearing the host mention this issue, the crowd couldn't help but hold their breath, waiting for Master Gu Yan's appraisal result. Master Gu Yan shook his head and spoke. "I alone cannot estimate the value of this ancient sword. Originally, the price of ancient swords from the Qin dynasty period is difficult to estimate, not to mention that this is the sword that Qin Shi Huang used to use, so it can be said that it is worth a lot of money." The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Master Gu Yan, the big brother of the antique world, actually said that he was not qualified to estimate the price, but what Master Gu Yan said also had some truth to it. After all, this sword was the sword of Emperor Qin Shi Huang and could be considered the best sword in the world. The price is indeed difficult to estimate, because the symbolism was too great. "Master Gu Yan, if one way, how much do you think this ancient sword can be worth if it is taken out for auction?" the host asked. Grandmaster Gu Yan raised a finger. $100 million? It does fit the identity of this ancient sword. The host looked at Grandmaster Gu Yan's one finger and spoke. As a result, a mysterious smile appeared on Grandmaster Gu Yan's face as he shook his head and opened his mouth. "I'm not talking about 100 million, but at least 1 billion to start. Note that I'm talking about the starting auction price. I can't say what the final price of the sale will be." The host was taken aback. He himself thought that Master Gu Yan was talking about 100 million, but he didn't realize that he was talking about 1 billion, and it was only the starting price. And yet the audience in the live broadcast room didn't react as much as the host. "It's only 1 billion, ah. I thought it was worth a lot of money." Upstairs, "Your breath is too big. Is 1 billion not even money in your eyes?" "That's right. Not to mention that this 1 billion is only the starting price. The final transaction price in the end, how much? Who can not say? Can't blame me. It's all because the ancient master laid out too much. Not to mention that the incense wood dragon bed was worth $3 billion before. That's the first dragon bed in China. This is the first sword in China. The price difference here is too big." The audience in the live broadcast room quarreled because of this matter, while the live broadcast room gained a lot of heat again. And the director was happy in his heart as he looked at the rising popularity of the live broadcast room. To know, since the opening of this episode of the program today, no matter if it was Wang Gongzi, or those antique stores, or the gifts brushed by the wineries before, the share he was able to get had reached 10 million, and it also made this issue of the program a big fire. When it came to the later issues of the program, as long as the guests were well chosen, there was no problem at all to fire up dozens of issues. However, what made Director Lin a little confused was why there weren't any antique stores clamoring for this ancient sword this time. One must know that they had made a lot of noise in order to fight for the ownership of that dragon bed from before, but now there wasn't a single sound. This made Director Lin feel something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. At this moment, Grandmaster Gu Yan had already put his attention on the other two ancient swords. Master Gu Yan, what do you see as the origin of these two ancient swords? The host asked. Grandmaster Gu Yan shook his head and spoke. I can't identify them for a while. I need to take another look. The other two ancient swords, one was black and somewhat shiny, while the other was a golden color. It could be seen that these two swords were not only very well preserved, but also regularly maintained. Grandmaster Gu Yan first picked up the black shiny ancient sword and drew it out. Right at the moment the sword was drawn out, a sudden anomaly occurred. Everyone was dragged into the middle of a scene. A dilapidated yet lofty ancient city was surrounded by 1,000 armies, and an emperor stood atop the city, drawing out his longsword and pointing it at the 1,000 armies. At this moment, thousands of horses suddenly fell to the ground, blood flowing for thousands of miles. The situation instantly reversed. The image then gradually disappeared before the eyes of the crowd. After the crowd slowed down, they still felt unbelievable and were filled with shock. They looked at each other in disbelief, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. It seems like I was just pulled to an ancient battlefield. Me too. I saw that the moment the emperor at the top of the city drew his sword, all of the thousands of troops and horses died. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the hell is this? Did you hit a ghost? At this moment, Grandmaster Gu Yan's hand holding this ancient sword kept trembling. Not only those spectators and field staff, even he was filled with shock, not knowing what had just happened. This kind of situation was unheard of and unseen by himself. Not only that, Xiao Jin was also filled with shock. Unexpectedly, the longsword that was casually hung on the wall as a decoration in her own home was actually able to pull people into the illusion. The host also finally came to her senses at this time, as she tremblingly opened her mouth and asked, Master Gu Yan, what exactly was this just now? And this sword, what kind of sword is it? And yet this time, for the first time, Grandmaster Gu Yan revealed an expression of shame on his face. To be honest, I don't know what exactly was going on just now, and also this sword, I can't identify it either. When the crowd heard this, they froze in place. One must know that Master Gu Yan was a big shot in the antique world, having seen countless treasures in his life, and even he didn't know exactly what kind of sword this was. Could it be that the origin of this sword was even more extraordinary than the Qin sword just now? Master Gu Yan suddenly looked at Xiao Jin and asked, Ma'am, can I take a picture and ask my other peers? Maybe some of them know. Xiao Jin nodded. To be honest, the curiosity in her heart was no less than anyone else's. She was also curious to know what the origin of this longsword was. She herself had actually been treating this longsword like a child's toy before. After obtaining Xiao Jin's consent, Grandmaster Gu Yan took pictures of this ancient sword from all angles and uploaded them to the previous exchange group. At this time, the exchange group had already lost the sound of arguments and was quiet. But after Grandmaster Gu Yan posted the photo, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Old Gu, why are you still at the program? What do you care if he's at the show or not? Not watching the show yourself. I just saw old Gu appraising that Qin sword. I couldn't wait to go over and buy that Qin sword. Still dare to buy something from Mrs. Family? If you are tired of living, don't drag us along to die. The crowd was talking to each other, and it looked like the beginnings of an argument had risen again. Gu Yan immediately spoke up at this time to stop them. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to argue. Everyone, you'd better take a look at this sword first and see what kind of sword it is. Old Gu, I have some clues here. Seeing this sword, I remembered what my grandfather told me. Ziyang Pavilion's Palmai Lu opened his mouth and said, Then speak quickly. Gu Yan urged anxiously. This is the Tai sword, and one of the legendary Qin Shi Huang's matching swords. Chapter 33 Lu Palmai came to the scene. Previously, this group of big men one by one tore up their faces and quarreled for the incense wood dragon bed. After being educated by Qian Liang in the back, each and every one of them did not dare to say anything. There were a few who were still watching the live broadcast, and their eyes reddened when they saw the fixed Qin sword. There were also a few who fought the idea of not seeing what was going on and didn't go to watch the live broadcast. As a result, they still couldn't escape and didn't expect that Gu Yan would take pictures of what he found on the spot and upload them. Tai sword, Ding Qin sword. This family is just too terrifying. Not bad. How could an ordinary person collect it? Not to mention collecting it, I'm afraid I can't even see it. It's really too coveted. Old Gu, what do you think you're doing posting it on the group? We can see it by looking, but we can't touch it. Isn't this messing with people's minds? Gu Yan didn't bother with the complaints on the group, but when he saw the last sentence, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. When the host saw Gu Yan's expression, he immediately opened his mouth and asked, Master Gu, do you have a clue? Gu Yan shook his head. The crowd looked disappointed. There are no clues, but there is already an answer. Gu Yan smiled and opened his mouth. The crowd couldn't help but look at Grandmaster Gu Yan with grumbling. He was clearly looking for everyone's pleasure, giving despair and hope at once. I didn't expect Master Gu Yan to be so old. yet he still loves to joke with everyone so much. The host hurriedly rounded up the situation. According to the Purple Sun Pavilion's Palmai Lu, this should also be the matching sword of Qin Shi Huang, the Taiyi sword. Grandmaster Gu Yan spoke up. So this is the Taiya sword. No wonder that a strange image like that appeared just now. How much can this Taiya sword be worth? You mundanes only know money, 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 money. Don't ask how much. I only know that if this Taiya sword is sold, the money will definitely be able to smash me to death. Ha ha ha, you're still the same upstairs. There's no way. Everyone is vulgar. It's just that I'm vulgar in a special way. The host glanced at the comments section and asked the question that everyone was concerned about. Master Gu, how much is this Taiya sword worth? Master Gu Yan shook his head and opened his mouth. The cultural relics I appraise are not in this area, but I can help connect to the Xiang Pavilion's Lu Palmais, so that he can introduce it to everyone. I don't know if the wife is willing to do so. Even a big shot in the circle like Master Gu Yan had to ask Xiao Jin's opinion. At this moment, Xiao Jin did not hear what Gu Yan said at all. She was still frozen in place, immersed in her own world. 3 swords, 2 of which were the matching swords of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, and her husband had casually thrown them to his cousin as toys, seemingly without a care in the world. It was hard to believe that her husband didn't know the value of the swords either. This thought deeply troubled Xiao Jin. At this moment, Master Gu Yan was asking Xiao Jin's opinion. When he saw that Xiao Jin did not respond, he thought that Xiao Jin was unhappy and was immediately shocked into a cold sweat. Mistress was acting so graciously before. She shouldn't be unhappy above this little matter, right? But why is Mistress ignoring me? Is it because she didn't hear me clearly? In just a few seconds, Master Gu Yan was shocked and brainstormed more than 10 reasons in his mind. Just as he was panicking, Xiao Jin suddenly smiled sweetly and nodded her head and spoke. Of course, it just so happens that I'm also under the impression that I know how much this sword is worth. Hearing what Xiao Jin said, Gu Yan was relieved. He immediately called up Palmai Lu's phone. Old Lu, can you help appraise the price of the Taiya sword? Of course I can. It would be my honor to help my wife. Lu Palmais agreed very quickly and was very emotional. Then, do you think it's better for you to come to the scene or for us to connect? Gu Yan asked. We'll connect first, then I'll rush to the scene at the same time as we connect. We can't keep Mrs. waiting. Makes sense. Then hurry up. Don't let Mrs. wait long, Gu Yan urged. The duo's call was externalized, so the crowd could hear it clearly. The crowd felt like they were crumbling inside. One had to know that these two were bigwigs in the antique world and had extraordinary status in the antique world, but the two actually acted so humble in front of their wives, and even felt that it was their honor to be able to help their wives. The crowd also knew the reason. It was all because of the wife's mysterious unseen husband. This made everyone speculate about the identity of the wife's husband, and they also felt fear at the same time. Gu Yan immediately connected with Lu Palmai. The screen just passed, and Lu Palmai greeted Xiao Jin like a licking dog. Hello ma'am, it's finally time to meet you. Xiao Jin had a feeling of being flattered. On top of that, she also felt strange. No matter if it was Lu Palmais or Grandmaster Gu Yan, the two old men were very respectful to themselves, which made Xiao Jin very uncomfortable. However, for polite reasons, Xiao Jin still smiled and responded. Hello, Lu Palmais. Lu Palmai's face was blossoming with joy. Hello, you are the chief Palmai of Xiang Pavilion. You're a well-known bigwig in the domestic antique industry. Can you stop smiling like a licking dog? It affects your image. Before Lu Palmais continued to say anything, the host immediately helped to save Lu Palmai's image by saying, next, let's invite Lu Palmais to help appraise the value of this Taiya sword. Lu Palmais nodded. He then remembered what he was connecting for. First let me take another look and confirm if this is the Taiya sword. Lu Palmai suddenly had a serious face, as if he was like a different person. Only then did the crowd nod their heads. This is the big brother of the antique world. Just now the image was all skewed. Without saying a word, Gu Yan directly aimed the camera at the black ancient sword. Then according to what Lu Palmai said to come, to the sword hilt, sword body, lines, and even the scabbard are looked at once. After looking at it, Lu Palmais opened his mouth with a serious face and said, Gentlemen, after the second appraisal, it can be confirmed that this is the Taiya sword. However, before giving the appraisal price, I will first give you all a little popularization of what the Taiya sword is. At the critical moment Lu Palmais actually sold out. This caused countless viewers to curse in their hearts. However, due to Lu Palmai's age and status, the audience still gave him a little face and did not randomly start cursing. The Taiyi sword, also known as the Taiyi sword, is one of the 10 most famous swords in China, the most treasured treasure of the state of Chu. It was forged by the joint efforts of the two great swordsmiths, Wu Yezi and Ganjun, and it is a sword of Wei Dao. According to the records, this sword once saved the life of Qin Shi Huang, and thus became the favored one among Qin Shi Huang's 3 matching swords. In other words, this Taiyi sword is so significant that it is difficult to value. When the crowd heard the last sentence of Lu Palm Eyes, they were instantly infuriated and their blood pressure rose high. Chapter 34 All are the matching swords of Qin Shi Huang. Everyone listened to Lu Palm Eyes' half a day of popularization. As a result, he finally came to a sentence difficult to estimate. This was like having his pants halfway down and the other party suddenly saying that he had come to his aunt. Lu Palm Eyes, even though you're said to be a respected old-timer, I still can't help but want to give you the middle finger. Is there anyone who will go with me to block Lu Palm Eyes? Anyway, he's on his way to the scene. Let's just block him and beat him up. Add me. +1, +1, +1. Lu Palm Eyes glanced at the audience in the comment section, actually wanting to form a group to come halfway to block themselves to get out of the way. He was instantly covered in cold sweat and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. Ahem. Everyone, I'll open a trinket with you. This Taya sword is difficult to value, but if it's me, I'm willing to offer 1.2 billion to buy this sword. Only if the wife is willing to sell it or not. That's the wife's business. Lu Palm Eyes accidentally said his inner thoughts in his haste. It's a good thing that he immediately added a sentence afterward, so as not to make Mrs. unhappy by misunderstanding anything. 1,200 million. Seems about right. Upstairs, why is it that from your mouth 12 billion is said to be like $12? Are you guys thinking it's too cheap? Why do I still think it's too expensive? This is the matching sword of Qin Shi Huang, and it's also one of the top 10 famous swords. This price is really not expensive. At this time, the Antique Circle Exchange Group also exploded. Old Lu Lao Gu. These two guys actually play on their own without bringing us along. Too despicable. We want to go too. That's right. Usually other people invite me out to pay by the minute. Today I'm going to go to the scene even if I put up my own money. In an instant, this group of bigwigs had to rush to the scene, because they felt that they had offended Qiu Jin when they were fighting over the sunken wood dragon bed earlier. They happened to want to go to the scene to make amends. It would be the honor of their lives if they could get to know their wife's husband, even if they were to take a step back and were unable to meet Mrs. Husband. Judging by the current situation, maybe something amazing would come out of Mrs. S house afterward. If they were able to meet something like the Taya sword, the incense would dragon bed and so on, then they would have no regrets in their lives. Seeing his old buddies scrambling to come over one by one, Gu Yan had a big headache. He could only ask, Mrs. I also have a few friends who want to come to the scene to have a good time. I don't know if I can let them come? Of course you can. My house usually doesn't have many people coming. It's quite nice to have someone as a guest to liven things up a bit. Qiu Jin responded with a smile. After getting the permission from his wife, this group of old men were as happy as a 3-year-old child. If it wasn't for their bodies not allowing it, I guess they would all be jumping and dancing. Old Lu, there's still a sword left over here. You also follow a piece of appraisal. Gu Yan picked up the last ancient sword that was golden yellow in color and spoke. Wait, I'll be there soon. I'll come directly to the site to appraise it. 2 minutes later, a comfort-oriented business car stopped in front of the courtyard gate. The white-haired Lu Palm Eyes was supported by a young man and walked in trembling. Compared to Gu Yan's previous speed of over 100 yards, plus his own jumping out of the car, it was obvious that Gu Yan's body was much better than Lu Palm Eyes. Mrs. Excuse me. As soon as Lu Palm Eyes entered the room, he bowed to Qiu Jin. This can be Qiu Jin was shocked to know. She grew up to receive the education is to respect the old and love the young. This old man with white hair, to their luggage which makes Qiu Jin feel flattered. Lu Palm Eye, which is what disturbing not to mention that you are an elder. Should I salute you only? No, age is not a problem. I was only born so many years earlier than Madam, but Madam's pattern makes me admire her. Lu Palm Eyes, this old man with a head full of white hair, was a rainbow fart to Qiu Jin. This made Qiu Jin not even know what to say. Well, at this time, another dozen or so luxury cars stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. The bigwigs of this Antique Circle Exchange Group had arrived in droves. It was as if they came to the scene at the same time as if they had an appointment. And after arriving, before Qiu Jin went out to greet them, they came in on their own to salute Qiu Jin. This caused Qiu Jin's small face to turn red, and she hurriedly spoke anxiously. Everyone, you are all elders. You are saluting me. Isn't this to discount me? It wasn't until Qiu Jin spoke these words that the group of old men stood up. The audience in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, exploded. Asterisk. What did I see? A group of big men actually saluted the madam. What the hell is this for? Don't ask. Asking is just Mrs. Awesome. This matter came to an end. Lu Palm Eyes didn't forget his main business and picked up the last sword and examined it. The other Palm Eyes also came up. This should be the dear Lu sword. That's right. It looks like the Mrs. Family has put together the 3 swords of Qin Shi Huang, the Ding Qin sword, the Taya sword, and the dear Lu sword. I thought this was only recorded in the ancient books, but I didn't expect to be able to see the three swords together in my lifetime. I have no regrets in my life. More than 10 old men surrounded these three swords, their faces full of shock. It was important to know that no matter which handle it was, it all existed on the records of ancient books, and no one had actually encountered it yet. Now, not only have they encountered it, but the three handles have also come together. This could not only be the antique world being shocked, even historians archaeologists were bound to be shocked. If I remember correctly, Mrs. She said before that these three swords were used as children's toys. Upstairs, you didn't remember correctly. I have evidence. Mrs. S house is too shocking. Actually hanging three swords on the wall as children's toys. If this were in my house, I would like to put up these three swords. Aren't you afraid they'll be stolen? If it were me, I would definitely hold them even in my sleep, never leaving them. What? What about the wife? What do you need a wife for? At this time, the heat of the program was once again high. The staff also skillfully took photos of the three long swords and placed them on all the major platforms, which were frantically downloaded plus reproduced by many netizens. And this time, these videos were not only hot in the country, they were even circulated abroad. Inside a certain shrine in the Sun Country. According to reason, the shrine is for people to make offerings, but this shrine is dark and deadly, and if not for the cleanliness of the cleaning, it makes people wonder if this shrine has been deserted for many years. If someone walks into the shrine will find that the shrine is not enshrined in the god, but the devil. This demon statue face hideous, as if just climbed out of hell, at any time will come to life. Chapter 35, Strange Phone Calls. A man in a yin and yang costume walked into the shrine. With a respectful face, he knelt down at the demon statue. Lord Demon knew something big has happened. The demon statue suddenly came to life, a red light flashing in its eyes, filled with an ominous aura. What is it? The demon statue coldly opened its mouth and asked. The man pulled out his cell phone and released the photos of the Ding Qin sword, the Taiya sword, and the Deer Lu sword to the demon statue. After seeing the photos, the demon statue immediately became agitated, and the entire demon statue kept shaking, only quieting down after a while. As long as I can obtain the Ding Qin sword, Taiya sword, and Deer Lu sword, I will be able to summon the terracotta army, and then I will be able to rule this world. The demonic statue's voice was filled with greedy desire. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire idol society suddenly shook, and was then plunged into darkness. Then, in the darkness, the demonic statue suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. When the blood mist coalesced again, it turned into a black figure, 2 feet tall, with the same face as the demon statue. Seeing the demon statue in front of him suddenly turn into a humanoid, the yin-yang master fell to his knees in shock, not even daring to raise his head. Lord Demon knew, you have finally awakened. How many years it has been? This Ding Qin sword, Taiya sword, and Deer Lu sword have finally appeared. Since I failed in the last great battle, I have only been able to survive and hide here. If I can get my hands on the Ding Qin sword, the Taiya sword, and the Deer Lu sword to summon the terracotta warrior army, I will be able to take revenge. And even the entire world will have to prostrate themselves under me. The Devil New's voice was filled with murderous intent. Lord Devil New, don't worry. For your sake, I will definitely bring back the Ding Qin sword, Taiya sword, and Deer Lu sword within a day. If you fail to bring them back, you yourself know the consequences. The Devil New snorted coldly, then once again changed into a dance of blood that coalesced into a demonic statue. An hour later, in the Sun Country, within the Donggu clan, the Donggu clan had opened a family meeting. And the dozen or so people seated there were all Donggu clan executives. Everyone's gazes were condensed on the middle-aged man in the highest position. At this moment, it was the patriarch of the East Valley clan, East Valley One Tiger. The higher-ups all knew that Dongguihu had gone to meet Lord Demon New today, and had convened a meeting right after he returned. So there must be something significant to announce. Dongguihu pulled out his cell phone and flipped through the pictures of the Ding Qin sword, Taiya sword, and Deer Lu sword, placing them on the desktop. What is the patriarch showing us this for? This is something that appeared within a Chinese variety show. These three swords are the Ding Qin sword, the Taiya sword, and the Deer Lu sword. If we are able to recapture them and teach them to Lord Demon New, and summon the Terracotta Warriors Legion under Lord Demon New's leadership, we will surely be able to conquer the entire world. And at that time, we, the Donggu clan, will also become a clan at the top of the pyramid in this world. Dongguihu swept a glance at everyone and spoke with a grave expression. One of the higher-ups spoke with a disgruntled expression. Doesn't Lord Devil New give up yet? Are our Donggu clan's days with him still short? Not only is there no benefit, but it's also declining by the day. Pa! Dongguichiu slapped this disgruntled senior in the face, directly knocking out 2 teeth, half of his face swelling up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and falling into a coma. When did the Donggu clan have a short-sighted person like you? Lord Devil Nu was only losing power for a moment. When Lord Devil Nu's strength recovers, along with the 3 longswords that summoned the terracotta army, namely the Ding Qin sword, the Taiya sword, and the Deer Lu sword, the conquest of the world will only be a matter of time. Dongguihu stared at everyone present and spoke. We vow to follow the clan chief and Lord Demon Nu to the death. The senior members of the crowd glanced sympathetically at the unconscious man, then spoke in unison. Only then did Donggu Tai nod his head in satisfaction, and then began to distribute the tasks. First of all, we'll send people to the Chinese territory to see if we can acquire it. If soft doesn't work, let's do it the hard way and bring back these 3 ancient swords at any cost. From now on, the East Valley clan and the Yamaguchi group are all in a state of readiness, and when they are snatched back, they will immediately send people to receive them, and we cannot let the 3 longswords be lost. The crowd nodded. Donggu Ichigo's plan was already perfect, and it could be seen how much importance Donggu Ichigo attached to this incident. After the meeting was over, the East Valley clan began to function like a machine. At this time the program group site, the number of people in the live broadcast room again skyrocketed, has refreshed the highest domestic variety show ratings in Huaxia, and the major platforms in the live broadcast room also negotiated with the program group again, and raised the gift share by another layer. Just at this moment, someone in the live broadcast room once again brushed 20 rockets to dominate the screen. Yang Guigua Company is willing to acquire the 3 ancient swords in Mrs. S hands for 40 crores. The Tez Company is willing to acquire the 3 ancient swords in Madam's hands at a price of 4.2 billion. Six Star Company is willing to acquire the 3 ancient swords in Madam's hands for $4 billion. One by one, a group of world-renowned large companies swarmed over the 3 ancient swords, wanting to acquire them at extremely high prices. In the end, the Sun Country's Mitsubishi Zaibatsu Corporation ended the fight with a price of $8 billion, wanting to acquire the 3 ancient swords. ********. 8 billion. Why is the Mitsubishi Zaibatsu company so wealthy? This doesn't treat money as money at all. Isn't it true that money is all tissue paper in these Zaibatsu groups? At 8 billion, I wonder if the wife is willing to sell this time. Before the host could even open his mouth to ask Qiu Jin, Qiu Jin spoke up first and refused. I'm not selling. Although Qiu Jin was shocked at the price of 8 billion, she still refused without hesitation. Now, the netizens were anxious for Qiu Jin. Mrs. 8 billion won't even sell. Don't even know if this should be said that Mrs. is stupid or what. If it were me, not to mention 8 billion, 5 billion I would be willing to sell. That's provided that you have these 3 long swords. The host couldn't help but open his mouth and asked, Ma'am, I'm curious as to why you're not willing to sell. Can you tell everyone why? Qiu Jin spoke with firm eyes. My husband said that these 3 long swords were passed down from our ancestors. No matter how much money I can't let our domestic antiques go abroad. I don't need to ask my husband about this matter because he definitely won't be willing to sell it. When the crowd heard this, the impression of Qiu Jin in their hearts was once again raised to a higher level. Mistress is setting a good example. I'm sorry, mistress. I shouldn't have called you stupid before. It was my short-sightedness. This is where the gap between Mrs. and some people lies. That's why Mrs. can live a life we all envy. ********. Upstairs, you're attracting hate. Right at this moment, Qiu Jin's cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and it was an unfamiliar number, but she still picked it up. The moment she picked it up, Qiu Jin couldn't help but frown as the other party came from a bad place. Chapter 36 Private Money in the Study Room. Ma'am, I am the chairman of the Chinese branch of the Mitsubishi Zaibatsu Company's division, Muto Shinichi. Our company wants to acquire your 3 ancient swords. If you feel that $8 billion is not enough, we can add more money. Money is not a problem. In short, we want these 3 ancient swords. The tone on the other end of the phone was very strong, even carrying a few hints of a commanding tone. Qiu Jin couldn't help but frown. This attitude of the other party made her heart uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I've already said it. It's not a matter of money. I'm not selling. 9 billion. It's not the money. 10 billion. It's really not about money. 11 billion. Qiu Jin was speechless for a while. Is the other party unable to understand human language? No, it wasn't that the other party didn't understand human language. It was just that these 3 ancient swords, the other party was bound to get them. Ma'am, my sincerity has been laid out here. I hope that you will think about it. Don't refuse a toast and take a penalty. Muto Shinichi said in a cold voice. Qiu Jin couldn't help but tremble. This was already a threat from the other party. The viewers in the live broadcast room were furious at the sight of this scene and fought for Qiu Jin. Is this Muto Shinichi threatening madam? Who does he think he is? He doesn't even look at where this is, when it's in that bullet-ridden place of theirs? This Muto Shinichi dares to threaten madam. I think he's living out of his mind. Muto Shinichi was also looking at the live broadcast, but he didn't pay any attention to the viewers in the live broadcast, and even thought that the viewers in the live broadcast were nothing more than clowns. Ma'am, I hope you'll think about it. I'll wait for your call. Ha! Muto Shinichi laughed coldly and hung up the phone, looking bottomless, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were completely enraged by Muto Shinichi's behavior like this. It was important to know that since the start of this episode of Rice, countless viewers had been attracted by Chio Jin's charisma and had become his most loyal fans. Now that Chio Jin was being threatened like this, these viewers simply couldn't endure it. This bullet-ridden brat is just too arrogant. Send me his location. I'll go chop him up right now and see how he can still threaten Madam. +1, +1, +1. Chio Jin was still a bit angry just now, but after seeing the comments of the viewers fighting for themselves in the live broadcast room, she couldn't help but smile and open her mouth to say, "Don't be angry everyone, I didn't take him seriously. Mistress's bosom is really not something we can compare to." "But mistress, do we still have to continue?" The host first patted the rainbow fart, then cautiously opened his mouth to ask. The host was worried that Chio Jin had gotten uncomfortable in her heart because of this matter and was unwilling to be filming. If something like that happened, it was expected that the program team would have the heart to kill Muto Shinichi. Chio Jin was also a bit torn at this moment, but in the end, she still nodded and said, "Let's continue. There are so many experts and your program staff here today. It would be too embarrassing to stop now, and I also want to know how much of my husband's personal money he hid from me." Hearing what Chio Jin said, the host as well as the staff of the program were filled with smiles. After all, up until now, although the identity of the wife's husband was still a mystery, but they all knew one thing clearly: the wife's husband might be in possession of unimaginable power. So the entire program team was under tremendous pressure as the program aired until now. But if they were able to get the wife's consent, then it would all be fine. After all, the program has already set new national ratings by airing so far, and as long as it continues to air, it can definitely get hotter and hotter. The program continued to air, while all parties were also in the dark. Soon, Inspector Su found another wave of private money, and the live camera followed Inspector Su to the study. Inspector Su stopped by the bookshelf in the study and took down book after book. The crowd couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The previous private books looked as if they were no big deal, but they were actually treasures of great value. This time Inspector Su had found that these were nothing more than ordinary books. Could it be that there was something odd inside these books? Or maybe these books were all secret martial arts manuals? Some big-brained viewers have already begun to fantasize whether Mrs. Hubby is a martial arts practitioner. After all, the secret books of martial arts are all things on TV dramas, and no one has ever seen any real secret books of martial arts in reality. Under the crowds full of expectations, the host opened his mouth and asked, "Inspector Su, what's the mystery inside these books? Is it possible that these books are worth a lot of money?" Inspector Su gave a shake, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. "No, these books aren't worth much, but what's inside them is worth a lot." Hearing those words, those spectators were even more certain of the guesses in their hearts. What was recorded inside these books were definitely martial arts secrets. For example, the 9 Yin True Classic, the 9 Yang True Classic, the Sunflower Treasure Tantra Coughing Up, or something like that. And Su Inspector at this time is still selling with everyone. He turned his head to look at Chio Jin, opened his mouth and asked, "Madam, do you know what is inside these books?" Chio Jin shook her head and opened her mouth and said, "These books are all my husband's. He usually reads them, except that I get a headache when I see them, so I haven't paid any attention to them." Saying that Chio Jin was still a bit vain, because she suddenly felt that Ji Fusheng was too good, and there was something about herself that was not worthy of him, other than being good-looking, cooking well and having a good personality. She didn't seem to have any good points. Yi Fusheng is different. Yi Fusheng looks handsome every time he walks on the road. There are many people's eyes will be attracted by Yi Fusheng, not only women, but also many men. And in addition to Yi Fusheng's good looks, he also often reads books, sports, and pays attention to national events. In short, he is a very good person. Because of Yi Fusheng's eyesight, every time when Chio Jin said something to him, Yi Fusheng was able to talk about some key points, and he was also able to come up with ideas that surprised Chio Jin. All of this made Chio Jin deeply infatuated with Yi Fusheng. Just as Chio Jin was a bit dazed, Inspector Su slowly opened the books in full view of everyone. At this moment, inside the office of the chairman of the Chinese branch of the Mitsubishi Zaibatsu Corporation Division, Muto Shinichi was sitting on his own desk, while under the desk, his secretary was working hard on his own part of the job. At this moment, Muto Shinichi did not have the enjoyment he used to have, and instead, his face was filled with anger. It was because he had called Chio Jin earlier and wanted to acquire the 3 ancient swords back as requested by the head office. In his eyes, the price offered by their company was the highest, and the other party had no reason to disagree. But the other party not only refused, but also refused without hesitation, no matter how much money was offered. This also made Muto Shinichi feel a sense of frustration. At this time, he took his phone and entered the live broadcasting room. Looking at Chio Jin's face, a lecherous smile came out on his face, and put his hand under the table, and pressed down the secretary's head in death. Chapter 37, The Hall of the Green Dragon. A lustful thought came to Muto Shinichi's mind. He picked up the phone on his office. A few moments later, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," only to see a man dressed in black with a mask walk in. "Muto-san." The man's voice was very respectful as he came to kneel on one knee in front of Muto Shinichi. Muto Shinichi nodded and spoke. "I'll give you 10 ninjas. Take them to the White Village in Jiang City and snatch the 3 ancient swords back for me. In addition, kill all the people in the village, leaving no one behind, except for this woman." Saying that, Muto Shinichi placed his phone on the table and showed the contents of Chiojin's live broadcast to this black-clothed man. Yes, this man in black nodded and then left the office. On the other hand, Muto Shinichi looked at Chiojin in the live streaming screen, and a lecherous smile appeared on his face. "Chiojin, right? Soon I will let you know what happens when you reject me." Meanwhile, inside a building in Jiang City, this mansion was very mysterious. It was because 2 years ago, this building was acquired by a mysterious person, and after that, no one had ever been able to enter this building. If one was able to walk into this building, they would hear the sound of heavy blows. The interior of this building was completely remodeled as if it was a military base. A man in combat uniform was holding a gun and shooting at a target. At the same time, they were performing other training, also such as close combat, physical training, a series of training. They were carrying out these trainings day after day, and although they couldn't use them on weekdays, they were always prepared. And inside the office on the top floor of this building, a man was sitting on the sofa with a book in front of him. Just at this moment, a knock came from outside. "Enter." A woman wearing a professional uniform held a tablet in her hand and opened her mouth with a respectful face. "Temple Master. Just now the intelligence department sent a message saying that the master's woman is in danger." "Oh?" The chairman of the Chinese branch of the Mitsubishi Zaibatsu Company's division, Muto Shinichi, just threatened the master's woman not long ago, and even sent 10 ninjas to the White Village, ready to seize the master's collection of 3 ancient swords, and even to disadvantage the master's woman. The woman over here said one by one as she looked at the tablet in her hand. The man in front of her couldn't help but frown, and then a strong killing intent erupted from his body. This man was now in his middle age, and his murderous aura had long been hidden. The reason why he had such a great killing intent was because he was once the palace master of the Green Dragon Palace. There was a time when the Green Dragon Hall was surrounded by enemies and was about to fall, and right at this time, it was Yi Fusheng who suddenly appeared and helped the Green Dragon Hall crush those enemies. Ever since then, the Green Dragon Palace had been following Yi Fusheng, and right after Yi Fusheng retired, the headquarters of the Green Dragon Palace also moved to Jiang City, responsible for the duty of protecting Yi Fusheng and Xiaojin's life. Suddenly, the Green Dragon Hall's master, Zhang Yunnan, gathered all the killing intent in his body, and a light flashed in his eyes before he spoke. "Immediately start the operation. In addition to finding out the ins and outs of this matter, and eliminating all the people and families involved from this world." At this moment, together with the man in black from before, a total of 11 ninjas were crammed into a commercial vehicle heading towards the White Village. Although they were all crammed inside a commercial vehicle, they did not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, and there was only killing intent in their eyes. At an unknown time, a helicopter suddenly appeared in the sky above the commercial vehicle. 3 men in combat uniforms slid down the rope thrown from the helicopter, and jumped off the rope when they were still 1 meter away from the commercial vehicle. The 3 men then hung next to the business car, pulled out the silenced pistols that had long been prepared on their belts, and fired a burst of shots into the windows of the car. The 11 ninjas were startled and reacted, but the other party didn't seem to give them a chance. In a moment, the entire body of the car was dyed red with blood. Inside the office of the Mitsubishi Zaibatsu Corporation's branch in China, Muto Shinichi sat on the sofa, sipping his coffee and watching the live broadcast on his cell phone, then looked up at the time. They should almost be arriving at the White Village, and soon, the 3 ancient swords will be mine, as well as that Chiojin will soon appear in my bed. Thinking of this, Muto Shinichi couldn't help but hum a little tune. Of course, just at this time, a helicopter suddenly appeared in front of his office window. Muto Shinichi couldn't manage the first moment he saw this helicopter. Frowning, followed by an unpleasant premonition slowly rising in his heart. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a black suit came out from inside the helicopter and smashed his fist towards the glass. Muto Shinichi was first startled, then a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "This is bulletproof glass. Even bullets can't break it. You actually attempted to break it with your fist?" And then the words just fell. The glass in front of him suddenly shattered all over the place. This middle-aged man in a suit did a flip and landed smoothly inside the house. He then calmly got up, patted the shards of glass on his body, and looked at Muto Shinichi with the same eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. As for Muto Shinichi, he was first shocked, Then he couldn't care about the provocation in the middle-aged man's eyes, and hurriedly ran towards the outside of the office. While running, he also shouted into the air, "What are you waiting for? Quickly come out to protect me." Muto Shinichi could see that the middle-aged man in front of him wanted to kill him. A ninja who did not know when appeared in the room, quickly threw out a few poison shurikens at the middle-aged man. Looking at the flight path, directly blocked all the middle-aged man's retreat. Seeing the darts getting closer and closer, the middle-aged man's face did not show the slightest expression of panic. Not knowing when, a dagger appeared in the middle-aged man's hand, only to see a few residual shadows flashing through the air. Ping 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 ping, sparks flew in all directions, and these few darts were directly chopped away. What? The ninja's eyes immediately widened, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Knowing that he was one of the top handful of ninjas in the Sun Country, a handful of shuriken was his specialty, he knew that he had never missed, but now it was blocked by a mysterious middle-aged man. Moreover, looking at the other party's appearance, it was clear that he still had some strength left. The ninja gritted his teeth and then threw out a few more shurikens. However, this time, the shurikens were not his main means of attack. As the shurikens flew out, his voice also disappeared in place, and he drew out the taijutsu at his waist, slashing towards the middle-aged man. As long as this middle-aged man struck out again the moment he knocked down the darts, he would strike out his sword to end the middle-aged man's life. Chapter 38 The Donation Book. However, reality was always different from what was planned. Just as this ninja disappeared in place, the middle-aged man in front of him also suddenly disappeared in place, directly bypassing those shurikens, and the dagger in his hand came out of his hand. Bared! A cracking sound rang out. The dagger actually directly pierced through this ninja's heart, only to see this ninja's eyes widen with a face of unwillingness, and then his entire body fell heavily towards the ground. And when Muto Shinichi heard the movement behind him, he subconsciously turned his head to take a look, only to be shocked and let out a scream. Ah! But the next second his scream came to an abrupt end, because his neck was so middle-aged man dead choke, like with lifting chickens. He mentioned him just broken glass window next to the ground, thrown on the ground. Looking at the height behind him, Muto Shinichi was filled with horror. You? Who are you? You can't kill me. Right. As long as you don't kill me, I can fulfill whatever conditions you want. Women, money, rights. And then this middle-aged man laughed coldly, expressing disdain for the conditions offered by Muto Shinichi. Just this? To tell you the truth, no matter what kind of conditions you fire today, it's hard to escape death. Why? Why are you trying to kill me? Muto Shinichi's face was full of resignation. Because you made a fool of yourself, trying to lay your hands on my master's woman, and also had crooked thoughts about my master's things, so you only have a way out of death. The middle-aged man spoke with a cold face. What do you mean? Could it be because of Cho-jin? At first, Muto Shinichi was still confused, but soon he figured it out. Muto Shinichi's intestines were green with remorse at this moment. When he watched the live broadcast, he found that the environment where Cho-jin lived was nothing more than an ordinary farmhouse courtyard, and thought that the other party's 3 ancient swords were passed down from his ancestors, and that Cho-jin was nothing more than an ordinary countryside woman. But he didn't expect that the other party was actually hiding such a terrifying ability behind him. If he was given another chance, he definitely wouldn't mess with Cho-jin, but it was too late to say anything now, only to see the middle-aged man walking towards Muto Shinichi step by step, as if the god of death was approaching step by step. No, give me a chance. It's too late. From the moment you hit on my master's woman, your life has already been booked by Hades. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, with a cold face, he kicked Muto Shinichi towards the broken window with force. Muto Shinichi's miserable screams gradually became indistinct, and his entire body free fell from a height of hundreds of meters. In the end, Muto Shinichi smashed heavily on the ground, not taking human form, and the surrounding crowd had scattered in fear and fled in all directions. At this time, at the scene of the program, everyone did not know that they had just experienced a life and death. At this time, Inspector Su was holding a book in his hand, ready to open it to announce the private money he had found, when the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly began to talk about a topic. Asterisk. Big news. Muto Shinichi is dead. Who is Muto Shinichi? What kind of big news is this? I don't even know who this person is. Is he famous? Muto Shinichi, chairman of the Chinese branch of the Mitsubishi Zaibatsu Corporation division. He's the one who threatened Mrs. Just now. Everyone quickly look at the latest news. Muto Shinichi is dead. Mitsubishi Zaibatsu Corporation branch China branch was also investigated, said to have a series of crimes such as tax evasion, as well as seize the market, and is now going to be seized. This guy on a second is still threatening Mrs. The next second on the disaster. The will not. Shoo, be careful what you say. I don't even dare to talk nonsense in the live broadcast now. At this time, All the people on the show site, this gazes all coalesced on Xiao-jin. Xiao-jin's attention was on the books in Inspector Su's hands, and she didn't even notice what the audience was talking about in the live broadcast room. When Xiao-jin reacted, her small face slightly reddened as she opened her mouth and asked, "Why is everyone staring at me?" If it was in the past, everyone would definitely be amused by Xiao-jin's action, but now no one dared to laugh out loud, because this was all just too coincidental. Everyone was speculating that Muto Shinichi's death had something to do with that mysterious husband of Xiao-jin's. This matter was so fine-tuned that the deeper it met, the more horrifying it made people feel. Therefore everyone did not dare to continue to think about it, selectively forgetting this matter and treating it as if it had never happened. The comment section within the live broadcast room was also a change from the norm. No one dared to say anything. The host, seeing that the scene was going to go cold, hurriedly diverted the crowd's attention and opened his mouth. Next, we have Inspector Su announcing the private money he found. Inspector Su was also very cooperative. Facing the camera, opened one of the books and said, "This is ostensibly a book, but in fact, only the packaging of the book. Inside is a box containing a series of donations to schools, hospitals and so on." Saying this, Inspector Su took out the donated books inside this box one by one. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw these donated books, they were lively again. What did Inspector Su say just now? These are all donated books? The construction of an elementary school in the mountains has to be a few $1 million, right? What do you know? I'm in the construction business. An elementary school, if you want to build a safe and solid, plus the equipment is complete. No tens of millions of dollars to come down. We must know that this is still an elementary school. If the middle school and high school have to be more than $100 million, the university at least more than $10 billion. Just when the crowd was still talking, Inspector Su had already opened a donation book. The host couldn't help but open his mouth and asked, "Inspector Su, what kind of donation book is this?" Inspector Su spoke with a complicated face. "It's a donation book for an elementary school." Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's an elementary school donation book. It only adds up to a few $100 million, right? If this were a university donation book, would people still be allowed to live? A few $100 million? Do you have any upstairs? That's easy for you to say. No way. This can't be blamed on me. Mainly after watching this program, my eyes are getting higher and higher. I feel that a few $100 million are no longer money. I also have this feeling. Ditto. +1. Just as everyone started talking about this donation book again, Inspector Su suddenly spoke up coldly and uncharacteristically. "This is a donation book from the Crown Experimental Primary School." Hearing this, the staff and other inspectors on the scene didn't pay much attention to it, but the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Is there something wrong with my ears? Did Inspector Su say just now that it was a donation book from Crown Experimental Primary School? You heard correctly. That was the donation book of Crown Experimental Primary School. Crown Experimental Primary School has been gaining fame these past 2 years, and I heard that the conditions seem to be a bit better than the average private elementary school. That is more than a little better. There is no way to compare the two. Crown Experimental Elementary School, an establishment price of $1 billion, covers a large area, high quality of teaching, and a series of facilities are comparable to the university. Chapter 39, The Story Behind the Year. The crowd was still talking about the Crown Experimental Primary School, and Inspector Su spoke with a complicated face. The most crucial thing about the Crown Experimental Primary School was not that $1 billion were invested at that time, but that when the school was built, a horrible thing happened, only to be covered up later. Hearing this, the crowd immediately had a curious expression on their faces. "Inspector Su, can you tell us what exactly happened at that time?" A curious expression also appeared on Xiao-jin's face. If these donated books were related to Yi Fusheng, then what happened during the construction of the school was definitely related to Yi Fusheng as well. That's why Xiao-jin was also a bit uptight. Just what kind of thing was it? To be able to say that it was something horrible in Inspector Su's mouth. Quickly say it. I'm dying of anxiety. The viewers in the live broadcast room kept urging Inspector Su to tell what happened back then, but Inspector Su fell silent, and he somewhat regretted that he had just spoken out about this matter in a moment, because this matter involves too much surface. Now is a live broadcast. In the live broadcast of this matter out of the words, afraid of having bad influence. After some deep thought, Inspector Su shook his head and spoke. Forget it, it's better not to say it. Hearing this, the viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly displeased. Strongly condemn Inspector Su. He's actually whetting people's appetites. Exactly. This behavior is too much. It was important to know that it wasn't just the viewers who had their curiosity piqued right now. Even Xiao-jin had her curiosity piqued as well. Thus, Xiao-jin couldn't help but open her mouth and say, "Inspector Su, can you tell us what exactly happened at that time?" Hearing that Xiao-jin actually wanted to hear it as well, Inspector Su couldn't help but furrow his brows as he cautiously opened his mouth and asked, "Is Mistress really going to say it?" "Of course. I'm very curious to know what really happened at that time." Xiao Jin spoke with great certainty. Looking at Xiao Jin's face, Inspector Su finally gritted his teeth and slowly opened his mouth. In fact, as early as 5 years ago, the Crown Experimental Primary School was established, and at that time, the Crown Experimental Primary School was more on the side of an orphanage, with the children inside basically having some disabilities. At that time, there was a real estate developer who was preparing to develop an area, and the Crown Experimental Primary School was within this area. At that time, this real estate developer naturally wouldn't take into account these children, and directly chose to demolish it. Therefore, these children didn't even have a place to be resettled. But at that time, there was also a lot of concern in the community, and the people of these children exposed the behavior of the real estate developer. But the real estate developer didn't take it seriously because in their eyes, the lives of these disabled children were not worth anything at all, and they even felt that it was a waste of food and air for them to live in the world. At the time, the real estate developer made this point directly in the face of online attention. As a result, the next day, the owner of this real estate developer died and the company directly declared bankruptcy. Not only that, the Crown Experimental Primary School that was demolished at that time was once again established, and expanded the area, invested a whole $1 billion, which became the current Crown Experimental Primary School. At that time, there were rumors on the internet that the one who made the move was a mysterious man, a man who, in his hands, held wealth that rivaled the country's, and was also able to influence the world's justice. This piece of revelation from Inspector Su made everyone present, as well as the audience, feel fear in droves. To know, at that time, that real estate developer is only a large foreign company, regardless of the child's death after the demolition, although the matter was made public. But this real estate developer is very strong, not only did not suffer any repercussions, and even exposure of this matter of the people were also subject to retaliation. It was an unscrupulous company with a deep background, and on the next day, the head of the company suddenly died violently and the company went bankrupt. This incident seems to be similar to what happened to the Chinese branch of the Mitsubishi Zaibatsu Corporation not long ago. These two things were really too similar. Mostly, it was the same person who struck out. For a moment, the gazes of the crowd once again looked towards Qiu Jin. The only person who could do these things should be Qiu Jin's husband. And these two things not only showed that Qiu Jin's husband was rich as hell, he even held great power in his hands and was able to take charge of many people's lives and deaths. If the private money found before, the program team still dared to make a full video or picture to post online to attract ratings. This time with the donation book, the program group didn't dare to do this at all, because the involvement was too big. Once it was released online, then it would definitely attract a lot of attention. And in case Qiu Jin's husband was dissatisfied, then the program team would most likely have to stop broadcasting. Not only the program team, but even the online viewers realized that this matter was too involved and no longer continued to discuss it in the comments section. At this moment, Inspector Su also had a worried look on his face, and he already regretted bringing this matter to light. However, when he saw Qiu Jin beside him, the worry in Inspector Su's heart lessened quite a bit. Being able to marry and live with a big shot like that meant that the big shot must love Qiu Jin very much, so as long as Qiu Jin blew his pillow, the big shot would definitely not care about such things. Thinking of this, Inspector Su let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he opened the second donation book, and the camera of the live broadcast room was also aimed at him. Although it was said that the program group didn't publicize what had just happened, but after all, it was a live broadcast, and there were still people who recorded the screen just now while showing that donation book. There were even quite a few marketing numbers that recorded the screen as well, because they felt that they had sniffed out big news. Immediately looked up that matter on the internet back then, and matched it with the content of the recorded screen, and released it to the internet. When this was sent out, the internet was immediately in an uproar, and it even spread to foreign countries. At this time, the Free State, Texas, within the rich area, an independent villa occupied a large area, and the surrounding villas were spaced a long distance apart, showing that the status of the owner of this villa was by no means simple. However, this villa would still usher in a lot of guests every day, and these guests were all begging the owner of this villa to do them justice. Inside the villa's study, a man in a white suit who was over 150 years old was looking at his cell phone. At this time it was the owner of this villa, and at the same time there was also a name that the forces of evil were terrified of, the Father of the Scales, or the Father of Heaven for short. A young man suddenly walked into the study, leaned forward and came to the side of this white suit man, opened his mouth and said, "Heavenly Father, there is a John family who wants to see you." Said that their family's child died while attending a party, and they suspected that it was a homicide. and the police were unwilling to continue the investigation due to the lack of evidence, and that the John family would like to have your help in administering justice. Chapter 40 Heavenly Father's Past. Only Heavenly Father didn't pay him any mind this time, but instead had his eyes dead set on the cell phone in front of him. The man once again opened his mouth and reminded, Heavenly Father, the people of the John family hope that you can step in to do justice, and yet Heavenly Father remained unresponsive. Holding the cell phone, the entire person suddenly began to tremble violently, his voice somewhat trembling as he opened his mouth to say, He has finally appeared. Heavenly Father, who are you talking about? Who has appeared? The young man couldn't help but open his mouth in curiosity and ask, My benefactor, this matter still has to start from when I was the director of the orphanage in China. Heavenly Father glanced at this young man beside himself, then spoke with a face full of memories. Hearing this young man looked at Heavenly Father with an incredulous expression. He had never thought that this respected Heavenly Father was once nothing more than the dean of an orphanage. Shocked as he was, the young man did not interrupt Heavenly Father by interjecting. Instead, Heavenly Father slowly spoke with a face full of memories. 5 years ago, I was still the director of an orphanage in Huaxia, when a real estate developer from Texas came to Huaxia and prepared to carry out their business in Huaxia, and my orphanage was within the scope of their demolition, but they forcibly demolished it without regard for the children of the orphanage, and after they demolished it, they didn't give an explanation, so my daughter was very angry and looked for them to theorize, but I didn't expect that those demons were not reasonable at all, and beat my daughter to death alive. Saying this, Heavenly Father's face was filled with a pained expression, making it clear that he was caught in the middle of painful memories. Immediately, Heavenly Father spoke with a face full of gratitude. At that time, I almost went crazy, looking for many channels to take revenge on this real estate developer, but none of them were able to do so, and they even almost killed me, until that person appeared. With one phone call from him, the chairman of the real estate developer died the next day, and even his company filed for bankruptcy. And after that man stepped in to help resolve that real estate developer, he also helped invest $1 billion to build up the Crown Experimental Elementary School again, and he even asked me to come to Texas and make me the Heavenly Father, in charge of justice in this world. Hearing Heavenly Father's words, this young man's eyes widened. He had never thought that Heavenly Father would once be the director of an orphanage. The most crucial thing was that everything Heavenly Father had nowadays was given by the person Heavenly Father spoke of. With a single word, he was able to give Heavenly Father, an ordinary man, tremendous power. With a single word, he could make the chairman of a company that ranked high in the world die and the company go bankrupt. The person that Heavenly Father spoke of was also too terrifying. This young man fell into silence, knowing that following Heavenly Father, what things should be asked and what things should not be asked. As a result, Heavenly Father looked up at him, taking in his expression. Ask whatever you want to ask, Heavenly Father. Over the years there have been some ridiculously strong opponents. Was it also that person who helped you out? This young man had followed Heavenly Father for some days, and he knew that several times he had encountered those truly powerful plans, and even when Heavenly Father faced them, it was difficult to gain favor, but those opponents would die or disappear strangely every time. All of this must be because of the person that Heavenly Father had spoken of. Just as this young man was secretly speculating, Heavenly Father shook his head and spoke, yes and no. That person ever since I left China and he sent me here to become the father of the scales that measure justice in the world. We have never contacted each other, never made even a single phone call. Then, how did you? Those opponents? A mysterious smile appeared on Heavenly Father's face as he spoke. There are some things that it's almost time to tell you. Saying that, Heavenly Father opened the secret room of his office and led this young man towards the secret room. There were no decorations within this secret room, only equipment for lighting, and a safe. Only this safe was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. It was a safe with a pupil code as well as a fingerprint code. It could only be opened when the pupil and fingerprint were successfully verified together. Inside the safe, there were hundreds of small pieces of paper, and on the pieces of paper, there were codes written with strange symbols. Heavenly Father took out a small piece of paper, and then led the young man out of the secret room, to the computer desktop, and spoke, Today, I'll let you see just how terrifying the power that person left behind for me is. As I recall, recently, did the Bieber family of the free country provoke a war between two small countries for their own benefit? Yes, Heavenly Father. Before the war even started, we had already warned the Bieber family, but they didn't take us seriously at all, and even sold missiles to the two small countries separately, intensifying the conflict between these two small countries, and even intensifying the war ahead of time, resulting in thousands of civilians already dying in the middle of the war. The young man spoke with an angry face. Heavenly Father laughed coldly and opened his mouth. That person once said, there is evolution only when there is strife. If one is too comfortable, it will instead cause one to regress. If it's just a normal war, then we will wait and see what happens. But this kind of war provoked for one's own interests, then there's no need for this Bieber family to continue to exist. Today, I will teach you well how to use the power left by that person. I already feel that my body is gradually failing. In the future, maintaining justice in this world still needs to rely on you. Watch well, learn well. Saying that, Heavenly Father took out the small piece of paper that he had just taken out, and then opened a mysterious website, filled in the information about the Bieber family on it, and then entered the mysterious code on top of the small piece of paper. After inputting that string of mysterious code, Heavenly Father turned his head and looked at the young man's eyes and opened his mouth. There are still about 100 such pieces of paper in that safe. If you encounter a force that we can't solve, then rely on the power behind these pieces of paper to bring about a solution to the problem, no matter how troublesome it may be. From today onwards I'm going to hand over those pieces of paper to you, and you'll be able to take on the responsibility of upholding justice in this world? The young man immediately breathed a condensation, then looked at the Heavenly Father and spoke with a solemn face. Heavenly Father, without you, I might have died long ago. I understand the significance of what you've done over the years. I'm willing to take over your position, and continue to uphold the justice of this world. But I think that people like you can continue to live a long life, and that you won't be able to die. Heavenly Father is like seeing through life and death in general. Breezily opened his mouth and said, life and death have their own destiny, wealth and riches. My only regret now is to be able to take a look at that person before I die, and say thank you to him in person. Just at this moment, the young man's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone. The phone came from the voice of one of his subordinates in the intelligence department, and the content of the report made him feel incredible. Chapter 41, Checking Authenticity. The Bieber family, the arms family of the free country, had actually been exterminated 30 seconds ago. One must know that this was only 3.5 minutes after Heavenly Father had just finished losing that string of mysterious codes on the website. The Bieber family was still exterminated by the missiles they created themselves. Terror. This was the only word this young man could think of. He finally understood why Heavenly Father had gone from an orphanage director to a father of the scales who administered justice in the world. And at that moment, at the scene of the program, Inspector Su continued to open the donation book contained within this box. This one donation book, however, recorded nothing more than an ordinary elementary school with an investment of roughly $3 million. The subsequent donation books were also ordinary elementary school, and the total investment of these elementary school added up to not as much as that of the Crown Experimental Primary School. This made the audience in the live broadcast room send a sigh of relief. Currently within these 10 books, only one donation book donation is more than 10 billion. The others are in the amount of a few million. If the 10 books are all Crown Experimental Primary School, then the total investment is more than 10 billion, which is something that everyone does not even dare to think about. The host suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth to ask, Inspector Su, before you said that the donated books were from some hospitals and schools, how come you only saw the donated books from the schools and not the hospitals? Inspector Su took out another book from the bookshelf and spoke. This book is filled with donation books about hospitals. Not only that, this row of bookshelves is filled with donation books about hospitals and elementary schools. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately boiled over. There are at least a few hundred elementary schools and hospitals in this row, right? This amount is too amazing. I didn't realize that Mrs. Husband has actually been doing good deeds without leaving his name. I remember before the news release said that a few stars donated a total of several hundred elementary school and hospitals. And then later on, people had to say that it was a certain mysterious person who donated with the help of these few male stars. At that time, I thought that this was a certain marketing number that wanted to get people's attention. But it looks like this mysterious person is the Mrs. Husband. The host couldn't help but swallow his saliva and opened his mouth to ask, Inspector Su, are there really hundreds of elementary schools and hospitals donation books here? Hundreds of elementary schools and hospitals. Wouldn't that be worth at least tens of billions of dollars? I'm afraid this is something that an average listed company wouldn't be able to carry. A few tens of billions is already a small amount. I estimate that it's worth at least $100 billion. The richest man in China is worth $400 to $500 billion. The wife's husband donated a quarter of the richest man in China's fortune. This is too outrageous. If I were the richest man in China, I would never be able to go that much. I'm now seriously doubting the authenticity of these donations. I'm starting to doubt it too. After all, technology is so advanced nowadays. Wouldn't it be a breeze to forge a few donation books? Only now the audience began to doubt the authenticity of the donation books. These inspectors also fell silent. If it were an ordinary family with hundreds of donated books in it, then there was no need to question that these were definitely forgeries. But the wife's family couldn't be considered an ordinary family. From the jade and emerald in the courtyard, to the priceless wines in the wine cellar, to the dragon bed, the ancient sword and a series of other shocking privates, All of this made them feel that there seemed to be no need for this donation book to be forged. But if the donation book was all true, it was a sum involving hundreds of billions of dollars, which was beyond common sense. Just at this time the host suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Ma'am, are you involved in one of these donation book projects?" Everyone looked at Xiao Jin. If Xiao Jin had been involved in the project of these donated books, then it meant that these donated books should all be true. After all, Xiao Jin's character was obvious to everyone. However, Xiao Jin shook her head and said, "I didn't participate. I don't even know the existence of these donated books. I usually clean the bookshelves at most. I haven't opened them. These books are properly read." Speaking here, Xiao Jin was a bit ashamed for a moment. Her small face couldn't help but redden. The audience in the live broadcast room also boiled over once again when they saw Xiao Jin's adorable appearance. This look of mistress is too adorable. I've already fallen into mistress's charm as a girl. Mistress, don't feel embarrassed. In ancient times it was. A woman's lack of talent is a virtue. It's no big deal. The host glanced at the remarks in the comments section and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately everyone's attention was drawn to the misses, and they didn't continue to dwell on the nature of whether these donation books were real or fake. Then again, the attention of these viewers should shift back soon, so until then, it was better to keep the pace of the discourse in their own hands. Thus, the host looked at Inspector Su and opened his mouth to ask, "Inspector Su, do you have a way to identify the authenticity of these donated books?" Inspector Su picked up a donated book and carefully looked at it, repeatedly scrutinized it, and finally looked at the camera and opened his mouth with a solemn face and said, "Previously, I've come into contact with a number of other types of donated books. Although I said that they were not from hospitals and schools, but these donated books have something in common, and just now, I carefully sampled a book, and no matter whether it was from the material up or from the stamps, it didn't look like it was fake." The reason why Inspector Su didn't directly say that these were all real, it was because he didn't dare to be sure either. It was because the dollar figure involved in these donation books was simply too large. "I wonder if there is any other way to verify the authenticity of these donation books?" Someone opened his mouth and asked. Inspector Su nodded and picked up the donation book he had just authenticated, pointing to the seal in the corner and spoke. "This donation book is printed with the Huaxiao Welfare Foundation, so you can call over and inquire about it." The crowd froze in place. Yeah, such a simple way. Why didn't they think of it before? But the host didn't dare to mess around. She looked at Xiao Jin and carefully opened her mouth to inquire, "Ma'am, I don't know if you agree with us to verify the authenticity of the donation book?" Of course, Xiao Jin very readily agreed, because she also wanted to know if these donation books were real or fake. Soon, the host dialed the number of the Huaxiao Welfare Foundation. "Hello, this is the Huaxiao Welfare Foundation. May I ask what problem you need help with?" The staff on the other end of the phone asked gently. "Hello, I have some donation books over here. I want to check the authenticity of the donation books." The host opened her mouth and said, "Okay, this girl, please report the donation book number on your side. The number is JCFLY1214466. Okay, please wait a moment." Chapter 42 Blue Star Foundation. The program site was quiet, and everyone held their breath as they waited for the results of the query. Not only that, even the comments section that had been making a lot of noise also seemed very quiet at this moment. After about a minute or so, the voice of a foundation staff member came from the other end of the phone. "I'm sorry, ma'am, we don't have the number you're inquiring about within the foundation's database." The host froze in place when she heard this. It wasn't just her, but also the staff of the program, as well as the national audience who were watching the live broadcast. Since the number could not be found inside the foundation's database, wouldn't that mean that this donation book was fake? "I told you that these donation books must be fake. If they were real, they would have already stirred up the whole country. How could they still be obscure?" That's right, even if the wife's husband is richer than the richest man in China, he can't possibly be willing to donate hundreds of billions of dollars. Anyway, my pattern is not that big, unless I'm crazy. But after the host came back to his senses, he still couldn't help but ask to the other end of the phone, "Since the number can't be traced, doesn't that mean that this donation book is fake?" The crowd was speechless for a while when they heard what the host said. Of course it's a fake if you can't find the number, but is it possible that it's real? The host's head was afraid that it wouldn't be able to turn around today. The staff member on the other end of the phone, however, gave a surprising answer. "Not necessarily, this is just our database. It only means that the number of this donated book is not in our database." "What do you mean?" The host's eyes suddenly lit up, feeling as if he had seen hope. "As I recall, don't all donations as well as charities have to be filed with the Huaxia Foundation?" Inspector Su opened his mouth at this time with a puzzled expression and asked, "Normally that's the case, but there's another foundation that's an exception and isn't under our jurisdiction. And the number of the donation book donated through that foundation won't be amongst our database either." the foundation's staff patiently explained. Is it hard to believe that it's the Blue Star Foundation? Inspector Sue suddenly changed his face. Blue Star Foundation? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The name was very unfamiliar to most people. What is the Blue Star Foundation? Isn't our country very strict in controlling this aspect? The host opened his mouth with a puzzled expression and asked. The Blue Star Foundation is a foundation of a world nature, but then again it doesn't accept any donations. The founder of this foundation holds the power of speech of the entire foundation, so even the Huaxiao Welfare Foundation can't control it. Inspector Sue opened his mouth with a grave expression. Hearing Inspector Sue's explanation, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Could it be that these donation books were all from the Blue Star Foundation? Could it be that the wife's husband was the founder of the Blue Star Foundation? May I ask if the Huaxia Foundation is able to check if the Blue Star Foundation's donation book numbers are authentic? The host was the first to react and immediately asked the staff on the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, we don't have the qualifications to check if the Blue Star Foundation's donation book number is real, but after the Blue Star Foundation donates, we will issue the donation book once we have verified it. The staff member spoke. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. There was no qualification to inquire about the Blue Star Foundation. One must know that the Huaxiao Welfare Foundation represented the official government, and actually had no qualifications to inquire about a privately founded foundation. Then there was no need to say how much energy was hidden behind this Blue Star Foundation, right? The host hung up the phone and fell into silence along with the audience in the live broadcast room. The viewers in the live broadcast room and the staff at the scene once again looked at the hundreds of donated books, and this time their gazes were very complicated. They felt that these donated books were most likely released by the Huaxiao Welfare Foundation after the Blue Star Foundation donated them. The mood of the crowd was very complicated. Previously, they all felt that these donation books might be forgeries. However, after this phone call, through Inspector Sue's mouth, they learned that there was another unfamiliar and shocking foundation, the Blue Star Foundation, a worldwide foundation. Within this foundation, the founder held absolute dominance. Even the Huaxiao Welfare Foundation did not have the right to inquire. The most crucial thing was that if all of these donation books were true, then it meant that this foundation had donated to more than 100 schools as well as hospitals. Moreover, no one knows about it. It could be seen just how much energy the founder of this foundation had. At this point, Inspector Sue had already decided in his heart that the founder of the Blue Star Foundation was definitely his wife's husband. It wasn't for no reason that he thought so. From the jade and emerald stones he encountered after entering this courtyard, the wine cellar, the dragon bed, the 3 ancient swords, this series of unimaginable riches, plus the apologies from the representatives of the top wineries during this time, the apology from the nation's top rich kids, the apology from the nation's top antique store. Thinking about it this way, it was not in the least bit surprising that Mrs. Husband was the founder of the Blue Star Foundation. The audience in the live broadcast room had only just recovered from the shock at this point, only they still felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Everyone, what exactly is the situation now? Are these donation books real or not? I feel that these are real. Be confident and remove the feeling. No, we can't jump to conclusions until everything is confirmed. I'll remain skeptical. Most of the viewers in the live broadcast room had already decided that all these donation books were real. Only a small number of people felt that they were still maintaining a skeptical attitude until actual evidence was produced. But the Blue Star Foundation, that was a private foundation, and it didn't accept donations from others. That meant that even if you called them, they wouldn't necessarily answer your questions. What's more, it was the first time that many people had heard of the Blue Star Foundation's name, at least among the staff present. Only Inspector Sue knew about it, but only just knew about it, and even less so before, let alone having the Blue Star Foundation's contact information. Since it was impossible to check the authenticity of the donation book from the front, then there was no choice but to break through from the side. The host had a bright idea and asked Xiao, "Ma'am, has your husband ever revealed to you the idea of doing charity before?" Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded. It should be counted as having been. The host was instantly energized, feeling that he had found the right direction. The crowd also gathered their gazes on Xiao. "So how was it roughly like? Can you be more detailed?" The host continued to ask. "There was a time when my husband gave out bonuses, and after we saved it up I told my husband that when we have money to help those poor people, and as a result, my husband told me that regardless of whether we have money or not, as long as we have the ability to help the needy, that's being charitable." Xiao reminisced and opened her mouth. The crowd couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement with this statement. Chapter 43, 3 Thoughts. Why are the words coming out of Mrs. Husband so philosophical? Philosophical my ass. That's called pattern. You lowlife. No wonder Mrs. Husband was able to marry Mrs. The words that come out are just different from us ordinary people. What else did Mr. say? Xiao thought for a moment and opened her mouth to say, There was also a time when my husband and I were watching TV. We saw the news above saying that there are no teachers in the mountainous schools, and a lot of teachers have run away, and at that time, my husband said that it is easy to solve this problem, as long as we improve the treatment of those teachers, and in this way, not only can we leave those teachers behind, but we can also attract more high-quality teachers to come over. Hearing this, the crowd froze for a moment. It was easy to say, but it wasn't that simple to realize. There were a lot of difficulties involved. The host was the first to resist speaking up. Ma'am, if it's just a matter of raising the treatment, I'm afraid that we won't be able to achieve the desired effect. That's right, times are different nowadays. People are able to enjoy their happiness inside the city. Why would they run to the mountains to suffer? That's right, unless one's head is in the water one would go. And even if the treatment in the mountains is a little bit higher than in the city, many young people won't be able to go there. Everyone is now a salted fish. This is the current living condition of the young people. The viewers in the comments section expressed their opinions, while Ran Xiao-jin shook her head and opened her mouth. When I was asking my husband a similar question like this, my husband said that as long as the conditions offered are high enough so that people can't refuse, it's fine. The crowd was stupefied. Make it impossible to refuse? What a big mouth. But again, such words were said by the wife's husband, making people feel unable to refute them, and even feel so reasonable, because Mrs. Husband was able to do that. This kind of words would only not seem like bragging if it came out of the wife's husband's mouth. Why do I feel like those words sound so familiar? Upstairs, don't think about it. I remember a few years ago there were a few elementary school in the mountainous areas that offered conditions that people couldn't refuse. As long as they worked for 8 years, they could get a suite of rooms in a first-tier city, and they were paid millions of dollars a year, a salary that was several times higher than all those principals. Really? Which mountainous elementary school is still recruiting? I'll go and enroll now. Of course it's true. Dayuan Primary School, Silver Lake Primary School, Deer Mountain Primary School. These elementary school also offered the same treatment some time ago, except that the conditions for screening teachers are very strict. A lot of students who graduated from 985, and even Qingbei went to the school, and only one was chosen out of 10. That's why Mrs. Husband's gaze is not something that ordinary people like us can view. Just as the viewers in the live broadcast room were still talking, Inspector Sue flipped up those donation books. Suddenly Inspector Sue's eyes widened, and this scene happened to be seen by the host, who curiously walked up, and then when he saw the donation books in front of him, he also widened his eyes, and his mouth opened so wide that it could be stuffed with an egg. When the host slowed down, he hurriedly pulled the cameraman and asked him to focus the camera on the donated books on the table, and the words on these donation books were displayed in the eyes of all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Dayuan Elementary School, Silver Lake Elementary School, Deer Mountain Elementary School. The scene was silent, and not only that, the viewers in the live broadcast room also exploded. What did I see? Upstairs, you fart. It's not just, am I dreaming? Whoever within the live broadcast room would add a while making a comment. It wasn't that the viewers within the live broadcast room were uneducated. It was just that this matter was so shocking that they subconsciously spoke the quintessential language of China. In 1 second, they were still saying that these elementary school were offering generous treatment, saying that the wife's husband had a long-term vision. The next second they found out that the donation books of these elementary school were inside the wife's house. Doesn't that mean that it must be the work of the wife's husband that these elementary school are offering such generous terms? This was enough to prove that Mrs. Husband must be the founder of the Blue Star Foundation. I was guessing that Mrs. Husband was, before, but I never thought that I actually did guess. Before, I had always thought that Mrs. Husband was not worthy of Mrs. But now it seems that only such a man is worthy of Mrs. What are you all saying? Why can't I understand? Are you outside the situation or is your IQ not online? It wasn't just the audience and the staff at the scene that were shocked. Xiao-jin was also in the middle of a state of shock at this moment. She had never thought that these things would be related to Yi Fusheng. If it wasn't for the evidence in front of her, Xiao-jin wouldn't have even thought in this direction. Unexpectedly, Yi Fusheng actually hid so many things from himself. To be honest, Xiao-jin didn't even know whether to cry or laugh now. Ma'am, so when is this third time? The host asked again. Xiao-jin calmed down a bit and recalled. Once I passed by the entrance of a hospital with my husband. I saw a mother emotionally breaking down and saying to her child that it wasn't that she didn't want to treat her child, but that she really couldn't afford to pay the medical bills. At that time when I saw that scene, I had a lot of sympathy for the mother and daughter, and I gave that mother one of the bank cards that I had with me, which was just a total of 40,000 yuan. The result of that mother told me, her child has cancer, need to eat foreign special drugs to maintain life, a bottle of medicine to 50,000, and at most eat half a month. This medicine is just a drop in the bucket. In the back, my husband said that this is a poor disease, and there are 2 ways to cure it. The first is for the whole country to become very rich, but this is too impractical. The host nodded subconsciously. The hardest thing under the sky to cure is the poverty disease. It's different from everyone's environmental chances. There is no cure for this poverty disease at all. Even if you give the beggar on the side of the road 5 million, a few years later he will not be left to become a beggar on the side of the road, because he simply cannot manage this wealth. What about the second one? Before Chiu Jin could open his mouth, the host couldn't help but ask. The second is to solve this problem from the root. The reason why those special effect drugs are so expensive, that's because the price is controlled by the foreign point capital. If there is a foundation that can develop this anti-cancer special effect drugs, then it can break the monopoly of foreign special effect drugs, and be able to provide a low price or even free of charge to the patients to fight with cancer. Chiu Jin couldn't help but shake her head as she said this, with a sad face, looking like she was recalling that mother and daughter for their heartache. The host and the staff at the scene sighed. The current situation in the country couldn't be helped. Those researchers simply didn't have the conditions to research those special effect medicines. It's not that there are no talents in the country, but the overall research environment in medicine is so poor that no one can provide them with funds. Chapter 44, Compassionate Hospital. Mrs. Husband's words simply hit the nail on the head, solving the problem from the root. Although it's good to say such an idea, but the difficulty of implementing it is not a little bit big. Many of the top technologies of medicine as well as drugs are controlled by foreign capitals, and that can be a cash cow for those capitals. Speaking of this, I think of one thing. There is a private hospital in the country has developed several anti-cancer drugs, but by several foreign capital giants joint sniper suppression. There are not many people know about this matter. It looks like there are still people in the country who share the same vision as Mrs. Husband. Do you guys think it's really that coincidental that it's Mrs. Husband behind that private hospital? Upstairs brother. It's really that coincidental. I just went to check. This hospital is donated and invested by the Blue Star Foundation. The crowd was in shock when they learned of this news. Their mouths were open enough to put down as much as an egg. Even Chiu Jin had a shocked face with her small mouth slightly open as she opened her mouth and asked, could it be that this private hospital has something to do with my husband as well? The viewers in the live broadcast room heard what Chiu Jin had said and murmured, Mistress is finally getting the hang of it. She understands without being told. Have you guys noticed that these 3 things are all related to Mistress? As long as Mistress opens her mouth, Mistress husband will do it. So the hope of benefiting all mankind depends on the wife. When one day the wife says that if everyone in the country is rich, maybe the wife's husband will also help her fulfill this wish. Upstairs, you'd better stop dreaming in broad daylight. Just reading what the viewers in the comments section had to say wasn't enough to convince people. The host purposely searched the internet for relevant information in order to ensure the authenticity and accuracy of the message. After checking the relevant information, the host opened his mouth to the camera with a shocked face and said, I just checked the relevant information. This private hospital is called Renki Hospital, and it has specially set up a medical research institute, and the patients in this hospital are all subsidized by the hospital. And the anti-cancer drugs that have been developed are in addition to those monopolized by the foreign capitals. And there are also several cancer drugs that are not available in the world that have been developed, and even in a short period of time, they have been developed, were developed, and even in just 2 years, it has saved the lives of tens of thousands of patients. The crowd was in shock. In just 2 years it had actually saved the lives of tens of thousands of cancer patients. I didn't expect that in just 2 years, it was actually able to develop a dozen types of anti-cancer drugs. This is simply a miracle in human history. Not only that, this responsible hospital developed those foreign anti-cancer drugs. Anti-cancer drugs. This is simply snatching meat from the mouths of foreign capital giants. Upstairs, what do you mean by grabbing meat? Don't what's so hard to hear, is clearly in the face of the foreign capital giants spit. To know that the benevolent responsibility of the hospital to treat every cancer patient can be posted this. This Runco hospital is simply the conscience of the industry. If those foreign cancer patients know, they will definitely run to our country for treatment. Under the host's introduction, the crowd got to know about the Renco hospital and understood the contributions made by the hospital, and they were proud to be born in China. But next, a statement from a viewer in the comments section caused the crowd to fall into silence. The latest news is that several foreign capital giants are ready to completely join hands to suppress Renren Hospital, to make it impossible for Renren Hospital's special anti-cancer drugs to circulate in the international market. The fact that these capital giants have the ability to monopolize the market shows that their international status is untouchable, and now they're preparing to maliciously erase the Ren responsible hospital, so that the world will have misunderstandings about it. It's really despicable. The crowd fell into silence after seeing this message. It was important to realize that the energy of these several capitals joining forces was huge and terrifying. and almost no company could resist it, let alone a small private hospital. At this moment, Xiao Jin's heart was also hanging in the air. If the special anti-cancer drugs of Yankee Hospital could not be circulated to the international market, many cancer patients would still be in dire straits. At this moment, the four big words, "Run Blame Hospital," were instantly put on the top of the hot searches of all the major platforms. Shocked. The 11 kinds of anti-cancer special drugs of Renko Hospital are simply the price of conscience. Don't go buy those high-priced anti-cancer special effect drugs from abroad anymore. Attention! 7 foreign pharmaceutical giants are ready to suppress Renko Hospital so that its 11 types of cancer-fighting drugs can't be distributed to the international market. How well can Ren Responsible Hospital resist the pressure from the 7 foreign pharmaceutical giants to push the 11 types of anti-cancer potent drugs to the world for the benefit of all mankind? In an instant, numerous netizens saw this hot search and flocked to the live broadcast to discuss the issue. These 7 pharmaceutical giants are too shameless. No one has yet to settle the score with them for their own egregious behavior of monopolizing the market. But instead, they want to preemptively suppress a hospital as conscientious as Rinkue Hospital. Upstairs, don't be so excited. Aren't all these foreign capitals like this? We've long gotten used to it. Whenever we have any new products to break the monopoly that touches their interests, they'll pop up to suppress us. I just don't believe that these capitals can single-handedly turn black and white upside down. If that were the case, the world would just be given to them. That's not necessarily true. Within the medical world, the power of these 7 capitals is unimaginable. If that's the case, won't the hospital be crushed to death before it even rises? Rest assured, Yanqi Hospital is not as fragile and weak as you think. You should know that behind Yanqi Hospital is the Blue Star Foundation. It's hard to say, as the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Not to mention the fact that the Blue Star Foundation has to deal with 7 of them at once. While the crowd was still debating whether or not Ren Responsible Hospital would be able to survive under the hands of the 7 pharmaceutical giants, Inspector Su was flipping through the donation books. When he flipped through one of the books, his entire body froze in place. It was because this donation book was from the Ren Responsible Hospital. The cameraman had been paying attention to Inspector Su's behavior, and when he saw that Inspector Su's face looked abnormal, he immediately went over and focused the camera on the donation book of the Mercy Hospital. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, their attention was immediately diverted. It's the donation book of the Mercy Responsible Hospital. Family members, I really didn't guess wrong. The evidence is all in front of me. This Blue Star Foundation was definitely started by Mrs. Husband. Earlier I was worried about Compassionate Accountability Hospital. Now it seems that if it's Mrs. Husband that stands behind the Mercy Hospital, then the one who wins in the end will definitely be the Mercy Hospital. Chapter 45, Killing to Kill. At this moment, the staff at the scene couldn't help but look towards Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin was also nervous at this moment and could not hide the excitement on her face. At this moment, the statements made by the audience in the comments section attracted Xiao Jin's attention. Brothers, I just saw the latest news that the 7 pharmaceutical capital giants have begun to lay their hands on Rinkue Hospital, blocking it in foreign countries and causing it to be on the blacklist of many hospitals abroad. I saw it too, and that's nothing. The foreign media have been bribed by the 7 pharmaceutical capital giants, and all of them have been formed to discredit the Ren Responsible Hospital, saying that their medicines will kill people if they eat them. The key problem is that these foreign media are still all authoritative, and many people believe it. 10,000 evil capitals. Don't be so angry. Think about it. Renko Hospital didn't intend to make money. There is a cancer patient from the examination, to the hospitalization and finally to the discharge. A month spent only 10,000 yuan. Effective control of the disease, and the follow-up examination are not required to cost. So good treatment, like to suppress, let them suppress. As for those reports, phase not believe randomly them, don't believe it is their own loss. The words are not so say. Renko Hospital anti-cancer special medicine part of the medicinal material domestic not, must through the foreign channels to buy. Now the 7 big pharmaceutical capital together to suppress, directly cut off Renko Hospital manufacture of raw materials. Such an impact is simply directly pinch Renko Hospital's lifeblood. Is there no way to deal with these abominable capitals? If you want to defeat capital, there is only capital. The crowd murmured, but upon closer inspection, most of the comments were not favorable to Rinchi Hospital, feeling that such a small hospital as Rinchi, even if it made a great contribution, it could not possibly be able to defeat capital. However, there was still a small portion of people who were willing to believe in their wife's husband, thinking that he would definitely be able to lead Renko Hospital to break the suppression of these 7 pharmaceutical capital giants. At this moment, Xiao Jin frowned deeply. The word worry was almost written on her face. The host and the staff at the scene didn't even know how to comfort Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Jin suddenly picked up her cell phone and spoke. No way. I have to ask my husband what's going on right now. Ma'am, you'd better persuade your husband so that he doesn't get tough with these capitals. The famous saying left by our old Chinese ancestors. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. The big deal is that we'll keep our heads down for now, and when our energy is huge enough, we'll look for those capitals to trouble us, and kill them in return, the host kindly reminded. Xiao Jin nodded. Then Xiao Jin dialed Yi Fusheng's phone, but the phone rang for a long time without being answered. This made Xiao Jin even more worried, and she was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. The host opened his mouth and comforted. Ma'am, your husband might be having some business right now. He will definitely return your call when he is free to see it. Xiao Jin nodded her head worriedly. The viewers in the live broadcast room began to feel heartbroken when they saw Xiao Jin frowning. I've seen it. Mistress has not only fallen in person, but even her heart has fallen to her husband. I hope Madam's husband is fine and comes back safely. Don't let Madam worry. At the same time, in the sea area of China, there is a small island that is always shrouded in mist. Because this place is covered by mist all year round, even the fishermen around it don't know the existence of this island. If someone was able to walk into this area and see this small island, they would definitely be shocked and skeptical. This small island had been transformed into a military base. A ship came from all directions and docked around the island, and the people on the ship had fierce faces and bad eyes as they walked towards the military base in the center of the island. They, instead of coming to look for trouble, had come to this military base for a meeting. A dozen men sat around a conference table. Master has retired for such a long time. Is he finally ready to show his face? A young woman dressed in red spoke with a face full of excitement. Vermilion bird, don't be so excited. To be precise, the master actually didn't intend to show his face. It was the mistress who accidentally exposed it. The Green Dragon Hallmaster shook his head helplessly and spoke. Cut. Green Dragon, you didn't even call me when there was something good. The East Valley clan of the Sun Country didn't know how to die and actually provoked the mistress. You actually concealed them from me and exterminated them. In the future, remember to call me along for such things. A man with a muscular body full of ferocity spoke. The Green Dragon Palace Master spoke with a bit of a headache. Tao Tai, you'd better settle down. The master sees that your killing spirit is too heavy, and purposely gave you the matter of building a house and a school, just so that you can smooth out your killing spirit. You're good. So much time has passed, and you're still thinking of just fighting and killing. I want to, too. Do you know how I've been living these past few years? I've built a total of 500 elementary school, 200 middle schools and 100 universities in these few years, in addition to 200 hospitals, and I've spent at least $500 billion before and after, and I thought that I had finally completed the task that Xiao Jin had given me, but it turns out that Xiao Jin's assets have increased by another $5 trillion, and I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to help Xiao Jin to lose all his assets in this lifetime. The Tao Tai Hall Master spoke with a pained expression. I heard that there were 7 medical capitals that wanted to suppress the Ren responsible hospital that you built just now. Why don't I just leave these 7 medical capitals to you to solve? Lest you have an itchy hand to hold it in for a long time and something happens to it. The man standing at the very front with gold filigree eyes and looking svelte suddenly opened his mouth and said, this man was none other than the Kirin Hall Master, and also the person in charge of all the forces under Yi Fusheng's hand when Yi Fusheng was not around. The Tao Tai Hall Master's face suddenly piled up with a smile, smiling like a chrysanthemum. Great, old me can finally loosen my bones. Don't worry, I'll go and exterminate these 7 medical capitals now. The crowd immediately looked at the Tao Tai Hall Master with speechless faces. The Qilin Palace Master also froze for a moment, helplessly shook his head and spoke. Tao Tai, the Master said that killing people is just a means to do things. With the Master's current character, he is not yet capable of doing such things. In this way, you are responsible for mobilizing funds to snipe at these 7 capitals. Isn't the most powerful thing about them is the wealth in their hands? Let the wealth in their hands be zeroed out and go bankrupt. Let them have a good experience of falling from a high altitude that is worse than death. The crowd couldn't help but shiver coldly when they heard what the Qilin Palace Master said. The Qilin was indeed still the same Qilin. In terms of ventriloquism and intellect, there was not a single person here present who could compare to him. For these capitals, the collapse of their hard-earned business empire was worse than killing them. That makes sense. Lest my master say I'm simple-minded and limber when the time comes. Karen, good idea. Worthy of you. Killing to kill. When the Tao Tai Hall Master heard what the Kirin Hall Master said, he reacted differently from the others. His face was filled with joy, as if he was a child seeing his favorite toy. Chapter 46, The George Family. At this moment, in the free country, the George family, The George family has been a pharmaceutical family since its establishment, and now it has been inherited for 100 years. After successfully developing a special anti-cancer drug 20 years ago, it began to monopolize the market, and within just a few years, it became a pharmaceutical capital giant. Nowadays, the George family is sitting on $300 billion of free currency assets, the entire free country everywhere in the George family's industry. At the same time, the various officials of the free country are also infiltrated by the George family. It can be said that the George family and the free country can be said to be a party with great influence. Far from those internet companies can be compared. But nowadays, the George family felt that their position was threatened, because in China, there is a private hospital actually developed more than 10 kinds of anti-cancer drugs, which is equivalent to break the monopoly of the George family. If the monopoly, but every capital are incomparable value things, once the market can be monopolized, but this is equivalent to the lifeblood of the product in their own hands. The price of the high and low all rely on their own regulations. Now, after 30 years of development, the George family has developed more than 20 kinds of special anti-cancer drugs. There are very few pharmaceutical capitals in the world that can compete with the George family. The George family cannot suppress those who are equal to them. But in this world, also in the emergence of those rising stars, the George family will be suppressed, to kill the threat in the cradle. Not only that, they also join hands with the world's pharmaceutical capital giants, stood on a united front, formed an alliance, almost monopolizing the world's market for cancer-fighting special drugs. It was important to know that a bottle of anti-cancer special effect medicine from research and development to production to transportation, the human and material costs here added up to no more than 1,000 Huaxia coins, but the selling price was as high as a few tens of thousands of dollars. This is simply profiteering. With such a huge market fat meat in their hands, the George family and other pharmaceutical capital giants are naturally unwilling to give up. Now in China, a private hospital actually developed more than a dozen anti-cancer drugs within 2 years, and after these anti-cancer drugs were introduced to the domestic market, they occupied the entire market in just 3 months. Not only that, even in the international market, it is also rapidly taking over the market. The reason why these anti-cancer drugs from China were able to occupy the market so quickly was because their prices were only a few % of the prices set by the George family. This also led to the fact that the George family's income was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. As a result, the George family felt seriously threatened, and it was almost foreseeable that in the future, China's special anti-cancer drugs would take over the entire world's market. When the time comes, it will break the monopoly of the George family and other pharmaceutical capital giants. The George family naturally will not sit idly by and watch their own market is greatly occupied. At first, the George family intended to contact the controller behind this private hospital, wanting to pull the other party into the alliance together to monopolize the market. However, they realized that they couldn't contact the person in control behind the other party. Therefore, the George family retreated to the second best and spent some energy to contact the director of this private hospital. But the other party's answer made the George family very angry. The dean of that private hospital told the George family that although he was the dean, he had no say in the matter, and even if he had the right, he was adamant that he would not join hands with the George family to monopolize the market, because the original intention of their research and development of anti-cancer drugs was to save mankind. This words and actions also completely angered the George family. They immediately held a family meeting and contacted the other 6 pharmaceutical capital giants, ready to join forces to suppress this private hospital, so that this private hospital cannot turn around. The first step was to stigmatize the reputation of these private hospitals, because these pharmaceutical capital giants were holding media power in their hands. So soon, the international community was full of negative news about this private hospital and even said that this private hospital's anti-cancer drugs had killed many cancer patients, and that they simply wanted to make money, regardless of the patients' deaths. They simply want to make money and do not care about the death of patients. They do not know right from wrong and have turned black and white upside down. This is only the first step. Then they carried out the second step, because they held a terrifying power in their hands, controlling the raw materials of many medicines. They directly cut off the raw materials needed by this private hospital to manufacture anti-cancer special drugs. In this way, the threat of this private hospital could be completely nipped in the bud. They believed that in less than a month, this private hospital would not be able to continue to survive even within the borders of China. Seeing the achievement of these people of theirs acting, a smug smile appeared on the face of the controller of the George family. A small Chinese private hospital actually dares to do battle with our George family. They simply have eyes without pearls and are asking for death. When they go out of business, they won't know in this lifetime that the other 6 pharmaceutical capital giants are ostensibly in an alliance with us. But in reality, they are nothing more than vassals of our George family, and will have to do the bidding of our George family as well. And in less than a month, The market for anti-cancer potent medicines will still be our George family's. The rest of the George family members nodded their heads on their faces. Regardless of the past, the reality and the future, the market for anti-cancer potent medicine would always be the George family's. No one would be able to challenge the George family's position. Just as everyone was revealing smug smiles, the member in charge of one of the George family's listed companies suddenly received a phone call, and then his face changed drastically. He immediately ran to George Bard's side and spoke with an ugly face. "Patriarch, something bad has happened. The stocks of our superior companies controlled by the George family have all been sniped, and according to the team in charge of stock manipulation under our hands, if we don't take any action, within an hour, the stocks of our superior companies of the George family will all collapse." Hearing what this member said, the smile on George Bard's face suddenly froze, and the whole person froze in place, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Not only that, the members of the George family who hadn't left were also shocked. Someone actually had the guts to dare to snipe the shares of the listed company controlled by the George family. Were they living out of patience? The most crucial thing was that the stock trading team under the hand was composed of the most professional traders from all over the world. They actually predicted that the George family stock would collapse. One must know that the shares of the George family's several listed companies were worth hundreds of billions of Liberty dollars. Was the news wrong? The shares of the several listed companies in the hands of our George family are valued at a few hundred billion free coins, and to completely crash would require at least a few trillion free coins of liquidity. And there's simply no way that there's any company or person in the world that has that kind of ability. George Bard frowned and opened his mouth after he froze for a moment. Chapter 47 Stock Market Crash. Although the world's top 10 companies, share valuation are worth trillions of free money, but that's just the stock price. It is impossible to put on the market. Want to snipe the George family's stock market? It must be of the trillions of liquid funds. And then this George family members, but the face of the ugly open mouth said, "I have confirmed. The news is conclusive. Everyone, if you do not believe, you can look at our George family that a few listed companies of the stock price." The surrounding members of the George family have pulled out their cell phones with ugly faces. It was better not to look at it, but to look at it almost died of a heart attack on the spot. The share prices of those several listed companies under the George family's hand had fallen furiously all the way down, falling continuously in green with cliff-like figures. What the hell is going on here? The crowd was full of shock and still couldn't believe it. Only George Bard, the controller of the George family, reacted in the first instance. Although it was almost impossible for something like this to happen, it was no longer important. What mattered was that if no action was taken, then within an hour the stocks of the several listed companies of the George family would inevitably collapse. Immediately let the manipulation team make a move. No matter what, we can't let the stock market crash. No, I'll go myself. George Bard opened his mouth with a gloomy face. Soon, George Bard led the crowd of the George family to one of the listed companies. On the top floor of this listed company, there was a large conference room, and at this time, dozens of traders were sitting in front of the computer constantly working hard. It was important to realize that these were the top traders in the world. Under their constant efforts, they soon took back the dominant advantage in the stock market. George Bard opened his mouth and asked, "How is the situation now?" A man with a gold-rimmed eyeglass frame stood up from his position and came to George Bard's side to report. "The other party attempted to snipe our stock market before, preparing at least 500 billion free coins of liquidity, causing our stock price to fall all the way down. And a lot of retail investors have thrown away their shares in their hands. But we have now responded. After investing 200 billion free coins, we have now stabilized the situation, gradually taking the lead. But the other party was just the beginning. The next attack by the other party will be even more violent. We have to prepare at least 600 billion free coins to stabilize the stock market." This man is the soul of this manipulation team leading figure. In Wall Street has the title of the Wolf of Wall Street. George Bard fell into deep thought after hearing what he said. Although the George family was a giant in the pharmaceutical industry, it was very difficult to gather 600 billion free dollars in a short period of time. Under normal circumstances it would take at least a few days. Although the shares in the hands of the George family were worth hundreds of billions of free money, close to $1 trillion, but now there was no way to transfer the cash. George Bard knew very well that the George family was in danger, and if they couldn't come up with the $600 billion in a short period of time, then there was a real possibility that the George family wouldn't be able to get through this hurdle. Therefore, George Bard made a very bold decision. Immediately let the people under your hand bring together all the funds of the family as well as all the listed companies and hand them over to the manipulation team to handle. In addition to mortgaging the family as well as the company's industries, and hand all the mortgaged funds over to the manipulation team as well, and give them full authority to operate. In addition to contacting the other 6 pharmaceutical capital giants, let them also follow the funding to help our George family through this difficult time. George Bard just ordered down. The people under his hand immediately began to act. But soon the people under his hand brought George Bard a piece of thunderbolt news. Not only the George family, but the other 6 pharmaceutical capital giants were also sniped. George Bard's face immediately turned pale. In addition, the people under his hand brought a piece of bad news, which was like a huge boulder constantly pressing towards George Bard's body. Damn! What kind of person wants to cause us to die, and actually sniped the other 6 pharmaceutical capital giants at the same time? It's not good. Not only did the bank reject our mortgage and not give us a loan, but they also told us to settle the previous strip block as soon as possible for repayment. Now the internet has also exposed our dirty doings as well as those of the other 6 pharmaceutical capital giants, and the whole internet is full of negative news about us. It is important to realize that the path of capital is one that has been embarked upon by suppressing other people, which has stepped on the blood and bones of countless people. Therefore, any capital has negative news, only it was all hidden by them. Now that it was exposed, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the George family. George Bard pulled out his cell phone with a pale face, and when he saw those remarks on the internet, his entire body shook and almost fell to the ground. The George family is the devil that eats people without spitting bones. They should be judged by justice. Monopolizing? Sucking blood? Sucking bone marrow? This is the George family. The George family and the alliance's 6 pharmaceutical capitalization giants have suffered sniping in the stock market. Shareholders are selling their shares. There is a cycle of karma. The George family will die a horrible death. George Bard took a deep breath. He knew that if he didn't gather to stop all these negative news, then this would definitely be a fatal blow to their George family. Thinking of this, George Bad dialed the phone of Edward, the founder of Bookface. President Edward, I would like to ask you for a favor. Right now the face of the book in your hands is full of negative news about our family. Please help deal with it, but after this matter passes, our George family will be grateful. George Bard gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. He was ready to hemorrhage money. After all, between the family's demise and paying a big price to eliminate the negative news, no matter who it was, they would choose the latter. And then, Edward helplessly opened his mouth and said, Brother Bud, I also want to help you guys with this favor, but my Bookface server was hacked, and my people couldn't get the control back even after 3 hours of effort. Hearing this news, George Bard almost fainted on the spot. However, he was after all the person in control of the George family. At this time he couldn't faint. If he collapsed, then the George family would be completely extinguished. That's fine, Brother Edward. If you guys take back control, remember to help me eliminate the negative news at the first time. After hanging up the phone, George Bard had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that it would be the other internet companies that might also be the same as Bookface. The servers were all breached, but George Bad still dialed the next few calls. But without exception, everyone answered the same. Chapter 48, The Kidnapping Plan. Not only that, but bad news swarmed in one after the other. The head of the traitor team under his command brought bad news to George Bard. Chairman is not good. We are in the dominant power was taken back again. The stock price is once again falling crazily. A large number of retail investors began to sell their hands again. Not only that, there are several large shareholders have already cashed out and left the market. Now there must be a large amount of money to be able to stabilize the stock market. The stock market was about to collapse. The internet was full of negative news about the George family, and the banks were not willing to give the George family a loan, and even wanted the George family to repay the loan. If there was no way to deal with it, then the George family would soon become a thing of the past. George Bard can only brazenly go to the several shareholders who usually do not see eye to eye, want to help the other side of the George family through this difficult time. However, all the shareholders refused George Bard's request. Brother Bud, no, I don't want to help you. It's just that if I help you, then I can't protect myself. George Bard, I've long said that your George family is too arrogant. I want you to restrain a little bit. You prefer not to listen. Now it's good. Offended the people who shouldn't be offended. You're waiting for the end. You call me as to ride out the storm together? You are clearly asking me to die with you. It was so hard for me to get away, and now you're asking me to come back. Dream on. Many of the shareholders who usually curried favor with George Bard had turned their faces away, and even had to curse the George family to hurry up and go bankrupt. George Bard's heart was like ashes. He understood. This time, the George family was afraid to be completely finished. The members of the George family looked at each other in dismay. They were thinking about a question. Who had they offended in the George family? The other party had sniped the George family's stock market and posted the things that the George family had done in the past on the internet. It was clear that there was a premeditated plan. This must be their George family offended what should not be offended people. The other party's response. Could it be that private Renkuwei hospital in Huaxia? I remember that hospital is backed by the Blue Star Foundation. And all of this, it's probably all done by them. It must be them, because besides sniping us, the other party is also sniping the other 6 pharmaceutical capital giants. And we've been targeting this Renblame hospital for a while now. despair appeared on the faces of the George family members. This scene was not only happening within the George family, but likewise within the companies of the other 6 pharmaceutical capital giants. It must be known that before today, they were the giants that monopolized the world's pharmaceutical market, getting everything they wanted, never thinking that anyone would be able to crush them. But now, the truth was right in front of them. After the action against Runco Hospital began, the other party soon responded, crushing the George family as well as the other 6 pharmaceutical capital giants in a crushing manner. At this point, the 7 of them were not just as simple as their stock market crashing. Even the control of the company was already in the hands of the other party. Chairman, our stock market has crashed. Martin Nikiu, who was known as the Wolf of Wall Street, opened his mouth with a face of frustration. It was important to know that he had never lost since he entered the financial industry as a trader. But this time, he lost. Lost completely. The other party simply did not give him the opportunity to operate directly with huge funds. Crushed him. Numerous members of the George family were in a state of collapse. Several people had begun to go crazy. It was important to realize that every member of the George family had been born with a golden key, winning at the starting line, and felt that they were just a step above the ordinary people. Now the George family could almost be declared bankrupt. This is equivalent to letting them fall from heaven to hell. Is a huge gap is enough to make a person's mental collapse into crazy. After George Bard became the controller of the George family, he led the George family to a whole new level. He had always thought that he was a great successor of the George family, and he was full of vigor. But now, he felt that he had become a sinner. It was the decision he made that offended the people behind that responsible hospital. It was also him who made this wrong decision that caused the George family to fall from grace. Dad, what should we do now? George Bard's son, George Stout, opened his mouth with an anxious face and asked. George Bard did not answer, but turned his head to look at one of the George family members. This member was usually responsible for dealing with the problems of these listed companies, and was second only to George Bard in the George family. Sometimes when George Bard was not around, it was all him, George Kaige, who made the decisions. Patriarch I checked, ran responsible hospital was created by the Blue Star Foundation, and this Blue Star Foundation's information is rarely very mysterious. Plus the other party is able to snipe our 7 pharmaceutical capital giants at the same time, which means the other party's strength is also very scary. I suggest that we should still bow our heads first, and see if we can talk to the other party about the merger. George Kage sighed and opened his mouth. As the other George family members, they nodded their heads in favor of such an approach, because they had already recognized that the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Bowing their heads and admitting defeat was the best option. However, George Bard shook his head and suddenly changed his low mood. A cruel cold smile appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and said, "Our George family has never bowed down to any force in the past 100 years of our inheritance. It's time for the world to see our strength." The crowd's eyes immediately lit up. Could it be that the family still had any cards that could turn the tide? George Bard pulled out his cell phone in front of the crowd and dialed a mysterious phone number. "How's the investigation going?" An eerie voice came from the other end of the phone. "Master, we didn't find out the founder of the Blue Star Foundation, but we have other clues. I'll send them to your cell phone now. Take a look at them. As long as you give the order, we're ready to strike at any time." George Bad nodded, hung up the phone and looked at the so-called clue sent by the other party was a video. George Bad clicked on the video, which was exactly the content of the program scene of Private Money Battle. After watching the video, George Bard was a bit puzzled. The woman in the video was indeed very beautiful, but what does this have to do with the so-called clue? Soon his men sent another clip. Seeing this clip, George Bad was instantly filled with smiles. The other members of the George family, on the other hand, were puzzled. Why was the patriarch suddenly smiling? Could it be that things had taken a turn for the worse? George Bard put the video on his phone onto the projector, and then he tapped the pause button when the camera was aimed at Shou Jin. This woman is the woman of the founder of the Blue Star Foundation. As long as we are able to capture him and use her as a hostage to force the founder of the Blue Star Foundation to come out, we might even be able to take advantage of something from the founder of the Blue Star Foundation. George Bard spoke with a face full of confidence. Chapter 49, Level 1 Battle Readiness. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief as the location appeared to be in China. It was important to realize that trying to kidnap someone in Huaxia was not a simple matter. Just trying to sneak into Huaxia would be difficult. Even if this mission was released to the darknet, not many people would dare to take it. This was because in the past, when the George family wanted to solve their opponents or do something unseemly, they would release the mission through the darknet for others to do. But how are we supposed to find someone to kidnap this woman? George Kevin asked as he opened his mouth with a worried face. It's simple. This time we use our own family's power. George Bud spoke. The power of one's own family? The crowd was full of doubts. Although it was said that the George family had quite a few bodyguards with good skills, but wanting them to enter China to arrest someone, that was clearly impossible. even if they were able to enter the territory of China, but wanting to tie someone up and get out in one piece, that was simply a pipe dream. George Bard looked at the crowd's puzzled expression and slowly explained, the family has actually been secretly cultivating a force. That is, the fifth-ranked black hand on the darknet, that was cultivated from the last patriarch, and only every patriarch knows the secret. The crowd immediately revealed expressions full of shock. The fifth-ranked black hand on the darknet was actually the organization that the George clan had cultivated. This news was too shocking. When the crowd accepted this news, their faces changed from shock to ecstasy. It was important to know that this organization, the Black Hand, was infamous, and assassinating the leaders of some small countries was not a problem at all. The most crucial thing was that other than the people from the George family present, no one knew that the Black Hand worked for the George family. This way, the Black Hand's people were able to sneak into China and bring the hostages back to the free country. No one knew that it was the George family that was controlling behind this. This way, the risk of exposure could be avoided. George Bard dialed the phone again and ordered, set out now and bring that woman back to the free country and within the George family's realm. As you wish, my master. Promise to complete the mission. The other party coldly opened his mouth and responded. After hanging up the phone, a brilliant light flashed in George Bard's eyes. As long as we have that woman as a hostage, we'll be able to force out the founder of the Blue Star Foundation. And at that time, even if he has a lot of energy, he'll still have to obediently sit down with our George family to talk about cooperation. Saying that, a cold smile appeared on George Bard's face. Those members of the George family also showed a look of anticipation. The Black Hand organization immediately started the action after receiving the order to head to China. 5 yachts sailed towards China from the open sea. This is not an ordinary yacht. This is the Black Hand organization specially modified. Performance is even far more than the general military yacht. There were hundreds of Black Hand members on the 5 yachts. This was the entire force of the Black Hand organization. This time, the Black Hand organization had come out in full force for the sole purpose of kidnapping a woman. It was important to know that the Black Hand organization had never conducted such a large-scale operation before. The last time, it had only organized more than 20 people on the largest scale to assassinate the leader of a remote country in the Black Continent. At this moment, a man with long blonde hair was standing at the very front of the yacht, while those members of the Black Hand organization behind him were all dressed in all black, well-trained, wiping the guns in their own hands, ready to go. All get ready. There's about an hour left to reach the realm on the edge of China. When that time comes, blow up the yachts altogether. Don't leave any clues behind. And let's dive into the territory of China. The man with long blonde hair spoke coldly, his eyes filled with a murderous aura. But this time, they weren't there to kill. They were only there to kidnap a woman as a hostage and bring her back to the George family. Obey! The men in black behind them replied in unison. At the same time, on the small island shrouded in mist at the edge of China, the military base in the center of the island suddenly let out a piercing alarm. The entire base immediately entered a level 1 state of combat readiness. The cell phones of those 10 or so hall masters in the conference room also rang. The hall masters who had been calm and collected all had their faces changed drastically. One had to know that this was an alarm that would only go off when the master was in danger. What has happened? It actually pulled up a level 1 battle alert. The temple masters looked at the message on their cell phones. With that, a chilling killing aura instantly erupted from them. If the leader of the Black Hand organization were to stand in front of them and emit a murderous aura, it would simply be a big deal. This George family simply doesn't know how to live, and actually wants to make a move against the mistress. But a small Black Hand, who gave them the confidence to dare to kidnap mistress? It looks like today this Black Hand and the George family can be wiped from the world. From now on the Black Hand organization and the George family will only exist in history. The crowd eventually turned their gaze towards the Kirin Temple Master. After all, when Yi Fusheng was not around, the right to give orders was given to the Kirin Hall Master. The White Tiger Hall Master, who was the first one to lose control of his temper, roared out, "I've long said that it's better to directly exterminate this group of unknowing curmudgeons. You guys still have to play with killing and exterminating." The crowd was momentarily speechless as they looked at the White Tiger Hall Master. Didn't you yourself clap your hands earlier? However, the crowd did not say anything. After all, the White Tiger Hall Lord's fighting strength is in all the Hall Lord within the number 2. In addition to the Kirin Hall Lord can pressure him head outside. The other Green Dragon Hall Lord, Vermilion Bird Hall Lord and so on can only be in front of not fall into the wind. At this time to count down the White Tiger Hall Master that with looking for death there is no difference. What's more, the Kirin Hall Master was present at the scene, and he would never allow such a thing to happen. The crowd once again looked towards the Qilin Palace Master. After all, he was the one who ultimately gave the order. Without the slightest hesitation, the Qilin Palace Master's eyes flashed with a violent killing aura, and the temperature of the entire conference room seemed to have lowered a lot. Since there's someone who doesn't know how to die, then we'll make it happen. All Hall Masters listened to the order. All of them will be deployed this time to protect the mistress's safety, and completely destroy the Black Hand organization as well as the George family. Yes, along with the orders given by the master of the Qilin Palace, the entire base began to operate. Hundreds of yachts directly formed a compilation team, moving towards the open sea with great vigor. More than a dozen submarines set off from within the military base and dived into the deep sea. A fighter jet shot up into the sky and drilled into the clouds. There were even tens of thousands of ground armed forces troops, which also contained a series of tanks and other ground overlords, departing into large transportation planes. Also, in the middle of space, there were several artificial satellites constantly searching for threats other than the 5 yachts of the Black Hand organization. In addition, within the military base, the weapons of mass destruction were ready to strike, only needing to be entered into the coordinates to cause a devastating blow within a minute. Chapter 50, Dragon Head Pattern. This was still just the power on that small island on the edge of China. It was important to realize that there were more than a dozen other military bases like this in the global world. At this moment, the world's defense deployment system was also in a state of paralysis, and the entire world was shaken by it. Huaxia, Security and Defense Ministry. Several top-level leaders hurriedly arrived. Did you find out clearly what exactly happened? An old man with a full head of white hair but a straight back spoke. All of the world's defense systems were paralyzed at the same time. In addition, there is an entire aircraft carrier formation with thousands of fighters and large transport planes approaching, but we just don't know what exactly is happening. A man sitting in front of the computer being operated frowned and spoke. Soon a special prompt popped up on the computer screen and the man clicked on it to find that it was an encrypted email being sent by someone. After cracking the email, a picture of a dragon head appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The picture of the dragon head was alive and well, as if it would burst out of the computer screen at any time. The few old men behind them changed their faces when they saw this picture. It's the dragon head. I really didn't expect that dragon head suddenly disappeared 2 years ago and then suddenly appeared today. And it's still such a big scene. Since it's the dragon head, it's alright. Every time they appear, not only do they do no harm to us in China, they also help us solve a lot of troubles. That's right. Since they chose to send us pictures, they are signaling us that this matter is something we don't need to meddle in to manage. Several old men let out a sigh of relief, and they passed on orders for those carrier formations still outside the country, as well as fighters and transport planes, to enter the territory. Meanwhile, at the scene of the program, the audience's attention was no longer on the private money after they realized that the private hospital created by the Blue Star Foundation had been suppressed by the foreign pharmaceutical capital giants who had teamed up with them. After all, everyone hoped that a hospital that was so dedicated to the people as the Ren Responsible Hospital would be safe and sound. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room were constantly paying attention to the latest situation. Brothers, can you say what the situation is now? The news hasn't traveled that fast. I'm not sure. Although there's no news, I reckon that even the Blue Star Foundation doesn't have the means to fight off the 7 pharmaceutical capital giants, not to mention the Ren Responsible Hospital. So what you're saying is that Ren Responsible Hospital can only be suppressed by those 7 pharmaceutical capital giants and go out of business? There's no way. This isn't in a movie. This is reality. The power gap between the two is too great. No one in the live broadcast room felt that the Blue Star Foundation could resist the suppression of the 7 pharmaceutical capital giants. Just as everyone was feeling sorry for the Blue Star Foundation, a comment that popped up within the live broadcast room instantly energized everyone. Brothers, the latest news is here. The listed companies under the 7 pharmaceutical capital giants have all suffered sniping, and in just half an hour's time, the stock prices have all gone green and crazy, and several listed companies' shares have already started to collapse. The viewers in the live broadcast room stared at the comment with wide eyes and unbelievable faces. Many people didn't believe it at first and thought that someone was having fun with them, but after they logged into foreign social networking sites such as Bookface, they realized that it was all true. The crowd was instantly in a state of shock. The staff of the live program froze in place. Those cameramen's hands kept trembling and almost smashed hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment on the ground. Previously, everyone was not optimistic about the Blue Star Foundation, and even told Mrs. Husband to go and bow his head and give in. But I didn't expect that Mrs. Husband was actually so strong that when others wanted to suppress his industry, he directly crashed the stock market of others. You know, in the middle of this stock price war, this is a pair of 7 and in just half an hour to crush each other to the body. The energy that was in here was beyond the imagination of these spectators. Asterisk. I thought the brothers upstairs were making fun of us. I just went to check some of it out, and it's all true. Is this sniping of 7 pharmaceutical capital giants the Blue Star Foundation of Mrs. Husband or not? Upstairs, if you know what you know. If you don't know what you don't know, I suggest you go and look at your brain. Does it even need to be said? I just looked. These 7 pharmaceutical capital giants is the same time was sniped. To know these 7 pharmaceutical capital giants' stock valuation is estimated to add up to a 3 trillion free money, can make them to the stock market crash. That's got to have how big the capital chain are. Not only that, foreign websites are full of negative news about these 7 pharmaceutical capital giants. And none of these social platforms have made public relations. Can't it be that these social platforms don't dare to offend Mrs. Husband either? Just as the crowd was discussing, someone else broke the latest news that the 7 pharmaceutical capital giants had lost control of the company. And the one who had control of the company was the Blue Star Foundation. In other words, the listed companies under these 7 pharmaceutical capital giants have all become one of the holding groups under the Blue Star Foundation. After the Blue Star Foundation had just seized control of the company, it immediately released the first piece of news. The 7 pharmaceutical capital giants had reduced the prices of all the anti-cancer special drugs they had developed, making almost no money at all. This news made people even more excited, especially those families suffering from cancer patients. It was as if they had seen the light of hope. You should know that in order to treat cancer for your family, you eat up a car in half a year and a suite in a year. But as long as the price of the special anti-cancer drug was lowered, then there was absolutely no need to sell a car or a house. This time, the gazes of the crowd once again gathered on Qiu Jin, and the shock in their eyes could not be concealed at all, because Qiu Jin's husband was most likely the founder of the Blue Star Foundation, which had just sniped 7 pharmaceutical capital giants and taken control of their listed companies. This was something that required a large sum of money that could almost be considered astronomical. The crowd now finally understood why they were able to find so many valuable things in Mrs. S home, like jade and emerald just used to pave the way. A cellar full of millions of wine cannot drink it all to water the flowers. Several drawers of famous watches. All of this may be a lot for ordinary people, but for Mrs. Husband may be nothing more than toys. Seeing that the crowd was looking at her, Qiu Jin also realized something, and she murmured somewhat incredulously, "Can it be that these things really have something to do with my husband?" The host opened her mouth and said, "Ma'am, if you can't be sure, you can go ask your husband." Qiu Jin nodded and spoke. "He should be busy not answering his phone. I've sent him a text message. When he sees it he'll get back to me." Chapter 51, Ordered to Protect. At this time, the sky above suddenly came a burst of fierce fighting aircraft flying sound and flying over the whistling sound. These sounds and the movie blockbuster Those Fighter Jets fighting sound is exactly the same. The worst thing was that this sound had been lingering here, and the program's continued broadcasting had been affected. Could this be the sound of fighter jets? Listening to the sound, it seems like there are many of them. It can't be that there's some kind of defense exercise, or a military exercise, or else how could there be so many fighter jets roaring? Come on, let's go and take a look as well. Such a spectacle would be honorable if we could see such a big scene once in this lifetime. The members of the program team all walked to the courtyard, only to see in the sky, a single combat aircraft train like a formation whistling past high in the sky of the courtyard. There were also dozens of helicopters hanging high in the sky of the courtyard, with one missile ready to be launched at the target. High in the sky, a parachute suddenly opened in the air. Each parachute people slowly airborne down. The entire white village, for a moment, seemed to have turned into a military training base. As far as the eye could see, the iron armor was in formation, and the armor was guiding the infantrymen, arranging a ready-to-fight stance within the circle next to Qiu Jin's house. However, it was only 30 minutes. The 4 sides and 8 sides of Qiu Jin's house as the center of the circle were all equipped with several teams of column soldiers, completely doing not a drop of water and strong firepower protection. Seeing this picture, everyone was dumbfounded, but more than that, they were shocked and hot-blooded. This kind of scene really let a person clap. Such a shocking scene, seen once in this life, worth it. The host swallowed his saliva and said, "This can't really be our army organizing military exercises here. It's too shocking, right?" And at this moment, a man with a gorgeous and expensive sword hanging on his waist and a shining general star embroidered on his shoulder ran to Qiu Jin's front with great strides, snapped, and gave a military salute, saying, "The Dragon Head White Tiger Hall has been instructed to protect the mistress." Everyone, Qiu Jin. At this time, that boundless sea, the Black Hand they sat in the yacht, also in the open sea part of the fast towards China. A few leaders of the Black Hand are thinking, after arriving in China, how to avoid seeing, and then sneak into the White Village, and finally sneak and do not leave the movement of Qiu Jin to bring back to the free over the George family. And at this moment, the yacht suddenly remembered the sound of a nervous alarm, and the detective soldier on the deck rushed down in a hurry, laboriously and desperately blowing the whistle in his own mouth. Inside the cabin, one by one his resting Black Hand members immediately rushed to pick up their own weapons. Towards the outside rushed out. The few leaders also went out at the first opportunity to see what was going on. "Crap, we're being surrounded." That sentry who came down from the deck shouted, "My God, how could it be an aircraft carrier?" Why would an aircraft carrier be defending us? When they saw that those aircraft carriers were surrounding them, the Black Hand members on this yacht were shocked, shaken, and afraid. Although they, the Black Hand, were still the 5th-ranked organization on the darknet in the whole world, and everyone's hands were stained with blood, and had truly come out from the pile of dead people. But now, many people's bodies began to tremble nonstop, and everyone's heart was now enveloped by an unprecedented fear. Their Black Hand yacht actually have 3 aircraft carriers are surrounding them. These 3 aircraft carriers, even when driving to the gate of a medium-sized country, is enough to make this country to raise the country's alarm, fear, and their small yacht in front of these 3 aircraft carriers is just a touch on the end of the mole cricket, or even the mole cricket is not. The commander of the Black Hand, an evil man who had done countless evils all over the world. Now his body was also very tense, constantly trembling. His eyes were full of panic and fear. He knew that they had become the target of someone's certain death today. With just one word from the other party, these aircraft carriers would blow them up into a pile of ashes, as if they had never existed in this world. Complete ashes, not even needing to sink to the bottom of the sea, directly disappearing into the air. Commander, how do we move? Could it be, is it someone from the Chinese military department? Or is it someone from the Chinese national security? Really, this is all true. China is really a forbidden place for mercenaries and international assassins. Those few people who were the leaders of the Black Hands were now also scared out of their wits, and the Black Hand commander's face was also white, but he forced himself to calm down and said to them, Don't think so much. This is the open sea. There are still thousands of nautical miles away from the range of China. It won't be the Chinese military department. And now, he took out his binoculars and looked at the aircraft carrier. There is a very conspicuous mark on the top of the aircraft carrier, is a living and breathing domineering and mighty dragon head, as if at any time will come to life a whistling to the sky. What country's mark is this? It seems like there isn't a country that has this kind of mark, right? The commander of the Black Hand, as well as a few of the leaders, were now terrified, not knowing what to do. The roaring sound mixed with the sound of the wind came, a helicopter of fighter jets and military equipment, floating above the yacht, always paying attention to the movement of the yacht, ready to strike at the yacht at any time. The weapons of mass destruction were also ready and waiting to be fired at the yacht. Fear and despair enveloped the hearts of every member of the Black Hand on the yacht. There were also people who didn't care that this was the endless open sea and directly jumped into the sea, knowing that a small leader of the Black Hand killed another person who wanted to jump into the sea to escape. Only then did he temporarily hold back the idea of others also wanting to jump into the sea to escape. At this moment, 3 helicopters suddenly approached them, and on the helicopters, the big killing aerial bombs, the heavy grim machine guns, the target, each and every one of them couldn't run away. The members of the Black Hand still can't believe their current situation. They have always been the ones to live in other people's destiny, and now their destiny will actually be dominated by other people. Several helicopters hovered in the yacht's mid-air, one by one, wearing bulletproof vests of the general's rope descending down, led by a Chinese face of the man, his shoulder tattooed with the president of the shining star, tall, even in front of the Westerners, but also still out of the ordinary. What drew the most attention was the latest grim heavy machine gun he held in his hand. Chapter 52, Destruction. The other generals had color oil smeared on their faces and the latest grim heavy machine guns in their hands, targeting these members of the Black Hand. The murderous killing intent on these people made the members of the Black Hand tremble with fear. After taking a deep breath, the commander of the Black Hand desperately restrained the fear in his heart and asked, Excuse me, who are you people? Dragon Head, Green Dragon Hall Master, Green Dragon. The man with the flower-pinned face and tall stature said coldly, What? Dragon Head? Green Dragon Hall Master? The eyes of the High Hand's commander and a few of the leaders were dead waiting for them to watch. The Black Hand was ranked as the 5th largest assassin organization on the darknet, an organization that was enough to make a lot of organizations in many small countries talk about it. However, there is another organization that does not participate in the ranking of organizations, nor does it participate in the ranking of mercenary organizations, and its name has never appeared on those lists. However, it is the force that has been steadily suppressing all the forces on these various lists, and this force is the Dragon Head. Their ability was completely a force strength that could compete with a large country. Please, may I ask you, what is this about? The commander of the Black Hand asked with a frightened heart. The Green Dragon Hall Master coldly swept a glance at them and said, Come to send you all to meet God. Why? The cold voice of the Green Dragon Palace Master seemed to be a huge stone weighing 10,000 pounds, ruthlessly pressing on the hearts of the Black Hand commander and the Black Hand's group of people. With the invisible and powerful majesty, they couldn't help but want to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, even if it was a power ranked number 1 on the list. If they were to speak to them like that, they would definitely have to move their swords and guns and tell others the rules of being a human being. But this was the dragon head, and this invisible and powerful majesty of the Green Dragon Hall Master. None of them actually dared to confront them, because if they confronted, then they would only die without a corpse. The Black Hand Commander thought for a moment, and with courage, opened his mouth and asked, "Honorable Lord of the Green Dragon Hall, you see, is there any misunderstanding between us? We, the Black Hand, have always been very respectful to you, and have definitely not offended you." The Green Dragon Hall Master smiled disdainfully and said, "You guys actually dared to lay your hands on our Dragon Head's mistress, and you still dare to say that you haven't offended? Dragon Head's mistress?" The commander of the Black Hand desperately shook his head and said, No, we didn't. Even if we were given 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect to the Dragon Head, much less lay a hand on the Dragon Head's mistress." He just wanted to continue to say, brain suddenly boom a moment. Why did he give from his pocket took out a photo? Asked, Murphy, she, is the Dragon Head's mistress? Green Dragon Hall Master said coldly, knowing is good. Die to understand. Hell road is long. Leave early. Now. These members of the Black Hand finally knew that the George family's opponent this time could not only be the founder of the Blue Star Foundation, but also the master behind the Dragon Head, the most terrifying and powerful person amongst this blue planet. The moment George Bard decided to go after Chiojin, he had already decided the fate of their entire George family next, as well as the fate of their Black Hand that had frightened many people and many forces in the world. They would be arranged to completely disappear from this world. Now, that fear in the eyes of the Black Hand Commander turned into a determined battle aura and a biting killing aura. They actually wanted to lay their hands on the mistress of the Dragon Head. Trying to beg for forgiveness was absolutely impossible to gain forgiveness. Now, the only way to have a chance to gain a chance to live was to go toe-to-toe with them. The answer you are. Before they struck, he still brought a specially customized watch and sent a message to George Bard with only one word, run. He couldn't say too much more. This was a life and death duel. Time was life. After sending the text message, he stonewalled the watch, and then ordered, Black Hand members, prepare to go to war. Now, the faces of all the Black Hands people also changed. Their faces became tense, and that ferocious killing aura invisibly emanated from them. Go! They hissed loudly, holding daggers in their hands as well as short knives, long knives and all those things all swung towards Qinglong and the others, wanting to fight to the death in order to survive. Very good. Nowadays you guys still have a bit of killer's condescension, not a soft bone anymore. The Green Dragon Palace Master directly threw that grim heavy machine gun on the deck. His tall figure was like a speedy wind, sweeping towards them. No need for a gun. I'll just educate you guys with a knife. The people of the Green Dragon Palace also exuded a lingering murderous aura as one by one they defiantly began to charge. Boom boom boom. The two heads of people directly collided together. Instantly, this yacht above. The sound of killing constantly. Blood flow like a river. 3 minutes later, the Green Dragon Hall Master slashed the Black Hand Commander's neck, and his subordinate reported in his ear, reporting to the Hall Master. 3 minutes and 12 seconds into the battle, Green Dragon Hall has 0 casualties, and all 62 of Black Hand's men have been wiped out. The Green Dragon Hall Master nodded his hand in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, he said, clean up the scene, collect the team and withdraw. A few minutes later, the entirety of the Green Dragon Hall had also retreated, and the Black Hand Organization's yacht was still filled with the pungent smell of blood. The blood slowly flowed down the deck, staining the seawater around the yacht red, like hell on earth, but not for long. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the torpedoes swept towards the top of the yacht, and before long, the entire huge yacht turned into a pile of debris, and then slowly drowned in the sea. And now, the George family in the Free State. The Black Hand received the task. Left the free country has now more than 4 hours. Now is the free country late night moment. Many people had already slept peacefully in their beautiful dreams, but the clansmen of the George family could not sleep peacefully. Everyone is waiting in the middle of the hall, waiting for the light after the darkness, waiting for the dawn. George Bard walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the boundless darkness outside the window, and whispered, it will pass, it will all pass. Just wait for the light, just wait for the dawn. The members of the George family also said, yes, wait until the morning. With the dawn, everything will pass. Our George family will still be a part of the top of the pyramid in this world, never fall. At this time, George Bard's cell phone on the ringing. He received a message, the Black Hand Commander's message. George Bard rushed to open, but there is only one word inside, run. Picking up this word on his cell phone, George Bard was dumbfounded. What was this Black Hand Commander doing? Why would he send such a word to himself? Could it be that the other party was saying that the mission had failed and wanted the George family to evacuate in a hurry? Chapter 53, Positioning Failure. At this moment, George Bard's mind was puzzled. He hurriedly dialed the phone number of some Black Hand commanders, but there was no way to get through. All of a sudden, George Bard's brows couldn't help but wrinkle up. Seeing George Bard like this, the rest of the George family also hurriedly began to ask him what was wrong. In the end, George Bard spoke. The Black Hand and their yachts are all equipped with positioning placements. So looking at their positioning, we'll know how they're where they are and to what extent they've progressed. With that, George Bard immediately began to open a system, trying to look up Black Hand and their positioning. However, his cell phone only showed a series of red exclamation marks, displaying, location failed. George Bard's heart couldn't help but be overwhelmed by a sense of uneasy foreboding that gripped his heart. He positioned the phone several more times in a row, and all he got was a red exclamation mark and a display of location failure. How can it be like this? The positioning device on the yacht is impossible to locate the failure with the latest algorithms and the best materials. Even if the yacht sinks there will be a signal But, George Bard puzzled, the heart of the kind of uneasy feeling, more and more intense, premonition, more and more intense. On one side of the small George could not help but ask, Father, but what? But in addition to the yacht was destroyed words, George Bard received, yacht destroyed? All at once, everyone was dumbfounded. In an instant, the entire George family in the hall froze. Had something happened to Black Hand and the others? In an instant, the George family was already uneasy, and now everyone is sighing. And there are people who are already guessing the various situations that will happen in the near future. Time is slowly passing. The atmosphere of the whole family for a time to the extreme, which, George Bard again and again tried to contact the Black Hand them, but no matter how can not be contacted. The localization of the Black Hand yacht time and time again was a localization failure. An uneasy premonition weighed heavily on every one of their hearts. At this moment, little George, who was having a hard time sitting still, said, Father, isn't Mr. Wilson, the Lieutenant General of the Marine Corps, an old friend of yours? Can we get his help to see what's going on? But immediately someone else said, it's this time of the day. I'm afraid people are resting. Would it not be too good if that's the case? George Bard shook his head and said, now it's already the moment of life and death for our George family. There's nothing not so good anymore. We must use all our strength to think of every possible way to preserve our George family. After saying that, George Bard dialed Lieutenant General Wilson's phone. George Bard and Lieutenant General Wilson are good friends for many years, knowing each other for decades, and Wilson is in the military rising period. George Bard also help each other a lot. George Bud also to each other 10 to 9. The other party will certainly help their own. After the phone call, not a few times, Wilson connected the phone. George Bard eased the mood for a while, said, my good friend, really sorry, so late but also to disturb your safety, really sorry. Old friend, it's okay, hey, I've just been busy here too. I'm just now free. I haven't rested yet. Wilson's voice was permeated with a sense of exhaustion and said, George Bard couldn't help but stare and asked, is something wrong? Old friend, you would be so busy. Wilson also told him directly, saying, they're in the sea about 500 nautical miles away from our free state there. A yacht was shattered by dozens of torpedoes. We've been surveying it all night. Hearing this, George Bard's heart sank. A horribly disturbing thought became clearer and clearer in his mind. Could it really be that the Black Hand and their yacht had been shattered? The Black Hand is the ace in the hand of the George family, and the most important pillar of the George family inherited for hundreds of years. Even if the stock market was killed pieces of armor, but as long as the Black Hand rise again for the George family is only a matter of time. But if the Black Hand is not there, that is the George family bottom are not left. The roots have been uprooted. Is it possible that our army mistakenly hit this yacht during the military maneuvers? George Bard asked with a bit of a fluke in his heart. Wilson, however, said with incomparable certainty, no, the ones who destroyed the yacht were 3 carrier battle groups, definitely not our countries, and they also used electromagnetic interference. The satellite signals were all blocked, and we can't find the location of these 3 carrier battle groups now. Hearing this, George Bard's heart completely sank. He finally realized what the last run in the text message sent to him by the commander of the Black Hand really meant. Even if the Black Hand was powerful, in front of the 3 carrier battle groups, they were not even ants. In this instant, George Bard's breathing stopped, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. Finished? The George family is really finished. In the end, what kind of person is going to take action against the George family? Uneasiness and fear were like a huge boulder weighing 10,000 pounds weighing on George Bard's heart, as well as the hearts of everyone in the George family. More than 100 years of the George family has been killed in the stock market because of the piece of armor not to stay greatly wounded, and now if the Black Hand is also gone, the fate of this family can only be destroyed. George, old brother, what's the urgency of calling me so late? Are you still not sleeping at this late hour? Wilson on the side of the phone asked in disbelief. Now, George Bard's heart was already full of despair. After wandering and hesitating for a long time, he still decided to tell Wilson, saying, "Old brother Wilson, to tell you the truth, our George family has met a very serious danger this time." Hearing this, Wilson's heart also couldn't help but thump, and asked, "What's wrong? What happened? What can I do to help you? Because there have been more things going on lately." Wilson hasn't had much contact with George, and has also been in the army, so he doesn't really know what's going on with the George family right now. "It's like this, our family." Then George Bard told Wilson once about the things that the George family had encountered, as well as their current situation. There was also the matter of him arranging his Black Hand, preparing to go to China, laying hands on Xiao Jin, and taking her as a hostage, all of which was also told. Today's time, there is only the truth. The time of the George family building, can help them only Wilson. Wilson thought for a moment, said, "Okay, George old brother, I know all. I will now see. That destroyed yacht is not the Black Hand, and the one that can arrange 3 carrier battle groups must be from a certain country. And looking at the world, there are only 5 countries that can have such a big battle. It should have nothing to do with your George family. Don't worry, okay, trouble my old friend." George Bard said. Chapter 54, The Mighty Fleet. Wilson said, "Well, don't worry too much old friend. I'll contact you as soon as I have news." After hanging up the phone, Wilson immediately contacted the relevant departments. Wilson and the George family were also considered a community of destiny. Wilson wanted to move up in the military. He needed the help of the George family. George family wants to make a big splash in the business world. Also need Wilson's help. At this time, a Marine soldier shouted, "Found it! Found it! Radar! Satellite signals are normal. Found the target." Then there was another soldier who shouted even louder, "A reconnaissance team just reported that 3 carrier battle groups are slowly approaching our territorial waters." What? Even Wilson, who had come out from the dead on the battlefield, was not worried all of a sudden. What kind of country's 3 carrier battle groups actually dared to enter the territorial waters of the Free State in plain sight? This was a challenge to their Free State and a challenge to their Free State's navy. Wilson immediately decided to mobilize all of his guns against those 3 carrier battle groups while reporting the current situation to his superiors. "Mr. Lieutenant General Wilson, the opposite carrier battle group has sent us a communication." A soldier came over and directly handed Wilson a letter. Upon seeing what the letter said, Wilson's eyes were still staring unbelievably at the contents. How can this be? 3 carrier battle groups were deployed. Such a big battle, just to take on the George family? And these carrier battle group color is also too mysterious. Even years from the army, Wilson is also a little uncertain of the idea. Do not know which country this will be, but he knew that the unrivaled George family, this is going to be the end. In the end, Wilson still reported this matter to his superiors. A short 3 minutes later, he received the instruction. He wiped the cold sweat on his back, and a hideous cold smile appeared on his face. Then he quickly conveyed the instruction to everyone. Then Wilson dialed George Bard's phone again and said, "Old brother George, those 3 carrier battle groups, they are targeting your George family." Ah! This word was like a huge bomb that fiercely exploded in George Bard's heart, and the fear of despair in his heart filled in every member of the George family. Then what are we going to do? George Bard asked in a timid manner. Wilson, however, laughed. "George, don't worry, the superior has already arranged for me. Our defense system capability and attack system capability is the most powerful and advanced. As long as they dare to enter our territorial waters, they still want to find you? What awaits them is only pulverized bones." Hearing these words, George Bard and the George family's hearts were finally relieved and recovered some of their spirit. Without the danger of worrying about their lives, the George family also had the mood to speak. "It seems that this time, our George family has encountered a tough opponent, a force that is even more powerful than us. But so what if it's even more powerful? Our free country is the world's hegemon. No one can challenge our country's dignity, no matter who it is, as long as they dare to enter our territorial waters with an aircraft carrier battle group. Our army is not just for show. What a bunch of childish cuties." At this moment, in the naval battle base where Wilson was, suddenly another emergency call came from the soldiers. Incoming, incoming, those 3 carrier battle groups are coming towards our territorial waters. They've raised their flag. It's a dragon head. Tap, tap, it's a tap man. God, how could it be the Dragon Head General Fleet's Chilan Fleet, Green Dragon Fleet, and Xuanwu Fleet? The vast Dragon Head Fleet completely froze the Marines. My God, what the hell am I looking at? Why is there such a huge battle? This is truly 10,000 ships altogether. It wasn't even this big of a scene during our joint military exercises with several other countries. I've always thought that our equipment is the best and most powerful, but it turns out that there really is no such thing as the most powerful, only more powerful. Good heavens, it's really killing us. People are coming to our doorsteps and we just realized that we didn't find any trace of them before. If they suddenly attacked us, we'd all be finished. Once during a military exercise, I have seen their leading fleet. I still remember the horror of that life being held in their dead hands. Some of the soldiers began to discuss it, but also at the same time, they were highly alert. Everyone's face was grave, because the Dragonhead's fleet had also been getting closer and closer, and they might have to launch an attack on the Dragonhead at any time, or a counterattack. Seeing this big scene of 10,000 ships in front of him, Wilson foolishly sat in his chair and watched, and a premonition of fear also rose in his heart. The Dragonheads were killing, and the George family was their target. With himself, can protect the George family? This idea Wilson very uncertain, but it didn't take long for him to figure it out, and his eyes stared at the 3 carrier battle groups with murderous ferocity. Even though these 3 carrier battle groups were very powerful, and even if they, the Free State, wanted to destroy them, they would need to pay a certain price. However, the leading head had actually hit the door so blatantly. I believe that the leaders above would definitely arrange for a heavy blow. Sure enough, Wilson also immediately received an order to resolutely annihilate the incoming enemy at any cost. Wilson's heart finally had some bottom, and while giving the order, he told the George family the good news. George family once again got the exact news. Feel the sky suddenly bright. One by one, the family members of the haze in the heart is slowly dispersed away. George Bard said with some excitement, "Wilson, old brother, you can be sure to strike with gravity. Tell them what will happen if they come to violate the free country. Teach them a hard lesson, and I, the George family, will surely repay you." At this time, outside the naval base, a loud shout called out, "My God!" Dozens of nautical miles away from their 3 fleets there is also the Wolf King fleet, the Tiger King fleet, the Cheetah Warriors, the Cloudy Sky Raider fleet, the Lion King fleet, and the Jiaolong fleet. Our power today is simply not able to defeat each other. Snap! Hearing this, Wilson was scared half to death. His cell phone was unsteady, fell to the ground. The body's once again a large cold sweat too. As an experienced lieutenant general, he could only first order to stop the attack, reported the situation to the superiors, and what the superior in the end to do. It is not he can give more to say anything. At this time the heart can only silently pray for the George family god. A member of the team to help Wilson pick up the cell phone. Just George Bard called again. Wilson is very difficult to helplessly pick up the phone, but how can not press the connect button? Because he did not know how to when George Bard said the current situation. At this time, his communication soldier ran over, gave a military salute, and said, "Admiral Wilson, there is a strict secret order from your superiors. Please pick up the phone. It's a call from General Charles." Chapter 55, Orders from his superiors. Wilson's heart thumped. General Charles, the topmost superior of his superior's superior. The other party would personally call him. It must be some particularly important military affairs. He hurriedly linked up the communication device. General Charles's anxious and incomparable voice came out from the other side of the phone, saying, "Wilson, immediately lift all attacks on the leading fleet. Never attack them at all. Stow your guns and open the harbor to welcome the leading fleet to berth." Boom! This sentence was like a smothering blow hitting Wilson's brain hard. Instantly his face turned pale, the inside of his brain was buzzing, and his whole body was shivering. What kind of existence was this that even the most powerful Free State had to retreat from them? Not to go against them? Why on earth was this? This meant that the unrivaled George family was really going to be completely overthrown this time. "Wilson, did you hear me?" General Charles over there roared and growled angrily. Wilson immediately raised his spirits and inquired, "General Charles, if that's the case, then the George family, what is to be done?" Hearing this, General Charles coldly said, "It's their George family's own business. They sought death themselves, and caused such a big mess for the country. We've already arranged for the relevant departments to surround them, and will turn around and hand them over to the Dragonhead to dispose of." What? Hearing this, Wilson's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the deep, bottomless valley. The communication device in his hand almost fell to the ground. After taking 2 deep breaths, he said, "Understood. I am aware of General Charles's order. I will immediately go and convey your order." With that, he hung up the communication device, then walked to a separate small room and called George Bard's phone. When the phone call was made, George Bard's side couldn't wait to ask, "Older brother Wilson, the situation." Now, George Bard's words have not yet said press, was first interrupted by Wilson, said, "Old friend, you guys, this time is the end of the world. Run as far away as possible, as far away as possible." Now, inside the George family, hearing what Wilson said on the phone, George Bud's cell phone fell straight to the ground. Finished. This is all finished. The whole George family is finished. The whole George family is finished. The hearts of all the people in the George family are full of fear and anxiety. Little George picked up that cell phone and re-handed it to George Bard. George Bard unwillingly won. "AO, the Dragonhead is like this. Is our free country army not going to make a move against them as well? Wilson helplessly sighed and said, it's not that the higher-ups don't want to make a move against the dragon head in them, but the strength is simply not at the same level. We simply don't have as much strength as the other side. Moreover, the higher-ups have sent people to capture you guys, to hand you all over to the dragon head for disposal. Run away. We'll contact you again when we have the chance. Hearing this, George Bard's cell phone fell to the ground once again, but then he quickly reacted back and commanded, quickly, all the clansmen of the George family, we are parting ways here. Let's meet again when we have the chance in the future. Let's each go and run for our lives first. Run as far away as you can. For a moment, all of the George family were filled with despair. As they were born in a capital aristocratic family of hundreds of years, they had an innate sense of superiority and condescension since they were born, and they had something that no one else could reach in their lifetime as soon as they were born. Originally, they should continue to live like this, and their children and grandchildren should also be so rich and famous. Originally, they were sitting on the money, beauty, and power that other people could hardly get in their whole life. All of this was something within their reach for them, but now everything was gone. Everything is broken. They were going to be like those refugees whose countries had suffered from war, like street rats running around, wandering around, going to suffer in ways they could not imagine, going to become the lowly people in their eyes. Thinking about this, little George simply couldn't accept this reality and bitterly begged, Father, could it be that there is really no way at all? Slap! A slap hit little George's face fiercely. George Bard roared, from now on, there will be no more George family name in this world. Don't mention it until you die. Forget about all this. Consider it as a dream. Let's all hurry up and escape. Take care of yourself. As long as everyone is still alive, it's good. After saying that, George Bard shed tears, fell to his knees, and cried out sadly and incomparably. So, it turns out that there is really a God in this world. All the sins that our George family has done before, it is finally the time to pay back. Perhaps, the blood debt really has to be tasted in blood. And this feast of more than 100 years has come to the moment to end. The crowd of the George family all howled. They regretted their sins too late. At that time, joining the other pharmaceutical giants in suppressing the Ren responsible hospital was the root cause of their family's destruction. And arranging for the Black Hand to go to Huaxia to lay hands on Qiu Jin had pushed their family into the abyss of doom. Nowadays, they hurriedly packed up their things and ran away quickly. There might still be a chance of survival. But when they were about to go out from the family's manor, they realized that they were now actually surrounded by their own country's army. These people were all from the military, surrounding them densely, and there were also very significant weapons aimed at them. A George family which was famous in the free country and represented money and power thus withdrew from the stage of history, and the whole family went up in smoke. The people of the leading fleet exited the range of the Free State with another great momentum, and as they exited, the Free State even took the initiative to give fuel and supplies. Only after seeing the Dragon Head fleet leave did everyone completely let go of their hearts. On this day, the whole world was stunned. Many countries also heard about this power of the Dragon Head for the first time, as well as the Dragon Head's 10,000 ships all together in a great momentum, and were also completely subdued by the Dragon Head's powerful and terrifying strength. This is simply the most powerful force value group in this blue planet not only because the Dragon Head fleet is sound and mighty, enough to crush any country, including the most powerful free country. The most fatal is, in the Dragon Head fleet across the bewildering big ocean, even in the approaching free country, completely hidden, until the Dragon Head fleet are only 100 nautical miles or so when they found. The Free State, which had always been called the world's hegemon, was also taken aback this time, and was indeed dumbfounded, and believed in the old Chinese saying that there is a world outside of man, and a sky outside of heaven. Moreover, after the leading fleet left the range of the free country, it didn't take long for them to disappear without a trace. That is, the world's most advanced equipment also can't detect the leading fleet's location. Such hiding ability also proves that the leading fleet is also completely crushing all the countries in the mountain of defense power. Now here in the white village of Huaxia, in order to protect Qiu Jin's complete safety, this place has been surrounded by the people of the White Tiger Palace. Just a drop of water can't touch Qiu Jin, and the people watching all of this were completely stunned. Chapter 56, What is my husband? Especially when the White Tiger Hallmaster walked up to Qiu Jin, gave her a military salute, and said, the leading White Tiger Hall has been ordered to protect the mistress. Everyone was completely shocked. It turns out that this is all about Qiu Jin, not some military maneuver. The worst thing is that the program is now being broadcast live. All of this is because the ongoing live broadcast appeared in front of the eyes of tens of millions of netizens. Indescribable shock, time and time again, refreshing everyone's renewed perception of this family. More shocking than once, more bullish than once. Holy, what the hell is going on? How did my face get swollen so badly? Come on, someone tell me, am I dreaming? What kind of rich family is this? So envious, oh. Upstairs, don't envy. Hurry to see. This is too much exposed wealth. Encounter enemies. All need to be so protected. This has to blame the program group. People had a good time here to enjoy a paradise life. They actually put people exposed, disturbing the good life of others. Well, now the whole world knows. I also want to experience this kind of happiness of being disturbed. Everyone thinks, what kind of background would this wife's husband actually be? The one who can arrange such a big gesture must also be very powerful. Definitely. This is not a novel plot. Huashia, god of war, returned home, found his daughter living in a dog kennel. The result. Before I felt that this kind of novel insults people's IQ. Now look at it. It is not exaggerated at all. People are the ones who are insightful. Shocked. This life can actually see such a big scene. This program group can actually turn over a trump card. This wife has really accomplished the dream of becoming rich overnight. It's simply mega rich. Shocking. The wife to participate in the private money big battle actually found out that his family is mega rich. Mega rich husband gave an order. 100,000 generals arrived with orders to protect the hostess. This matter is the combination of cool text and domineering president novel. What kind of divine love story is this? As a woman, I envy both the wife and the wife's husband. It's so hard. Now the saddest thing is the program group. They feel that, after this phase of the program, this program group is going to be disbanded. I can't imagine that this ordinary wife in a rural suburb actually has such an awesome and powerful background. And it's this kind of unimaginably powerful. If they would accidentally offend this wife, then there is still a way to live? If it wasn't for the fact that the show was still live right now, the director would want to kneel down and apologize to Chojin. Stupid lie. At the beginning, he saw this program so red hot, but also think that they can rely on this program to turn around. And when this program is done, this small director in the circle also have a little reputation, also can do something big, subterfuge some good-looking starlets, small models. But now, his current most pressing problem is whether he himself can still live to the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival, and whether he can still eat his old mother and wife to the package of dumplings. And at this moment, the White Tiger Hall also received a notice from the headquarters. The target is also lifted. The White Tiger Hall master saluted Chiojin once again and said, "Mistress, you are now restored to a safe state." Chiojin's heart thumped and poofed all the way to a nervous beat. Could it be that all of these were involved with her husband? What kind of person was her own husband in the end? Why could he arrange and order so many people? She suddenly felt that all this was like a dream. Every woman has more or less thought that her sweetheart will definitely be a gaijin in the future. And she has certainly had such a dream. And now this dream. She thought about it for a while and finally couldn't help but ask, "May I ask if you also know my husband's?" The White Tiger Hall master thought for a moment and solemnly nodded his head. "Yes, he is the person I respect the most, and my lifesaver. He is the person I respect the most and the person who saved my life." These words of the White Tiger Hall master were also filled with pride. The White Tiger Hall, the Kirin Hall, the Green Dragon Hall, and all of their dragon heads were all incredibly reverent towards Yi Fusheng. However, a huge doubt now existed on Chiojin's mind. She frowned and asked in confusion, "By the way, what danger was I in just now?" The White Tiger Hall master then said, "There is a great danger, and it is a danger that concerns lives, so we have to be cautious." Chiojin gave a somewhat mischievous smile and said, "Then tell me, I'm in this tiny village, and I have no grievances with anyone else, so what kind of danger would there be?" And also said that it could involve life. In Chiojin's opinion, this person in front of her was deliberately trying to scare her for fun. The White Tiger Hall master smiled as he looked at Chiojin and said, "Mistress, you are the woman that the master loves and cares about the most. He just wants you to always be able to live such a quiet day in your years, not being bothered or disturbed by anything. So without the master's command, we would never dare to report it to you yet." Saying that, the White Tiger Hall master gave Chiojin a salute, and then all of these people up and down the White Tiger Hall also all neatly saluted Chiojin, and then began to retreat. "Mistress, the subordinates are retiring," the White Tiger Hall master said. "Mistress, subordinates retire." The others shouted loudly as well. After saying that, the White Tiger Hall master waved his hand, and the team that was so loud just now began to slowly withdraw. They left just the White Village, or rather, just temporarily disappeared inside Chiojin in the show's line of sight. In reality, they had set up camp inside the mountains and hidden themselves in various places, some temporarily on ships, some on airplanes, keeping an eye out for all sorts of movements regarding Chiojin. Now that Chiojin's identity had been revealed, it was their responsibility to do everything in their power to protect the safety of their mistress without disturbing her normal situation. Everything was back to normal again. The White Village, which was a paradise outside of the world, became quiet for years again, as if nothing had happened. However, the audience's mentality was different, especially those up and down the program team. They were simply scared to death that the guests of their own program actually had such a powerful background. And even after the White Tiger Hall Lord left with Rinri, the scene was plunged into an atmosphere of tranquility. Only the pop-ups in the live broadcast room kept getting swiped out. Shocked me. These people would actually address the wife as the mistress and the gentleman they address as the master. These people are definitely not our official ones anymore. So are these all private? Is this the ancient kind? This age actually still have master of this. This in the end is the loyalty to what point Mrs. Mr. quit the Jianghu for many years, but the Jianghu is still his Jianghua. Chapter 57, Off the Air. The expert of the Jianghu has withdrawn from the Jianghu for many years and has been hidden in the city for many years, but he has been exposed because of his wife's participation in the program. Inside the live broadcast room all kinds of pop-ups came out endlessly. These netizens are all watching the fun. Just watch this just to figure out the fun. And now the program director's cell phone has been busted. Every phone call he makes is from an investor who gives him a lecture and a reminder that he must never, ever offend this wife. Now the investor's mentality is also going to collapse. Originally this program's investment is still relatively secure, is not supposed to lose money investment. The result is now, the beginning is a surprise, later just remaining shock, and then later will be shocked. This is completely even earn the money of selling flour, but also to bear the risk of selling by powder. After receiving a dozen phone calls, the director immediately decided to suspend the program for the time being. Although the result of this is to cause the program group in the future bad reputation, will pull down the popularity of the road, and may also have an impact on his professional life. But although the program is good, the money is also very good want to earn. But this also have to live in a good premise, or can make money is not life to spend. After the program was suspended, the live room as a screen of black, was on the rise of the netizens, one by one are forced to exit the live room. Every see their own was withdrawn from the live room. The face is a face of confusion. There are some explosive temper, and is watching the very head of some, all of a sudden on the anger. One by one, they all ran to the bottom of the official microblogging and began to troll up. Only 5 minutes time, the program group's microblogging and official account platform, directly on the hot search ranking first. What kind of broken program group? See the good. Give me off the air. Have you treated the audience like this? Is it good? My grandpa was enjoying the show, but you forced us to quit. Can you afford to pay for my grandpa's heart attack? It's like I'm paying my wife's grain, and suddenly I'm interrupted. How can you do this? Seeing that everyone who was forced to quit the program is here to scold the program. I'm relieved. What program? Where is this? It seems like everyone is now confused. They've never seen this kind of tawdry operation. The comments below the official account of the program group has tens of thousands. There are still many people in Suave program group, but more on the body indignation. A good look at the program is on the rise. Suddenly interrupted. It is simply the pit. Completely has hurt the majority of netizens that young heart And now the private money big battle live scene here. The director does not care about these netizens' angry scolding, because in Mrs. Mr. comparison, this kind of netizens' angry scolding will not let him less meat. But if the wife of the Mr. words, life cannot be saved, this cannot be said. Just now the shock of the blockbuster-like scene, so many netizens and they are wide-eyed, are excited to the extreme, but the director and those investors are afraid, want to withdraw, because the wife and her husband's ability to money is really too powerful. With the other side of your ability, as long as the other side of a sentence, not only the program team, and even the investors are all going to be finished. So now the most important thing is, stop the program, ask for this wife and her husband's forgiveness, or hard to continue to broadcast the program. The director is now in a video conference with several investors, discussing this issue. The director now said with a bitter face, now the program's heat and the number of viewers, and the data are very capable of beating, and even broke the record of many variety shows. In the variety show list are first. If you can continue to broadcast, it is certainly able to make a fortune. This is all money and now see such a large sum of money in front of them. If they do not go to take the words, is not it if you don't go and take it, won't you regret it if you think about it later? Right, the program is so successful. If we can broadcast a few more episodes, we can all make a fortune. At least the villa and yacht and sports car I just bought can come back. An investor said, what's the use of that? We also have to see if the life is there. Another investor chimed in. But it's also true that our current figures are very good. But if we offend that lady's husband, who can we afford it? Hey, it's really a dilemma between left and right. Chicken ribs, it's a pity to discard it and tasteless to eat it. Why don't we ask this wife's opinion? If she doesn't want to, then we can't do anything about it. But if she is willing, right, the key point is still on this wife. If this wife is willing to continue, I think that wife's husband will not be unreasonable people, right? And the person who can marry such a wife with a good character should also be a man who is reasonable and respects his wife. Yeah, if that's the case, then everything will be fine. The several investors talked for most of the day, and finally the matter was finalized. After turning off the video conference, the director returned to the program recording this. Director, what are we going to do now? The host asked first. The director didn't answer her words. Instead he came to Cho Jin's side and respectfully said, "Ma'am, just now we were all intimidated by your husband's powerful background." Cho Jin smiled gently. "Don't be afraid, everyone, don't worry, my husband is a very good person." Director, everyone, thinking about that shocking scene just now, it gives people a feeling of goosebumps. Not afraid, how can we not be afraid? Ma'am, we can't do it. The director also did not beat around the bush. Spoke directly, that, "Ma'am, our program has reached half of the broadcast, and now the program is suspended. But everyone's enthusiasm and anticipation is very high. May I ask if you want to continue to participate in the recording of our program? And now we still want to once again consult you, as well as your husband's ideas." My husband? He is available, and so am I. Moreover, my husband, he's ready to be coming back soon. Cho Jin said with a mischievous smile. What? The hearts of the people on the program set couldn't help but contract quickly. This madam's husband is coming back? The man who possessed so much counterintuitive wealth was coming back? What kind of man was this? Although they were all very curious about this man and wanted to find out what kind of identity this man had, wanting to admire such a wealth god with their own eyes. But hearing Cho Jin say this man was coming back, everyone couldn't help but get nervous again. Chapter 58, is it still on the air? Because this man is awesome. He must be a god who looks down on them from above. After the director took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down, he said, "Good, that's good. We'd better wait a bit first." Cho Jin, however, laughed and said, "We'd better continue first. My husband is estimated to arrive home only at noon, and now that the program is suspended, I see that everyone's emotions are very high right now, and they're looking forward to it." When the director heard this statement that Cho Jin was willing to continue, he simply couldn't control his inner excitement and asked with some disbelief, "Ma'am, are you willing to continue the live broadcast as well? Just how many things I don't know about our family, secrets I don't know. I'm also very eager to find out, to see what things are hidden in my husband. To love someone is to want to know some more things about him." Begging to get in, said with a slightly girlish-like shyness on her face. She felt as if she was now acting in a criminal investigation drama, watching these family secrets being slowly exposed, and her heart became more and more puzzled as to why her husband would have these things. "But, you sir?" The director was still a bit worried. "That person, they can't really afford to mess with him." Cho Jin laughed. "It's okay, my husband often told me that no matter what he does, he just wants me to be happy." After getting this answer from Cho Jin, the crew and the director were no longer so scared. It seems that this wife's husband is not only rich and powerful, but also a wife-doting devil. How can he be happy with his wife's happiness? Finally, the director gave the situation to the investors. "Now, the group of the investment group. Director, all the gold masters' dads, are you there?" Inside the group all of a sudden, there was a second reply. In. JJJ, what did the wife say? What did the wife's husband say? What's going on now? Can the show continue? Director, the wife's husband was not contacted, but the wife said that the show could continue. And the wife said that she and her husband had explicitly hinted that her husband would be fine as long as she was happy. What does that mean? That the wife's husband didn't give the word, if that one doesn't want it, and the shooting continues. Wouldn't that be uncharacteristic? Yes, people's background is so powerful, definitely not something we can afford to offend. It's better to be cautious and see if this wife's husband agrees or not, otherwise it will be too late to regret it later. The director saw the investors like this. The heart is also depressed to the extreme. Originally he was scared out of his wits, thinking to find some comfort in the investors' dads here. But these investors actually more than he is still goat-ish. If this kind of goat, you still do what investment? Not as good as honestly moving bricks. The director thought for a moment. How can the wife's husband be something we can contact? And people's wives have not asked it. How do we dare to be so overstepping? Or I think we'll just stop broadcasting. Well, the official number and so on is also dispersed, so that we all mended the fold before it's too late. Numerous investors. Then one by one, they began to fidget. The heat is so good now. It's too bad to stop broadcasting. Right, it's going to lose a lot of money. Yeah, at least 2 or 3 small goals now. Look at our official number. Each one is broken 10 million which has a variety show so powerful later used to send an advertisement is also to be several 100,000 a line of it. This can be sustained assets. I invested in this. I just want to earn a handful of. Just this handful of. Feel this is my life's biggest luck. Cannot complete a small goal depends on this time. Hey, my small goal is also to see this program group. If you can broadcast, daily club modeling is not a dream. Just look at this See these investors one by one are anxious up. Looking at his cell phone screen, director could not help but coldly smile and said, "Are so? Just said what have life to earn, afraid of no life to spend. Now really do not want to give you to earn." One by one called so anxious. If it really stops, you are afraid that you want to cry to death. The picture in this group came to a turnaround all of a sudden. It's not good to stop broadcasting now. The opportunity for revenge is right in front of us. Yeah, since that wife said there's no problem. Her husband won't be so unreasonable. We've all invested a lot of money. It's too much of a loss to quit at this time. Yes, we can't stop the program until the last moment. It's all money. Life and death have their own destiny and wealth is in the sky. If we don't put up a fight, how can a bicycle turn into a motorcycle? The greater the risk, the greater the profit. Without risk, where can we get high returns? Let's all spell it out together this time. Anyway, the wife is willing. Overnight wealth is just around the corner. It's the command of all the gold masters' fathers. You all passed it with one vote, and I also have the courage to continue. After the director posted this sentence inside the group, he directly turned off his cell phone screen. If the program could keep on blowing up, and even break a few records, then this director himself, his fame would grow, and all kinds of wealth would come along with it. But if the wife's husband is angry, unhappy, then his director is just a worker. Are investors to broadcast? He is also a part-time job. Besides, the wife would have been willing to. In such conditions, the program team reopened the live broadcast. When the live broadcast was restarted, it reached tens of millions of people online at once, and the official number of the program group also released a message to reopen the broadcast. The fans that came in enthusiastically every second were counted in the millions. It didn't take long to get to over 50 million, and it was on track to get to over 60 million. Originally, the program team had thought that their suspension of broadcasting would affect the enthusiasm of the oubliettes and viewers, and that they would have to lose some viewers, but they didn't expect to see a lot of increase instead. The host stood in front of the camera and said, "Friends of the audience, everyone, just now the live broadcast, because of a little problem, had to pause for a while. Please understand a little bit under the O." The host was very polite and courteous and apologized, but the netizens who were just on a roll were still very upset. Perfunctory. Such a perfunctory apology. Obviously just now was playing with us. Not accepting. Not understanding. A good program. How can it be interrupted just like that? It doesn't make any sense at all. If it's useful to understand everything, why don't you guys know how to understand us? You're on an errand and you're interrupted. Would you understand? No more interruptions. Any more interruptions and it won't be so simple. And don't disturb us from seeing Mrs. S. husband. We want to see what kind of a character Mrs. S. husband is. The host was still there with a compensating smile. Well, all the netizens, the 5 inspectors are ready. What other surprises will be found below? Let's look forward to it together. With that, the camera of the live broadcast was pointed at the pile of donation certificates. Chapter 59, Unable to Send. On the table, hundreds of donation certificates were placed on it. Seeing hundreds of donation certificates at one time, once again refreshed the netizens' cognition. Shocked, just a benevolent hospital certificate has caused such a big uproar. Who knows these donation certificates and hidden inside what shocking secrets? At this moment, Inspector Su picked up a donation certificate in his hand. The host asked, "Inspector Su, what kind of donation certificate is this?" Inspector Su opened the certificate of donation and said, "This is a certificate of donation from a university. But the name of this university is really a bit strange. It's called Star Future Technology University City." Now, these netizens in the live broadcast room were once again in the middle of a heated discussion. But then, the netizens felt that something didn't seem right, because there were so many comments that couldn't be sent out here at all. At this time, Shanghai City, a rental house, a working social animal wearing glasses while eating cassoulet rice, watching the program to see a lot of fun, and now he put down that cassoulet rice. In the comment area to play a sentence, Star Future? This quite deep, a bit mysterious. Behind this will not be again what shocking secret it. Shock degree is estimated to be no less than the Runco Hospital. Just now that the army stood by in strict formation. All scared me. After commenting, he clicked send, but it came out with a red exclamation mark, showing that he couldn't comment. He looked at the network again, and clicked send again, still unable to comment. Suddenly, this four-eyed boy was dumbfounded. There was more than one person in this situation. The entire network was now like this. Moreover, many people realized that not only was it impossible to comment on this matter in the live broadcast room, but also the comments and traces of those things that had happened before were not searched for and failed to be searched for. Just things can be a big deal. Plus now the internet network era, and this George family and rumors that is the top 10 families of the free country at 10. 000 ships together to suppress the free country within the sea border, as well as tens of thousands of people, well-equipped parachute into the white village of the matter, each of which is the network big event. This kind of thing even on the network will affect for a long time. Just one thing are enough days of hot search. Such a major thing, even if it is the water table circle. It is not possible to completely remove the traces of a little bit of no. But now the whole network is just a little bit of nothing. But now the whole network is just a little bit of nothing. But now the whole network is a little about those things traces are gone. So now the whole network's heart has a terrible idea. Could it be that the power of this wife's husband is even greater than that of the water meter circle? How big does the power have to be to get to this point? The program is still continuing to record it. And the netizens are again into a shock. The worst thing is that even if they are shocked again this time, but also cannot express their own shock, because the live broadcasting room now cannot send out the information. Inside the live broadcast room cannot send out even if all the forum posting bar also cannot send out, and the space of the buckle those also cannot send. Microblogging cannot be sent. That is, friends chatting with each other about these things also show that send failed, cannot be expressed, can only so look, and then continue to shock. Many people are about to suffocate. And now, on the ground of a certain hillside in the White Village, a portion of the White Tiger Hall, Taotai Hall, and Kirin Hall had settled down here. Inside the tent, the three hall masters were having a video conference with the other hall masters. The hall master of the Qilin Hall was acting as the head of this meeting. Let's all say a few words about ourselves. The hall master of the Qilin Hall spoke. The Green Dragon Hall master said first, 2 hours ago, we annihilated the Black Hand organization within the high seas and struck out against the free country. And that group of people from the free country were quite sensible and took care of the George family themselves, offering up their heads. The remaining few pharmaceutical giants are also terrified. They all surrendered to us and came under our banner, and are willing to promote the medicines of the Hospital of Benevolence for free. Anyway, this time, it's a painful and comfortable kill. The other hall masters also reported on their actions, waiting for the White Tiger Hall master to say. We also even rushed to the White Village, dripping with water, ironclad protection of the mistress. Now in the distance from the mistress of about 10 kilometers are arranged in the secret agent. At any time to protect the mistress. At any time to contact us. We are currently settled in the back of the White Village of the mountain here. At any time to take action, the Tao Tai Hall master said. I finally understand why our Lord has never touched a single leaf amongst all the flowers, and has suddenly been eaten to death by a woman. There are too many excellent qualities in this mistress of ours that are not found in those little girls nowadays. Lion Hall master laughed. In addition to this, there is the most important point is that our Lord is clearly to see the color. The hostess of that appearance would have been the country. If the hostess was born in the ancient times, the four great beauties, surely there is one of her. So many years, have seen how many women, there are a few can be compared with her. Jialong Hall master said, Big brother this is drowning 3000 only take a dipper drink really sad Then the painting style turned and everyone seemed to turn on the Jialong Hall master. How do you think of the Lord like this? The Lord is not a woman who will want anything. The Lord woman is not much, but which are not small Is the royal princess also has several it? The Lord is not you like this. Eat things are not picky. Don't compare the Lord with him, he doesn't deserve it. The Lord shouldn't be humiliated like this. 2 years ago when there was a mission, this kid is not afraid to die. Called more than 20 women in one night. The next day tired, almost finished playing. Fortunately the Lord appeared in time. Otherwise he still wants to push here. Jialong Hall master depressed. I just called 10 or so, and still different countries. Will speak different languages? Ha ha ha. That night, even if I die I am also willing to die. Peony flowers under the death of doing ghosts also flow. Speaking here, the master of the Jialong Temple Hall also couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and seemed to still be reminiscing about that night's reminiscence. At this moment, a young, red-clothed, and a few oddly elfin, stunningly beautiful woman snorted coldly and said, If all you guys do at meetings is just talk about these things, then I won't be accompanying you. The Green Dragon Hall master also said, Yes, that's right, what's the point of talking about this? Women only affect the speed of our work. And sometimes they are still a burden to us. The other hall masters looked at each other and laughed, all of them speaking for themselves, time and time again. They were proving that talking about these things in front of these two people was completely asking for trouble. Talking about these things in front of them was just spoiling their own fun. It was because one of these two people hated talking about these, and one didn't like not being involved in talking about these. This icy cold and beautiful woman was the only female amongst the dozen or so hall masters. The hall master of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Vermilion Bird. Chapter 60, Star Future Technology University. A woman who could make and cure poisons, and who had a beautiful appearance, had always been very fond of Yi Fusheng, willing to go and do everything for Yi Fusheng, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. But Ji Fusheng has always treated the other party as brothers, never had that aspect of male and female love for her, even though Vermilion Bird has always wanted to become one of Ji Fusheng's women. But Ji Fusheng just doesn't come to electricity, just treats her as a brother as with the other hall masters. So this Vermilion Bird was going to become a little spiteful woman. Every time she saw Ji Fusheng she was like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Seeing that the Vermilion Bird hall master was upset, the Qilin hall master hurriedly said, "From now on, no fooling around, all about serious matters." Tao Tai hall master said, "I want to ask a question. Why we only solved the George family? For other families, why accept their submission? They can also be a rowdyet. If I care about it so much, what is the use of now after the meeting? It should be all killed, cut off the roots and eliminate them. 100. Everyone." The other hall masters all of course will not feel that the Tao Tai hall master is a brutal and good to kill people, but listen to also have a few points of truth. The Kirin hall master said, "Because the Lord commanded that killing is only part of the process, not for the sake of killing, the Lord commanded to have the means of a lion and the heart of a bodhisattva, and the Lord also said that our journey is the starry future." Hearing this, the other hall masters were silent. Their minds couldn't help but recall Ji Fusheng, that sharp as a sword killing aura. One by one, they were all heartily convinced. And at this time, suddenly someone said, "The program that the mistress participated in found the donation certificate of the Star Future Technology University City. This is the Lord's future for our development planning, an important part of the a benevolent responsibility hospital are involved in how many things. Star Future Technology University City still do not know how it will be. Let's see what kind of farce this time. Maybe the tree wants to be quiet but the wind won't stop. The wind is more than that. Then ride the wind in waves." Afraid of his mother's bird in the live broadcast of the Great Private Battle, the netizens were eager to comment on the previous events, but realized how the comments couldn't be posted, only to focus all their attention on this newly discovered Star Future Technology University City's donation certificate. Star Future Technology University City, this name is awesome. I just looked. This Star Future Technology University City and the Blue Star Foundation have no relationship. In this case, if this Runco Hospital is compared to the Star Future Technology University town, isn't it too much worse? Upstairs talk also want to take brain think about. The background of the Mercy Hospital is the Blue Star Foundation, but in the end is still the wife's mister. Could it be that the Star Future Technology University City is not the wife's mister? My brain how? Not good Which gripper is the Star Future Technology University City's can say how this school in the end? What does it do? Don't ask. The students of Star Future Technology University City are estimated to be busy, lazy to take care of you. All shut up. This Star Future Technology University City I went to search, almost didn't scare me to death. Do not This is a live broadcast. Civilized point hurry to say. This Star Future Technology University City in the end what to do? What comes Is it set at 985, 211 or what world-class university? What the hell is going on The comments of the netizens inside the live broadcast room were like a pot exploding. Everyone was full of expectation and curiosity. In this way, the heat of the program was rising again. And here at the live broadcast site, the host looked at the camera and said, "I see that everyone is looking forward to it. I wonder if the several gold medal inspectors, do they know about this Star Future Technology University? Can you tell the viewers about it?" The several inspectors were all elites in their own fields and workplaces, and the range of exposure was also very large. The insights were also extensive. At first, when Inspector Su opened this donation certificate, Lin Cheng on one side was dumbfounded, those bright eyes staring incomparably wide, and that delicate and pretty little face was now filled with a shock. She hesitated for a while before she opened her mouth and said, "I know a little about this Star Future Technology University City." The host was overjoyed and said, "That's great. Now let's invite Inspector Lin, the manager, to popularize a brief introduction about this Star Future Technology University City for us." Lin Cheng restrained her shock and said, "I first learned about this Star Future Technology University City 3 years ago. 3 years ago, we held a human science forum. At that time many scholars and national organizations around the world sent people to participate in the event, but also the Star Future Technology University City's President Fong. It really opens up the door to a new world for a lot of people." The several inspectors next to him were also listening and asked in passing, "How did it open the door to a new world?" Lin Cheng said, "The ones who spoke on stage at that time were all about new energy, big data, blockchain, and artificial intelligence, and AR technology, and the 5G era. But the president of the Star Technology University City was talking about the future survival of mankind, the Cosmic Star River Project, the Cosmic Starship Fleet, and the stars and the sea. And anyway, All of them were completely different from what everyone else was talking about. Humanity's future survival? Cosmic Star River Project? Cosmic Starship Fleet? Hearing these words, the host was dumbfounded, not knowing at all what this really meant. The several gold medal inspectors were also dumbfounded by what they heard, not knowing what the hell this meant at all. But the netizens inside the live broadcast room laughed and were up in arms again. Speaking so mysteriously and pretending to have such a big name, the president of this Star Technology University wouldn't be a pyramid scheme, right? If it is a company that says this, it may still be able to cheat money. Such a school says this. What in the world? Really, when we this session of netizens so good to cheat? I'm sorry, we this session of netizens reject marketing, resolutely reject fraud. Although I don't know what they are saying, I know that they are definitely scammers. I said it. No wonder we haven't heard of this Star Technology University city. It must be a fraudulent school. No fame at all. The car is overturned. The car is overturned. Everyone get off the car. The host opened his mouth and asked, Manager Lin, these Cosmic Star River Project, Cosmic Starship Fleet, and what Star Sea is also too far out of reach. Always feel some dream like I look at this Star Technology University was not established a few years this is not too realistic the host has said very politely. The implication is that this Star University of Science and Technology is a fraudulent school, bluffing, cheating, completely marketing said like, one by one. The netizens in the live broadcast room also began to grasp this point, pursuing its alley. On the contrary, Xiao Jin is still on the side of the joyful it, said, Cosmic Star River Project, Cosmic Starship Fleet, Star Ocean these things, how so like my husband said it. I remember I seem to hear him say, everyone. Just now they have concluded that this Star Science and Technology University is a fraudulent school, is to engage in some marketing schemes, but if it is related to this wife's mister, then still should not be so early to make a conclusion, or to study again to say. Chapter 61, Painting. Upon hearing Qiu Jin say the same thing, the host couldn't help but freeze. Could it be that this Star Future University of Science and Technology was related to this Mrs. Tai's husband in some way? After all, this Mrs. S husband donated to the Star Future Technology University. The netizens also came back to their senses. It can be assured and boldly affirmed that this Star Future Technology University is not donated by the person's husband. How can there be a certificate of donation? Hasty, and people's families are so even money. Why cheat money it? Pattern small. So it seems, Star Future Technology University's vision is more than other schools or more long-term general schools and companies have to bow to the wind. Definitely can't compare. The real big companies have to do is for the stars and oceans of science and technology constantly strive. Some companies are really eating ugly, even want to sell vegetables that little basket of money to earn. A little bit of innovation is not there. A move of big data to kill the world's business. Move even send takeaway Shao brother to squeeze. What is this The future survival of mankind. The Universe Star River Project. The Universe Starship Fleet. These words we usually think about it do not dare to think of. But people are already being put into action to make a difference. Ambitious long-term vision. No wonder people can have so much wealth and we do not have. The vision is not in a level of served. In the end what kind of fairy man actually married Mrs. Such a fairy woman? Moo. All of a sudden, the netizens of this attitude about the Star Future University of Science and Technology directly came to a picture of a change. Their own hit their own face, as if the person who spoke so much before was not them at all. The host asked, ma'am, your husband has said this almost the same thing before, hasn't he? Xiao Jin nodded her head and said, my husband has not only said that, but he has also made a painting for this, so I can bring it to let my audience friends see it as well. After saying that, Xiao Jin went inside the study and found a bunch of drawing paper from inside a cabinet. The papers were displayed one by one in front of their eyes, and one by one, the cartoons were put together. Seeing these cartoons, everyone was stunned. On the cartoons there were vast and incomparable prairies, countless star rivers, a vast and boundless universe, rolling rivers, and lofty mountains. The landscapes of these comic lines are all sort of fascinating to behold, as well as smart cities under the night. Seeing these landscapes, everyone cannot help but sigh at the imagination of this wife's gentleman as well as the mastery of the painting, and all of them have seriously appreciated these paintings. In addition to these knighthood landscapes, there are also some high technology that can only be found in science fiction novels. For example, flying cars that could carry tens of thousands of people at the same time, and could get close to the blue sky and white clouds in the sky. There is also a ride of starships, starting from the Earth, running to the unknown universe, to reach the stars and the sea. A super large giant underwater submersible, sunk in the deep sea, exploring the secrets of the seabed. These flying cars, starships, undersea submersibles are full of high-tech feeling. but also feel more than cold technology. These technologies instead have a very different warmth and romance, because in this painting inside the flying machine, it seems to be organizing a huge ball dinner show. In the ball, a handsome hair extraordinary man very gentlemanly and a beautiful woman sitting in the side of a pleasant chat. On the warship in the center of all the Star River warships, a handsome man standing on the top of the ship was scanning the surrounding warships, looking at the vast universe, not knowing what he was thinking about. The beautiful woman was sitting on the side with eyes full of love looking at the heroic man. Seeing these paintings, many people could not help but ponder. They could probably tell that the man on the painting was Chiu Jin's husband, and the beautiful woman inside the painting was Chiu Jin. In the end, what kind of person can actually have such a romantic and rich imagination, can depict this picture so wonderful? The future technology to bring a better life all depicted out. Let the crowd's heart cannot help but a shock, because they had never really dared to imagine the life inside these paintings to that extent. Madam, your husband is really amazing. The host also couldn't help but say when he saw these words. The current Chiu Jin looked incredibly pleased with herself, as if she was a small child who had bought a new toy and was showing it off to others. I've always felt that my husband is a very imaginative and romantic person, and he even said to me that the earth is the home of mankind, and also the key to mankind's livelihood, and that we should all learn more about the earth, and protect the earth, and only when we protect the earth, can we go and see the earth, and only when we protect the earth, can we go to the earth, when we can go to conquer the starry sea, to seriously look at the vast unknown universe mystery, if even their own homes cannot be protected. But also say what the starry sea and vast universe. If you can't protect your own home, you really don't have the qualification to say what the stars and the sea and the vast universe. Nowadays, it is true that many people only know how to conquer the universe and the stars and the sea, but they forgot to protect the Mother Earth. Everyone froze, all pondered over these words. It seems that this Mr. not only has a romantic and rich imagination, there is also a kind of pragmatic, will look at the actual situation and then act. Not the kind of open-mouthed marketing molecules. I finally understand why such a wife would love her husband so much. Excellent people carry their own aura on them. It's so easy for a good and rich man to chase after his wife. The scariest thing is that they are better than you and have more money than you, and their wives are so good-looking, and you are still a single dog. Excellent and rich, does this still allow people to live? What kind of man is he in the end? Is it sure? No. I must squat to the wife's husband to see what kind of male lead is a combination of a domineering president and a schoolboy novel. Now Lin Lin manager's eyes were wide open and said, the words that this Mr. He Mrs. said, and what the president of the Star Future University of Science and Technology said in the forum are all basically the same. The meaning is more or less the same. The host said, then it seems that Mrs. Mr. must have some kind of relationship with the principal of the Star Future Technology University. I just don't know. What has the Star Future Technology University achieved now? Chapter 62 Photolithography. Lin Lin manager said, these 3 years, the stars of the future of the University of Science and Technology's achievements are countless. Is the last month when the stars of the future of the University of Science and Technology breakthrough in 5-nanometer laser photolithography technology, and none of the parts are imported. All the original national goods. Complete foreign blockade monopoly of my China. But also let our country's scientific and technological undertakings once again in the international get rise. The words came out. Everyone was once again refreshed their own cognition. They all know that in the past because of the photolithography their country has been pinched by the neck of the chip. A photolithography machine inside more than 100,000 parts can be said to be the top of human scientific and technological development. One of the extremes. Prior to this, there is no country that can completely rely on their own country on the production of photolithography. And this initiative, but also completely break the foreign monopoly and sanctions on photolithography, completed the rise of the photolithography industry. But this is only one of the many dazzling achievements of the Star Future University of Science and Technology. Lin Qing's words all of a sudden let the netizens of the excitement up, who all know that this lithography is now how important for China. Is it true that the 5-nanometer photolithography machine actually came from Star Future Technology University? I still can't believe it. I have a younger brother is doing semiconductor. Last time and he talked to him he also said that our country wants to independently develop photolithography still need at least 30 years of time it. Not so. We in that era even 2 bombs and a star can get out. Now all gods several. A small photolithography can still be difficult to defeat us? These words above is the rat's eye. I tell you to get a photolithography of this thing is more difficult than you get a nuclear bomb. Can be said to be the pinnacle of the development of industrial technology. A high-end photolithography requires different parts of multiple countries, close coordination, in order to manufacture out. Even if our country now assembles the best scientists up and down, but in the research of this area of technology, or need a period of time, and the level of this aspect of our country would have been somewhat inferior to other countries. The international and now raw materials and technology blockade. Want to independent research and development cannot be so easy. Even the world's most powerful photolithography company, Almaty, their photolithography research and development of the parts needed to not all of the country's products, but with a number of other countries to cooperate with the company in order to make out of a country even if you have many enterprises. You want to deal with their own photolithography, is almost a fool's errand. The sky is the limit. That just Lin manager said the Star Future Technology University developed a photolithography machine. Realize the rise of industry in the end is really excellent. That is photolithography is also high-end and low-end. People Almighty Company's EUV photolithography machine is the top of the entire Western science. It has more than 100,000 parts, 13 subsystems, each subsystem is within the field of the most top of the latest technology, and the Almighty Company has the world's unparalleled chip exposure technology. You can't surpass even one of those top-of-the-line technologies. You can't surpass them all. Just a simple part of the EUV lithography, including the free country's Cymer light source, D country's laser, and Zeiss optical system, the British UAD's vacuum system, and electrostatic suction cups of those which on the inside of one temporarily it is very difficult to catch up, let alone still so much. The West's technological start in this area is still earlier than ours many. I understand. Meaning that now the Star Future Technology University of this 5nm lithography also said what purely domestic, completely is bragging, and belongs to the blatant deception of people. All of a sudden, the live broadcast the establishment of these netizens of the painting style instantly changed. One by one into the industry big shot, began to Star Future Technology University to find fault, want to find evidence to confirm that this is a lie. The host saw the comments from the netizens and asked, Manager Lin, take a look at what the netizens are saying. That Star Future Technology University you just said has researched a 5nm domestically produced high-end photolithography machine. Could it be a rumor? Lin Ching shook her head with certainty and said, I'm telling the truth. Everyone can go online and search for news about the lithography machine and the Star Future Technology University. Almighty has gathered all the power nowadays, and is not hesitant to take all means to suppress the Star Future Technology University. The netizens in the live broadcast room. Why would the renowned multinational attack, Almighty Corporation, want to suppress an unnamed Star Future Technology University? This is a big joke. It's never possible. Everyone's subconscious reaction was disbelief. Even if the other party's gentleman had a very good background and was very powerful, he was only a mortal, not a god in the end. But there were still many netizens who searched the internet. Those netizens who searched the internet were instantly shocked. Actually is true. That is, a lot of Chinese officials also voiced congratulations. Actually really is I planted flowers jia kao. We really have our own purely domestic high-end lithography. You guys look, 10 days ago, Star Future Technology University has announced the completion of the research and development of domestic high-end photolithography, respectively 3nm and 5nm, and 5nm has been pushed to the market, but also caused a lot of vibration in the semiconductor industry. More than shock and our photolithography machine selling price is only half of Almighty Company. The effect and speed are completely kill Almighty Company. Before this Almighty Company store big bully customers, go to talk business with them ivory purchase lithography, but also to wait 2 or 3 years. The best may also want to 4 or 5 years. Those big companies can only obediently squatting to grab the goods. Their hands a large number of orders. And now the Star Future University of Science and Technology's lithography exploded cold. Many large enterprises have terminated the contract with the Almighty Company, and now are in the Star Future Technology University to buy photolithography machines. So yeah, Almaty, which was cut off from its financial path, was very unhappy, and constantly utilized its monopoly and dominance in the international market to desperately suppress and blockade Star Future Technology University. How can this be suppressed and blocked? Isn't the Star Future Technology University all completely domestically produced? Can it be blocked? The global chip business opportunities and Alcatel have been cooperating for many years. These chip businesses in order to please Alcatel for constantly on the internet to discredit rumor Star Future Technology University's lithography. There are some cell phones, computers and TV producers. The brand has announced that it will not use the Star Future Technology University's lithography chips. These people are really greedy to this point for their own selfishness, for their own interests, no matter what. They can't give up to let mankind progress together The program was broadcasting on one side, and the majority of netizens had a growing understanding of this Star Future Technology University. Chapter 63, The Same Routine. Star Future University of Science and Technology now also instantly became the top one of the hot search list of the whole network. Everyone was hotly discussing about Star Future University of Science and Technology. After all, The program's closure was tens of millions. These many netizens forwarded the news about Star Future Technology University being suppressed and blocked. These messages are like a virus, spreading rapidly throughout the network. All the platforms on the net, the hot search list, were all about this matter. With the exposure of these things on the internet, it also brought a wave of higher heat to private money battle. From the highest number of online viewers of 5,800W, it directly broke through the 6,000W barrier. At this time, a news that made everyone furious and indignant was released. The daughter of the president of the Star Future Technology University was prosecuted by Almighty for stealing business secrets abroad. The principal of the Star Future Technology University is called Fang Zhengming, and his daughter is called Fang Jia, the general manager of the Star Future Technology Group, a school enterprise of the Star Future Technology University. In the past few days, Fang Jia always participated in a business promotion activity abroad, and was directly taken away by the police at the scene of the activity, on the grounds of stealing the business secrets of Almighty Company even though, moreover, Almatron also told the society that because of the theft of business secrets, it caused their company to suffer a significant loss, and they wanted to pursue Fang Jia severely, and they wanted to prosecute the other party, so that the other party would be sentenced to up to life imprisonment. Not only that, they also want to sue the Star Future Technology Group to the International Court of Justice to file a lawsuit, demand compensation, and strictly prohibit the Star Future Technology Group to produce and sell photolithography machines. These news, all of a sudden, spread all over the network, and there were many netizens in the live broadcast room discussing this matter. The netizens couldn't sit still under this. Is Almighty Company a rogue? This is not a mess. They do not have evidence. Said to prosecute whom to prosecute whom to prosecute? What multinational enterprises? Big companies. I shucks. They also want Star Future Technology to stop selling and producing photolithography machines. On what grounds? Do you really think you're the world's policeman with long-arm jurisdiction? We're purely domestic. It's none of their business. It's really a backhanded attack. I've just read about the difficulties of researching and inventing the domestic high-end lithography machine at the Star Future Technology University, and I've also read about why Fang Jia has to keep participating in business activities all over the world to promote our domestic lithography machine. But what I've gotten is only cynicism and disdain. And I just want to say that Star Future Technology is the pride of our Chinese people, and Fang Jia is the pride of our Chinese people. Pride. They can't compete with us in business and technology, but they put a trumped-up charge on a weak woman and detained her in a free country, which is something that every bloodthirsty man in China can't bear. These black-hearted capitalists operate these just like river water, is simply a routine. When the F country's heirs group, not also because of the infringement of the interests of their free country's capitalists, directly in the airport to arrest the founder, but also people to the core technology spit out, but also low-priced sale of the company to the free country, is simply to eat people do not spit out the bones. So this matter of arresting Fang Jia on trumped-up charges is simply something they've been premeditating for a long time now. A lot of things may have been destined to be like this from the beginning. The Free State's purpose is also very clear. That is, it may also be hitting the idea of the Star Future Technology Company. If not, Fang Jia is absolutely guilty. Netizens, I feel that everyone is not discussing too much urgency right now. I suddenly remembered one thing. The last time the seven giants united to suppress the Rain Responsible Hospital. This time the Almighty Company united to suppress the Star Future Technology. How do I feel that both of these routines are so similar? Holy, this brother woke up the dreamer with a word. I was worried, but now I'm not worried anymore. Because what happens to the George family will also be what happens to Almighty. Ha ha ha. I'm curious to see how Mrs. S. husband will teach these capitalists to be individuals this time. Alma Itons are really dead in the water. While the netizens were still having a heated discussion about this matter, at this time, here in the teacher's family building of the Star Future Technology University City in Shanghai, Fang Zhengqing, who had a head full of gray hair, was sitting on the balcony smoking a cigarette with a sad face and furrowed brows. Lu Fang, Fang Zhengqing's wife, was in the living room, wiping her tears. Lu Fang cried and cried, suddenly thought of something, opened his mouth and said, "Blame you. Before is a good science academician. Treatment and so on are quite good. Why do you resign to be this what the principal? You also my daughter. Also my daughter. My daughter if there is a setup or something. I'm not finished with you. Not finished with you," said. Lu Fang's crying how can not hold back. Directly on the loud cry, Fang Zhengqing said, "The Academy of Science that is the official platform. In order to stability for the top. If I am in there, I do not know when I can realize my ambitions. And that person is not only for me to save my life, for the whole of mankind's future." Lu Fang said, "I don't understand what you mean by all this. Anyway, I only know that I want my daughter. I want my daughter to come back properly. The thought of her being imprisoned in a foreign country alone with trumped-up charges is unbearable to me. I can't stand it. That's the meat that fell off my body. Fang Zhengqing sighed helplessly. That tall and straight back appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, his heart was incomparably firm, saying, "Don't worry, your daughter will definitely be fine. Nothing will happen to her." Two people are talking. The home phone suddenly rang. Is Almighty Company called? After hanging up the phone, Lu Fang cried even more uncontrollably. It's Alcatel calling. They said that if Star Future doesn't stop the production and sale of photolithography, not without a taste of the technology of photolithography to them, they will definitely let our daughter suffer the greatest torture in the world. And Almatron also said that those prisons in the Free State are privately run prisons, so we'll wait and see if we don't believe them. Woo woo, Lu Fang was completely taut. At this moment, the phone at home rang once again. This time it was Fang Jia's call. After the phone was picked up, Fang Jia's righteous tone came from inside. Dad, Mom, don't worry. From the beginning of doing this photolithography, I am ready to sacrifice myself for the great cause at any time. Don't worry about me, and don't ever succumb to it. If the lawsuit fails, I'll personally end myself. It's just that the two old people's grace of nurturing will be repaid in the next life. Chapter 64 Purely Domestic. Hearing this, Fang Zhengqing and Lu Fang were both stunned for a moment. Lu Fang's tears were even more like a dike clattering out. My daughter, don't be like your father's dead brain, stubborn as a donkey. Don't think of those messy, think of everything in a good direction. Your father and I will definitely think of a way. You can never, 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 never. My daughter, don't be like your dad, stubborn as an ass. If you don't, your mom won't be able to live either. But what can Fang Zhengqing and Lu Fang do? They have to face the deep-rooted capitalists of the free country. These capitalists who want to make all the money in the world and are greedy beyond measure. And at this time, the program Private Money Battle also found out a lot of videos and pictures of the donation book of Star Future technology, which has been continuously circulating, and even reached the foreign Almighty Company, as well as the court scene of the foreign court. And now, on the Atlantic Ocean on the other side of the earth, it was late at night. Night covers this large area of land, and there are some people who will certainly not be able to sleep tonight. That would be the shareholders of Almatron Corporation. Has been occupying the world's optical technology top 1? There is no rival Almighty Company. Even if the ranking of the second photolithography company and their photolithography gap do not know 10,800,000 miles. The world, as long as it is the production of the chip, as well as will need to be used in the chip's brand, all have to give them face. Even if you want their lithography, you have to book a long time in advance. Even if you give a deposit, you may not be able to ship on time. There is a Chinese company and they signed a contract with Almighty, but waited for 5 or 6 years. Almighty is not shipped to them, but the company did not dare to do anything, because Almighty is the absolute giant of the lithography industry. The industry has a monopoly and dominant position. Monopoly, every capitalist is incomparable thirst, by all means also want to do things, because it means that as a non-stop printing money printing machine, will bring the company unimaginably rich profits, and in the industry has the absolute right to speak. But now, has been sitting in the photolithography industry's top chair, has a monopoly and dominate the industry position of the Almighty Company. Its position and foundation has actually been shaken. China's Star Future University of Science and Technology has actually been able to create a 5-nanometer photolithography machine, and it is also more advanced than theirs, and the price is also lower. And this 5 nanometers lithography of China, all the parts are not imported, are purely domestic. Originally, Alcatel had not heard of this what the Star Future Technology University. They even think, this will not be the Chinese people themselves to deceive their own. Simply stupid and ridiculous. To know this photolithography technology is more difficult to manufacture than the original Z-bomb and satellite. The requirements of the process and technology are extremely harsh. They can do now this step has been very difficult, and the Star Future technology can actually do better than them, and their products, but also in addition to their own most critical core technology, there are a lot of parts manufacturers. These parts manufacturers are also the top of each industry. High-end lithography has always been China's shortcomings, but also one of the important means of Western countries to sanction China. China has been in the development of high-end lithography, but there has been little progress, and they did not put it in mind, because they have assessed, even with China's national strength today, want to develop high-end lithography, at least 30 years. But now, a university in China actually put this thing to develop, or zero imported 5-nanometer high-end lithography, even they cannot do. Originally this thing they have not been on the mind, think this is simply impossible, but their orders began to lose a large number of later. They realized that their own hasty, and on this matter began a serious investigation. When the results of the investigation came out, Almaty was dumbfounded. The original, China's Star Future University of Science and Technology really developed zero imported 5nm high-end lithography. The price is only half of the Almaty company, but the efficiency and quality is still far above the Almaty company. A comparison of the two, Almaty's company became a low-end goods, China's high-end goods. With the Chinese products, many large companies began to order the photolithography machine of the Star Future Technology University. These companies do not care about the small millions, tens of millions of liquidated damages. After all, if you can buy the price of the plow, the quality of better results of the Chinese photolithography machine, this for those big companies, it is to earn a lot. The most fatal is that the production of the Star Future Technology University is also far above the Alma Atom Company. Simply put, the Alma Atom Company pressed on the ground friction. Simply do not need to book, give money to ship immediately. Almaty finally panicked. Afraid of their own giant monopoly position cannot be maintained. Although their production of photolithography is not fast, but on these words, they are simply faster than this time, and immediately drew up a strategy on how to sanction and suppress the Star Future Technology University. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that these things didn't work at all. Originally they wanted to choke off the production of lithography from the parts of the Star Future Technology, but found that they cooperate with the parts manufacturer, and the Star Future Technology University did not cooperate, and did not supply the Star Future Technology ever. Finally, they want to get into the case before getting a Star Future Technology lithography machine, and then dismantle the machine to check. Inside even a screw is China's domestic goods. None of them are imported. Even a lot of technology is they cannot popularize. The advanced degree is far above their lithography. Almaty had no choice but to come up with a last resort, which is also the killer app of these free country capitalists. On the one hand, they were looking for those publicists to write articles, and then hired some small media and water army to discredit the Star Future Technology University in an attempt to degrade their products. On the other hand, they also arrested the daughter of the president of Star Future Technology University and the general manager of Star Future Technology on the charge of stealing business secrets, which was not true, and wanted to completely crush Star Future Technology University, and wanted the other party to obediently dedicate all the key technologies to them, which was tantamount to forcibly taking them away from them. Now, in one of the courts in the Free State, Fang Jia, who had been convicted of stealing trade secrets, was being tried overnight, and as the plaintiff of the Almaty Company's several major shareholders also early in the morning in this court waiting, they believe that now people are talking to them. The other side cannot help but yield. Here is their free country place. They are the capitalists as the master of this piece of land. Chapter 65, Withdrawal of Lawsuit. If Star Future Technology University dared to go against them, they would torture Fang Jia with unimaginable means to make them succumb. In short, they were certain that Fang Jia would succumb, and Star Future Technology would have to succumb as well. Don't worry, what Chinese people value the most is affection. Especially their parents are the most heartbroken about their children. Can Fang Jingqing still just watch his daughter suffer? Mark, the largest shareholder of Almighty Company, said with incomparable complacency. The other shareholders stared condescendingly at the Fang Jia, who now had heavy dark circles under her eyes, and said coldly, "This Fang Jia has not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. If she continues to have trouble with us, this is an appetizer, and the great ones are still to come." Even though the court hearing time had come long ago, the trial of this case was still held at night because of the great influence of Almaty in the free country. When this news traveled back to China, the entire internet was shocked and the country was in an uproar. Because of this trial, it was fluctuating the hearts of countless nationals, and the people of Huaxia who knew about the things behind this lawsuit because of private money battle, almost as long as their cell phones were connected to the internet, they all knew about this. Scarf, paper call, Douyin, many public platforms. This thing always stable in the hot search list of the first. Inside the live broadcasting room of the great private war, many netizens are wondering, what multinational large companies are robbed out, take by force, no oligarchic shame, worthy of being a free country. There's no law at all. Now such robberies can be done. It can be really free. There are places that pride themselves on being civilized, but do barbaric things. How can they be so double standard? This is also an indication of the power of Manhwa. The capitalists are afraid, so such unseemly tactics are dared to be used. Hey, I hope that this time Principal Fang Zhengqing will not bow his head, but if he doesn't, this father and daughter are afraid that they can't see each other in this life. Support Fang Jia. Capitalism bullies people too much. Don't be anxious, everyone. Since Mrs. S. husband has a relationship with Star Future Technology University, he will definitely step in. Let's see how Mrs. S. husband will properly clean up this group of wolfish things this time. And now, at the scene of a court hearing in the free country, several major shareholders of Almighty Company were full of condescending contempt looking at Fang Jia. In their eyes, this time, they would still win the case as securely as before. All of this, it is estimated that Almaty may also be a big drill. More to ensure that their own light technology industry giant status. May be the time the Star Future University of Science and Technology will also be his Almaty company. In this industry, no one can override them. They must monopolize the industry. In the courtroom, Almaty's lawyers looked righteous, and took out the so-called evidence to confirm Fang Jia's so-called theft of trade secrets offense, and how much damage it caused to Almaty. Fang Jia's lawyer tried to defend himself again and again, but every time he was about to open his mouth, he was interrupted by the judge without saying a few words, or was simply not accepted. A few shareholders of Almaty Company were laughing under the stage. If it wasn't in the courtroom, they were definitely going to burst into laughter. Now Fang Jia was just a clown who didn't care about himself in their eyes. It's just a Chinese woman. Still want to steal business from us. Even darker we fight. How to die without knowing. Mark, the biggest shareholder, laughed coldly. At this time, Mark's assistant suddenly walked in, handed Mark a laptop and said, "President, something big is wrong." "What's the matter?" Mark took the laptop computer things and documents over to take a look. He only looked at a glance. The whole person is stupid. The whole body all cold sweat kept coming out. There was actually a certificate of donation from Star Future Technology University, in a program called Private Money Battle in the country of China. This Star Future Technology University is actually involved with the wife's husband. Now, the always calm Mark became panicked and scared. He understood very well what this really meant. The George family, which had been unrivaled for 100 years, had gone from glory to destruction, and now it was only 2 hours. Thinking about this, Mark's body couldn't help but tremble in fear. When his eyes once again saw the fearless Fang Jia on the defendant's table, the complacency and excitement in his eyes was now full of fear, not daring to have any more complacency. At the trial site, Almaty's lawyer was still aggressively questioning Fang Jia, as if he had already determined Fang Jia's crime, and was going to use this trial to send Fang Jia to jail in one fell swoop. This lawyer was a local barrister who was particularly good and top-notch, charging by the second, and was one of the top barristers even in the entire free country. What he does best is to turn black and white upside down, describing the guilty as not guilty and the innocent as guilty. As long as you give enough money, no matter what your crime is, they will find a way to clear you. No matter what charge you want to put on a person who is so innocent, he will be able to die for you and put the charge on that person's head. Now he had just caught a loophole in Fang Jia's defense attorney, grasping this loophole and pressing the other side to death, wanting to use it to defeat the other side. Just as he was forcing his way again, he saw that Mark had stood up, and now, Mark's entire body was trembling unceasingly, with a face that couldn't hide its fear and terror. What was going on here? "Mr. Mark, can I help you?" that lawyer asked. "Drop the case." "I'm dropping the case," Mark said. The lawyer asked, "Mr. Mark, what are you going to do?" "Dismiss the case." "I'm not suing." "Dismiss the case. Immediately. Right now. Drop the case." Mark shouted like crazy. These words, so that everyone at the trial site heard them clearly. Everyone froze. Now the trial was already in the final stage. As long as there were so many 10 minutes, Almighty would have won the case. The goal is about to be accomplished. Now actually gave up. Withdrew the case. What is this going to do? Who knows? Mark actually walked to the side of the defendant's seat Fang Jia, 90-degree bow and apologize. "Ms. Fang Jia, I would like to apologize on behalf of our Almighty's unreasonable behavior to you. Your China's Star Future University of Science and Technology to develop your domestic photolithography technology and quality are far above our Almighty's company." Almighty now withdraws the case. At this instant, everyone here was dumbfounded, and the other shareholders, one by one, began to stir in the face of Mark's move. Mark is crazy. Mark is crazy. What is Mark doing? Asshole. Chapter 66, Asking for Forgiveness. Doesn't he realize how many orders Almaticon has lost recently? If we don't hold Fang Jia, we, Almatron, are going to be finished. We will completely fall into a second or even third-rate photolithography company. A few shareholders were just about to go over and yell at Mark, but at the same time, they saw this thing on the laptop and those documents on the paper. Boom! They suddenly all froze at the same time. It was actually that private money battle program from China. Not only was this program now exploding in China, but now there were also many people in the Free State who were paying attention to this program, because China's Runco Hospital interrupted the monopoly of cancer drugs in the pharmaceutical industry, suffered from the suppression and sanction of other pharmaceutical families led by the George family. But no one would have guessed that the George family and several other major pharmaceutical companies listed company stock, all buy a large amount of money in the operation of the mysterious trader. Actually all the people eat a lot of it. And this Ring Kenshire Hospital has a great relationship with that wife's husband of this private money battle, And now this Star Future Technology University has a relationship with that wife's husband. Now, their eyes were also filled with fear. In an instant, their brains went blank, and cold sweat flowed down their backs. No wonder Mark was suddenly like this. Their current suppression and blockade of Star Future Technology was nothing compared to the suppression and blockade that the George family and a few other giants had imposed on the Rinkenshire Hospital. What did this mean? It meant that the George family's current fate was most likely the next fate of them and their own family. Several people just glanced at each other, and without hesitation, they immediately ran to Fang Jia, bowed collectively, and respectfully said, "Ms. Fang Jia, we at Almighty Company seriously apologize to you and Star Future Technology. Star Future Technology's photolithography machine is completely your independent research and development. Zero imported. Technology and quality are far above the photolithography machine of Almatron. Almatron immediately withdraw the lawsuit. Because of too much fear, they have now even a good lukewarm words cannot say, can only be the same as Mark, expressed that meaning. See originally arrogant to the extreme of the Mark, and these shareholders of the Almighty Company, suddenly bow to their own apologies, but also withdrew the lawsuit. Fang Jia is also dumbfounded. She has been ready to lose their freedom in this life, and can no longer see their parents, death of the countryside of the preparation. She was ready to lose her freedom, not to see her parents again, and to die in her hometown. In the end, Almighty dropped the lawsuit and Fang Jia was acquitted. Mark and other people groveled to Fang Jia to make amends, but also Fang Jia prepared a luxury business jet, send the other party back to China, for fear that the other party to do out of those excessive things. After seeing Fang Jia on the plane, Mark and several shareholders of Almighty dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Mark was still a bit scared and said, almost, we are all finished. We have just hovered on the edge of hell. Thanks to God. God bless. Otherwise we are all going to be finished like the George family. A shareholder also said on the side, it's really unimaginable. Star Future Technology is actually associated with that Mr. So what can we do now? Is there anything else that we can do? Mark said, we immediately apologize publicly in the whole world, and take 55% of the shares of Almighty Company, as the sincerity and compensation for the apology, unconditionally gifted to Star Future Technology, in order to seek that one's forgiveness, and as soon as possible, we'd better prepare to go to Huaxia right away, and apologize in person at the door, hoping that one will be able to raise their hand, and forgive us for our faults. A few major shareholders were a bit puzzled and asked, we've personally gone to apologize? Can't we send something else? Then in that case, the company is someone else's. What about our losses? Mark coldly laughed. The life is to be unable to keep, but also think of the company to do what? As long as a good life to what not? That thing, and some of you may not know, George family is not only the stock collapse, the whole family is completely destroyed. If not get that forgiveness, we and their own family are to be destroyed. Speaking at the back there, Mark's voice was shivering. These words were like a shocking thunderbolt that exploded in the hearts of the several shareholders, and each of them was in a terrified state of mind and cold sweat. They thought that they were already the existence of the apex of the pyramid in this world, but they didn't realize that there were actually people who could simply get them killed. Now they did not dare to have the slightest hesitation, directly signed the transfer of shares, sitting in a private plane, to use the fastest speed to rush to China, in time to make amends with that person, hoping to get the other side of the forgiveness. And before this time, the family building here in Huaxia Star Future Technology University City, Fang Zhengqing and Lu Fang certainly cannot go to the trial site, because they also understand very well, as long as they dare to step into the free country, there is no possibility to come back. Waiting for them is also a permanent detention, so they could only watch the live broadcast of the trial. Seeing their own 3 days and 3 nights have not slept properly, daughter appeared in the live camera. Lu Fang's the tears cannot be stopped one to flow down. Oh, we have never done anything to harm the heavens and the earth. How could I let my daughter suffer such a crime? Thinking of the future days her daughter would have to live, her heart felt even more like there were knives stabbing her heart all the time. Fang Zhengqing, whose hair was white and wrinkled, hugged his old companion, and his tears were also hard in his eyes. What can he say now? It is useless to say anything. Their father and daughter will never see each other again in this life, but their daughter was sacrificed for such a thing. Fang Zhengqing's speechlessness angered Lu Fang even more. Lu Fang was like crazy, shaking Zhou Zhengqing's body madly, hissing loudly, Fang Zhengqing, you are not very able to say it. You're those great reasoning it. You say ah. You now say ah. You resign to come to Star Future University of Science and Technology is all for fame and fortune. Fame and fortune in your eyes when so important. You good scientist is not. You literary pride it. Your academic style it. Run to the Star Future University of Science and Technology. You are not a good scientist. You are not a good scientist. You literary pride it. Your academic style it. Run to the Star Future University of Science and Technology is not a good scientist, but you are a good scientist. The academic style of it. Ran to this to do what? Now well, my daughter let you lose in. You still my daughter. Still my daughter. By Lu Feng so a mess. Feng Zhengqing also completely suffocated. Yelled, you forget that your father ate that drug. A bottle of more than 30,000. A bottle of food for a week. You tell people what scientists say the literati pride. Say the academic style. Can not want money? No money. People care who you are. Lu Feng was dumbfounded. Really dumbfounded. But soon she reacted and said, what are you talking nonsense? My father that is just an ordinary chronic disease. At most $100 or $200. You talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense? Your dad that's cancer. Is a kind of leukemia. Have to keep eating that kind of special medicine continuously to be able to live like a normal person. If there is no that medicine. Your dad is just eating ordinary medicine. Afraid that he can't live more than half a year. Don't believe it. You ask your dad. Feng Zhengqing said with a cold snort. Husband and wife for decades. This kind of thing Feng Zhengqing won't lie to her. Also can't be used. Don't need to ask your own father. Lu Feng also know this really. Chapter 67, that one's outing. It's something like that. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Feng couldn't bring herself to cry and said. Feng Zhengqing helplessly smiled and said, I'm afraid you and your father's heart burden is too heavy, and I can carry it alone. Almost 200,000 yuan a month of medical expenses. I'm in the Tinglong Academy of Sciences a month is only 20,000 yuan in salary. How to afford If not for a while I met that in the scientific academic meeting, thanks to the other side of the affordable. Look for me to hire the Star Future Technology University city principal words. You think this high medical expenses, how can I afford it? If not the other side of the 5 million annual salary, you think we sold the house, and how long can we stay up? Lu Feng heard this, also calmed down, said, once Feng Jia offended their school a person with the background of the road, it is also that person who stepped in to help. Our family is indeed deeply his great kindness. Perhaps we are now facing these, is a taste to return the favor. Now, Lu Feng has already planned to completely accept this reality that can't be helped. The old two are talking, consoling each other when, and the other side of the ocean court scene, has also entered the final stage. Lu Feng lying on the sofa, thinking of her daughter's encounter. Tears still cannot stop flowing down, but the next second of the screen in the live broadcast appeared a picture that they simply could not expect. Almaty's largest shareholder, their president Mark, actually screamed like crazy to withdraw the lawsuit, and also bowed 90 degrees to apologize to Feng Jia. The old two glanced at each other, both feeling that this scene might be a hallucination, or they were hallucinating because of their bad eyes. Lu Feng hurriedly brought her own presbyopic glasses and pinched them to make sure she wasn't dreaming, but the truth told them that they were not mistaken, nor were they hallucinating, but they saw an even more unbelievable picture. All the shareholders of Almaty bowed and apologized to Feng Jia, and demanded that the lawsuit be withdrawn. Moreover, they personally admitted that the photolithography machine of the Star Future Technology University was the most powerful in the world, and that Almatron was indeed no match for the Star Future Technology Universities, and that it was also independently developed, and that there was no such thing as stealing Almatron's trade secrets. Isn't this hitting yourself in the face? Not a moment later, Lu Feng and Feng Zhengqing received a phone call from their daughter Feng Jia, saying that Alcatel had prepared a private jet for her to make amends, and that it wouldn't take long for her to return to the Chinese territory. After hanging up the phone, the two families hugged each other in excitement. Lu Feng still said with some disbelief, why would Almighty do such a thing? It's a bit out of character. Why? Feng Zhengqing was just about to open his mouth to say something when his own cell phone rang. After hanging up the phone, he said happily, I heard about it. That person made a move. That person made a move? Lu Feng was shocked and said, does that person really have that much power? Feng Zhengqing snorted coldly and said, that person's power is something you can't even imagine. It's just that he hasn't contacted me in the past few years, and I don't dare to bother him, but I just heard from an old friend that the Rinblame Hospital has researched a domestically produced cancer treatment drug, and that it only sells for a dozen or so times the price of the original imported drugs. Before this, the hospital also suffered 7 major pharmaceutical capital giants of the suppression. The final result is the free country inherited for hundreds of years of pharmaceutical giant George family ashes. The other 6 pharmaceutical capital giants are just the hospital subsidiary only, because the hospital is the donation. And behind the Star Future Technology University is also that person. Lu Feng was shocked and delighted. Are you saying that Almighty is afraid of that one's great strength? So they let our daughter go? Feng Zhengqing nodded his head and said, otherwise, with that person's energy, he doesn't even need to show up, and those bastard things would have to be honest. If we have the chance, we must thank him properly. Lu Feng said. Feng Zhengqing said, The best way to thank him is to run the Star Future Technology University, so as to live up to his hope. That person's goal is to want to push the Star Future Technology University to the pinnacle of human science, and to become one of the biggest protective shields to protect the future human living space. And now, here's the challenge of the program private money battle. After hearing about Feng Jia's matter, Xiao Jin, who was a Chinese with a great sense of family and country, was also being indignant about it, feeling that that almighty company was really bullying people too much. This almighty company is also really too much, isn't it? It's clearly a robber. Xiao Jin felt very angry, but she couldn't do anything about it herself. Xiao Jin had said so, and the netizens were starting to boil over. Mistress, immediately call your husband. Within 5 minutes, ask Almighty to immediately kneel down and beg to be spared, and ask them to apologize. Mrs. Help Feng Jia. Those prisons in the free country are contracted by private individuals. Feng Jia is still not sure how she will be tortured inside. Feng Jia will definitely have to suffer. Mistress, you have to trust your husband. He can definitely take care of those greedy capitalists. Strongly request madam to let your husband come out and properly educate those greedy and shameless people on how to behave. The netizens were all screaming there, requesting Xiao Jin's husband to step in. When Xiao Jin saw the comments from the netizens, she was also a bit confused. Do the netizens all think that they can save MS Feng Jia if my husband steps in? The host nodded. That's right, I won't hide it from you ma'am, that's what I think as well. Several gold medal inspectors also nodded their heads, indicating that they also had the same opinion. Although the identity of Xiao Jin's husband had also become more and more difficult to figure out since the beginning of the program, the one thing they were very sure of was that Xiao Jin's husband must be the man who stood at the top of the world, possessing an incomparably powerful force that could influence this world. I'll just call and ask then. There's probably nothing my husband can do, Xiao Jin stated beforehand, then took out her cell phone and was about to call Yi Fusheng, wanting to ask if Yi Fusheng had a way to save Feng Jia. At this moment, the inside of the comments section suddenly exploded again. What's the situation? Almighty actually withdrew the lawsuit at the door and apologized to Feng Jia with a 90-degree bow. It's not just the President Mark, but also all the other shareholders of Almighty Com have made amends and apologized to Feng Jia. Chapter 68 Genius Scientist. Holy aren't these greedy capitalists always high and mighty? Now how can they grovel more than a dog? You guys look at that slavish look of his. It's really a great pleasure. Don't compare it to a dog. A dog is not so helmsman-like. Convinced, capitalized and close-up convinced, haven't even made a move yet. These guys know who is the master. I'm very sure and certain that no matter how powerful and elite these people are, in front of Mrs. S. Sir, they're still worthless trash. Little slaughtered scum. Xiao Jin was stunned, even more curious about what else Yi Fusheng had. Was he really that powerful? And after another shock, the host suddenly changed the topic again and asked, then how much private money does the Star Future Technology University's endowment book represent? Several gold medal inspectors shook their heads, and Inspector Su said, this is incalculable. Let's just say that this photolithography machine of the Star Future Technology University is enough to be worth hundreds of billions, or even trillions of dollars, regardless of the other patents and inventions of the Star Future Technology University. Hua! The people present couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, and then continued to discuss it. This program continues to broadcast down the line. I don't know how much money will be searched out, and now the wife's husband is already the first person at the top of the pyramid. It's true. He's already the #1 person in the world and at the top of the pyramid. Who can compare to Mrs. S. husband? Wait, what's the top of the pyramid? It's the wealth of the world. All the resources, even the air, the water of the world, are the private property of others. More and more looking forward to Mr. The live broadcast room was hotly discussing. Suddenly a woman with a disheveled look just rushed into the live broadcast of the program and soaked into the side of Xiao Jin now. Her speed was very fast, so fast that people barely reacted. A state of madness. The program team did not realize that she had rushed in. Suddenly saw this woman broke into the program recording site here. The director was furious, shouted, what are you doing? What are you doing to eat? Where are the people outside the cordon? How did you let people run in? Plop! The woman knelt down in front of Xiao Jin and directly kowtowed to her. Xiao Jin was stunned by this sudden scene, just to speak, but saw that the woman has cried out in pain, and begged her, Mrs. Please save my boyfriend. My boyfriend is being detained by the foreign countries. Please help. Xiao Jin was a bit helpless, asked, your boyfriend will be detained. Is it guilty of something? The woman while crying, while desperately shaking his head to explain, no, he will not break the law. He is a very good scientist. He achieved a lot of inventions and scientific achievements, but also won the Nobel nomination prize, so they do not allow him to return to Huaxia. He was forcibly detained in a free country. to my boyfriend to do things for them, to do their scientists. Now my boyfriend wants to go back to Huaxia, want to do for their scientists. Now my boyfriend wants to go back to Huaxia, want to do for their scientists. My boyfriend wants to go back to China, wants to contribute to China. He must have to come back. Please help him, or else, I may really have to in his yin and yang. I can't lose him. Oh. This woman kneeling in front of Qiu Jin, crying cannot own. See this woman sad, bitter Qing Yangzi. The netizens in the live room was very moved. I just went to wash a hand. I saw this woman kneeling in front of Mrs. In the end, what is going on? I'm dizzy. I doubt I've read it wrong. This will not be a palace drama. The Qing dynasty died early. I am also a face confused. What the hell is going on? Witch gripper, can you say what's going on here? This sister's boyfriend is a scientist, very powerful kind. Out of the pot a trip. The results were free state to the mandatory detention. To sister's boyfriend to do their free state scientists. Sister's boyfriend would rather die from. So the sister came to beg Mrs. Help. These people in the free state always say how free they are, but in fact, they do all the things of barbarians, and the bandit thought in their bones can never be changed. In the future, if there are any difficulties, come to find Mrs. The whole world, our Mrs. Mr. Under the shadow of the not worthy of the king's woman. Madam, let your husband properly educate them on how to behave in a free country and teach them what freedom is. Xiao Jin helped the woman up first and said, don't be anxious, we can think of a way together. Don't be anxious, there will be a way. Thank you, ma'am, the woman said to Qiu Jin while wiping her tears after she was pulled up. Although Qiu Jin is very kind, but also is not the kind of good old man to see people to help, and here may also want to trouble Yi Fusheng, so she must now figure out this thing. What is going on again? Can you tell everyone what's going on with this matter? Qiu Jin asked. The woman nodded her head and spoke in the live broadcast room. But you infected netizens one by one are also Sherlock Holmes and Conan. Will not just listen to the sister's side of the word, or will go to dig the information behind this, and then in the live broadcast inside provide out. But the things behind and the sister set out there is not too much difference, are the same. Things are covered up. This sister has a boyfriend called Lin Chen, is 100 years out of the science genius, IQ up to 216. 6 years old can prepare the Xinhua dictionary. 7 years old and a half already learned all the courses of the elementary school. 9 years old finished the junior high school at the age of 13 on behalf of the youth to participate in the International Olympiad Mathematics and the International Youth Physics Tournament. All the way to the championship. Only the first. There is no second. At the age of 16, Huacheng and Jingdu both sent him a notice of acceptance, but both refused and insisted on taking the college entrance examination. Knowing that he gave up the guaranteed admission, the class teacher and a group of teachers are anxious, trying to state the risk of the college entrance examination, but the other party insisted. The results of the test 745 college entrance examination scores become the year of the National Science College entrance examination the highest score, into the Huaqing University. Then he went abroad to study for 4 years. These 4 years inside the countless honors and titles. In the major famous impurities also published his own articles and papers. And even a lot of scientists before the conclusion of the scientists are overthrown. And then the other side there is argumentation. Chapter 69, Firm Determination. In a word, that is, if Einstein and Newton were to be in the same space and time with him, they would also be enveloped by his light. And it is estimated that the reputation of Einstein and Newton would not be so prominent. During his 4 years of study abroad, he has learned a lot of foreign scientific knowledge, and it is also the 4 years of his fastest growth in life, and even more so, the 4 years when he has gained international fame. This year, he just won the Nobel Prize in Physics and Chemistry, and also reminded of the Global Scientist Lifetime Achievement Award, so he is ready to return to his country, want to serve their own country. The world was shocked, especially the free country, almost afraid to love in addition to countless lobbyists. Do not say what conditions they can provide Lin Chen. They just a word, as long as Lin Chen is willing to stay if the conditions at will. This is before any scientist in the free country have not had the treatment. So many of his teachers, at the same time, all have the hope that Lin Chen can boil good consideration, can stay in the free country, do the free country scientists. But Lin Chen's attitude is firm, must return to China, do China's scientists. Seeing Lin Chen so drink wine not drink penalty wine, the free country is slowly running out of patience, but also implied to her, if he must leave the free country, if he returns to China, will only be the death of him. Therefore, Lin Chen's friends, teachers and classmates in the free country all advised him to think carefully, because Lin Chen's strength is definitely the strength that can influence the world pattern. Now, it seems that the whole world is organizing his return to his homeland. Now, It was 11 in the morning in China and 7 in the afternoon in the Free State. The Hilton Hotel was organizing a dinner, a farewell dinner for Lin Chen. 2 hours ago, the relevant staff had communicated with Lin Chen again, but Lin Chen had not given up the idea of serving the motherland, and still insisted on returning to the motherland. So, in the end, the relevant staff of the Free State said that since Lin Chen must return to China, they would organize a farewell dinner for Lin Chen, so that the other party could leave the Free State happily. In the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, Lin Chen stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the brilliant night scenery outside, but making people unable to guess what he was thinking. 2 months ago, he had finished the project he was working on and wanted to return to Huaxia as soon as possible, but he had been obstructed by the Free State, who had even imprisoned him here. This whole 2 months' time, although in here good food and drink, live in the best room, enjoy the best of everything here, but he has not half a bit of freedom to speak. All the time have to be related to the staff surveillance. He understood very well that these 2 months and this dinner party were all sugar-coated bombs of the Free State, and that after tonight they would tear off their masks of disguise and reveal their hideous and frightening faces. By then, he might be living in a jail cell, and he might even die an accidental death. Somehow, but to him, none of this mattered compared to his ideals. His ideals, the ideals that the one who had helped him to establish and strengthen, were only a part of the test that the one had given him. At this moment, there was a knock at the door of the room, and a gentle female voice. Lin Chen, this is Jenny. Please, is it convenient for me to come in? Please come in, the door is unlocked, Lin Chen said. Then, the door was pushed open, and in came a blonde with a good-looking face and a tall figure. Stepping on slender high heels and taking brisk steps, she walked into the house. This girl called Jenny was the daughter of mentor Lin Chen, and a hot new generation woman in the free country's acting industry, who had shot a vampire series of movies and TV dramas that had become popular all over the world. As the female lead, she was already the goddess in the hearts of many men around the world. Today's Jenny, after some serious dress-up, since childhood, plus has been maintained very well. Her skin is like a good gelatinous jade, the body is perfect, cannot pick a trace of error to. A Dior's high-fashion dinner dress, her already flawless body more complete outline, perfect proportion of the delicate face, the devil-like figure, high nose, especially the pair of blue eyes, cherry-like small mouth, the whole person standing there, comes with a kind of sexy, noble, fresh and vulgar, and the beauty of so fascinating temperament. If you look at Jenny with oriental aesthetics, she is still so perfect. After entering the room, Jenny immediately unlocked the door, and then took off the high heels on her feet. Her slender white toes stepped on the snow-white soft woolen blanket, and then walked to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen, however, just gave her a very peaceful look and asked, Jenny, what's the matter? Jenny ruffled the blonde hair and asked, Lin, are you sure you must return to Huaxia? Lin Chen said with incomparable firmness, yes, in a moment when the celebration banquet is over, I'm going to leave and return to my homeland. Jenny was very puzzled and asked, why? Nowadays, the free country is the most powerful country in this world in all aspects of comprehensive strength, and the free country respects talent the most. Here, everything will be the best treatment for you, you'll have the best privileges, and the most special status, and you'll enjoy the best life as well, and all these things, your motherland, Huaxia, will give you? Lin Chen laughed, looking out of the window at the glorious night scene, and said, yes, my motherland won't give me these, but that is the motherland that gave birth to me and raised me, and I hold a very deep love for that piece of land. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Jenny's blue eyes were shocked. She had heard before that the Chinese people's sense of family and country was the deepest of all people in the world, and now she had finally seen it. Lin, you wouldn't be unaware that with your status and your strength, if you left the free country, you would never be able to come to this land again in the future. Could it be that you haven't been happy here all these years? Why do you want to leave this place, shedding the good life here, and so many beautiful beauties? Jenny's voice was filled with incomprehension and unwillingness. At this moment, Lin Chen took out a photo from inside his pocket and said, wish I had a heart for nothing. I've already got a heart. She's waiting for me in Huaxia. I'll go back and get married to her. Having her alone is enough. The first sentence Jenny didn't understand what it meant, but the one after that she understood, and her heart filled with frustration. But the next second, she became combative again. Chapter 70, Why go back? Lin, even if you're really willing to give up everything here, what about me? Would you be willing to never see me again for the rest of your life? Wouldn't you miss me? As she said this, Jenny couldn't help but weep, so pathetic that it was heartbreaking. She was a very professional and very good actress. For such an episode, what kind of performance was needed? She could subconsciously act it out, and ordinary men, they definitely couldn't resist. But Lin Chen, Who could get so many honors, and whose future scientific achievements were incalculable? How could he be an ordinary man? He was an outstanding talent that Yi Fusheng valued. If he couldn't even handle this, then he wasn't even qualified to enter Yi Fusheng's eyes. If we met in the rivers and lakes, let's forget about each other in the rivers and lakes. We won't see each other again, Lin Chen said, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him personally. But at this moment, the evening dress from the Dior high-definition dinner party on Jenny's body suddenly fell to the ground. How many men had dreamed of the beautiful scenery that only existed in their imagination? And it was so perfectly displayed in front of Lin Chen. Jenny's sudden behavior was something that Lin Chen hadn't expected. However, Jenny's was indeed very beautiful, able to serve as the free country's biggest starlet, and also the dream girl of many men in the world. Such a special thing. I'm afraid that no man would be able to refuse it. However, Lin Fan turned his gaze to the side and turned his back to Jenny, saying, "Ms. Jenny, please respect yourself." Jenny looked at Lin Chen's back with an unbelievable expression, actually rejecting her. Could it be that the other party wasn't a man? Now Jenny will so suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's suite, but also she took the initiative to come. She felt that she can convince Lin Chen. Of course, this is also her secret weapon. She has always been very sure about these things. She did not expect. In any case, Lin Chen actually rejected her, and still did not hesitate to refuse, did not even look at her. The room had already been placed in the monitoring. If Lin Chen did not have control, it is tantamount to grabbing Lin Chen's handle. Seize the handle is tantamount to holding Lin Chen. If Lin Chen does not stay in the free country, for the free country, then they will use this crime. Let Lin Chen jail. By then the person who has the reason to have the bottom is them. But now, her seamless plan was completely useless. She had calculated everything, but never thought that Lin Chen would actually not take the bait. Jenny walked up to Lin Chen and slapped the other party's face. Her face fierce. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you actually dare to humiliate me. Lin Chen coldly said, "Miss Jenny, I have never behaved rudely towards you. Please also respect yourself." Jenny shouted loudly, "The fact that you actually don't have any feelings for me at all and didn't even look at me is the biggest humiliation for me." Lin Chen didn't say anything. He was just still gazing out the window at the night scenery. His thoughts of his country and his desire to return home were getting more and more urgent. Jenny picked up her Dior haute couture dress and put it back on, wiping her tears as she left Lin Chen's suite. At the farewell dinner, a few middle-aged men in suits were holding their wine glasses and chatting happily. Seeing Jenny come out, one man said excitedly, "Professor Charlie, your precious daughter is back. She's so mesmerizing, I guess she's already taken Lin Chen." Professor Charlie smiled smugly and said, "If my daughter really took Lin Chen, then Lin Chen is my Charlie's son-in-law. I guess those of my colleagues, and also colleagues in the scientific research world, are enviously red in the eyes." Saying that, Professor Charlie walked over towards his daughter Jenny, desperately restraining his excitement, and asked, "Jenny, how's it going? Has Lin Chen been taken care of by you?" Jenny is still organizing her skirt on one side, 2 eyes coaxing and crying, and you said, "He didn't even look at me." What? Professor Charlie, puzzled to look at his own daughter, thought it was his own ears out of the problem. The wine glass in his hand are a hold unsteady, directly fell to the ground, broken. There is actually someone who cannot even look at Jenny's. This world really have such a man? Everyone felt that they were hallucinating. Originally, they all thought that a hero could not resist a beauty, even if Lin Chen could refuse those treatments and privileges. But a beauty like Jenny, it would not be easy to refuse. Right. They also thought that this farewell dinner could be replaced with a dinner party to celebrate Lin Chen's stay in the free country. But it was unexpected that Lin Chen would not even look at such a beauty as Jenny. In their eyes, as long as it is a normal man, will not be able to refuse the beauty of Jenny. Jenny is simply God's gift to the earth. No shortcomings of a beauty. Jenny's father is a professor at Harvard University in a free country, with his own laboratory and team of countless patents under his name. His mother is still a multinational company's CFO. Himself is an international superstar, but also by the world's magazines as the world's most beautiful 10 best-looking faces. Such a beauty, is every man's ideal, dream beauty. Could it be that Lin Chen couldn't do something? No, Lin Chen's medical reports had always been normal in all aspects, and as long as Lin Chen stayed in the free country, no matter if it was in the scientific world, the business world or the political world, he would definitely be able to climb to the highest peak, the top of the pyramid. These were the reasons why he had allowed Jenny to get close to Lin Chen, and his dream of using Lin Chen to take his family to soar to the sky, to take his entire family to the top of the free country, was completely shattered. Thinking of this, he said angrily, "This Chinese, in their words, is uneducated, and would bring up such a rotten student. It's simply a disgrace to me. Since he wants to go back to China, let's send his corpse back to China." The farewell dinner began. Lin Chen had come over in a set of Chinese clothes, and all of this was a sign of his unshakable determination to return to his homeland. Could he himself return to his country? Could he return alive? It was all part of the test the man was giving himself. He would have to wrestle with these people in intellect and bravery, and only by returning to China alive could he do his best to help that person out. Lin Chen toasted and said goodbye to all these friends and classmates of his in the free country, one by one, thanking all of them for taking care of him during these 4 years he had studied abroad, and many of his classmates, friends, and teachers were sad to see him go in response. It was hard to part with them. Lin, you're so outstanding. The free country is the platform where you can show off your skills. You're here. All your needs and requirements will be best met. Stay in the free country. With us, the future is bright. You don't even need to do anything. There will be countless amounts of money, beautiful women, and power and status delivered to your doorsteps. Isn't that good? A few of his friends looked at Lin Chen in a very puzzled manner and said, Chapter 71, Live on the Globe. Lin Chen drained his glass of red wine and said, Huaxia is my motherland. My home is in Huaxia. Only in Huaxia is my entire soul alive. There are my flesh and blood compatriots there. As I am of Huaxia bloodline, a descendant of the Yanhuang people, I hope to use what I have learned to go back and benefit my own country, and also benefit the entire human race. But, science has no borders. If you stay in the free, the invention and manufacture of things, is also the same can benefit your motherlands and your compatriots. Someone said, yes, Lin, stay, you may still be able to better benefit your homeland if you stay here. Those people immediately all came to persuade Lin Chen, saying, Lin Chen firmly shook his head and said, science has no borders, scientists do. The moment these words came out, there was a silence around. Everyone knew what to say. However, at this moment, an ice-cold and incomparable voice rang out behind Lin Chen, saying, well said, science has no borders, scientists have borders. Lin Chen, you used the identity of a foreign student as an undercover agent, lurking in the Free State, stealing a large number of secrets of the Free State in these 4 years, and now you still want to get out in one piece? Then, a group of people in special uniforms came out and walked into the banquet hall. The one at the head flashed his ID and said, we're all from the FBL Special Action Team. You, Lin Chen, are suspected of jeopardizing the free country's national security and espionage. Please go back with us immediately to cooperate with the investigation. The faces of everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. In the end, the Free State still wouldn't let Lin Chen return to his country. Lin Chen was also still detained here. After all, Lin Chen, this person's strength is really too strong. It won't be long. This person can influence the pattern of the world. In order to free country nowadays world hegemony position, can never let the tiger return to the mountain. Otherwise free country is absolutely to regret. Lin Chen was not surprised at all. He knew that if he wanted to go back to his country, it would never be so easy. He definitely had to go through some twists and turns, and he was prepared for it. He stood there and said, I studied in your free country for 4 years. I have never been to your classified scientific research institute, nor have I touched any of your secrets. You don't want to frame me. Everything here is being broadcasted live in the world. If you frame me, if something happens to me, it's not only a loss for the scientific community, but also a loss for the entire human race. The people of the world won't agree to it. Will the people of the world agree to it? The people of the world won't agree to it. Is the Free State sure that you can tell white is black in front of everyone? All the records I made in the Free State in these years. Our academy also has records. As for what you said about your country's secrets, will I be able to touch them? If you can't produce any evidence, don't make up your mind. Otherwise our side reserves the right to pursue the lawsuit. Getting the hotel's network, then cracking it, turning on the live stream, and broadcasting this dinner party live in all the world was a breeze for Lin Chen. Several members of the FBL Special Operations Team from the free country were stunned. Now this matter was becoming troublesome. But soon there were new instructions coming down from above. The FBL Special Operations Team member in the lead said coldly, if you dare to leave the free country, then as long as you enter the public airspace, or the high seas, our people are already there waiting for you. You're either going to crash your plane, or a ship, we'll see. With that, the men left. Everyone started to persuade Lin Chen again. Lin Chen, why don't you stay and think about it in the long run? Think about it in the long run? They're determined not to let me go. It's useless to discuss it. Then you can't just be bent on going back without wanting your life. In that case, I'm afraid that the only thing that will go back will be your no matter how I have to try. Because once someone said if the high-end science and technology held in the hands of the bad guys, that the victory of the sword of Damocles will fall on the body of mankind, we cannot be reduced to the executioner's accomplices. The world, and all the human beings in the world, should be the group of dedication of our scientists, but also the conscience of our scientists. Lin Chen said, drinking the red wine in the cup in one go, and then started walking out towards the outside with a big stride. None of the people present were moved by this, and this moving scene was also spread out through the world's live broadcasts, reaching every corner of this world, causing quite a stir on the world's networks. Good job Lin Chen, worthy of being my Chinese male, backbone and blood, too long face, looks so handsome, also so talented, and so family and country sentiment. Blood, mama, so want to marry such a man. Don't think about it, people have said before, have a girlfriend. In the end, what is a fairy girlfriend? Maybe it's because there are too many people like Lin Chen. People with Lin Chen's bones. My Chinese civilization is the only one of the 4 major civilizations that hasn't been cut off. Everyone take a look. Lin Chen has been talking about a person. This person. He seems to be very reverent. What kind of person is this? That can make a great god so worshipful. It can't be Lin Chen's life coach, right? What? Would Lin Chen still need a life tutor too? He's this good. His life tutor has to be a god. Lin Chen left that noisy and bustling banquet without looking back and headed for the harbor. Looking at Lin Chen's unwavering back, many people were moved by this, and there were even quite a few Chinese present who shed tears on the spot. There were many good people who sent the picture of Lin Chen's back leaving the banquet to the internet, with a text, "When the youth is strong, China is strong, and the youth of China has great potential, the future of young people can be expected." This picture and this text quickly caused great repercussions all over the world. But in China, Lin Chen's incident didn't cause much repercussion, because these days, several major events had happened in China's entertainment circle. Acclaimed simple male love bean top stream was caught up in a scandal of a fangirl ing an underage girl, and it was the ones from Sea King or something. There was also a male actor with a family who infested some actress's house late at night and the two didn't leave the house for a day and night. A male director was on a yacht casting a female lead for a new movie, and there were quite a few other actresses from within the circle attending that. Anyway, this news from the entertainment circle is now coming one after another, just like a virus spreading, and a fan's house keeps collapsing. And this hashtag teenage science genius Lin Chen's long road back to China hashtag can't even get on the top 10 of the hot search. And whether these melons in the entertainment circle are deliberately put out by someone to bring down that hot search of Lin Chen, this is not clear. Chapter 72, the fleet is surrounded, but now it was, with Lin Chen's achievements, and his great contributions to humanity and society. It was an extremely counterintuitive thing for this current news frenzy. As for Lin Chen, after arriving here at the harbor, he stepped onto a medium-sized yacht, as he was unable to purchase an airline ticket or a boat ticket, and could only drive his own yacht back to Huaxia. The Chinese officials had also been negotiating with the Free State because of Lin Chen's matter, but because of the Free State's tough attitude, the talks didn't go smoothly or happily, and Lin Chen could only return to his homeland in this way. Lin Chen started the yacht and then ran out into the middle of the vast ocean. He had the foresight to install surveillance and cameras on the yacht, as well as special network communication devices and signal receivers, and he was going to broadcast the entirety of his journey back to his home country live in the world. He was taking a gamble, betting that the Free State would not dare to lay hands on himself in full view of the people of the world, using the people of the world to make the Free State wary. However, he also prepared his heart for failure. If the Free State didn't even do the superficial act of throwing caution to the wind, then Lin Chen would have lost completely. But Lin Chen engaged in scientific research and academics, or cannot play with those who engage in the human heart and conspiracy and calculation. These people's eyes only interests. The bottom line in the end, they do not know, also will not care. These people are shameless to the point that if they can't get it, then let others can't get it either. When Lin Chen's ship left the harbor of the Free State, it was always being watched by the people of the Free State's FBL Special Action Group. As long as he entered the open sea, Lin Chen would disappear without a trace, even with his boat. And now, the live broadcast of the privateer's battle. Now Cho Jin had already been very clear about the ins and outs of this matter, and had roughly understood the course of events, and also had her own thoughts on this matter. I must help this excellent young scientist with a great sense of family and country. This is the treasure of our Chinese people, and also the treasure of the world's humanity. Cho Jin's voice throughout. The first time she took her cell phone and sent a message to Yi Fusheng, asking if Yi Fusheng could help with this matter. Then she used her account on all the major platforms to forward those news online about Lin Chen's return to China, and all edited the text herself to express her support for Lin Chen. This was all she could do now, and this was all she could do. And as for whether or not she could help Lin Chen, there was nothing she could do about it, but she was very much expecting that she could help such a scientist. Cho Jin's influence on the internet has long been extraordinary. After Cho Jin's forwarding an expression of support, a minute later, the comments and words about Lin Chen on the internet were all over the place, and the #1 hot search on various platforms were all about Lin Chen, as well as Lin Chen's return to the country, which sat firmly at the top of the hot search list. And on the short video platforms, those short video platforms about Lin Chen were also popping up one by one all over the place. All of a sudden, the name Lin Chen was known to the vast majority of Chinese people, and the number of Chinese people who knew and supported Lin Chen was also increasing. Everyone expressed their strong anger towards the Free State for trying their best to stop Lin Chen from passing through this matter, especially about the Free State giving Lin Chen death threats. This matter was even more annoying to the netizens, and they also began to spray wildly against the Free State on the internet. There were also many people who ran underneath the official Chinese media on various platforms, calling for the officials to speak to the Free State to allow Lin Chen to return to his homeland safely. The live broadcast of the Great Private Battle. The host said excitedly, "Ma'am, just now, as soon as you posted those posts about Lin Chen returning to the country, now these about Lin Chen and his return to the country have all been in the first place of the hot searches on all the major platforms, and now a lot of netizens are very concerned about Lin Chen's return to the country. There are probably more than 200 million of them." Hearing these words from the host, Xiao Jin asked with some disbelief, "Really? Is this also about my retweets? Is my retweeting working so well?" The host nodded his head and said, "Yes, just now a netizen calculated that your fans on all platforms combined are more than 80 million now. With such a big influence, you can be said to be the first one, ma'am." Hearing this from the host, Xiao Jin was also shocked. Ever since she and Yi Fusheng got married, she had been working at home as a housewife, occasionally opening a live broadcast to earn some extra money. Because of her high face value and beautiful voice, Xiao Jin had accumulated more than 100,000 fans, but it was just a drop in the ocean, not even a small netroots, because there was really no fame. All the platforms together can have more than 80 million fans. Is considered the head of the net red. Xiao Jin has a kind of as if still dreaming feeling. She had just participated in a variety show, and she had become such a big name online celebrity. At this time, Lin Cheng also said, "I interned in the PR department of our Wanta group before, and at that time, when one of the industry gurus gave us training, he said that those who can have 2 million fans are considered to be almost the same as those of the municipal dailies. Those who are over 5 million are equivalent to the provincial dailies. Those who have more than 30 million are equivalent to the same as those of the Wasia dailies. And those who can have over 80 million are almost comparable to our head office. Manager Lin is so awesome and good looking. Love love love. The talented and beautiful manager Lin Ah." Everyone admired Lin Qing's professionalism. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also still discussing with excitement. "It's so awesome. The wife is so powerful. It can be compared to the main office. It's true that she's the king's woman." A single retweet put Lin Chen's return to China firmly at the top of the hot searches. The Chinese officials have also spoken out. "Scientists dedicate themselves to all of mankind. Whoever dares to harm scientists is a common enemy with the people of the world. Don't say these useless. Now just wait for Lin Chen to return as the king. Once Lin Chen returns to our Huaxia, he's going to make those free countries look good. It'll be good to wait for Lin Chen to return home safely first. I don't believe that those free states really dare to think of themselves as world overlords. Don't say that. The free country will help you slap your face later. That's right. The free state is famous for its shamelessness. They don't care about other people looking at them. As long as they don't embarrass themselves, it's other people who are embarrassed." And now, on the endless sea, Lin Chen sat in that yacht, getting farther and farther away from the Free State's harbor. Soon, he was in the great sea where he couldn't see land. The people who had seen him off above the harbor had also long since dispersed. From the moment he left the harbor, Lin Chen's life was counting down. The god of death's knife was already aimed at him. When Lin Chen's life completely sank into the sea, it also meant that human civilization might have to enter a period of stagnation or decline, because Lin Chen could not only influence the world pattern, but also influence the future progress of mankind. Such a rare scientific genius. I'm afraid that there won't be another one in 100 years. If Lin Chen, such an excellent talent, really buried in the sea, this loss, maybe human beings cannot be estimated. Even though everyone couldn't see Lin Chen at sea, the live broadcast was still on, and they could still see Lin Chen on the live broadcast, only to see the live broadcast screen Lin Chen sitting on the boat, looking at the rough waves of the sea, but still firm eyes. At this moment, suddenly a light as dazzling as the sun in the daytime was shining towards Lin Chen's ship from all directions. It was the ship's illuminating lights. Lin Chen was still surrounded by the Free State's maritime fleet. Chapter 73, Big Brother bows and apologizes. Lin Chen's medium-sized yacht was surrounded by a dozen ships. The guns and shells on board were all aimed at Lin Chen, and compared to the surrounding ships, Lin Chen's medium-sized yacht was as worthless as a mole cricket. When the netizens who were watching Lin Chen's live broadcast saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked, and one by one, they all stirred up, all nervous. What are these people from the free country trying to do? In full view of the public, they all want to sail their ships to kill an innocent person. Is there any king's law left? Labeling themselves as civilized and free, but all they do is barbaric things, pawning and standing up again. Do you want to be ashamed? Upstairs, this is no longer a matter of whether to be shameless or not. This is a disregard for other people's lives, a mutilation of the innocent. Previously, these people established their own country by taking by force. It's only been a few days, and they're reverting to their old ways? For their own interests, so they can kill Chinese scientists like this? It's not just the scientists of China, it's also the scientists of all mankind. So don't let them go too far. They are all destroy when they can't get it. Sooner or later there will be retribution for this kind. Lin Chen also guessed what was happening, but he had already been psychologically prepared. He wasn't scared at all. In his heart, the most unforgiving thing about this, besides his girlfriend, was the regret of not being able to work for that person. Lin Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Will you stay and save your life, or must you leave? On the ship, the one who was in charge asked once again. What I'm saying is, are you going to stay in this free country, or must you leave from this world? What? The netizens who were watching the live broadcast exploded. One by one, they couldn't even sit still. The free country was so blatantly daring to use official ships to kill innocent foreign scientists, but they could only feel anger through the screen. But Lin Chen's face was a kind of expression of death. He had already guessed all this. He now yielded. Can live well, but he understands very well that the person will choose him, not only because of his excellent scientific talent, but also his indomitable spirit. So he does not want to let the person disappointed, but also the indomitable spirit. So he is the only one who has the right to be with him. So he is the only one who has the right to be with him. So he didn't want to disappoint the one, and he didn't want to give in. Many people said that if he died, it would be a loss to all mankind. But in fact he understood that that person was the real genius. He was at most a talent compared to that person. Talents could be produced in large quantities, but geniuses could not be found. I must return to my homeland, even if it means death. I can't leave my homeland, Lin Chen said firmly and incomparably. Hearing this, the one in charge was completely enraged. He couldn't imagine that Lin Chen would actually dare to drink a toast. Really thinking that they wouldn't dare to do anything to him in the full view of the public in their free country? Fine. Then go to hell and let your corpse return to Huaxia. The one in charge was very angry, and was just about to command the people under his hand to strike at Lin Chen, when a young soldier ran over, took out a document, and said, "Report, the document from the top requires us to immediately stop the current action now, and escort Lin Chen back to the harbor, and return to Huaxia on a special state guest plane." No, it wasn't right. The man in the lead froze. This was impossible. His mission just now was clearly clear. It was to either bring Lin Chen back or bring Lin Chen's corpse back, because the other party was worth an army yet. He mustn't let Lin Chen return to Huaxia. Carrying out orders was a soldier's vocation, and he had no choice but to take orders. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed, and also froze a little. Could it be that that person was helping him behind the scenes? He couldn't help but be overjoyed. In the end, Lin Chen boarded a ship and headed back towards the harbor side, waiting for the ship to slowly approach. Lin Chen was not again hungry and surprised. On the shore of the harbor, several old men in suits were waiting for him in the cold wind, and these few old men were all the bigwigs of the Free State today. Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry for the misunderstanding before. Please be sure to accept our apology, the old man in the lead said. Then, these few old men all collectively bowed to Lin Chen, knowing that they were all the most arrogant group of people in this world. Now they had not only opened their mouths to bow their heads to apologize to Lin Chen, they were still bowing to Lin Chen now. Now, Lin Chen could also be sure of what he thought in his heart. It was the one who helped him out behind the scenes. In the end, Lin Chen left the Free State in a special state-guested airplane. This scene wasn't covered up either, and the officials of the free country even broadcast this series of images globally. It was as if it was just to let the people of the world know that they had now admitted their mistake. The Free State, which had been acting like a world hegemon, had actually bowed its head and apologized, a matter that the netizens around the world couldn't even believe. When they saw Lin Chen leaving the Free State in a special state airplane and flying to the beloved Huaxia, the people in the world who were paying attention to this matter were all completely shocked. Good heavens, what the hell is this? This can't be a dream, can it? Hasn't the Free State always felt that its universe was super invincible, and now it's actually bowing down? This day, it can go down in history. The Free State's hegemony has run into a hard fist. It doesn't work anymore. You guys say, how come this Free State suddenly bowed down? What flood of power is behind this that made them bring their arrogant heads down? I just went to the oil pipe and uploaded it. You guys quickly go and take a look at those few things about the Free State. You should be able to guess it. Name ID, East Wind in the Free State. Because of Qiu Jin's expression of help, it made a lot of people around the world pay attention to this matter of Lin Chen's return to China, especially in China. The heat of paying attention to this matter of Lin Chen's return to China continued to soar. and the exact number of people was no longer known. However, the blogger with the name ID, Dongfeng in the free country, who made netizens go to the oil pipe, had just uploaded 3 videos, all of which were clips from the program Private Money Battle. These clips have only been uploaded for 5 or 6 minutes, and all of them have broken 1 million views. The first video was the latest highlights of Private Money Battle, a trail full of precious jade, a private wine cellar full of fine world wines, the 3 swords of the first emperor, and that dragon bed, the donation books for the Hospital of Benevolence and the Star Future Technology University. The second video is just a few snippets of captured footage. For example, the 6 pharmaceutical capital giants led by the George family ruthlessly suppressed Mercy Hospital. For example, the photolithography giant, Almatron, ruthlessly suppressed the Star Future Technology University in order to secure its monopoly. But in the end, they all suffered heavy crushing and were properly educated. Chapter 74 Overseas Out of the Loop. The second video said it all very cryptically, all using many code names, but it still managed to make the netizens all see it, and everyone knew that this gentleman called Mrs. Xiao Jin was in existence that everyone could not afford to mess with. The third video was the ones that Xiao Jin supported Lin Chen's retweets from various platforms. Besides this, there was another very important point. That was that inside that pile of donation books, another donation certificate was found. The donation certificate of the Jianghong Middle School in Huaxia. Jianghong High School was a private high school, and this school had an extremely high reputation in Huaxia because this school's one-book advancement rate was very high, almost an existence that could crush all high schools within Huaxia. The worst thing was that every session of Jianghong High School had a class of gifted youngsters. Every year, the students of this class of talented teenagers are admitted in advance by famous schools such as Huaqing and Jingda, which are second to none in China. Before Lin Chen, he was a student of the Genius Youth class from Jianghong Middle School. At this instant, everyone seemed to understand. Jianghong Middle School was also one of Mrs. S. Mr. Donation, meaning, Lin Chen might also be the key cultivator of the wife's husband, and might have the wife's husband's backing behind him. After all, Mrs. Mr. donated Jianghong Middle School. For Jianghong Middle School well-known alumni of Lin Chen, it is impossible not to know. No connection, as if it is impossible to look and Lin Chen can have today's such achievements. In addition to Lin Chen himself on the kind of very high talent, to achieve such achievements now, then, to pay the financial resources, material resources, manpower is also incalculable, and with Lin Chen's current status and scientific achievements, he should be highly regarded by his wife's husband, and he will definitely have a bright future in the future. Thinking about all this, the shock of many netizens was constantly being refreshed over and over again. Could it be because Xiao Jin supported Lin Chen? Because Lin Chen was backed by Mrs. Mr. The arrogant Free State also had to lower its lofty head? Could there really be someone in this world who could pressure a country to lower its head by one person? And it was also the Free State that had always claimed to be the world's hegemon. A few bigwigs from the Free State personally apologized and bowed. Or was it a special state guest plane, specially escorting Lin Chen? This, in the end, what kind of character is this? Seeing Lin Chen sitting on the state jet slowly took off. The big stone in many people's hearts was considered to have fallen to the ground, especially these few bigwigs of the Free State. They were used to seeing all the storms and waves, even facing them all the time, and had never been so scared, and now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had always been shrouded in the shadow of 8 carrier battle groups, and they understood very well that this was only a small part of the Dragon Head's enormous strength. Moreover, some of the past happenings could be found inside the Dragon Head's figure to a greater or lesser extent. No matter how powerful a country or how powerful an organization was, all of them had been educated by the Dragon Head. The Dragon Head was the one that held the existence of fairness and justice in this world. We are obviously already the most powerful country in the world. It's really unimaginable that the Dragon Head's strength can actually be so much stronger than ours, especially in the technology of the weapons, as well as the training of the soldiers. It's almost like it's completely like it's from a different era than ours. A big brother said. Another big brother also said. There is no lack of powerful consortiums and hidden huge families in this world, but they definitely don't have such a powerful strength either. Perhaps the Dragon Head is the top family holding the wealth, power, and resources in this world, as well as all the power of. It seems that we still really need to recognize ourselves. There are still stronger existences than us in this world as well. Right, the best thing we can do now is that we can befriend the Dragon Head, and it would be great if we can also have an alliance. Yes, even if we can't befriend the Dragon Head, we must never, ever offend them. The information about the Dragon Head and that wife, immediately deleted from the entire network. We can't make the Dragon Head unhappy. Well, let's hope that if we do this, we can let the Dragon Head know our sincerity. Lin Chen's world had sparked the attention of the people of the world, regardless of whether it was China or abroad. There were reports about this matter on all platforms, and with this matter, the private battle was completely on fire. And even crooked people knew about this. It didn't take long for a foreign short video platform to negotiate and directly take the exclusive rights to represent private money battle in their own country. And this program is also online at the same time in foreign live broadcast platforms, synchronized live broadcast. And at this time, many countries in the West, it is now bedtime, but there are still a lot of people still holding their cell phones, looking at this private money battle, do not want to let go. The foreign broadcasting rooms were synchronized live, and the popularity directly exploded. The number of overseas viewers didn't take long to break through 10 million, and all kinds of comments popped up. But in the sand sculpture and death of these two to see, crooked fruit is simply the only chaos in the world. Really do not understand. Chinese men why still pay attention to the private money this thing it, their own money, is not their own open and above-board property. What can hide it? Every country has its own different customs. Chinese men are the ones who take care of their families. Usually women take care of the home. Men make money outside, but the money is managed by the mistress. Gosh, the life of Chinese men is also too miserable. I'll continue to be an Englishman in my next life, make my own money and spend it by myself, lest I have to give the money to my own wife. Not a bit of freedom. It's too suffocating. I won't be the only one to see it. How come all the Chinese people's families have savings? Don't they need to have to enjoy life? How do they live their lives like this? Still, many of the foreigners were all enamored by Chiu Jin. The wife of private money battle is also too beautiful. It completely matches our Westerners' imagination of Eastern beauties. Compared to the wife, those what Hollywood stars, what supermodels. In front of the wife is simply not worth mentioning. With the wealth of the wife's family, she can buy up Hollywood and all that. Maybe Hollywood is still the wife's family. What kind of gentleman could marry such a beautiful wife? Take a look at the George family. Then look at the almighty company. Then think about these bigwigs of the Free State who bowed their heads and apologized. I feel that it's better for us to say less about Mrs. What's good? It's not something we can afford to find and mess with. Chapter 75, the account is banned. Our free country has always revered to freedom, especially freedom of speech. What will not be able to say, even if the wife's husband is the most powerful big brother, can still not let people talk on the internet? I want to say what I want to say. What right does he have to control me? I'll just tell him loud and clear. I'm called Jim. I'm going to go to Huaxia right now to soak this wife. Not only this, there are many people who have spoken out against the internet, appearing all kinds of mouth high, but such a phenomenon didn't last long, and there was another same characteristic. It was that these people who talked wildly never spoke anymore after finishing a sentence. Some people saw this phenomenon, so they clicked into the homepage of those people who spoke out, but they were stunned, because they found that the accounts of these people no longer existed. In the free country, which has always boasted of freedom and civilization, the matter of banning accounts because of saying something doesn't exist at all. Moreover, the number of people who had their accounts banned this time was quite large, amounting to more than 2,000. These people, of course, are not convinced, but also go and official complaints to the official customer service call to complain, but get a sentence. Online is also need to comply with the law of the place. The netizens of the free country, since they grew up, they had never heard such words. When did they have such a rule? All of a sudden, many people were completely outraged. For this kind of behavior that affected their freedom, they all issued a joint protest, and even gathered together to make trouble. But an even harsher punishment fell on their heads. They were actually arrested, and the officials of the Free State made it public why and how these people were arrested. It also implied to the people that if they wanted to watch the program, they should watch it properly, and they should never say anything that they shouldn't say, and they shouldn't do anything that they shouldn't do, or else this would be the end of it. All of a sudden, those who are watching the program are dumbfounded. How all of a sudden it will be like this? One by one, they are all shocked to know that this private money battle was simulcast live in their overseas. It was only more than 10 minutes. In this short 10 minutes of time there were actually more than 2,000 people whose accounts were banned for violating the rules. And there were quite a few people who were still directly arrested. I rely on, so there will be so deprivation of human rights hard rules is just talking on the internet, to be banned account, but also be arrested. This is still our civilized and free country? Where is the promised civilization and freedom? I don't know if you haven't noticed that those who were arrested for commenting on the internet, spreading bad and disrespectful remarks about their wives. It's very likely. God, is there really a mysterious and powerful Eastern force in the underworld that is enveloping our free country? Lord, save us. We want freedom. Freedom. The battle of the privates continues live. These hundreds of donation certificates are considered to have come to an end. And the biggest shock that these donation certificates brought to the netizens was those private money. Ren Liability Hospital, Star Future Technology University, Zhengheng Middle School. These are all influencing the development process of human beings. which can't be estimated with money. And these, too, have caused a great shock all over the world. In particular, the share prices of all 7 major pharmaceutical capital giants led by the George family collapsed. Almighties withdrew the lawsuit and apologized, and also issued a statement to transfer the company's equity. The bigwigs of the Free State personally bowed and apologized, and the highest etiquette complimented Lin Chen's departure on the state plane. All of these big events were shaking every viewer's young mind, and the value of the private money in here is something that there is no way to talk about in terms of money anymore. The live broadcast live announcer took a deep breath and said, "Since this amount of private money is something that cannot be measured in money, let's leave it for now. Here is Manager Lin's turn. Please ask Manager Lin to come and say something about the private money she found for everyone." The camera shifted to Lin Qing's body, and the gazes of everyone on the scene shifted to Lin Qing's body as well. Lin Qing laughed. "In fact, the value of these private money I found and those found by Inspector Su are estimated to be about the same." All of a sudden, everyone on the scene, as well as all of the viewers in the live broadcast room, were completely shocked, each and every one of them looking exuberant, incomparably looking forward to what exactly the private money that Lin Qing had found out would be. The hundreds of donation certificates that Inspector Su had just found, the wealth inside them could not be measured in money. It was enough to shake the entire world. Now Lin Qing said that she had found something similar to Inspector Su's. So what could it be? Was Manager Lin afraid of scaring them to death? Everyone at the scene was even more stunned and confused. Those few other gold medal inspectors were also stunned and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The host restrained his excitement and amazement for half a day before he began to ask, "That, Manager Lin, are you sure that the value of those private money you found is estimated to be about the same as Inspector Su's?" Lin Cheng nodded and said, "That's right, these are the private money I found." Saying that, she came to a cabinet and opened one up, displaying it in front of the crowd. The cabinet was filled with a bunch of books. There were the 4 books and 5 classics of China, the Book of Poetry, the University, the Medieval Times, the Book of Rites, the Book of Zhou Yi, and the Records of the Grand Historian, the Great Encyclopedia of Ziji, the Art of War, and so on and so forth. There are also some foreign books, 5,000 Years of the World, The Tale of Genji, War and Peace, Currency Wars, Capitalism, Notre Dame de Paris. These books seem to be relatively old, but it can be seen that these books are often looked through. When they saw these books, the viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded, as well as the people in the scene. It can't be. Goddess Lin is going to spam again with this? Could it be that Goddess Lin is trying to say that books are the most important wealth of mankind? It looks as if they're all the same. Don't forget that those donation certificates that Inspector Su found were also placed in a cabinet like this. Maybe Manager Lin wants to take a gamble too. I see. Goddess Lin, this is also wanting to take a stab at turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Ah, this kind of self-congratulation can simply be said. I rely on watching the program, don't drive. Ah. Seeing the netizens in the live broadcast room laughing at themselves so much, Lin Qing could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill in. Come to participate in the private money battle program? It must be a wrong decision. Simply to make their own social death like. She has been the high cold goddess of the persona to stand up. Chapter 76, Real Estate Warrant. But not a moment later her face showed a confident smile again. Said, "So much for." Lin Qing was just about to open her mouth to speak when the host interrupted what she was about to say first. The host took out a book and asked Shou Jin to pour. "Ma'am, let me ask, these are all your husband's books, right?" "Yes, my husband loves to read. There are a lot of his books at home. I'm a person who gets sleepy easily when I read. I can't read to absorb it, and the books in these cabinets are too esoteric. I'm scared when I see them." Shou Jin laughed with some embarrassment. This coy smile caused Shou Jin to circle the wagons again. "Ah, so in love with this look of mistress." The gentle smile. When mistress smiles, it's like the sunshine of spring, it simply warms my heart. Maybe it's such a gentle, fresh and unassuming smile of madam that has touched the heart of a big man like Mr. Madam, I also want to make good money, and in the future, I will also become a big brother, and also go to a girl as gentle and beautiful as Mrs. Upstairs. Don't think about it. There are things that are there in life as there, not there is not. Don't do this kind of dream. Honestly, move bricks. Life is a long distance run, but some people are born at the end. There are also people who spend their whole life not being able to reach the starting point of others. You up, watching a program, watching my own inferiority complex. Now, the host also knew that he had gotten off topic and hurriedly spoke back to the electronic, asking, "Manager Lin, when you said that the private money that was worth almost as much as Inspector Su, could it be these books?" Thinking of the words that were just interrupted, Lin Qing also hurriedly explained, No, the private money that I'm talking about is in the header here." Saying that, Lin Qing's hand also pointed to the dark compartment at the bottom of the cabinet. The camera in the live broadcast room had also been following Lin Cheng's hand as it rotated. At this moment, the netizens inside the live broadcast room also calmed down all of a sudden. Everyone's eyes were nervously looking at the camera, wanting to see what exactly was the personal money that Lin Cheng had found this time, and how much it would be worth. And inside the dark compartment in the cabinet, there were all books. But the viewers who had seen the previous ones and had been following along knew that these books were not books. They were just boxes made to look like clerks. Anyway, these book boxes were the same as the previous one that contained the donated books. Everyone also finally realized how Lin Cheng could say that the private money she found was similar to Inspector Sue's. The comments in the live broadcast room were once again on fire. This isn't almost the same. It's practically the same. I have beeped the dog. The mofo in this is also still donating books. This is also estimated to be several hundred books again. Mrs. S. husband is simply also across the screen and the net in teaching me how to do well. Convinced, there is indeed the existence of the rich and powerful in this world. Ma'am, can you help me with your husband? Do you need a follower or an errand boy? That's the toilet handing paper towels I can do. I want to follow Big Brother and let Big Brother take me flying. And Xiao Jin's gentle and good-looking face was filled with surprise. These wouldn't still be donation certificates, right? I've never seen anything inside this cabinet before, Xiao Jin said with some embarrassment. Lin Cheng took out one of the boxes inside and said, "It's not an endowment certificate, but a real estate certificate." "Is it a real estate certificate?" the host asked in a confused manner. Inspector Su nodded and said, "It can be said to mean this, right? Only now the real estate certificate goes under. And from the total, the real estate right certificate includes the 3 certificates of the house use certificate, the land, and the right to real estate. And these seem to be the words. This real estate right certificates contains more than the real estate certificates more useful." Hearing this, the people present were full of shock, as well as the netizens in the live broadcast room were also full of shock. Today's property, what price? A lot of small counties of a square meter are overfinished. Big cities inside the toilet have to be several million. How many ordinary people life only to buy so a suite? Mrs. Home is actually a few hundred sets of houses of people. This several hundred sets of house at most, even if it is a chartered male chartered female. But look at Mrs. Mr. Status seems to be more than this. Mansion villa price. Moving is tens of millions of over 100 million. This pile of real estate right certificate is indeed can be compared with those donation certificate above the number. This has to be over 100 billion, right? Hey, in the end is what kind of man? Rich and powerful. There is a so good wife. Hundreds of billions. Is a few zero. What concept? This situation I would like to write a poem, but I have no culture. I can only a good powerful. The host's heart thumped faster beating. Her own body is now trembling. She herself graduated from the domestic well-known performing arts colleges and universities, and broadcasting professional leader. Gave up the system's stable glossy and easy work, but into the private sector to become a host. For the private sector is still higher treatment. She is now every month after tax also has 50,000 plus bonuses. A year of 800,000 is no problem. But if you want to buy a small house in Shanghai, or in the suburbs, you have to save up for 10 years without eating or drinking before you can barely afford to buy a small house in the suburbs of Shanghai. But this Mrs. Home real estate rights certificates are a few hundred to describe, which has really let her envy. The heart of that trembling. This is a what kind of rich family. It seems women do well, but not as good as married well it. She really envied to be jealous. Heart also want to find a big man in his heart is not a big money it, but soon, she immediately came to her senses again, although she also looks very good, but and Xiao Jin a comparison, that would be the difference between the two. Moreover, the big man she got is probably in his 40s or 50s, with a big belly and a middle-aged bald head. Anyway, some things are really predestined. Some people are born with that kind of life. And now, Lin Cheng also opened a box and took out a real estate certificate inside. The comments in the live broadcast room were briefly silent again, and the camera was also pointed at the real estate right certificate. Everyone's heart is also very curious. All want to know this real estate right certificate in the end is what kind of level of mansion. The camera of the live broadcast was pointed at the real estate right certificate in Lin Cheng's hand. The netizens also got on the express train of comments. Open, open, quickly. I bet 50 cents that this must be a mansion of tens of millions of dollars. But don't ever come down on us again. We're already scared. Chapter 77, A Garden Castle in the Sky. These hundreds of real estate rights certificates are one of the super descending blows to us now. From this issue of this wife, we are being descended upon at all times. Envious. If I had even one of these real estate rights certificates, I could turn into a winner in life, go to the peak of life, and marry a rich white woman. Mansion I do not want. Give me a 3-room hall can be. Last time and a girl blind date, quite to my liking. but also want to how to push down it. The results of people know that I do not have a car and no room. Direct buy are not on the pull black. Whoops, to what bike have 5 fingers on the mountain can be. Then Lin Xing opened that real estate rights certificate in her hand. After everyone saw the text inside, they were dumbfounded. Because the text inside the real estate rights certificate was not Chinese characters at all, but some strange words, and some strange symbols. Which country's writing is this? The host asked. A few gold medal inspectors also shook their heads, stating that they were not straightforward. There are so many countries and nationalities in this world. Each of them may have their own different characters. Of course, the most widely used is still English and Chinese. The netizens inside the live broadcast room also began to discuss heatedly. This is in the end what country's text look strange, do not understand how to break? I don't know English I don't even know it, can still know these, all of you netizens think too much of me. I don't understand those because I love Huaxia too much. Right, we are the most populous country in the world. We are the only one in Huaxia. Do we still need to learn the others? I feel that in this era of globalization, learning English is a must. As a college student majoring in languages, I also took several foreign languages of other countries in college, and the writing on this real estate title certificate is probably Arabic writing. The class rep is here. The class rep is here. That language major college student, quickly tell us what exactly is written above this certificate. It says, like it's Sweden or something. Back I'll go look at the textbook. Bro, didn't you say it was in Arabic? You're not the class rep. Here at the live broadcast site, Lin Xing revealed a confident smile and said, let me help everyone popularize it. The host's eyes instantly glowed, as if she had thought of something. Right, we have to have manager Lin who knows foreign languages from several countries. Lin Xing said humbly, I just know a little bit about all of them. Basic communication is fine, but after all, I'm not a professional. The family's psyche was both surprised and sighed. Lin, manager of this face value, even as to enter the entertainment industry is also can have a lot of development space. Obviously can rely on the face, but prefer to rely on talent to eat, but also in the Wanda Group such a large company, when the manager of the grade, in the workplace is also a certain ability. Then, Lin Cheng popularized everyone, saying, the name on top of this real estate rights certificate is called Swedish Sky Garden Castle. Swedish Sky Garden Castle. Listening to the name as I can't afford it I'm out of reach Hey, again is money. Money, this damn money flavor. Even let me so addicted to cannot extricate themselves. This money Everyone netizens, know this Swedish air garden castle in the end is a what is the head of it, can come to these ordinary netizens to give us a lesson? Everyone listen well this Sweden because of high per capita income, and good welfare, low tax rate, but also has always been the price of more expensive one of several countries, and in many countries in Europe, Sweden's national housing prices have always been second to none. This Sweden's house price high to what degree it? 100W in their place can also buy at most 2 square meters of house. Probably is 50W Chinese currency of a set of house it. Even if you work hard for a lifetime, in Sweden may not be able to buy a toilet. My goodness, this is how a sky-high price house sold me also cannot afford to buy 2 days ago, I went to make up for the real estate rights of the family, over a square meter, to pay more than 20,000 yuan Sweden's house, even if it is free to send me, I do not dare to take the thief hot hand. Thief cost money, get a real estate rights certificate, all to let people's children and grandchildren are dumping money. I went to Baidu that Swedish air garden castle, 2 cow, is simply the ultimate enjoyment of the earth expensive things or expensive good, a penny. I'm fantasizing, this wife and her husband in the morning is still eating breakfast in this small house. The afternoon may take the plane to Sweden to enjoy a romantic candlelight dinner. Mrs. What a mansion house this is. It's extremely maddening. After all you guys have said, I'd like to ask, how big is that Sky Garden Castle? Live on the air, the host also asked. Manager Lin, take a look. Above this title deed is where you can see how big the villa is, right? After all, as long as you know the price of this Sky Garden Castle, you can guess the approximate value of this, and know how much this private money is really worth. Lin Ching looked at that real estate title certificate and said, according to the title certificate above, this Swedish Sky Garden Castle's floor area, an indoor floor area, an outdoor floor area, such as the swimming pool, the court, and the garden ones, is roughly more than 2,000 square meters. This number, at once, stunned everyone, although it was not uncommon for these world's mansions to have thousands of square meters, as well as tens of thousands of square meters, but this was Sweden. Even in the world is also the head property price of Sweden, 50W Chinese currency a square meter, plus more than 2,000 square meters. This price is to kill people This more than 2,000 square meters, but also just building area, 2,050W, 1 billion. Just this one is 1 billion. Yes, 1 billion for a mansion only. Mrs. S husband has no ill will, just too many houses at home. Oh, 1 billion upstairs why 10 billion you look down. 1 billion only counts what it is. Just move our several hundred million, or even tens of billions of now this little 10 billion, I have not put in the eyes. Sure enough where the netizens have become discerning now 10 billion have not care. Look at their own little salary, to the sky and then borrow 500 years, but also cannot get a small goal. This can be 10 small goal. Everyone still wake up. People but hundreds of real estate rights certificates. Just 10 billion words. You still can't compare to people's hundreds of billions of real estate I can't take it anymore. Save me, I'm suffocating. Chapter 78 This one is a fake. And while the crowd was shocked, news came out that this real estate title was simply a fake. An outright fake. And this news came from overseas. The program Private Money Battle was simulcast overseas for only half an hour, but it was also a complete fire out of the ring. The number of online viewers continues to soar, and the number of overseas online viewers has exceeded 30 million, and also covers many countries. Before this time, because Lin Ching found the real estate license of the Swedish Sky Garden Castle, many Swedish netizens are also telling each other about their friends and relatives. A netizen from Sweden called Alan Philip a little protested. This is called Alan Philip in Sweden is also the head of the netizen. A lot of Swedish netizens have to pay attention to this person. He protested because he had been invited to participate in a variety show, and together to participate in this variety show in Sweden's Richest Man. The program was recorded in one of the richest man's mansion. The degree of luxury and extravagance of this mansion is simply mind-boggling, so that many people are breathtaking. But the richest man in the world said he would be moving next month to the newly constructed Swedish capital's landmark, the Swedish Sky Garden Castle. So Alan Philip with this to be sure. China's this private money big battle inside this about the Swedish Sky Garden Castle real estate rights certificate absolutely is fake. And how could the richest man in a country sell his proudest Swedish Sky Garden Castle? Because in Sweden, the Sky Garden Castle represents a symbol of identity, a symbol of power. So Alan Philip now also opened a live broadcast, is in response to the Chinese private money big battle, and he is still Sweden's first big network Reddit. With his influence, a little bit of what movement can affect the whole country up and down, in Alan Philip's lead, and swore that this Swedish Air Garden Castle real estate rights certificate is not true under the premise. Many into the store netizens also followed Alan Philip stood together in the private money war of the program to spit. The news also quickly traveled back to China and reached the show's crew. The host also asked Manager Lin if there is any doubt with people about the authenticity of this real estate rights certificate. I wonder if there is any way to prove this thing? Lin Ching smiled lightly and said, of course there is a way. Lin Cheng pointed to the string of numbers on top of the real estate rights certificate and said, this number is the number of the real estate rights certificate, so we can call the relevant department in Sweden to inquire about it. The host's eyes lit up as he said, this is a very good way. I just don't know where we can go to inquire about this number. And now, news came back from the netizens over at the live broadcast. There's no need to check. That Alan Phillips ran off to check it himself and is now ready to call. I can't imagine that this program can still be read abroad. Bull As soon as the program is read, there are all kinds of sitting and waiting for this Alan Philip to hit the face. Right, even so many donation books, and this house of treasures, just a Swedish Air Garden Castle real estate rights certificate only. Mrs. S. Mr. is not so much to go to want to forge these it's very clear to see, this Alan Philip is just watching our program read, want to rub our heat, otherwise a netizen for too long without any big movement, who still remembers who he is Now that we have a local Swedish Wang Hon to help call and check the authenticity of this, it's fine for the show to sit back and wait for the information to see how the netizens come back with the news. Meanwhile, in the middle of another world's live streaming platform across the ocean, Alan Philip was opening a live stream, and he was in a suit, which, along with his tall body and handsome face, made many fans enamored with him. His face was also one of the fundamental reasons why he could become the #1 internet celebrity in Sweden. I can't believe that the Chinese program group is still really, in their words, not dying until they reached the Yellow River, and actually published the title number. I'll call and ask now. Alan Philip said and took out another cell phone and dialed the Swedish Land Management Department. Not a moment later a gentle female voice came on the phone, saying, hello, this is the Swedish Land Administration. May I ask what kind of help do you need? Alan Philip said, hello, this is Alan Philip. Oh God, it's actually Alan Philip. Oh my God, I got a call from Alan Philip. I'm so happy. The woman inside the phone came out with an excited voice and said, this feeling of being worshipped and courted by fans made Alan Philip enjoy this very much. He said in a calm tone, hello, I'm here to check a title deed number. Yes, Mr. Alan Philip, please tell me the title number. the woman's voice said in a very soft whisper. Alan Phillip then reported the string of numbers above the title deed to the lady. Okay, we'll check it for you right away, please wait. Then Alan Phillip and his fans were waiting for the result of the inquiry. While waiting, Alan Phillip was still interacting with his fans. In fact, whether to check or not to check is simply the result is the same. Our Alan Phillip have participated in the activity with the richest man. This is also the richest man himself told Alan Phillip. Could it be that Alan Phillip would still live broadcast himself hitting his own face for us to see if he wasn't sure? I looked at that program in Huaxia. The front is indeed very attractive. Now although it attracts a lot of people, after that it is definitely going to come down. This kind of program is nothing but all claptrap. Alan Phillip saw his own this live room inside the online viewers keep rising when his heart is also a piece of good mood. This private money program in China had unexpectedly become a stepping stone for him without even realizing it. Although he is a very hot netizen in Sweden also has 20 million fans, but now also encountered a bottleneck. Now the number of attention has been in more than 20 million back and forth. Want to go up a level? I'm afraid that some difficulties, because now the total population of Sweden is only more than 60 million, can pay attention to, are harvested so, now he, want to face the whole of Europe, and even the challenge of the world market, but have not been able to find any opportunity. Now, this China's private money battle program is undoubtedly a stepping stone for him to go to Europe and the world market, because this program is so popular all over the world. As long as he can rub shoulders with this program, coupled with his handsome face, it is only a matter of time for him to become a world-class internet celebrity. All of a sudden, 3 minutes had passed. Inside Alan Phillip's live broadcast room, there were quite a few fans who were already impatient. It's been 3 minutes, how come there should be a result? It's been so long, it can't be that we haven't found out yet. The inquiry still needs some time. You think it's so simple. After 5 minutes passed behind, Alan Phillip was also a bit anxious, but he still asked politely, how is it? Has it been found out? May I ask what the result is? Inside the phone, the female staff member said with a slight apology, I'm very sorry, Mr. Alan Phillip, we don't have the authority to check this number of property. No permission to inquire about this numbered property? Hearing this, Alan Phillip was dumbfounded, and the more than 3 million viewers watching online inside his live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Why would there be no permission to query it? As long as the existence of all must be able to query check is to check. Cannot check is not to check. How there is in this no permission to query it. A lot of tycoons and politicians can be queried That's right. Sweden is one of the most expensive several big cities. The symbols and politicians who purchased real estate and industry here are countless. So we even have the national assets are open. Never heard of still will have no query permission. Alan Phillip's eyebrows couldn't help but furrow as he swore to his netizens on air that this real estate title must be a fake. Waiting for the Swedish Land Administration's confirmation. After they confirmed that this is fake, he can take advantage of China's private money battle program to criticize this program. To put it clearly, it is to rub the heat of the live broadcast, and can harvest a group of fans from the world. Then he can break through the bottleneck in his world, towards the peak of life. But how did this happen now? Chapter 79, God's Joke. You're from the Swedish National Land Administration. Aren't you in charge of managing all this? How could you not have access to it? Aren't all of our country's properties always public? Alan Phillip asked with a frown. We are also wondering about this matter right now, and are looking to see what went wrong. When we verify the source of the matter, we will inform you. Obviously, the staff of the Swedish Land Administration also did not know what was the reason for this. After hanging up the call, Alan Phillip saw his world live broadcasting platform's live broadcasting room, and had some heartbreaking feelings, because the number of online viewers in this live broadcasting room is constantly dropping, because most of them were attracted by the program that he had been watching in Huaxia, and they were not his loyal fans or because of his work. The stickiness was not much, so if he wanted to maintain his popularity, he had to come up with something appealing to draw fans in. Originally, inside his plan was that when this real estate title certificate proved to be fake, he would use this point to constantly troll the hot Chinese showrunner and use it to attract fans. But everything was out of his expectation. What a joke of God. Alan Phillip was a little upset, but he quickly thought of something else. He regained his spirit and said to the people watching online inside the live broadcasting room, thank you, my fans and friends, for paying attention to me, but please believe that Alan Phillip will be responsible for what he said. And now I'm going to go to the Sky Garden Castle to meet my old buddy, Mr. Richest man of our Sweden. Everyone was particularly interested all of a sudden, and so many of the people who were about to exit the live broadcast stopped for a while. On the one hand, they all wanted to know a little bit, this Chinese program private money these in the end is true or false. On the one hand, they also think of the screen lens to visit the world's #1 mansion. Feel that high-end upscale atmosphere range. Alan Phillip acted instantly. His assistant held the equipment for the live broadcast for him and kept it on. Fans and friends, please have that little bit of patience. I'm on my way now. It's about 15 minutes until we arrive at the air ride treasure garden. Alan Phillip was now happy and interested, and could be said to have full confidence. The number of online viewers inside his live broadcast room was constantly climbing, and new fans were constantly being attracted as well. All of a sudden, Alan Phillip and his assistant were very happy, and now, the program Private Money Battle on the Chinese side was also still live. Fans kept on going to the comment section, reporting in real time about the live broadcast overseas. Sweden's big netizen Alan Phillip has already called the relevant authorities in Sweden, and the official over there said that they don't have the authority to check the authenticity of this real estate right certificate. He has now personally gone over to the Sky Garden Castle side, wanting to use this to prove that the Sky Garden Castle belongs to the richest man in Sweden, wanting to use this to prove that the wife's real estate title deed is fake. This Alan Phillip still has some brains. Ah, not a cutie. Ah, this kid isn't suffering from some kind of paranoia, is he? Sit back and wait for this what's-his-name Philip to get punched in the face. He knows nothing about the strength of Mrs. S. husband. If this kid knew the strength of the wife's husband, would he still dare to be so rampant? Philip looks like he's just rubbing Mrs. S. heat. Don't billion. Sweden. This side. Alan Phillip then came to the Sky Garden Castle. Alan Phillip stood here at the entrance of the Sky Garden Castle with great joy. Compared to himself, the fans in the live broadcast room had more shock and excitement in their hearts. The word Sky Villa comes from the Free Country, which is the meaning of sky loft, referring to the high-rise top of the mansion located in the city kind of area. This first home and the scarcity of prime urban locations is one of the main features. Is a kind of busy city life to the extreme body of the building? Its main requirement is to meet the basic requirements of luxury living, that is, the full landscape, both the luxury life of villa, but also can enjoy the convenience and scenery of the city. After the launch of this air garden castle in Sweden, and once again refreshed the public's knowledge of the air villa, the original air building can also be so play. So in Sweden launched this air garden castle, became one of the world's most popular residents, and also by the world's top architectural firm, one of the AECOM design, and spent 10 years to build out, also known as the air architecture milestone. Now, Alan Phillip is standing in an old castle-style building. This castle has 28 floors, completely adopted the style of the ancient European nobleman's castle, but as if each floor are suspended in the air. Modern and ancient combined with each other in the air garden castle. Staggered bay windows are arranged in a proper way, to make sure that the privacy of the residents can be guaranteed, but also allows the residents to feel the capital of Sweden's city bustle, but also enjoy the countryside of the kind of landscape garden. Wow! This is simply a work of art in architecture, so beautiful and shocking. If I could live in a house like this every day, I wouldn't even want to go out of my house. What a blessing it must be. How many good things did you do in your last life to be able to live in such a house in this life? Can't afford it, can't afford it. I just went to see it. This Sky Garden Castle is only this one. The selling price is not something we can afford, and the actual price is far more than $1 billion. If I can live in it for just one day, I think it's the biggest luck in my life. Worthy of being the place where Sweden's richest man lives. Bull. The online viewers inside the live broadcast room were completely shocked by such an ingenious design of the Sky Garden Castle, and this is still the joint work of 3 world architects. Such a thing, how can they not be shocked? Seeing the number of online viewers inside his live broadcast room rising, Alan Phillip is particularly happy. Many netizens and fans also let Alan Philippe take them in to see what the layout inside is really like. Although Alan Philippe, who has seen many big scenes, is of course also very shocked by such a building, and he himself can't wait to go in and take a look at it, and then harvest a wave of fans for himself. However, he understands that such a world-class mansion is not something that others can go in just because they say they want to, and it's not so easy to go in even for ordinary mansions.